pre-tournament analysis, club analysis, highlights. Find them all in Call of the Biz 6 Global Finals Spectators Guide. Call of the Biz 6 Global Finals is here. The group stage is from April 7th to April 18th, and the playoff will be from April 30th to May 3rd. This video will take you on a journey for the prediction from the group stages highlights. The top clubs from all 6 tournament regions are ready for battle. Club GG, Club Wolves, Club ACT, Club Day1, Club WBG, Club FPX-ZQ, Club RB, Club GR, and Club GW from mainland China will be meeting at the venue in Guangzhou, China for the group stages. Clubs advancing from other regions will be traveling to the venue in Tokyo, Japan to compete, including Club Zeta, Club SC, Club AXZ, Club FL, and Club RC from Japan, Club B4U and Club OM from NAEU, Club GH and Club ZT from Southeast Asia, Club MS from the Republic of Korea, and Club RD from HKNMO and TW. The clubs from mainland China and Japan are professional clubs, and all other clubs in COA6 are privately organized non-professional clubs. These 20 top classes from all over the world will be coming together to compete for the championship in the annual Call of the Biz. The group stage of this year's COA will be based on the group points system. 20 clubs will be divided into 4 groups, with each group consisting of 5 clubs competing in round-robin matches. The clubs will be the most points in each group will advance directly into the top 8 of the playoffs. The second and third ranked clubs will advance to the top 12 of the playoffs, and the remaining 2 clubs will be ending their journey and be eliminated. The following is an analysis of the group stage based on the draw. Firstly, we have Group A. Group A consists of Club RC, Club FBX-ZQ, Club GW, Club B4U, and Club GG. Club RC is a professional club from Japan. Aka is an expert with Hermit and very skilled with Dream Wedge and Smiley Face. Club FBX-ZQ, GW, and GG are professional clubs from mainland China. The hunters from all 3 clubs are highly skilled with Guard 26. D from Club FBX-ZQ specializes in Guard 26 and Wax Artist, and usually relies on these 2 characters to gain an advantage in the earlier games. Aniv, Club GW, wants to use Guard 26 to pursue Survivor with only bombs while it's being slowed by the dancer's music box. Club GG is more than just the champion of the 2022 IVO Autumn Grand Finals, they are also the champions of COA4. The hunter, Zom, is an extraordinary player who always does the unexpected in matches. Club FBX-ZQ Survivor Moen picked Antiquarian and Prospector repeatedly in the qualifiers and have an average containment time of 117.9 seconds. Club GW's Inel and Dis are experts at playing dancers and thief. Kuta from Club GG took the FMVP of the IVL Autumn event with an average containment time of 84.79 seconds. Club B4U is from the NAEU region, and they are a familiar face at international tournaments of Identity 5. The Hunter Sprinter follows closely with the version updates and gained an average elimination rate of 3.67 and winning rate as high as 100% in the qualifiers. Based on this alone, the club in Group A must repeatedly face and overcome the battle bombs of Guard 26 used by IVL players. Who will earn the glory of rescuing their teammates from Guard 26 this year? Will Club RC will be able to advance successfully in their first appearance in the global finals? Club B4U, on the other hand, will have to give it their all against the formidable opponents they will be facing from both regions. As for now, it seems like anything is possible. Let's move on to Group B. Group B consists of Club AXZ, Club RD, Club OM, Club ZT, and Club FL. The 5 clubs in Group B are from 4 regions, and in the group with the largest number of representatives from all the tournament's regions. Club AXZ and FL are professional clubs from Japan. Club RD, OM, and ZT are non-professional clubs from Hong Kong, Macau, and Taiwan, and AU and Southeast Asia respectively. The diversity of Club AXZ's character pool for both factions is beyond comprehension. They have played a total of 25 different characters in the qualifiers and maintain a survival win rate of 77.8% in the qualifiers. Club FL's Hunter, Pipicha, and Survivor Umpire and Rauri are COA veterans. Pipicha's Scavenger and Umpire's Perfumer are still forced to be reckoned with. Relatively speaking, Club FL is better at coping with pressure and difficult situations. Club RD impressed by clinching the IVT championship. The Hunter Ryan played a total of 8 matches with 7 different characters, while their survivors always had an average of 2 assist characters. If you wish to witness a variety of setups, then don't miss Club RD's matches. Club OM is the dark horse of the NAEU qualifiers, a club made entirely out of new players, and it's their first time playing in the global finals. PBN Gen had an average rescue rate of 1.71, taking the top spot in the NAU region and should not be underestimated. Club ZT is from the Southeast Asia and were the runner-up in the 2022 IVC Southeast Asia. Their survivor player MX often brought some of the older characters like Doctor, Thief, and Lawyer onto the battlefield during the qualifiers and successfully worked with their teammates to seize victory for the survivor team. We can look forward to the Club ZT's skillful non-mainstream lineups consisting of characters that aren't as popular in the version of the game. The highlight of Group B is the competition between the IJL clubs, and on the other hand, the non-professional clubs OM, RD, and ZT have varying inclinations. What kind of sparks will be ignited from the clash between non-professional and professional setups? Group C consisted of Club ACT, Club SZ, Club RB, Club WBG, and Club Do5. Club SZ is a professional club from Japan, while the remaining 4 are professional clubs from mainland China. Club SCT has been doing very well in the last year's COA. In the qualifiers, their Hunter, Chin Ash, and Yue respectively eliminated and 2.67 survivors on average. And the Hunters were crowned the best with a win rate of 57.1%. Led by veteran player QY and a new survivor TX, Club RB will ascend to the global stage of COA for the first time. Will Club RB be able to break the curse and grab points from the other professional clubs? Club WBG are the club with a 50% average win rate when facing all the other clubs. Yim, who eliminated 2.33 survivors on average, had the courage to risk it all. Iron, who had an average containment time of 92.2 seconds, used OB characters like Prospectors and Antiquarian to actively abstract the Hunter, often effectively providing his teammates with time to decode the cipher machines. Club Do5 is picking back up where they left off, especially their new member Nan and Silver G. Their amazing performance with Antiquarian made up for Club Do5's lack of strength in the OB position. As a result, the pressure on their Hunter Don X was elevated, and there was no need to worry about maintaining 4 eliminations to maintain the tie. Club SC was seeded for the group stage of COA 6 with the second highest score in the IJL event, and they are familiar face in the international arena of Identity 5 too. Club SZ thoroughly studied the opposition in the Japan region. Their survivors are extraordinary and their character pool is diverse. Group C can be described as a battle of fire and water, a clash of titans, the group of death. The clash between professional clubs of mainland China can be called the IVL Sprint, where all of them have their sights on the ground. As one of the top 3 in the Japan region, Club SZ has always had a strong desire to take the global championship, but in light of their luck in the group stages, only time will tell if Club SZ is able to overcome adversity and rise above the other top IVL clubs. In a clash of titans, it's the brave who come out on top. We can't wait to see what happens in Group C. Finally, we have Group D, which consists of Club MS, Club GH, Club Zeta, Club Wolves, and Club GR. Club MS is representing the Republic of Korea in the group stage for the second time. It's still the same club of veterans, both in terms of players and characters. Their survivors has no frequent roles, and their average containment time is over 80 seconds. Club GH is a veteran powerhouse. They have won 2 consecutive championships in IVC Southeast Asia and represented Southeast Asia in numerous international tournaments. Seichu from Club GH has added Hermit to his character pool, and besides wax artist and sculptor that they are known for, Gojay had added a guard 26 to his character pool too. After bringing in 3 members of the runner-up club of COA 5 in 2022, Elf, KZNK, and Multi, Club Zeta's strength grew tremendously, and they took the championship in Japan's 2022 IJL Summer and Autumn. Their members, Elf and Dolisu, won the FMVP in the 2022 IJL Summer and Autumn respectively. On the other hand, KZNK won the Best Deduction Survivor Award and the Most Popular Contestant Award in the IJL Autumn. Club Zeta is definitely the strongest and most eye-catching club in Japan. Club Wolves are the defending champion from COA 5 and the first club to complete a Grand Slam after going pro in Identity 5. Their hunter, Alex, has a very diverse character pool, abundant experience and attention to detail, which make them want to be watched. Their survivors, on the other hand, adopt a rare dual command lineup as former triple championship winner and Grand Slam club from before going pro. Club GR's legacy is still thriving, and they never cease to innovate. PPX Dream Witch still linger in our memories for most of us, and Super Richard's X-Boy is no more the personification of a tie. Club GR's survivor lineup revolves around AK selection. The first match on April 8th will be between Club Wolves and Club Zeta. Familiar foes meet again in the group stage, and it will be the match to watch for all players throughout the world. All 3 professional clubs in Group D are formidable COA veterans, so will Club MS and Club GH, the non-professional local champions, be able to catch their professional counterparts off guard and grab some points? The results of the group these 5 clubs form is a mystery. Mainland China is a formidable tournament region and has taken the COA champions 5 years in a row. Will they be able to maintain their dominance for another year? After 2 years of turning professional, the Japan tournament region has also become a formidable competitor for the COA championship. Will they succeed this time and make COA history? Well, the clubs from NAEU, Southeast Asia, the Republic of Korea, and HKML and TW are non-professional clubs. There are still powerful clubs that often take the limelight in the international arena. These non-professional teams always bring exceptional lineups and outstanding performances to the stage. So will they succeed at breaking new ground this time? The battle is at hand. Get ready to rumble! What kind of sparks will we see in the collision between these 20 diverse teams? Let's look forward to enjoy Call of the Beast 6 together. The group stage begins on April 7th. We'll see you there.
Spectres don the robes of lies, singing the song of shepherds. When a dream shatters in a trap, or fail wind on the run, doomed to be exiled and buried over and over again. When decisions become blades, when lies dictate everything, only by reaching deep into the soul.
Will redemption come?
The truth is an endless sea of darkness, and humanity resides on an island known as ignorance. If I knew of the madness waiting beyond the door, I would have never gone on a voyage into the unknown.
I heard the scene was as tragic as the others.
The ancient texts point to the city of stars, Providence. And the shepherd I have yet to meet is long gone. That night, I had a dream. A new opportunity broke the deadlock. They heard my calls, the organization behind Halsey. I know now that they are not mad. They are searching, pathfinding, and calling to him. From then on, this recurring dream grew clearer every night. They truly understand my existence, and I yearn to be with them.
Returning at last.
Under the endless darkness, the mountaintop ritual is our final call.
With steam dense as a veil, and wine sweet as honey, one can't help but relax at the hot spring. Return to basics. Surrender restraints. Relinquish thyself. Like the eagle plummeting straight down, lusting for lambs, hating all lamb souls. Bathed in the spring, we drink. We worship. We indulge.
On that night, the blizzard laid waste to the plateau of Lane. She brought light before my corpse. She could have told...
改めて日本地区代表がすべて決定しました。
IJL では2連覇できたので、あとは COA を優勝してグランドスラムを達成させます。
今回の COA では僕たちスカーズが新しい時代を築きます。
I'm really excited. This is the moment of the year that I'm always looking forward to. For me, it's the COA season.
Okay, oh wait, up just like a Learjet. It's about to be a real mess. I walk in like they my house.
Team B4U's goal, we are striving for top 1. We truly believe we can get there.
Don't put your feet on my couch. I'm just saying.
我哋一定會揸住晉級嘅機會。
ในฐานะตัวแทนแชมเปี้ยน IVC โคน ACA เราก็จะพยายามให้เต็มที่สุดแล้วก็จะไปให้ได้ไกลที่สุดเท่าที่เราสามารถทำได้ครับ
觉吧。
不管对手是谁，其实我们来到这里就只有一个目标。
我觉得我们不用再证明些什么了，只需要专注每一场比赛就行了。
第5人格神韵的呼唤6全球总决赛小组赛。Welcome to the 2023 Identity 5 Called Base 6. This is a group stage of the global final. 2023年第5人格 Called Base 6開始。トーナメントグループ戦の配信へようこそ。在这场全新的会战中，新的好戏已然开场。来自6大赛区的20支战队已经站上了通往巅峰对决的舞台。身处广州和东京两地的他们已经严阵以待，时刻准备着再破险阻，会战群雄。下面就让把舞台交给东京会场。Now let's follow the camera to see a live show in Tokyo. それでは東京の世界渡しましょう。
ご来場の皆様、そして生配信をご覧の皆様、2023年第5人格コールオブザアビス6ワールド決勝トーナメントグループ戦の日本東京会場へようこそ。 Welcome to the Tokyo venue of 2023 Call of the Abyss 6。 輝かしい星々が集まり、最高峰の栄冠を競い合います。勝利を収め宇宙の果てまで輝くのはどのチームでしょうか。それでは各チームの代表にご登場をお願いいたします。まずは韓国地区代表Unknown MS。 Welcome MS。次に香港、マカオ、台湾地区代表リアライズドリーム。 Welcome RD。 続いて欧米地区代表 B4U オメガ。 Welcome B4U OM。そして東南アジア地区代表グッドラックハブファン 02 Welcome G8 ZT 最後は日本地区代表アクシズウェーブ、フェンネル、リジェクト、スカーズ、ゼータディビジョン、ウェルカム、アクシズウェーブ、フェンネル、リジェクト、スカーズ、ゼータディビジョン。戦いを繰り広げる未知の宇宙での壮絶なプレーを思いっきり楽しんでいただきましょう。それでは中国杭州会場へ移りましょう。Let's turn over the camera to the Guangzhou venue.
下面让我们有请来到广州现场的战队代表登场。Now let's welcome the teams who have been on the live broadcast in 广州。それでは杭州の戦隊を呼び込みましょう。有请 ACT 战队 ，Welcome ACT。有请斗舞战队 ，Welcome 斗舞。有请 FPX 朱雀战队 ，Welcome FPX CQ。有请成都积极战队 ，Welcome 成都积极。有请 GR 战队 ，Welcome GR。有请 GW 战队 ，Welcome GW。有请 RB 战队 ，Welcome Reborn。有请 WBG 战队 ，Welcome 微博 Gaming。最后，让我们欢迎深渊的呼唤舞全球总冠军狼队 ，Let's welcome the COAVI 5 defending champion team Wolves。帷幕已经拉开，盛典即将迎来高潮，让我们共同期待2023第5人格深渊的呼唤6全球总决赛小组赛的舞台上，谁能战霸传奇，登临巅峰。では2023年第5人格COAVI 6決勝トーナメントグループ戦開幕です。Now let's see who will fight the glory legend and become the champion on the group stage of the global finals in 2023 Identify COAVI 6. The battle just began.
Global Finals Group Stage Day number 1. How exciting was that show just now, right? And you know what? I'm gonna be introducing my co-caster, the one and only Posh Spice. Will be your duo for today. How are you doing today?
I'm excited. I mean, the poses are in, the players are ready. They gave their intros, they gave their mission statements coming into this. And as Eli said, you know, it's in the air. It's COA season, group stage, day number 1. We're going to start things off with a bang with our first couple of matches. And I'm excited to share the mic with you, Nell. And let me get your thoughts. Like, how did you feel seeing all that? It's so surreal with how far COA has come along. This is you've started commentating in COA 5 and now it's your second year. I mean, it's just growing at this point, right?
Exactly. Like, you've seen all the shows. They flew all the teams there. There are 2 venues, one in Guangzhou for all the Chinese mainland teams. Then there's one for the non-Chinese teams in Tokyo, Japan. It just shows that there's so much going on, and the scene is only growing bigger and bigger. And I'm just so excited that we're still here. Like you mentioned, it's been a long way. All of you guys are still here. And yeah, I'm just really excited to share this mic with you on this annual event.
Yeah.
Pleasure.
Again, it's COA 6. You know what? There's a lot of storylines, and we're gonna find out which team will be the ones. We'll be following each journey, right? Will it be the story? Which story are we gonna mainly follow? Is it gonna be the defending champs Wolves? Is it gonna be the return of GG? Is it gonna be, you know what, GR coming back and continuing their four-peat, or like they've had 3 in a row? Or are we going to see, you know what, an emergence of a new region? Because Japan was so close getting to the finals last season. And, you know, we still have other regions as well to look out for. So I think, you know what, this is chapter 1 of their journey. And I cannot wait for the matches to get started.
Exactly. But before we go further ahead, we are going to be looking at this post right here. It's been posted. You're supposed to post your work with the tag hashtag COA6 Global Support. Mention the official account at Game Identity 5. And you know what? There's going to be 3 lucky supporting prize for 3 winners and 1 a costume, a prize for 1 winner as well.
Yeah, you gotta love the COA season, right? The season of giving for Identity 5, and they have everything for illustrators out there. Also, the story star, hashtag my story with COA, and also officially tag the at Game Identity V, or leave your story on the tweet comment. Again, recall a special moment between you and COA. Is it you watching it? People that are watching now that were at the venue last time, you know, or anything involving COA. Just do use and take advantage of this, because again, giving away some season 5 essence 5 and also season essence, we're giving 10 of them. So again, this is again, it's COA is always just a celebration, not just for competitive, but for the different subsections of the fandom of Identity 5. This goes for the fans, this goes for the illustrators, this goes for the cosplayers. So do take advantage of this global festival event.
Exactly. And speaking of stories with COA, I'm just glad that everything has evolved until this point. You can see there's definitely such a huge difference from being on an online event, going to the offline. The hype is there. I can imagine how hyped all the players are. And regardless of how the standings were when they came into, I'm pretty sure everyone is going to give their very best. And yeah, let's just join everyone to give our support to the teams that we support as well. Anyway, Posh, any thoughts about any stories you want to share, or special moment between you and COA, if you want to share?
Well, it could be my first, where I shared the mic with Grizzly for the first time, because being with someone, I mean, I was following his content and I was sharing the mic with him. It was such a surreal moment. There's also, you know, just sharing the mic with you and sharing the intense plays. I think one of my favorite ones is when GG won it and broke the streak of GR. That was back in COA 4. That's when I shared the mic with Grizzly too. Again, there's just a lot to mention, and hopefully we can hear your stories, and you can see our stories on Instagram too, because we posted a story, me and Nell. If you follow us on Instagram, we were asking you guys who's gonna take the first match. Is it gonna be GG or RC? So do follow us on IG for us to get your thoughts also. And shout outs to everyone in the chat. That I'm seeing Giselle, I'm seeing Shero, I'm seeing a lot of familiar names, Nell. So any shout outs you want to give out, and any stories you want to tell for Call of the Abyss, basically.
Yeah, shout outs to Keihu as well, amazing Wuchang artist, a dedicated Wuchang artist, as well as Asado, Erica, Giselle as well. I see Ronnie, I see Jinko, but Hanako and Chiu, the very regular viewers, I'm pretty sure I see them every single time. So very, very faithful fans to the game.
Yes.
And yeah, I'm just really glad everyone's still here. This is like our annual gathering, right, Fox? Like,
for sure.
This is where we gather.
I also want to give some love to F2P Tiger. We also got Emma Woods. We also have Cherub Tan, like you said. Who else we got here? There's just a lot. Midara. Veronica's here. Oh, Veronica, let's go. Veronica, you can catch her on the mic soon. So yeah, again, an annual gathering, an annual celebration. It's COA season, baby. I'm so excited for everything. But as we mentioned, what's your favorite COA moment, Nell?
The first time I did COA, I was kind of overwhelmed because, you know, being on stage with you being one of the veterans, the one.
Okay.
Okay, I don't mean to make you sound like, but you know what I mean. Like, you were my idol. Grizzly was my idol. And during that time, there was also Ziora, Grizzly. So I would say that it's really memorable because through this game, I met so many different personalities, so many new friends. And I think this is the reason why I stuck with Identify for such a long time until now.
Okay, and now we're moving on. Sorry, it's a bit of technical difficulties. Right now we're looking at the rankings, folks. If you notice, there's Group A, B, C, and D. We do see the... I mean, I hope you guys have also looked at Eli O's video if you guys need some help when it comes to the apples, because we do have that in-game event where you can, you know, get some apples out of your predictions here. We will be seeing the clash of Group A and B, and then later on C and D. But so far, no, I mean, thoughts on this? Because I think Group C is just a murderer's row of who's who. That could be even top 5, top 4, if ever. But yeah, what are your thoughts on the Group C? Group A, B, or C?
ABC, I would say it's just really, really tough to put certain teams above, because, you know, when they come online, from online to offline events, anything can happen. The human spirit is something that we cannot gauge at all.
Ooh, I like...
打完预闪赛之后，然后我们确定了我们的对手，4个对手嘛，朱雀和 GW 我们比较熟悉一点，然后就是多花时间了解了一下 RC 和B4U 嘛，这两支他们的一些战术呀，或者他们的一些角色，就使用角色，还有一些套路什么的，就是做了一些准备在里面，然后比较有信心。
やっぱり、優勝向こうのシードとなってるぐらい、優勝チームとしてやっぱ強いので、なんとか、一発目からなんですけど、なんとかギリギリ勝ちきれたらなと思ってます。
让我们有请成都竞技。
All good, guys. Day number 1, jumping through a little bit of hurdles here, but the point of the matter is we bounce back. And we're back at it again. We got GG on stage. It seems like they'll be doing the surviving. And I'm super excited to talk about this matchup because this is the first time we're actually going to see GG using the new meta. Who's going to be the antiquarian? Who's going to be able? Is Xiaoma going to be able to handle this new meta? Because the last time we saw it was last year. So this is going to be very interesting to see. We did see 18, and also PP Sha. My goodness, I mean, he has been improving so well as a survivor. But mind you, if you guys haven't seen COA 4, he won COA 4 as a hunter main. So now he's on the survivor side, and I'm excited to see what he has to offer.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they've got a plan with PP Xia. I mean, he's been proving himself not only as a formidable hunter, he's also a really awesome survivor as well. Plays a lot of psychologist, barmaid, and mind you, Posh, even a wildling.
I miss that meta. I miss wildling meta. Shout outs to Good Job Man. He's always gonna say it's always a meta. But we're gonna. I mean, we've talked about a little bit of GG, but RC though. This is going to be very telling because Aka here, he likes using Hermit. And in Chinese meta, you don't necessarily use Hermit. And I don't know if he's going to force that meta upon GG. If he's going to, because usually round 1 Hermit, if we look at his stats here, RC Aka likes using Dream Witch. He also has the Hermit. He also has a Clerk and a BQ. But his Hermit was the most used in the qualifiers.
I mean, what can I say? He loves his charges, man. And, yeah, I mean, Hermit's he is a pretty good hunter because he slows down decoding. That's number 1. Number 2, you have a guaranteed stun as long as you hit opposing polarities. Like you hit one with the blue polarity, you hit it with the red one. So that's a guaranteed stun. And number 3, he has a skill where it's like Eye of Sauron. You can just, yeah, you can end it in a location further away. So it's like a blink, right? So I would say he's still pretty good, but it's just unfortunate that a lot of survivors have figured out a way against the polarity plays, which means that it can be a pretty tricky situation to get a survivor down pretty fast.
Yeah, especially if, like you said, voice comms, they're able to, kind of negate the polarity plays. He's done a really interesting thing where he removes the polarities when he's about to down someone just so that they won't share the damage and then continue on pursuit. But if you do that, it's so tough because you have to admit, Hermit without the Eye of Sauron, without any presence, it's so hard to get the first down. So you have to rely on Blink, you have to really rely on catching the survivors off really tough spots. So I'm nervous for RC at this point now because I really want to see Hermit, but at the same time I know what's at stake because they're up against the a Call of the Abyss champ here in the name of GG.
Exactly. And speaking of nervous, a lot of the viewers are also nervous. Yes, we were back from the realm of the shadows.
Yes.
Like Josh pointed out. Wale's doing great now. We found our voice. And
we found our
voice from the Abyss. The Abyss is not gonna stop us here. Yeah. So thank you so much for the guys, for all you guys who are still here and supporting us, and you summoning us. We heard your voice. We came back. And
yes, exactly. We're back in the game.
Exactly.
We were embalmed. We weren't
embalmed. Embalmed back to the main stage right here. But you know what? Back to your question. I do share your worries with Hermit being played a lot by Aka. And the thing is, GG, I think they had their fair shares as well. They practice against meta hunters, and Hermit is one of them. Playing around with polarities, like what I mentioned before, is going to be the key to winning in case Aka goes straight for Hermit, because the moment they rotate their charges in accordance, like not everyone changes polarity, they change in accordance. So if that happens, Aka will not be able to down a survivor fast, regardless of what polarity he uses, red or blue. Because no matter what polarity he uses first, rest assured, GG's survivors teammate, they will already have someone ready to switch that polarity.
True. And I'm pretty sure they did their homework because, as we mentioned before, GG has not seen a competitive scene until they won IVL Autumn. So that was last year. So all they've been doing is just getting ready for COA and watching in the shadows and being able to study the matchup. And I'm pretty sure if they did their homework, they're gonna try to at least prepare for the Hermit, if not try to like kind of how would I say, like shadow ban the Hermit by like going for picks that are terrible for Hermit. So it's gonna be very interesting to see how GG's gonna approach this match, especially since this is the first match we're gonna see of the group stage. Two regions clashing, two powerhouse regions in China and Japan.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen also, besides the pick of Hermit, we've also seen a shift in meta where from the Survivors side, there's also a rise in the use of Antiquarian, right?
Yeah.
So we have yet to see GG using it. We have yet to see RC using it. So I would be very interested to see if they actually gonna make use of this meta, because in the score sheets, in the history itself, they've used everything. They've used the Wildling, they've used the Thief. So I'm pretty sure Antiquarian is also a very viable choice.
Especially now, like if you guys haven't seen any of the qualifiers, they have a dedicated Antiquarian player per team. And Antiquarian make or break. Like we've seen some plays in some regions where it didn't work out quite well, but when it comes to the China and Japan region, yeah, they're in agreement that Antiquarian is a threat you don't want to like look past. Go near a wall, go for a 2-hit stun that just prolongs the kite for 30 more seconds. Very game changing. So in my eyes, I think maybe if they're gonna pick someone, maybe make Kuchao use the Antiquarian. Since he has a fair history of using Dancer and Acrobat, so he's pretty good with that. But you can make a case also for PPZ and 18. PP Shah, he's more of the rescuer kiter type, so I'm not sure who would be the best when it comes to OBing. Since if you use the Antiquarian, it's like you have to be a little more braver than using forward, like since you have to get in slowly and then you able to get the strikes on. But as we see it, we're gonna get some picks and bans going.
Wow. Banning Fiona, and what caught me by surprise, the first appearance of Antiquarian in Koa Global Stage. GG's gonna pick it up straight away alongside the Seer. So I really like this play. They have the support, our support, they have the Harasser, and I think the next few picks are gonna be like Mercenary 1 and either a Patient or an Embalmer. It really makes a very strong play since the Psychologist Barmaid has been banned. So I guess Aka is really committed towards playing a Hermit at this point.
Oh, like you mentioned at the start, just a tease of it. GG using like ultimately every character in the roster, going into Thief, and this would have taken a lot of people by surprise. But they're known for using a Thief in their lineup in the form of 18. So I'm excited to see him use this Thief, especially there are good spots where you can set up the flashlight just to blind the hunter in those windowed areas. So, wow, look at that. Survivor attributes. I love this new graphic. More on restraint. That's what I wanted to bring up because they're not necessarily... They're more on support and OB at this point. Two harassers, if you give it that, and one rescuer and one support. So this is a very scary lineup. I wonder what Aka is thinking at this moment because he usually goes for that Hermit.
Yeah. And the ability of the survivors to keep changing according to meta. The adaptability is just amazing because you know what? Kuchao has been playing a lot of kiter sort of players like Dancer Barmaid, and now he's just switching towards Mercenary, which is supposedly PPZ's go-to.
Yes.
PPZ is supposed to be the one playing Merc a lot, FO a lot, and now because of the switch in roles, he's going for Antiquarian. So it's good to have survivors with adaptability because hunters will have no idea how to actually ban in accordance.
Yes, and usually if they know that one survivor is known for one thing, they're gonna either go for that survivor or not even contest if they know they're good at kiting. So it seems like Aka's gonna lean into this Hermit trend that he has been going with. So this is gonna be very interesting, Nell. I'm gonna ask your thoughts. Hermit in Chinatown, how do you feel about that?
The one thing about Hermit is his ability to stun, ability to slow down ciphers, and the ability to catch up to survivors and once he unlocks his first presence. So in Chinatown, rest assured, he's very mobile. When he's on top of the bridge, he can use his Eye of Sauron.
Right. Let's call it that, shall we? Let's call it the Eye of Sauron. Okay.
Yeah, for sure. And whereas for GG, I feel like the only person with mobility is Mercenary. And so I feel like they are ready for close quarter combat with the Seer, with the Antiquarian, and with the Thief. So
Makes
they're very
sense.
close to it. Yeah, they're not trying to run away, transition. They're not trying to. They're trying to combat him. They're trying to combat him with this pick.
That's actually a great way to build this up. Our first match, and it's already a last stand type of moment. They're gonna stand their ground and try to go toe to toe with this Antiquarian. Again, it's a 4 versus 1 game, ladies and gentlemen. So with this Hermit. So this Hermit has to be very careful, especially with the support, and knowing that the Owl can come at any second for him to, bait out a basic hit and prolong the kiting even further. So when it comes to first targets, are we gonna go for Seer first? What do you think, Noel?
Anyone is possible, but the thing is, the first kite has to be really strong, because the moment they get injured beyond reproach, then there's no way for them to actually heal up in time, because again, this map is quite big,
right?
And they don't really have the mobility. They have to they have to find each other to heal up. So I would say if Aka goes for, he can go for anyone, to be honest. He can go for the mercenary, which is in the middle, make him waste a little bit of pads before switching towards the seer, or even go straight for the thief. Because the thief, it doesn't matter if he uses a flashlight, the charge is enough for him to catch up. The stun is enough for him to catch up.
And note that we have all flywheels except for Kuchao, who does have Tide Turner, Aka on the detention, a teleport trait to start off. Again, it's a huge map, like you said, and yeah, picking anyone is actually good because he does have that time, since he can control ciphers early on. But Aka seems like he wants to make some get a few steps in before connecting, and the connection is gonna happen. So this will buy him enough time to get the first chase going now.
Yeah, he's already connected the ciphers in the middle, just trying to corner them into sites where it's advantageous, where they cannot. They have to transition away. So you can see that 18 as the thief has already rotated further away. Aka has no choice. He has no idea where the rest are at this point, where there's transition to, and he's found the second worst target, the Antiquarian. He's just gonna move away.
Yeah, but that's the thing. Look, ciphers aren't moving as fast as you want it as we hit the 1 minute mark, so it's totally fine because we've noticed that 1 minute mark and it's already like 2 ciphers are about to be done. So Aka's still it's still okay. He just needs to find the right target, and it seems like he's found the mercenary, which you mentioned at the start. Let's see if he's gonna make Kuchao waste some elbow pads, or if Aka is even gonna try to commit to chasing the mercenary.
It hit!
Yeah.
Wow, it actually hit, but now he's gonna use his pad to rotate away. It's really unfortunate that it hit, because he would have been able to gain more distance. Kuchao's just gonna drop the pallet. And based on how fast the Hermit breaks the pallet, he'll be able to gauge what build, what persona that Aka's gonna bring. So it's rather slow. Probably 3-6-12? 3-6. So Kuchao's gonna be stunned. The last one's gonna be used. Oh my god.
Thing is, Mercenary is sharing a charge with the Seer, and now he's just gonna take this hit. It's totally fine. Again, gaining that presence is gonna be good. We're gonna see if he's gonna change connections, which he is, and drops down. So the chase continues, and this is how, ladies and gentlemen, the Hermit can slow down the game, because about to hit the 2 minute mark in the game, no ciphers have been popped, and now a teleport is gonna be used for him to find PP Shah.
Oh my god. Again, hitting PP Shah. He's just making the right calls so far. Mercenary has no more pads. He's at 25% damage. So he's totally fine with just leaving him. But fortunately, Posh, Kuchao has actually found, before going back to decoding, he's found a football. So, well, he would have a little bit of mobility. But Eye of Sauron, oh no, it did.
Tried to go through the window, through the building and through the structure. It didn't quite work out. PP Shah doing a great job, but he's gonna drop right down below him. He's gonna get a blue charge. He's gonna share that damage with the Mercenary. And mind you, he also has an owl to use. No blink available. Aka's gonna have to chase him on foot. He does not get the hit there.
Yeah, a little bit too impatient with the blink. Sorry, with the hit. The misswing allows PP Shah to rotate one more time, but the charge is ready. Oh no, he missed again. Why?
Yeah, very uncharacteristic here. Yeah, Aka usually has his wits about him, but PP Shah doing a great job containing, forcing the break to happen. This is possibly another transition, and he's baiting out the owl to be able to be used now.
He got greedy there. He should have just stunned straight away, because now, oh my god. Yeah, he's gonna buy some more time. He's gonna buy some more time. Drop the pallet here.
And look, the stun doesn't even matter. PP Shah's playing a beautiful game, forcing him to loop around, and now he eats another. One more hit, he will be falling down, but Nell, he's gained another owl in the process. PP Shah, potential MVP in the containment time so far. 4 ciphers still remain, but not 3 are about to be done. Here we go, I have Sauron. Oh,
my
a little
God.
too early, waiting for the owl. There's not much he can do here. There is a pallet. Can he get to it in time to drop?
Oh my god. Yeah, he avoided. He managed to buy some time with the ult, and that's exactly what matters.
Whoa!
Oh my god, the swing again.
Baited the swing, and now the dungeon is revealed. Akka is still trying to down PPJ, and he finally is able to get his first survivor down. Mercenary is injured, so it seems like maybe the Thief and Antiquarian have to heal him up, or they go for that rescue. But what an amazing kite. That was almost a 5-minute, well, a 2-minute kite on PPJ's side.
Exactly, amazing word right there, especially with the another owl being gained. 18 has to be the one to come. PPZ is actually gonna come and support as well, I think. The Thief will be able to take 2 hits, so let's just see how it's gonna play out, because they're definitely gonna wait for Kuchao to finish off the
Flashlight play, Antiquarian here for the support. My goodness, the thing is there's no Tide Turner. He's gonna eat that hit. PPJ is safe. Antiquarian now buying enough time while that Cypher is moving. 95%. PPZ seems to be the one that is going to be chased next, but the jump through the pallet.
Oh my god, GG's playing this so well at this point. Akka is going to get this hit. Oh my god, but the Prime allows him to run straight away. Even after getting hit, he ran straight away.
That was a beautiful time of that Prime. I mean, usually you'd wait for the hit to happen to register, but they primed, they hit, so it's even a longer recovery time for Akka. So Akka still has to find one survivor to negate the 5-point game, and now he has a sight set on PPJ. PPJ does not have an ult to use just yet, and Akka still has to chase on foot. He has teleport and detention now, so he's gonna have to use this right.
Oh my goodness. He is gonna find 18, but again, it's so annoying to play. Oh my god.
There we go. All right, so at least getting the stun onto 18. He tried going for the flashlight plays, but that was that didn't quite work out the way he anticipated it. Now they're trying to open up the other gate. They know that teleport was used, so it's gonna buy enough time. But Kuchao, he's actually hiding here. They do have Tide, so they're actually opening both gates now.
Exactly, because it's been connected, so they have no choice but to open it. But yeah, now they're... Oh my god, are they really going
They're gonna try to go for it now. With less than 60 seconds left on detention, and they do have a Tide Turner to use. The Mercenary gets hit in the process, and they could gamble it all here. My goodness. God. They tried gambling it all. This could be Akka's opening.
My goodness. I totally get that Mercenary still has Tide Turner, but the thing is he was 25% injured.
He was. So this could be the big opening for Akka, because I mean, oh my goodness, the Seer is here. The Seer's gonna try to siphon an owl. Antiquarian, he's gonna get some stuns going. Seer gets the save. Thief able to get out of the rocket share. Antiquarian, both gates are open. Antiquarian's gonna get a hit. They're still all up.
Yeah, and they're not even leaving yet, because right now detention is over. Mercenary still has Tide, and Akka has to chair. Has to chair really far away. He has to chair the Antiquarian further away, or just drop him on the floor. Yeah, that works. And he has to catch the Mercenary at least, because if the Mercenary gets the rescue, oh my god, it's gonna be a 4-man escape.
Yeah, Mercenary does have a syringe. That's not gonna be good. Gets the stun, and now the owl able to provide him more support.
Wow.
Kuchao able to live another day to kite longer, and now he's gonna try to make a beeline for the other exit gate. He's gonna get stunned. Can he recover in time? Dungeon is here now.
Yeah. Look at PPZ. He's running so hard, but Akka has teleport up. He's just gonna teleport back. He's gonna pick up PPZ, and now Mercenary is on the ground. I really admire GG trying to get that 4-man escape, especially with Mercenary up. But I think they kind of overplayed their hands a little here.
I think it could have been a 3 escape, but Akka rolling with the punches, just playing some defense with the overextension. So now what's the play here? Mercenary's trying to heal up. They still have their self-heal about them. And at this point, Akka just needs to sit on the lead here. Thief is already healed up, so it seems like Thief might have to take this chase, while PPJ might go for the rescue. But holy smokes, this is unfamiliar territory for all of us, because usually after detention, the game's almost over. But it seems like the games are just beginning.
Exactly.
Oh!
No, he misses the Eye of Sauron again. And Mercenary's up. Okay, this he got himself an advantage, but GG through careful planning.
Watch out.
Gucci has to be really careful not to get hit.
He does. Mercenary can actually tank a hit. 18 is here. Everyone is up now. Akka has to defend. He's got to choose the right target. And it seems like the Thief, but he's at full health. He has a blue charge as well. He's all trying to buy enough time. He's blocking the gate. He's blocking the pallet for Akka to go around.
Oh my god, this is so... This is such a beautiful play. I think they have no choice. They have to go with a 3-man escape.
They do, but holy smokes. Thief is hit, but no, that's fine because he's fully healed up. But what a game now. What a way to start off the group stage.
Exactly. And it just goes back to what we've been talking about in the beginning. GG is not planning to run away. With this pick, they are ready to take it to close quarter combats. That's exactly what they did. It paid off in the end. Despite the rocky end game there, like, oh no, all according to plan. We wanted to get that outcome. But man, oh man, that was incredible how, I mean, Akka was so close to getting at least the tie, right? But for him to get at least one is great. But a lot of people in chat are also agreeing they might have overplayed their hand. They might have wanted a little more, but that's what you gotta love about GG, folks. This is their first time using the Antiquarian meta, and this is them sending a statement that, yeah, you know what, we want IVL, but we're not resting on our laurels. We want to win KOA again and be a two-time champion of Call of the Abyss. And what a way to start it off. What a way to start it off, indeed. And mind you, PPGA, 3 owls in a row. Akka definitely has to ban Seer after this if he wants to continue playing the Hermit, if it's not banned. Because PPGA, crazy second owl right during direct confrontation. Third owl, we missed it. We missed the third owl.
Oh god, the Mercenary, yeah. I didn't know he was siphoning that owl. The action was just too fast to call, and mind you, I'm super excited to like watch this back and try to analyze like the rotations that they did and how they were able to look. I mean, we know that Chinatown's a huge map, but they were able to close the distance real fast. Imagine if they had a Priestess or someone with better mobility in this game. It's only Mercenary that had the best mobility, and we didn't even see the Mercenary use his Tide Turner. So it's crazy how well-rounded they are. And if anybody had any doubts with how they played this, or if PPGA, like, he's adapting well to be a survivor, like, I mean, MVP PPGA, like, here, this was just incredible. Because usually he's playing Mercenary, he's playing Patient very passively, but him on the Seer though, holy smokes, almost 200 seconds of containment time.
Exactly, and closely following behind his Kuchao as well. Mind you, Paul, she actually finished using his pads in the first minute of the game. He used up all 3 pads. He spared no expense. He finished up everything. And mobility was a no factor for Team GG. Going into the middle game.
Like you said,
well.
Like you said, you know what? RC had the right game plan coming into this: chase the Mercenary and try to exhaust the pads, then teleport to the Seer. But let's try to recall RC's moments there. Yes, he was playing defense, but I think the lights were a little too bright for him. The Eye of Sauron was a non-factor. He's got some really good those polarity stuns, right? He was able to get the Mercenary right away, and he got clutch moments. But if he's able to refine the Eye of Sauron skill, this could have been a different game. This could have been a tie, I believe, because there were 2 huge moments where he tried to go through the building, the structure. Didn't quite work out, but I mean, if he's able to land that, we could have been seeing a different outcome. So maybe it's just Akka's way of warming up. Who knows if this merits a ban, but I'm just excited that we saw our first game with Hermit in the Call of the Abyss stage.
Yeah, exactly. And not to mention, it might just be stage jitters, because you see not only did he miss the 2 Eye of Saurons, he also missed basic swings. He also missed the first skill charges, and it gave PPGA so much time. So I would say GG is completely in the element. They're playing like they always do, confident and stable. Whereas I think Akka is the one having nervousness, but if what you said is correct, he's probably gonna warm up soon. And in round number 2, it's probably gonna be a different story for RC's Hunter.
Yeah, and usually in looking at the stats that we made now, RC's main point getters, or their offensive line, is their survivors. So I think now it's the survivors' time to be able to step up and try to, you know what, kind of put at ease Akka's performance and try to tie things up, or at least get a 5-point game. but easier said than done because coming on stage, Xiaoma, one of the highest Hunter MVPs in IVL, and he just has a plethora of Hunters. He does not have a Hermit. We did not see a Hermit in the IVL playoffs. Who knows, he might bring it out, but considering the stakes, he might just go with Dream Witch, Bonbon. It's anything that can get a tie for them to get an easy win in round number 1 to solidify their victory.
Yeah, I mean, just judging based on his win-loss ratio, that's 12-3. That's very impressive.
Right.
Yeah, but let's just put a pin on that because right now we are going to be introducing you to RC Survivor, the first Survivor, Ivory. Wow, leaning towards decoding, my kind of player, Posh.
As a Postman man, you love that. He's gonna give the hearts. He does has a lot of escape probability and also decoding. He also uses psychologist. He is the main antiquarian player, so we have to worry about him. So he might not pick up the decoding and might go for the stuns. And let's talk about Kairu now.
Yeah, he looks really happy, really happy. Oh, he's like reeling in the fishes. He's like, we'll reel the victory in. No worries. It's good enough with the 1K. We're just gonna try and tie this, or at least try and make it a draw so that they don't lose too much points in the first game. But 100% escape probability. He probably smiles so much the Hunter just gave him way out.
The thing is, this is actually their sub-survivor. It's usually Soba, Ivory, City, and Alphar. So Kairu coming into this is very interesting. I think they might have an interesting strategy to use because Kairu is known for the entomologist, dancer, and psychologist, which are pretty... Well, dancer might get banned, entomologist might make her way in. But let's talk about City, because if you're talking about rescue... Oh, he's playing rock, paper, scissors, Rochambeau with the camera. He's solid as a rock, like he throws. Here we go, rock, paper, scissors. Play it with him, chat. I lost. I lost. I threw the rock. But you know what? I just have to call out in the qualifier match, he had such clutch rescues with a mercenary. And what you pointed out, Nell, to point out a really good mercenary is how well they use their elbow pads. And City has not wasted an elbow pad yet.
Nice. I'm definitely looking forward to seeing more rock solid Merc. But right now we are gonna try to not sober up and drink some soba. Sorry.
Okay.
So we're not trying to be soba, but soba. Wow, flexing.
The guns. Look at the cuts.
Wow.
Oh, registered weapons there with the guns.
Oh my God.
There it is. Feel it. Feel it. Do you know what that's for? That's it. That's all the muscle from using Prospector. And a panda is here too. Let's go, RC. So,
nice. Prospector main has muscles. Do you guys agree, guys in the chat?
Prospector mains have muscles because they throw the donuts, bro. They throw it with that one hand. That was his donut throwing hand. Xiaoma, though, all business. He knows what's at stake. He wants to be able to carry on the momentum of his teammates, right? He wants to be able to just solidly get the victory here. And with the Hunters on screen, with the Bonbon and the Wax Artist, he could definitely do that. But also he has a Dream Witch. He also has a lot of Hunters, so they have got to be very careful.
Yeah, I mean, Breaking Wheel and Bonbon is definitely his go-to hunter, but this map is also very good for Spider, right? So Soul Weaver might also be what he's aiming for. Best of one in Chinatown. Bonbon works too, but Soul Weaver is also pretty good. But since he does not have that many bans, survivor bans, he might just probably go Bonbon.
Yeah.
In this game.
I guess he has more options, right? Depending on how RC wants to play this, he can definitely shift up his strategy if it favors the Bonbon, if it favors the Soul Weaver or the Wax Artist. But yeah, he has notable wins. Remember, this is the Xiaoma is the hunter that did get wins over ACT and Wolves twice. Wolves, regarded one of the best survivor teams out there, he's won against them twice in the playoffs and in clutch moments, and they only get stronger. So I feel like Xiaoma, he's ready to go. The question is, how is RC gonna deal with it?
Yeah, with smiles, that's for sure, because they've been nothing but smiles. And going up against GG, that's not an easy task. Like what you mentioned, they are former champions of COA, and I'm sure they have a hurdle. They probably have a hurdle, but they will have a game plan to counter, like what you said, Kairu being brought in early in the stages. Something's cooking. I feel like they're gonna amaze us.
I wonder, exactly what is that, right? There's Kairu coming in all smiles, but behind that smile is probably a game plan to trump Xiaoma. So
yeah, antiquarian.
well, as you said, the antiquarian is usually used by Soba. That's why he was all rock paper scissors. He was playing the mind games with us. Imagine oh my gosh, if antiquarian and Prospector would come in. Oh wait, sorry, Soba Prospector. My bad, with the arms, right? So it's Ivory on the antiquarian and Prospector. That's gonna be tough to deal with. And we have not seen Xiaoma up against the antiquarian meta. So this is going to be very telling, especially with Japan antiquarian meta, because Japan, the way they approach picks and bans are way different. They like focusing on individual skill and like really trying to counter instead of going for the standard plays. So this is going to be very interesting. It's one of my favorite things about Call of the Abyss because it's styles clashing.
Exactly. Styles clashing is exactly what we're looking for. As you can see, they came into this tournament with different statements to make, with different coming from different backgrounds, different regions. But coming here, it's just a celebration, right? Like, and it's just an excitement to see how their playing styles is going to translate into meta that's going to be used by us, that we're going to be using for our advancement as well in our own servers. So I'm just really excited to see how RC is going to be dealing with them, because so far, until now, they don't look stressed at all.
They don't, but I'm pretty sure once the game loads, it's going to be all game face on. But yeah, I think they're just, again, like you said, it's celebration, right? I think they're just happy to see the crowd. They're happy to be performing and representing their team and region. So, but once the game loads, I'm pretty sure it's just going to be all business. And we're starting to see glimpses of that. You know what? Kairu being more in the zone. And you can see the tension backstage here. This is the locker room or the holding area of RC.
Yo, look at
That's
him. The rock sign.
Let's use that. Okay, so the rock on sign, use that emoji, chat, if you're for RC, and for GG, I'm guessing a panda. So I want to see the chat flooded with the RC hand sign, the rock on sign, or pandas, just to show your support to both these teams.
Exactly.
Since like you can see the crowd, they got their posters out, they got their fan signs made. Look at that, they even got dedicated posters. That's so cute.
Exactly. Yeah, so as what Tosh has mentioned, panda emojis for Xiaoma, because that's what he needs right now at the stage. And RC, the rock on sign. I just love how sporting they are. Yeah, they're just having fun, and yeah, I'm just glad we're having fun here as well behind the screen.
True. And while we're looking at the chat, I think Joggy just came here. Again, big shout outs to people that are here. They're talking about the Night Watch, which is very interesting. I wonder how the Night Watch will fare in tournaments. I've only seen certain gameplays because I've been studying more of like the meta we have now. But what are your thoughts on the Night Watch now?
My thoughts on Night Watch, I think it's pretty strong in terms of he's able to hasten his move speed. He can pull the survivors back. He can actually leap through pallets too. So a little bit of the Legion skill coming in.
True. Oh my goodness, that's true.
It's kind of scary, but once you get the hang of it, I think people are gonna learn to deal with him, like how they're dealing with Hermit now.
Yeah. Usually it's the hunter. Until they find the best way to deal with it, it's just so hard to figure it out. And it took how many Koas to figure out Dream Witch, right? It took yeah, and Dream Witch, this is probably the least we'll see Dream Witch in the Koa season, but her reign of terror began in Koa 3, and we've seen it since glimpses of it in 4 or 5. 6, I don't know how prominent she would be, but yeah, I mean, it just takes, Breaking Wheel, right? Yeah, a couple seasons, right, till they figure out how to use them. Then Flywheel came in, then people learn how to deal with it. Wax Artist still very stable. The one way to deal with it is ban Wax Artist. So, but now when it comes to Night Watch, I'm excited to see how it'll come in, but probably in like the IVC or like the tournament IVL this year and IJL. Because we cannot use it. But we see a lot of panda emojis in chat already.
Yeah, shout outs to you, Kat, Zero, Princess Pasta, Sheriff Tan, Ghost Investigations. Woo. Antonio, Angelina. Shout outs to all of you who's like, oh wow, that's even
Yeah.
a glass
Mike.
of water.
Yeah, Mike Mort. Big shout outs. Gotta stay hydrated, guys. Gotta drink some water every time the glass emoji comes on. That's actually a reminder for us also to kind of pace ourselves, Nell, because it's only day one. We got a lot of commentating to do.
Exactly. But you know what? It's always fun to do it because the teams are so interesting to watch. And the fans and friends in the chat as well. And not to mention, yeah, everything's just in a good place right now, Posh.
Yeah, it is. It is. And, it's just so great to see the fans on stage and also everyone in the chat as well. Just a celebration. We always bring it. We back, folks. Back from the Shadow Realm once again. Let's go. We've been talking to you guys in the chat. Nothing's gonna stop us from this match. Xiaoma doing an excellent job. We're just waiting for the visual confirmation of the match. But yeah, holy smokes, what an intense match so far. It seems like it might be a little bit delayed here, but he just landed a terror shock on the mercenary. Again, it's a little bit delayed on our end since we're still trying to look for the visual here. But female dancer might expire in just a bit. Mercenary is just on that rocket chair since we're on that. We're still trying to gather our commentary table here.
Yeah, new skill unlocked. New skill.
Predict unlocked. The future.
Predict the future. I like that. Another skill unlocked. Chat commentary. Thank you guys for those of you commentating with us in the chat. Yeah, we're still alive, all well and fine, but it doesn't look that way for RC because Bon Bon by Xiaoma. I mean, I don't know about you, but in YouTube, it's crazy. He's butchering them left and right. RC's still fighting though.
Yeah, for sure, because I think the most they can do is try to negate as much the point differential from really swinging in GG's favor, because it's very tough. Now that they have one survivor now and potentially another survivor can come into the process, it's looking like they just need to go in triage mode and try to salvage as much as possible and just go for a tie just to negate as much points as possible. So that's going to be the moral victory for RC over here. And yeah, we just have to wait for the match to come on.
Yeah. I like what Nano said. They're professionals. Doesn't mean they don't make mistakes. And
yeah, for sure.
Right. Yeah, that's exactly right. Because the only thing that separates us with them is they work well under pressure. So the moment that one crumbles and you make that slight mistake that the hunter capitalizes on, that's when. Yeah.
And you also have to realize, like, let's say like the power rankings, right? GG is on a hot streak winning IVL. Xiaoma has defeated the likes of ACT, the likes of Do5, the likes, yeah, just the titans of competitive Identity 5. And RC, they didn't make it to the finals of their recently concluded IJL, but this is how they can test the waters. And I think it's good for them to get the hardest matches out of the way already. Because if you think about it, now they know what they need to work on, since they know that, all right, this is how GG is, this is their strengths. Let's improve as the group stage keeps moving on. And for them to shoot for at least the tie is definitely a moral victory in their, I would say it's a good victory in their book.
I'm pretty sure that's what's going on, but honestly, minimizing the gap between the two teams in game number 1 is it's still very important to minimize the gap, because once they go into game number 2, I always say the same thing. They'll be able to come back from whatever happened in game 1. The absolute worst case scenario that absolutely cannot happen in best of 1 is when you allow a certain faction to get either a 4 escape or a 4K. And that's when the score gets into like 7-2, 6-3, or 8-1. That's when it starts to crumble in the next match. So they actually have to avoid it. And fortunately, I think they've been able to avoid that kind of calamity here in game number 1. At least it's not non-salvageable.
Yeah, it's definitely not the biggest point difference. It's 3-1 and 2-2, so I think it's kind of a moral victory in there, right? And we see that they are going off stage already from the visuals that we have confirmed. So still looking pretty good. I mean, people are saying GG's to both teams, so it's still a nice way of being able to solidify their standing.
Yeah. I guess. Oh my god! I actually made funny faces.
You did.
Oh my
god. Can we get someone backstage to help us out? Like, this is we don't have a visual of how we look or the game itself, so we can't necessarily see. So again, apologies for the technical difficulties here, chat. This is again a little new territory. Again, it's day number 1 of the group stage, and you still got me, you got Nell, we're looking at you guys in the chat. We're still with you guys, And this did go in a 2-2. So again, moral victory for RC here.
It looks funny that we're looking at the chat when we don't realize that we're on the. But yeah, it was really fun commentating with you guys as well. Thank you so much. We had this ad hoc arrangement. We should do it again next time. Hopefully in a more formal setting.
Yeah.
Yeah. I absolutely think that Shelma did his best with Bonbon. And again, you don't exactly need to secure, like, it's not a must to get a 4K. As long as you can do a tie, because every survivor teams are actually really they're really good. They're really skilled and prepared for the hunters. It's really hard being a hunter main nowadays, which is why not a lot of people main. Yeah, so I think getting a draw is still very good. Considering the survivors have already done their part. They won.
Yeah, and in this meta, it just seems like, and my analogy here is that the offensive line is the survivors, while the defensive line is the hunters that are trying to just negate points as much as possible, because getting a tie is a win. I recall back to the COA 1 to 3 days where it's a hunter showcase, but this time I think that's why it's a little more exciting, because you have intense plays with the survivors, like the first match. You also have really close matches like what we just saw there. And a tie in its own right is already a win for the hunter, like you pointed out. So now RC has to pull this one kind of out of the fire here for them to extend to round number 3. So it's still going to be a little tough. And you know what, while we're talking, Nell, I feel like this is the best time for us to give those shout outs that we weren't able to give out, because we did give a shout out to Best Illustrator Agnia. I hope you heard that. We also Frankie, I believe. Yeah, big shout outs to you. We see Kino in the chat. We see everyone in the chat. Again, we were with you guys commentating. Again, apologies for the little technical difficulties on our end. We're still trying to solve that. So it's still going to be a fun day today. We were just talking to Chocho a while ago. She's getting ready with her commentary when it comes to the match 3 and 4 with Eli. So still stay tuned for that. We're still like 1,500 strong, guys.
Exactly. Yeah. I'm at this point, I'm just really glad that we didn't do anything funny, like, like licking,
like pick our nose.
Or I was thinking about licking my lips.
I was thinking about taking a bite of a sandwich. Yeah. Oh, hey, Jam is here. What's up, Jam? Thank you so much for tuning in. We got Ghost Investigator. Izzy is. Hey, Izzy, long time no see.
Hello,
Izzy. Yeah, Melly's here. Nano, Bugskin. So yeah, and big shout outs to everyone.
Well. Yeah. Sherry Wine as well. Shiara, Nano, again, Bianca, Agnia, please, again. Where are you? Chantal, if you're still here. Of course, Krisha as well. Thank you so much for being here. She's always here as well. She's quite. And Manny as well. Hi. So I think we're in the highlights section.
Yeah, now we're done with the highlights. So we're looking at the.
We're looking at ourselves. Honestly, this is what's happening now. Yeah, I'll tell you what's going on. We're looking at ourselves in front of the camera now. It feels like we're doing some soul searching.
We're on an island, Nell. We're on an island. Help.
Yes. Soul searching. Yeah. So, thank you so much for bearing with us. You know what? It's been, like what Posh mentioned, it's been 2 years since I've done this. It's been more than that for Posh. It's really awesome that you guys are always here and saying like things. A lot of you said very encouraging stuff, and we just want to let you know, even though we can't respond to everything, but we read them, we kept it to heart, and we really appreciate it. You really made our day.
Yes. And thank you for the support. Thank you also for, there is some criticism also for us to improve. And again, we want to be able to, improve as casters, improve the community, improve ourselves also. So again, we welcome that. But again, if you guys are, it has to be constructive, right? Especially when it comes to teams, because you got to pay respect to them since they are performing at a super high level. So again, criticism and like open discussions are very welcomed. I know Joggy also gives his opinions, Invisible Jong as well. We appreciate that. And the way they construct it, it's really good because it's helping. That's what we want to do. We want to be able to uplift the communities that don't have a league just yet, for them to, the players to get a shot, because there are some talented players out there that we want to be able to shine the light on and tell a story for. So that's what's gonna happen. So there we go.
Here we go. Like while you guys are watching us doing some soul searching, yeah, just feel free to, eat in front of us because we can't see you.
We can't. I can't even take a sip of water, but yeah.
I can't do. Oh my god, that's so. Wave chat. Okay, hi. I can't see you. Awkward wave. Sorry.
Yeah, but thank you guys again. It's super overwhelming to see the positive responses and see how well we've been growing and also understanding the game itself. And it seems like we're gonna go well. Again, it's a little delayed on our end, but we're gonna go to Ever Sleeping Town. That's gonna be the next match.
Oh my god, I forgot to give this shout out, Posh.
Let's go, give it.
Shout out to Guts as well. Dedicated female dancer. Guts.
Oh, Guts from Berserk. Yeah, I know. I was thinking the same thing. Oh my goodness. Imagine that.
Hello, Posh the match. I'm sorry.
I know. Izzy, what's up? Heart emojis for you too. Sorry, it's just a little delayed right now. We're just trying to fix some technical difficulties.
Yeah, exactly. But you know what? Yeah, we are going to. At this point, I feel like we're actually doing chat commentary.
I know.
It's not the outro. We're still heading into game number 2. So, right now, GG has taken game number 1. We're still waiting for game number 2 to commence, as you can see in front of the screen right now. Yeah, in the previous game, PP Shell was the one making such a huge impact as the Seer. So undoubtedly, Seer has to be banned this round, right? Regardless of where.
Has to. It really has to. Again, they gotta bring it back to that meta of not involving Seer at all. Especially if he wants to still gamble that Hermit, he cannot afford that. So, again, it's gonna be a tough call. We're gonna see what RC is really made of because they are facing adversity in this match. But yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're this is where we're trying to unlock our new skills and further hone it, see the future, because right now we're just doing this based on pure faith. I just love it.
I'm going by our all fathers, our ancestors.
Let's go.
Giving us sight. If anybody from the backstage could give us a hand, that would really help, because yeah, again, we're just talking to the chat here and just keeping everyone entertained. But as we know now, the stakes have been set. GG looking pretty well, winning round number 1. They can actually negate it and go for a 2-0. But yeah, now let's see what's going on first backstage before we continue on. Okay.
For sure. from the realm of the darkness, because we saw nothing but ourselves in that pitch black moment. But Posh, glad to see you now. I can
Oh
totally.
man, we're alive. We're alive. We bought back. We're in the game again. Is it crazy if they're gonna have like a buyback system for survivors if that's gonna be the case? Because that's what happened to us. We were basically just going on pure intuition, but we're back, ladies and gentlemen. We see the visuals already. We see the picks and bans that are happening. Hallelujah. Let's get things started now.
Exactly. It's funny how you mentioned hallelujah, because happy Good Friday to all of you who are celebrating as well in the audience. And yeah, I'm just glad to be here as well. Posh and I have definitely used up our self heals, so if we get down again, we might need you guys to rescue us. But thank you so much for the dedication, and yes, just love you guys, and really happy that you guys are the ones here with us watching. But you know what? Let's just get back to the game so far, because we're gonna see Creature for the second time, Posh.
Dude, GG is just loving the strategy, and I'm liking it too. I don't know. At the moment, we didn't really see it shine, but I mean, they have Prospector involved as well. The Seer, like you said, was going to get banned. Mercenary still up for grabs, but depending on how Akka is going to play this, he can ban that or ban the Patient of Pipicia, since Antiquarian was banned. So now it seems like Pipicia might actually have to go for that Merc or go for something else, maybe an Acrobat, depending on how he feels. So, Dream Witch is going to be banned. I'm not sure since it's Ever Sleeping Town. We have seen Akka use the Hermit again. So the question is he even going to try using the Hermit? Oh, First Officer. Talk to me about First Officer, Nell. Are you a fan of First Officer since we do see a lot of Mercenary bans?
First Officer is a very good choice for people who are great at mind games. But for people who are straightforward, just like me, I'm just as thick as a wood. I just walk straight with hypnosis on. So the hunter usually catch you off guard. But for people who are great at juking, mind gaming, First Officer is a wonderful rescuer after Mercenary, because even if you get hit during hypnosis, or even if you're half health during hypnosis, it activates Tide Turner for 5 seconds for you. So even you get when you're at half health, you're fine as long as you're in hypnosis. You can still manage to rescue. So it's a character that I would say almost a perfect rescuer. You almost guaranteed to rescue almost all the time because of this strength. I would say it's a really good choice for GG.
Yeah, we've seen how well people can use a Forced Officer, and again, the skill barrier isn't too high. You just hit the hypnosis, then just run as unpredictably as possible. But there are hunters that could sniff them out. So it's just insane how they're able to do that. And if Akka has the same foresight that we were able to get, the leveling up skill of him for us to see the future, that would be great. However, his Dream Witch did get banned. He still has usage of that Hermit. He has Clerk also, which is going to be very interesting since he'll be bringing it out, and we're going to see how GG is going to deal with that.
Yeah, I just have to say at this point, GG has no intention at all to ban his Hermit because it's totally ineffective on them. So they decided to go with the Dream Witch, and I really like that Akka did not insist, is not stubborn, persisted on getting the Hermit, because I just have to say, Ever Sleeping Town, it's also a really bad place. It's also a really bad place. And after the trauma that he's experienced in the first game, it was such an obvious tree escape. They don't want to escape. They're committing. It's too much of a risk for Akka at this point. So he has to make something happen. And in game number 2, he cannot lose again. He definitely cannot lose again. The bare minimum has to be a draw, so that Pirates of RC would at least be able to have a chance to come back in the second half.
So it's make or break. I would say Clerk is definitely a lot more stable than the Hermit, like you mentioned. And in a map like this that's very familiar, Ever Sleeping Town, we've seen a lot of matches happen here. This is also another hunter that does slow down the pace significantly, and considering that they don't have a dedicated decoder, it could go in his favor. But the question is, this is GG. They like going all in, and considering that they have a healer now on the team, and just I would say like one technical harasser.
I mean, but regardless, Clark would definitely be a much better choice than Hermit. Clark, yes, more technical. But again, there's also the downside where it comes to being, you actually have to be very calm and collected because it's a very technical hunter. It's even harder to use than a Dream Witch. So I would say Aka, he's still not out of hot soup because the first kite is gonna be very crucial. If GG manages to kite out Aka during the starting phase all the way until mid phase, and 3 ciphers have been popped, I would say it's gonna be really hard. And now without a blink as well, I feel like it's gonna be even harder for RC.
Yeah, no blink clerk with the excitement. So, I mean, bringing excitement, I get it. It's good, but it's really a big gamble too. Because if, let's say, you find like a psychologist, if you find someone else that's not the prospector, you're gonna hold on to that excitement. So you really got to go all out. And we're gonna find out how and which survivor he'll be going after as we head into the match. 18 is in the graveyard area. Aka has already started looking at different ciphers, so this can significantly slow things down. But he's gonna have to keep switching back and forth, Nil. That's the thing.
Yo, and Aka's about to face his next nightmare. It's gonna be PP Xia again taking the first kite. PP Xia's not gonna jump down. No way. Aka's trying to bait him.
Yeah, look at that. He's just gonna chill. He's gonna hang out there, prospect, and now he jumps down. So again, that's just the foresight. He uses Seer. He knows to look behind him at all times.
God, look at PP Xia. He's not even worried. He's like, I jump down, yes, but I don't try and be greedy and make that rotation first. He's paying attention to every single move. Oh my god, what?
Goes for the excitement early on and the flywheel to counter it out, and now gets the stun. Now PP Xia has countered the excitement a little too early, I would have to say, on Aka's side. And now it seems like he is still making the rotation at perfect health.
Xia God, man. That was God move, man. I just have to say, Aka, like, he used excitement really fast, but now that they know he doesn't have blink, it's totally fine. Like, he gets one hit, it's fine. Because he's now towards the middle.
Exactly. That exchange alone, PP Xia again just makes another claim for him to become MVP. Now 18 is actually here for the harassment with a flashlight, and this is gonna be tough. He's gonna have to walk behind the immunization. And this just allows PP Xia to rotate to a part of the map, the graveyard, which can be unbothered. Oh wow, just look at this. Aka trying to moonwalk. Yeah, look at that. He's just constantly.
He can moonwalk all he wants. But he won't be able to use his skill. But I think 18, yeah, he was waiting a little too long at that point. But the realization, you gotta love
flashlight. Yeah, and look, he's just making another rotation, and this actually allowed him to buy another magnet. 2 ciphers have already popped. 1 is underway, and this the window block is just gonna be used right away. He's gonna record the window again, but as we see it, the psychologist has healed. No.
God Thief, God Creature as well. My god, 18 and PP Xia playing this so hard. As far as 3 ciphers about to be done really soon, but it looks like they're prioritizing a little bit on trying to help the injured teammates support transition away. So the support's gonna slow down the ciphers a little bit, but it doesn't really matter because Aka has no pressure on ciphers at all at this point, Posh.
Yeah, true. And now 18. Oh, dude, this is tough. He has to have first down. Now the prospector has a magnet. Excitement's gonna be used, but now he's gonna have to hit right. Oh, able to dodge the hit so far. The thief. Oh my goodness. Getting down 18. Not his first target, but at least he has a target that's down.
Yeah, my goodness. They played it so well. This is why they were the former champions of COA as well. And with the addition of PP Xia transitioning from Hunter, it's just crazy how they're playing this, Posh. Like, after almost 3.5 minutes, the first down finally happened. How crazy is that? 2 excitements have been used along the process.
That's insane. Now that you mention it, we got the first officer making his way to the rescue. Note that creature does have broken windows, so he's gonna try to. First officer eats the hit. Tide Turner is gonna be activated. He's gonna have to choose PPZ. 18, wow, finds that 18 is running to the right, and PP Xia is here to try and OB and support. He gets the stun and hit, actually. So now this is actually a good trade-off for Aka's part, while creature is starting to move towards the graveyard side. 2 ciphers still remain, 1 about to pop now.
Yeah, I mean, this is looking really dangerous for Aka. Again, let's not forget, Aka needs to get at least a draw. If not, it's gonna be super hard. Pipisha! Oh, trying to make something happen, but Aka a little bit too swift with the swings. It's gonna shut down now, but I don't think it really matters because Cypher's one.
Yeah. And Psychologist probably healing up the first officer to get... Oh, no. Healing up the Thief. So probably PPZ is going to have to move on away from this Cypher. That is the one that is almost primed at 92%. But as he was trying to prioritize chasing away that person from the Cypher, able to get the rescue. So it's still a fast-paced match for the survivors, and Aka's still trying to play catch-up here. So this is tough.
My God, and they have 2 survivors on the last cipher. That's how they can counter the recording. I just have to say, this is just crazy, man. They just gonna pop it straight away. They know they have nothing to lose. They don't need to wait for anyone to go down. Everyone's at full health. No one is on their death chair. Posh, Aka is crumbling at this point. GG, overpowering Aka at this point.
PPZ seems to be the one, but man, I mean, it's the first officer, so it's gonna be hard to swing, and he's still holding on to that excitement that served him a little bit. But at the start, you saw that they were able to counter it right away, and Aka is kind of lost for who he's gonna chase next. 18 actually just chilling out in this area. The creature probably putting up he has flashlight plays, and now he's gonna just be the sacrificial lamb most likely, just to get the attention away from the exit gates. But Aka just making sure that he's going to try to catch people off guard. PP shot able to get a magnet. Let's see if he's going to get the stun. The excitement gets popped, and now this is going to be tough. Psychologist is going to be the one to take the hit since she has not seen the rocket chair just yet.
Yeah. Wow, they're really rotating the survivors really well. So the thing is, if Ku Chao's the one going down first, like what you mentioned, that's the first chair, Aka is again forced to make another decision. Cam the psychologist, get a 1k, or don't Cam and allow GG this opportunity to come and do a backdoor rescue, which GG is about to do. They've done this before with against Hermit. They're gonna do it again, Posh, I think. But
yeah, and as you mentioned, they're waiting for the tension to run out. 30 seconds. Psychologist could sit on that rocket chair for full blood rescue. Thing is, though, there's no tide turner for them to be able to guarantee like a safety to go out. And just in about like 15 seconds, that the tension will wear out. 18 is actually approaching. All of them are here. They're swarming like bees, like the entomologist bees. And also the flashlight is still there now. So they're going to try and escort her there. PP Shah, he's going to have a magnet thrown.
But that's very smart of him, though. He recorded an attack animation of him in detention mode. Oh, but again, that's the magnet, so it doesn't matter anymore. Oh wait.
Downs the first officer. There we go. And now he blocks the entrance there, tries to record. Everyone's trying to go for it. Creature can eat a hit. Luckily, it's not detention, but he's going to get stunned by the flashlight. PPZ is down. Mind you, first chair for PPZ, so now they can kind of recover here and try and go for another rescue. So let's see how Aka is going to play the situation out. He's going to try and go for a different rocket chair.
Yeah, Ku Chao can just go towards the... Actually, Ku Chao can just go towards the exit gate and just heal up whoever's going to go and rescue. Heal up the thief or whatever. But it looks like they're not going to go with that plan. Thief is at half health. The question is, do they really want to risk it? Because no one else has tied anymore, Posh.
Yeah, that's true. I think if ever they're going to do that, they need to heal up and they need to... Oh, look at that. The thief actually has an elbow pad to give away. So he's going to try to make the approach happen. But the thief isn't in the best of health. Prospector has to be the one to tank the hit. So Psychologist actually gets heals up and goes down. So it's going to be a 2-person rescue. I mean, this is the very definition of family, that, you know, we either all cross the finish line or no one crosses the finish line, because they're not content with the 3-person escape. PP Shah, he's going to try to draw the attention. Note that excitement is already there. So he has to be very careful. Oh, wasn't able to get the stun. He's gonna go for the hits. Oh, they all hit the rocket chair. The excitement pops. First officer gets an escape, but now eats a hit.
Wow, this is exactly what I don't understand. 2 people covering the first officer, and the hit somehow lands on the first officer, right, Posh? It looks like the pad that was dropped by the thief for the first officer is not gonna make much of a difference anymore. He's gonna die. But everyone's gonna leave, and it's gonna be another 3 escape for GG. 3-1 again, the second time.
My
GG survivors
goodness.
killing it.
They're killing it, man. They cooking something. I don't know what it is, but it's they want to go for that 4-man escape, but you know what? Can you imagine that? Like they want to go for 4-man, and at their worst, they get 3-man. That's an insane team to go against. So GG, holy smoke, setting the bar high for everyone that is participating in this tournament, because they want to really make a statement and say that, yo, we've been in the shadows for a bit. You have not seen us in the qualifiers, but now that we're back, we're IVL championship. That's great. That's good. But we're gunning for that COA title, and RC is standing in their way for now. So if Xiaoma could just duplicate the same type of success, just go for a tie, then we're not even going to see that round number 3.
Yeah, exactly. It's just very unfortunate that RC is being placed in this kind of situation. But I also have to say, like, Aka has actually played to his best of ability. It's just very unfortunate that GG survivors, look at how confident they are with the Thief pick for the second time in a row. And not to mention, PP Xia as a survivor is just too much to handle at this point. First as a seer, second as a prospector. And the Thief, my god, with a Clark, you're not supposed to be able to Cypher Rush a Clark to that extent, but
they did.
Flashlights, man. Damn flashlights.
The flashlight plays, I mean, it was... And we were talking about how the Clerk would have been a lot more stable than the Hermit, but it seemed like against GG, it doesn't matter what Hunter you're using. We're gonna find a way to get at least a 3-man escape. PP Xias, though, like, really stole the show with how well he used both those survivors. I mean, just the first sequence of using the excitement, it was masterfully played. He had flywheel, he goes for the stun, baits out excitement, and that kind of solidified their pacing in the match. They knew that there was a cooldown time on the trait. He knew he didn't have blink. He just had to just keep trying to bait out excitement, and on their off performance to get a 3-person escape. So that's terrifying to go up against.
Yeah. I just have to mirror what you said earlier. It's just scary that this is the standard they have. A 3-man escape is the minimum. It's the worst that they can do. And I'm also seeing some comments saying that they're actually kind of like treating this as a practice game, which is unheard of, because this is like the highest level, man.
Yeah, I don't know if they're treating it as a practice game. They're really trying to go all out. They want to get 5 points. They want to be able to, because the thing is, chat, if you guys look at the point system, it goes with round wins. So it's actually great if you get 2-0. So I think that's what they're trying to go for. They know how strong survivors are, and they're trying their best to get the 4-person, because I mean, the top 4 of the team already move on. Like that's a good solidifying placing for you to at least get further in the playoffs. So I don't think they're treating it like scrims. They really just want to get as much points as possible, and you gotta love the style that they bring to the table.
I totally agree. Like, yes, it might look like they're trying, but I think to call it that would be unfair. Totally agree with you. It's just they're just trying hard to get as much points as possible, because imagine this is just the first game. They still have to face 3 more other teams, and things might not go as smoothly as this one. So every point counts. But ladies and gentlemen, we are gonna see Xiaoma possibly for the last time, because I don't know, like, RC needs a 4-man escape if they want to win this game and bring it to a game 3. But
if they tie, they can still take it to game 3, right? But
they can't.
They can't.
I mean, if they get a 3-man escape,
3-man, 3-man. That's the tie for them.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah,
a tie. Then yes.
So if they get 3-man, they can take things to game number 3. But easier said than done going up against Xiaoma. And considering that you're only banning one of his many hunters, like if you ban his Bonbon, Wax Artist, you ban his Wax Artist, Dreamway, you know what? It's just choosing the lesser evil, if you think about it. But RC, this is their time to, you know what? Yeah, power through and level up and try and go into that plus ultra instinct mode for them to be able to continue on this game for their fans and for their followers.
Yeah, I mean, giving up is definitely out of the question here. You can see just now, I'm just really impressed of the mental state of RC at this point. You can see that Kairu is still with smiles. He's still trying, because I think I think yes, a game when it stresses you out, I think you just play really poorly. When you break down. But RC is just trying to have fun. They're just still trying to cooperate. So I really like that they're showing this kind of spirit, positive mental attitude in face of this adversity. Because I can't imagine taking a loss that well. I don't know anyone that takes a loss that well. A lot of people takes a loss that well, but I feel like RC, they're not afraid. They're not afraid. They're just having fun. They're going all out.
And I think that's one grounding technique for you to be able to not let the pressure get to you, because obviously these guys play the game because they have fun, right? They found joy in playing this game, and now they're doing it professionally. So I think that's one way to shake out the jitters, because you can get tunnel vision if you know what's at stake. So yeah, all the RC supporters in the chat, I want to see their hand gestures, because Kairu, Ivory, Asoba, and City really need it. They need to get 4-man escape for them to be able to go into game number 3 with a little more padding, but a 3-person escape would do. It's just that the points will definitely catch up to them. However, you know, you want to be at your best. And Xiaoma, I mean, I'm just gonna bring up his stats now, because, and this is during the IVL playoffs. Xiaoma did incredible. Like he was 7-3 in terms of wins and losses. The survivors were 6-6. So if you think about it, Xiaoma is actually their MVP, and he's the one that's the more stable one coming into it. So it's definitely a big mountain to climb for our friends at RC.
Yeah, but let's not forget the stats that they are getting now is against other Chinese teams. So this is like against a Japanese team. So if you want to cross compare it, I would say that Xiaoma, the survivors are the ones doing the heavy lifting now, and it seems like Xiaoma is the one just being on the defensive. Getting the draw is definitely more than enough. Like the stats are definitely very impressive, but again, I just have to say sometimes it's not all about winning. Sometimes when you feel that the situation doesn't favor you, or you just want to play, you just want to secure a very technical win. Technically, he's been placed in a technical position by his survivor's teammate. He just needs a draw. So I think it's good for his mental health in the long run, because it's not a one-way thing here.
That makes sense. And you got to protect your hunters, guys. If you're in a team or a guild, you want them to come into the next match or the upcoming matches with the least mental strain. So if Xiaoma can just secure a tie, since his team was able to secure like him enough points to just kind of just aim, just coast and kind of go for that tie, that's all good. Because now RC, I would say in the Art of War, it's the one with the least amount of options to win that has the disadvantage. Xiaoma has so many ways to win. He can win via 3 points, 4 points, or even just a tie. While RC, they need to get this one, because that's how they're able to prolong this game. And if you play with that need mindset or that scarcity mindset, it's gonna be hard for you to perform at your best. While Xiaoma, he's chilling, man. He's gonna cook up something. He's cook up something with that Naiad.
Exactly, Bing chilling. What a no better combo, especially with Naiad. I love the pick of Naiad as well. It definitely cuts certain options away, takes away certain options from survivors, because number one, you can't exactly kite or loop Naiad in the same spot. So I think that's what his game plan is. Doesn't want the survivors to loop at a certain area. He wants to drown them out of the area, forces the survivor to go transitional, and that's where he will be able to catch them out in the open. I think that's what he's trying to look forward to at this point.
And you think about transitional kiting, Acrobat and Mercenary could do that. Dancer's boxes could actually be pulled out if he gains enough presence for him to be able to loop or be able to drown out that music box. So we'll see if that'll come into fruition. So, and just mind you, in our stats, this is a hunter that he doesn't normally bring out. In the playoffs, he has not brought out a Naiad. So I think here he's going to showcase his Naiad. Begs the question, what kind of Naiad is he going to play? We've seen in the qualifiers like really aggressive Naiads, really conservative Naiads. So where does Xiaoma strike that balance between aggression and defense? Because Naiad can play both. Like her camping game is strong, especially with the chair, but she can also, her mobility is really good too.
Yeah, mobility is the name of the game for Naiad as well. I think he wants to go really safe. he could just go for the standard 3-6. 3-6 and probably a little bit point on stun resist. That's usually the very standard build that Nayat mains go for. But here, he's not going for that conventional 3-6. He's actually going more towards... We've seen a lot of this Nayat build. And in the qualifiers, 6-9.
6-9.
So, yeah, so the
yeah.
Very...
And I think that's the best way you could possibly do it. So Xiaoma here, already on that swim, trying to find the best possible target. He's going to find Kairu in the graveyard area, and this is where the dancer could actually light up the dance floor because she could just drop her boxes here, and this whole graveyard is going to be a nightmare to traverse as a hunter.
Yeah, look, he's not even bothering. He knows what his hunter can do. He knows what he can do against a female dancer. He's trying to drown him out. The moment he drowns out, the beautiful pirouette, but he's already drowned out of his. He's already flushed out of his kiting area.
Exactly, and that's what Nayad can do. She zones you out, and their looks already creates a space here. And this is going to allow Kairu to move on away, and he's at 64% humidity. Eventually, he's going to have to step on these puddles, but luckily they disappear. And he's going to drop another one out in the open, so 3 boxes are already done. Kairu now, he's just going to rely on going around this area, but Xiaoma lands the first hit on the dancer.
Yeah, like, isn't it... Like, but despite this... flushing going on, trying to flush him out of the area, Kairu is still successfully maintaining his position in the graveyard, not disturbing other teammate ciphers. And good thing is, at least the 3 music boxes are out, so pirouette is available.
Whoa! He just knew, right? I was looking at the timer, I'm like, uh-oh, is he gonna... Yeah, he's gonna go for it. Yeah. Again, if you're gonna be down, it's good in this area, but maybe not with the dungeon here. Oh god, Soba with the magnet. Is the drop down gonna happen? Oh, he's able to get him free.
Yeah, it's fine. He wanted that. It's fine because he knows that if he drops the survivor down, he will still be able to struggle free. So it's better to just let him stun a little bit because he has stun resist, and then just hit it back. But oh my god, without the blink, Kairu's gonna rotate away.
This is huge. This is huge for RC. This could be their opening. So great awareness by Soba, getting the OB there in support. Kairu has not sat on a rocket chair just yet. Gets a pallet slam. So now...
Oh my god, look at him!
Yeah.
He's like fist pumping. Like, yes! Pallet slam! And I just love that enthusiasm. But he's doing so good. Oh,
yeah, you don't want to get Xiaoma angry. Now he's gonna finally get the dancer down. Prospector's gonna finish that cipher, and this is gonna be out in the open. So mind you, 2 ciphers remaining. There's gonna be detention at the end game, so the camping has to count here for Xiaoma.
Yeah, Xiaoma cannot afford to let this go into overtime. I don't think it's gonna happen though. He's not even gonna camp. Force out the donuts, but oh my god, unfortunately he misses.
I thought it was a little too early on that flywheel, but he was able to get a long basic attack there just to psych out Xiaoma. And you know, him running towards the graveyard was excellent play, excellent awareness of the resources of the survivors, because now Xiaoma put in a really tough spot here because one cipher is about to be primed and the other one is well on its way, and Soba getting a stun once again, but the swim is gonna make him catch up.
Yo, beautiful dash by the way. Soba's gonna be on the chair for the first time. Female dancer has no more box, but it's totally fine. The thing is, they have a last cipher in the grave. City's trying to do... No, City's rotating away. Ivory's gonna be the one trying to fix the ciphers. Xiaoma at this point, he's not guarding survivors. He's guarding ciphers at this point. He wants to drain their resources. I think that's the game plan for Xiaoma at this point. But he has to be really careful though, because you got too much ciphers, you let the survivors run loose and heal up. So that's really scary.
This is like a long-term strategy, right? If you just they play musical chairs, they go one at a time. They deplete their resources, but you have 2 survivors that could actually regain the resources back in the name of the prospector and the acrobat. So now he's gonna focus back on Soba, which was the one to get a blink hit. So spending it this early on could still kind of conserve it for endgame since they do have to go for this rescue. But again, like you said, this is going to allow them. Is he going to camp? That's the question, though.
Yeah, well, it doesn't seem like he has a problem with that because he's gonna chair it right next to Kairu, and that cipher was actually 59%. The other cipher wouldn't be done. Ivory's trying to do the other cipher. Fortunately, RC still has Mercenary with full health and 2 pads, so that might work. But oh no, Kairu's gonna be caught off guard.
That's true. So now it's really just musical chairs. No, it stops there. So I was kind of scared too, but I mean, that's like a boss. Xiaoma just, no, you stop for me, and just constantly changing targets here. This is a beautiful strategy, and now he's gonna chase Ivory out of the primed cipher.
Yeah, is it primed though? Yeah,
91. It's close enough, right? And Ivory able to get the silence, but now it goes through. Oh, nice patience there by Ivory. So it seems like they're gonna try and go for the other cipher while we're still at 92 seconds onto the trait. Ivory's gonna have to play this well. He's gonna have to wait for that cipher to be prime, but no, he still has the basic hit, and now he can go for the pickup.
Yeah, I like his strategy where he consistently goes aggressive, just changes target a lot, making sure everyone sits on the chair at least once. So everyone's on the chair at least once, except for the Mercenary. So it kind of helps him in the late game in the sense because he has no teleport. So the moment late game kicks in, at least you'll be able to chair the person. You will fly straight away and you'll be able to get another person. But now Cypher is prime. Both Cyphers actually. Ivory, if he passes this area.
Now being chased out of the one, they go for the pop. Anyone is actually a viable target here for Xiaoma to just at least tie it. But RC, they want to go for 4-man escape. It can happen, but the tension Naiad is a different story. Ivory does have 2 bombs, 2 slow bombs to work with. Well, it seems like Xiaoma is changing targets, so it seems like he's gonna try to guard the exit gate.
Yeah, I love how he changes target from Acrobat. He knows that Acrobat, even if Acrobat gets to the gate, he would be opening up the gate pretty slowly. So he wants to get Kairu down at least, because Kairu's at last health. But it doesn't change the fact that both gates are being open at this point. Kairu needs to go down.
But Nell, if it's open just yet, I think he switched to teleport. So this is gonna be huge if he's able to. Oh no, it's still blink. Okay, no,
it
doesn't have it. Okay, that was close. But now this is gonna be a 3-1 in favor of RC. So they're able to get the win condition. Kairu has his smile back, folks.
My God, Kairu actually carried that game with his female dancer. He actually carried 3 ciphers in the dungeon in the graveyard area with the 3 boxes down. And I just have to say, if there was anyone doubting him against the Xiaoma, like, they're proven wrong because he's like, he killed it with the female dancer.
He did. The overemphasis there, Nell. I appreciate that. And I think now it's just gonna be incredible when you hear the name Kairu. It's gonna be like, Kairu?
The dancer? Band dancer?
They have to ban dancer. They have to ban. So now we're starting to see how the meta is, and we've talked about the different types of survivors. I just saw you slowly zoom out. The ones that you definitely have to ban. Antiquarian for sure. Seer, obviously, and now dancer. This is another I would say survivor that has made it on the wanted list of bans because in the previous COA, remind me, have we seen a lot of dancers? We've only seen I'm So Sexy. From MS use the dancer, not much, right? So now it seems like the year of the dancer. So you're gonna have to definitely ban that dancer.
Exactly. And can I just say that Xiaoma really took a risk in this game with the Naiad because obviously there's a few other choices he could have went for, like Waxatus, like Soul Weaver. He plays Soul Weaver as well.
Yeah,
it's still okay. So I feel like those are actually very strong choices as well because when a dancer loops you for 3 ciphers in the same area without transitioning, that's saying something.
It is, and just look at the match here. Like only at 7 minutes was he able to get it down. Xiaoma, I think, had an interesting strategy and it could have worked, but I think RC was just a step ahead every time. They knew how to rotate once he would overextend to go for another Cypher. And you got to give up to Xiaoma. He tried a different strategy. He didn't try to rest on his laurels. I think they wanted to get, he wanted to play very aggressive and get a lot down as possible. But I mean, the start of the game, chasing Kairu at 141 seconds, it was kind of sealed that Xiaoma could only go for like a tie at that point.
I'm just so speechless because usually with a Naiad you'll be able to flush the survivors out, but in this case, Kairu just made a very tactical move, like placing all three slow music boxes in a triangle and then just rotating out, jumping out the window, pirouetting away. So I just have to say, maybe GG has miscalculated how they play this, because right now they're no longer able to go for a 2-0. So points are definitely not going to be as high as they would have expected. I would say the gamble didn't paid off with the Naiad.
It didn't. And it kind of, I would say, he really tried to bet the farm with that Naiad to end it there, but it didn't work out well. So, you know, he's got some things to go back to in the drawing board, because we did build him up with his Wax Artist, with he has an excellent Soul Weaver, his Geisha, his Dream Witch. Naiad, I don't know if chat you guys seen him use the Naiad, but this is, again, I watched the playoffs, he didn't use it in that high level. And now I think maybe he wants to be able to show off his Naiad, but what an intense round number 2. So we're going to throw it to some highlights to just relive some moments. So let's check it out.
OK 引っ張るよいいよナイスあ最小限のはじけはじけはじけはじけ外もあるわ
そこまで
いいナイスナイス気をされてる気をされてる
奥じゃあ寄れますよ
よいしょーナイスいいねいいよいやいいよいいダメージだよ
回せるなそっち行くわ
チルさんアイテムはない死ぬオッケーオッケーオッケーシーさん間に合うあらさよし
Ooh, there you have it, folks. Sova, Kairu popping off with the amazing performance that they did. Again, I think they felt the energy of chat. They felt the energy of the people in the stadium, that they needed to at least go for a 3-person escape. And now, I hope that their mindset is round number 3, clean slate. We're gonna wipe the board here and just try to win this round, because ultimately they have to win it in a number of points. Because if they just win it, we're gonna calculate that points, and the point differential, I believe it's just 2 at this point, because it's 3-1 at the start and then tie. Then now they tied in round number 2. So it's still anyone's game now.
Yeah, this is where the situation might come back to bite GG in the butt, because they didn't exactly win against RC in an overwhelming number.
That's what they wanted, right?
Yeah,
they wanted to go for the 5-person, 5-point game.
It was around, I think it was a 3-1 and then plus a tie. So it was 5-3 technically. So it wasn't. So this draw in game number 2 is a huge deal, because RC, they don't need to make anything. They don't need to overcome such a huge gap. If they can get a 3-1, the 3-1-3 survival escape plus a 3K, that's it. They win, and they can definitely get a 3 survival escape, because RC survivors just did it with Kairu's Dancer. So all that's up to right now is Aka bringing his form back, because if Aka doesn't stand up to the challenge in game number 3, RC might not be able to bring it back in game number 3.
Yeah, and I saw in chat Aka Redemption. This could be his time for him to shine, right? And if we speak of redemption, we're not asking him for a 4K. If he's able to tie and let his survivors get the 3-man escape, that's big. And you denied GG of getting the 2-0, which is big in terms of points here in the group stage, because we look at those factors. Round wins and then also point wins. So it's going to be super important for them. Again, you gotta love their style. They really wanted to go like bet the entire farm and everything for them to be able to get the advantage, but karma. I wouldn't call it karma, but it didn't. It haunted them at the end in round number 3. So RC, I would say, has the momentum now because after that game, I think they could just shadow ban the dancer. Sorry, they could. I would say, when it comes to the picks of the hunters, they can kind of shadow ban his other hunters and bring out the Naiad again, since they performed so well up against Xiaoma's Naiad. But it seems like the survivors of GG are going to be on stage, and we're going to see Aka grace the stage of Japan.
Yeah, I mean, Aka really needs to step up, like what we mentioned, Aka redemption going on. Whereas for GG, right, like even though they technically lost the second half with Naiad, and they only got a draw, but they're still in a very favorable position, because if they get a draw in game number 3, GG will still win. Maybe not in an overwhelming advantage, but they will still win with a draw. Maybe not in the advantage that we will hope for, but yeah. Whereas RC, a lot has to happen to come back.
Yeah, there's I would say, yeah, there's still the advantage that goes to GG, since they are the ones to kind of dictate and win with more conditions possible. But I mean, momentum could definitely be on the side. Aka is still going to be the hunter, and I'm sure he's hungry. He wants to get at least a tie and prove
it's not.
It's Shota. Okay, so Aka was subbed out, so my bad. So I thought it was the down. I'm like, oh, okay. So Shota's coming in. If you guys don't know who he is, there is the sub hunter of RC. He has definitely a different set of hunters here, especially towards the late game in the Naiad and Sculptor. So that could prove to be something that maybe GG might overlook. So Shota coming in.
Yeah, but if history dictates, the hunters for RC, they aren't really doing that great during their IJL games, where the hunters in the later rounds, they actually got more loss than wins. They don't even get draws, so they actually secure more wins and ties in the beginning rounds, BO1, BO2. Whereas it's the survivors of RC that actually secures the wins in the later rounds. So having Shota in here and against GG Survivor, I would say, based on statistics alone, it's 3 out of 3 losses in best of 3. Yeah.
So the thing is, I believe I saw a match where Shota played in the early stage of the qualifiers, and they actually played him like in round 1 or 2, and they tried him, and they got the fan sign. So this is Shota's debut in the Call of the Abyss stage. So yes, numbers don't lie here, and they don't. They paint a bleak picture for RC, but Shota can rewrite history and change the story and the narrative. And you know, you see a lot of fans here just rallying behind Shota because he definitely he's coming in not warmed up, because you can say that Aka is definitely warmed up. He knows the pacing that GG survivors are at. So he's gonna have to, once the game starts, he's gonna have to sprint and try to get as much survivors down and out as possible. So stakes have never been higher for Aka. For Shota here. Even though this is group stage day number 1, now they only play 3 matches, or like 3 or 4 matches. So every win counts. So yes, we will have like a couple days where we're gonna see these guys win, play for us and all that. But if you think about it, each individual journey, they need to be able to get as much points as possible, and this is where Shota can really try to pull things out for his team.
I'm so distracted by the fan signs.
Dude, there was this one girl that seemed to have just drawn it. That's so crazy. Did you see that in her iPad?
Yeah.
I was like, wow, the artist and
talented. Yeah. But we also have a lot of talented artists here in Southeast Asia. One day, we might see our team's faces on the iPads. And
I hope so. Let's
maybe
get
the
some
commentators.
As long as I get we get the sport of chat, I'm good. So thank you, chat, again for sending us see, I'm looking at the replay now. Yeah, she was able to draw that. That's insane. Like on the spot, like really fast drawing. I'm visually terrible at drawing, so Again, you gotta love the community again. This is what I kind of look forward to. With the camera is like panning to the audience and just showing the different fan signs.
Can I Photoshop my face and put it onto the fan signs?
Contact someone that's there and like, hey, can you just show this real quick on the camera? I mean, we're already shown on the camera here. I think that's enough. Right?
Yeah, that's enough. Yeah, for sure. Well, you know. Yeah, just to add, have more fun times. But look at Pipicia. He's just like having a really good time. And who can blame him? Because he's crazy in game number 1 as a seer, 3 owls, and even crazier as the prospector. You know, I just love the games, the mind games against an excitement clerk. So I just have to say he's really, really in a good spot now. He's in a good place now. Whereas, like what you pointed out, Shota might not have gotten his warm up yet. So he hasn't gotten his warm up. But one thing is for sure, he's definitely facing a lot of pressure because this is do or die. If he doesn't secure a 3-man and get the advantage for his team, yeah, it's gonna be really hard to come back in the second half after this.
Yeah, I think maybe his main motivation is that he'll get the win for his buddy, his fellow hunter, his fellow duo hunter in Aka. It's like, all right, I'm gonna get this one for you. He's gonna have to. I think hopefully backstage, like Aka is giving him some words of wisdom to go up against Pipicia, 18, all those guys.
Yeah, he's probably like, kapate. You know, like in Japanese, in Chinese, it's probably like, yeah, chayo.
Chayo.
Yeah. You know it best. Or
in Korean, fighting.
Really?
I mean, I just see it in K-drama, so fighting. We'll see.
Fighting.
So here we go. Bans coming out. First off, so he's banning out the Rescuers and the Seer to start out. And Bonbon and Sculptor being banned. Again, those are Shota's go-tos. So might open him up for a Naiad pick, depending on how else this picks and bans are going to go.
Yeah, I mean, I have to say, I saw this coming. Like, they definitely know what's going on, right? They banned out the Chip Hunter straight away. They know Shota's Sculptor is no joke, and then they took out the Bonbon. So honestly, what option does that leave us? Because the last time we saw him, he plays a Naiad, but does he really want to play a Naiad in Leo's memory, where there's an elevation in the factory? Because it's really hard. You saw how RC pulled one over Shelma's Naiad, so yeah.
Wow. Just GG going for a full aggression strat to start out, forward and prospector. We're not going antiquarian here, we're gonna go forward. So probably noting that he might go for the Naiad just because we've seen forward be more of a transitional kiter and rescuer, not necessarily for the stuns. But I mean, GG is known for just, in KOA 4, they had really amazing forward stuns. So banning out the Dancer and Entomologist. So this, yeah, Shota might actually go for the Naiad here.
Yeah.
In Leo's though, in Leo's.
Yeah, I know. But at least it's not as hard as Ever Sleeping Town. Leo's memory, at least, like, okay, if you're at the shack, you get flashed out of the shack. If you're at the Christmas tree, you're at the Moon Gate, you get flashed out. But if you're in the factory, that's a different story though. And Pipicia, GG are, well, they have a toy merchant if they want to play it. Like, it's a good character.
Look at the last ban. No, we got the Thief ban. He knows. Look at that Pipicia. Like, dang, he banned the Thief. Oh no.
Oh no.
Patient. He's still got a lot to work with. Acrobat, Patient. If they want to go full harass, you've got Batter too. But yeah, they might want to go for him. First officer's banned too. He can go for Wildling, like you mentioned. Pipicia also has a Wildling.
Too much. But having a forward with a Wildling might be too much. Oh, the toy merchant. Yes, that's what we're talking about. Toy merchant, like forward uses up the football. Fine. Toy merchant has something for you. And I absolutely love toy merchant because the positioning of the catapults towards the staircase of the factory, so crucial, man. So crucial.
And imagine that, like, Psychologist is so hard to chase early game. She could just transition to the catapult. Forward, could just, like, run towards it, towards the end. Prospector is always a nightmare to chase. So, yeah, this Toy Merchant pick really just ties everything together. for them to be a very formidable lineup. Now Shota's hands are full. We're thinking Naiad. What else can you go for? BQ? He doesn't. I don't know if he has a Dream Witch, but it's really tough considering this. Yeah, go for it.
He's not gonna have a good time if he plays BQ here. Like forward, you gonna chase forward? No. You gonna chase the Toy Merchant? No. So and you wanna go against Pipicia again with the Prospector? He's not gonna run away. You know that GG is ready for close quarter combat. So forward and Prospector are definitely geared up towards that. So if you play BQ, oh yeah, that's right.
Could.
Oh, the left side.
For real?
Mind blown, bro.
Holy smokes. He's going to end it with an evil reptilian. There's a strat we have not seen. This is not in our notes now.
Freaking mind blown, bro.
Holy smokes. Even the crowd is popping off. And evil reptilian? I mean, we were thinking chip damage, right? Because the trajectory that GG was kind of going for was like, okay, Sculptor, Bon. You could still go Wax Artist because he has that freeze, but we're going evil reptilian.
I'm really excited to see this. Yeah, because with PC, okay, this is something some of you might not know about the difference. PC definitely much easier to control, right? You can see where you're leaping, you can see where you're stomping. For mobile, a little bit harder. I'm really excited to see how Shota is gonna do this, but all of them can rotate as well. It's so hard.
Holy smoke! I'm still trying to pinch myself. We have an evil reptilian. The last time I saw an evil reptilian in COA was COA 3, and that was because it was a done deal and they were trying to go for an exhibition play. But this, with the stakes being this high, this could be the unknown factor of Shota coming in. It could go all in, or it could go heavily favored. Yeah, it could crash and burn. It really depends how Shota plays this, because evil reptilian does struggle because in high level you can kind of predict where he's gonna kind of fall down. Transitional kiting is gonna be tough. So yeah, all pressure's on Shota at this point. I'm looking at chat; they're definitely gonna pop off once they see the evil reptilian coming in.
Sure. Yeah, but one thing's for sure, Shota is definitely making history with evil reptilian, and I can see the appeal too, Posh, because in the factory, he doesn't need to vault through the windows. He can just leap through it.
Yeah,
he can leap through it. And not to mention, there's a trick actually evil reptilian mains do. When they jump and fall down and hit, the hits are actually quite faster. Like when you drop down, instead of stomping, you hit faster, so increasing the chance of Terror Shock to happen. But we're gonna head into the game right now. Shota, evil reptilian. I hate lizards, but I love to watch this.
I mean, pinch me now. This is totally new. Like, look how big our boy Lucino is, man. Like, oh, here we go. The jumps are happening. 18. Oh, wow. He doesn't get the hit. Gets the drop on him as well. So great early sequence by 18 as we be in this factory area. So he's gonna keep looping this area. Oh, he sets up a catapult for him to move on to a better part. So this definitely buys enough time, and chat is definitely popping off for Lucino in the chat.
Exactly. That hit was supposed to register. If that actually hit, now he actually managed to get that second. But the forward coming in. Yo.
Wow. And now this, look at that. That stun is so long. Look, 18 is miles away from him already. But Lucino, express service, bullet train, just hopping on over. We're already at the factory. 18 had placed another catapult down for him to get towards the second floor. But like you said, he could just jump it. Oh, and then he jumps back down, but
the toy merchant has the glider.
He's gonna go back. Oh wait, it's the mind games. He's gonna go back and forth. Wow, 18 doing pretty well so far.
Exactly, but
jumps.
Shota knows what's going on. Look at how accurate his jumps are. Usually he would, in this kind of cramped area, he would probably bump into structures, but no, not him. He knows what he's doing. It's not it's not a gamble. He knows what he's doing.
An excellent chair placement outside, just so he has the jump on people. Again, there's a roof on that factory area. Does not want to stay at the basement. He wants to see things in 2020 vision here and see full 180 of where people will be coming from. Full 360, I'd have to say. And PPZ, the forward, coming in for the rescue.
Yo, he's gonna get one hit onto the forward. My god, he has to be really careful. Forward might be covering But it's really risky to try and support at this point. No!
Wow. Prospector. Oh, the blink to the last effort being popped. So excellent call out for Shota there. And he knows that the Prospector is nearby. He's going to try to potentially chase him away just so he can safely chair the Toy Merchant. He's actually shifting his attention completely to the Prospector. Just going to land one hit, most probably. Long hit. Oh, flywheel. And the pushback, too.
Wow. He knew what's going on. So many levels going on there. But, oh my god, careful.
The drop down.
Pisha. Nah,
and now, no more mag. Oh, he's able to get one. And now Pipi-Jha, he's going to try and support as much as possible. Gets the drop. Oh, and he hits the Toy Merchant. Excellent control of the hitbox of Lucino there.
Magical hitbox, I would call that. But Shota kind of got a little panicky. He was trying to do a short range stomp, but he, the structure blocked him. He ended the downfall prematurely. But good cap though so far, because he's camping right next to the forward. He doesn't actually need to camp 18, but he can. He kind of needs to,
Change to peepers. So now he dropped the peeper down just so that it'll prolong the Cypher Rush from happening. Now the Prospector eats that hit. 18 has to be very careful, tries to get the drop down. Pipi-Jha eats the hit, and now forward coming in.
Yo, buying so much distance. Beautiful teamwork going on so far. He has to chair Pipi-Jha, no choice. And now he has to go for PPZ. PPZ needs to be really careful though, because the balls are gonna end really soon.
He does have a pallet just to provide that distance. And now PPZ, he's gonna, someone has to stick in this area unless they have to open up a new Cypher, because 2 remain. And that's actually the last Cypher. It's a good thing Pipi-Jha is on his first chair, so this buys them enough time. But wow, PPZ is really tempting fate here now. He's gonna try and provoke and try and go for the rescue. Note that the Toy Merchant does have Tide.
Yeah, Toy Merchant has gotten healed by Kuchao, so that's a good thing. But now while hitting the forward, he's gonna get... My god. What?
He goes for the forward. It seems like the forward was a little too persistent in going for that. I thought he was going to try to run away, but
it's
now...
not primed, right?
Yeah, it's not primed. Yeah, it was at 70%, so a little questionable there. Now 18 has to be very careful. Tide Turner's about to run out. There's a catapult here. He's going to eat just one hit for him to transition to go towards that catapult.
Oh my god!
Try and buy enough time.
He
jump.
Bumped into the ceiling. Oh my god. He's panicking now. He's doing mistakes that shouldn't be done at this point. But
now, forward is up, priming that Cypher, and PPZ. It's actually Kuchao that is over here trying to prime that Cypher. Tries to go for the drop down, and the peepers are gonna just block this Cypher Rush from happening.
Oh my god, GG's just absolutely phenomenal. They're just like rotating their time on the floor.
Whoa!
Oh, and the flywheel! Oh my god.
But the drop down, so that's actually a good call by Shota. First time we're gonna see the Psychologist onto this rocket chair, and no more Tide Turners available. So it seems like they're a little persistent in pushing this one Cypher since they're not open. Oh, they finally open up a new one. So they're all healed up, Toy Merchant and Prospector, while the forward most definitely will not be in range of this Hunter because he will be dead on chair, I believe. 18 though, gets the attention.
Yeah, he's gonna get hit straight away. Pipi-Jha's gonna rotate straight. I just love how they just... Yeah.
They're all here.
Wow, this is so crazy. They have to make sure this rescue goes
well smoothly, but oh my god, PPZ trying to drop down the pallet. They still have time on that Psychologist. They're trying to prime the Cypher. Gets the pull, but no stun. And now the rescue commences. That Cypher's almost primed. No,
PPZ!
Oh, and another stun! Able to pop it in time!
Oh my god! I think the right play would have been to just put 2 peepers there to slow down forward even more. But he missed the opportunity, and now Cypher's popped. All of them are running around except the forward.
Forward probably is... oh wow, this is his second time on the rocket chair, so a good save onto that forward. And now dropping down peepers here. Yeah, they're just going to go for the exit gate. I don't think they can try and commit to go for more than a 4-man. But so far, Shota, if he's able to pinch out one more survivor, he can go for that tie. Pipi-Jha actually on the second floor here. Are they going to tempt fate? We're gonna find out.
I don't think they should. It's just so crazy. Because if they try to get a 3-man out and they accidentally resulted in a draw, it might not be good news.
Yeah. And correction on my end, PPZ, this is his first time on the rocket chair. Apologies, ladies and gentlemen. So this buys them enough time to open up both the exit gates for a 3-person escape. So yeah, I think GG's got to call GG here. Just get a 3-person escape. But Shota surprising everyone with an evil reptilian. Holy smokes, chat.
Yeah. 3 times in a row. Like, as much as I love Evil Reptilian, he's just sleeping around, and when the pressure kicks in, it really shows. But GG has been playing so stable and consistent throughout the entire 3 games. Like, you saw a consistent 3-man escape, 3-man. It seems like 3-man escape is the standard, golden standard for GG now. And RC, they haven't been able to break through the barrier yet. And the scariest part is, their survivors faction are gonna have to face Xiaoma next
Okay,
half.
so the point differential is a lot, so they can't just tie it, but they have to go 4-man.
They have to.
If they go 4-man, will we see a potential overtime? We'll cross that bridge when we go.
Let's see. It's 3-1, 5-0. If they get 5-0, it's gonna be 6-3. RC is gonna come back straight away. They're gonna win. But if it's either a 4-man or nothing.
Yeah. Wow.
That's hard.
That's
Super
unbelievable standards there, because Xiaoma now learned from his previous round, and I'm sure that we're not gonna see him go for hunters that he's not normally known for. I mean, he still has access to his Wax Artist, Bon, Dream Witch. You only get 2 bans, so it's gonna be a little tough to call for. But as we move on over to the match data here, man, this was a really intense match. Again, and it's just evil reptilian Lucino just being such a high. I mean, it's such a hype hunter to watch. But you can see with the results, getting 1 person down and out isn't the results that RC would want, but it's still okay, still salvageable. But GG still living up to the 3-person escape standard.
Yeah. I mean, this is just pure class, great individual skills. No one so far has kited less than 100 seconds when they're up against the hunter. It just shows so much individual skills in GG. They've definitely been training hard, long and hard, for the day that they appear on COA 6. So I just have to say, individual skills, it's definitely not a matter of the hunters not being good enough. It's just the survivors are just on another level with their individual skills.
That, and also you add the tournament pressure, everything on the line, it can make the best hunters freeze. So I see also in the chat that Shota, with the Lucino, he wanted, we all wanted to see him perform really well, but you have to realize also that Lucino's not necessarily meta, and then you bring that out, and then that just adds more pressure to you to prove that you're really good with the Lucino. So yes, there were some plays there that didn't go his way, but you know what? We're not defined by our falls, but how we get back up. So hopefully Shota, we'll see him again, maybe bring out the Lucino in other standards or bring out other hunters. Hopefully he'll bring out a better performance, because now GG, you know what? That's the last we'll see of them in round number 3. And that's the last we'll see of Shota for now in round number 3. Who knows? We might see overtime. But it all comes down to this, potentially. The RC survivors versus Xiaoma in Leo's memory. So, Nell, I mean, how else can we build this up? Kairu on the dancer? Kairu carry? Ooh. Yeah. Kairu 5 Cypher Kite.
5 Cypher Kites. Yeah, but it's Leo memories this time. They're definitely going to ban out Xiaoma's Bon. They're gonna ban out Bon. They're gonna ban out. What else can they ban?
Wax or Dream Witch? What do you think?
Wax out there. Dream Witch. I think Dream Witch is a
Dream
good
Witch
ban. Yeah, because Dream Witch, you can definitely get a 1K at least, right? Or at least a draw. So it's a really strong player as well. Yeah.
Okay, sorry. Maybe not Dream Witch. What about Spider?
Oh yeah, Spider works too, but wait, they're replacing Kairu.
Kairu. Someone else is coming in. I believe this is Alpha. Alfar. So he uses Embalmer forward Seer. Oh, okay. So now just changing up the narrative here. Not seeing Kairu and Akka for now. We'll see them probably later on. But Alfar, ladies and gentlemen, has been doing really well, I would have to say, in the qualifiers. Very stable when it comes to his with his plays. He didn't necessarily get like MVP that went to Soba, but you know, I think this is the clutch factor that he definitely has to bring to the table for him to be able to solidify a win up against Xiaoma.
Yeah. I just love looking at the fan signs. But yeah, talking about bringing it up against Xiaoma, I feel like Xiaoma, as long as he doesn't play Nayad again, do you think he's gonna go and risk it and play Nayad again? Because I feel like RC has gotten the grip, and Leo memory isn't exactly the best place you can circle anyone out. I mean, you can, but if they play the factory area, it's gonna be hard, right? Like you saw, even Lukino had such a huge problem with the lead catching up, and what more to say, you're a Nayad, you can swim, but you can't jump.
That's true. Yeah, I would not support Nayad pick here, just because we know how the other record of Xiaoma in his other hunters. Like, he has an An. I would definitely love to see his An come out. I would love to see his Wax Artist come out. Heck, even Geisha maybe would do really well. His Nayad just a little it was kind of underwhelming, especially the way he played it in Ever Sleeping Town. So I don't know if they're gonna bring that to the table, but let's head towards the picks and bans and find out which hunters won't be coming in and which survivors in particular, especially since Alfar, ladies and gentlemen, is coming in.
Yeah, Alfar, let's see what it's gonna do. Like a complete opposite of what we saw in Kairu, the smiley guy. Now it's just a serious guy coming in. Everyone looks like they're ready to go to battle for the final time. But can I just say for 1 second that GG again have done such an amazing job of giving Xiaoma the best possible situation. Imagine doing just a 1K and you win.
That's true. That's true. Just go for the conservative strategy here, and I think that's why they picked Alfar. He did use Embalmer consistently, but I mean, Embalmer, if you want to get a 4-man escape, is and you usually get it for ties because he can just self-rescue. So I wonder how RC is gonna play this one out. They definitely need to go all out. It seems like the ban of the Nayad and the BQ, so this actually allows Xiaoma a lot of hunters to go for. That he has the Bonbon, he has the Wax Artist, he has his Spider to use. So interesting, because we didn't even talk about Xiaoma's BQ. Yes, it's good, but that's not necessarily what he's really known for.
Yeah, I mean, I guess they're really trying to go like all or nothing kind of bans and picks.
Or they're hoping he goes for one of his signatures and they've really prepared for it. I don't know though. It's like the one in how many millionth realities that it's gonna go in their favor, because Xiaoma would gladly take his meta hunters.
I mean, here you can use Bonbon for sure. Like Bonbon is actually a great choice here. Like, you get one down, and if no one comes and rescue, hell, you won. You've already won. Because the thing about going Bonbon, if you play against Bonbon with a clean slate, honestly, most of the time, you either don't rescue or you rescue at full blood when it's about to be primed. So that's the key towards playing against a Bonbon most of the time. But here, they cannot afford to sacrifice. So if Xiaoma actually brings in his Bonbon, or at least the Wax Artist, hey, they have to force a rescue, and you know what happens when you try to force a rescue against one of the best camper hunters out there, Guard 26.
Air shock.
Oh shit. Yeah.
Or just just get chip damaged away. So Acrobat is gonna round out the lineup here. So you have one stunner, one rescuer. Embalmer is a decode. Oh, 2 Acrobats. No, I'm kidding. There we go. Oh, that would be a nightmare. Interesting. Again, yeah, you could just if he goes for the Bonbon, you could just go for one survivor and just keep tunneling that survivor till you get that 1K, and that is ultimately the way to win this for Xiaoma. But chat, they cannot rest on their laurels just yet. They want to get as much out as possible, or as much kills as possible, because the points, depending on the differential, it will haunt them later on. If, let's say, they tie with someone else, they're going to go with how many round wins, after how many rounds wins, which faction has the most escape or rescues or all that. So it's still a tough spot to be in for RC here.
Yo, mwah. Is that a kiss sign?
Mwah.
Wow, I like how they interact with their they make some funny memes about the commentators as well. Look at them.
Yeah, just the
Yeah. Okay, guys. You know what? If you guys manage to screenshot one of the ugliest moments I have, yeah, go ahead.
Wow, I feel like there should be a prize for that now. Follow him on the socials to get that prize if you screenshot the funniest.
Exactly.
I mean,
yep.
A wax artist, of course. This is again, Eli did not believe in wax artist last year, but now it's one of his favorite hunters. Super stable. You can't really stun him, and just if you get chased immediately, you're just prolonging the inevitable. You're gonna go down eventually because of how the wax mechanic works. The freeze, it's a guaranteed hit afterwards at full presence. The hot wax plus a basic hit. It's just very overwhelming, especially if your task is to get a 4-person escape. Wax artist is very stable.
Yeah, very stable and scary as well, especially when you have the hot wax. Fun fact, Eli has mained this character and gotten to tier 7 with it. So
he's done a complete 180, man. He's like, oh, another wax artist, but now he's like, yo, wax artist, godlike. Let's go.
Yeah.
RC, we cannot stress it enough. They need a 4-person escape to keep this going. GG just needs 1K for them to be able to claim victory over RC to start off our first match in group stage day number 1. So pressure is definitely on for RC, while Xiaoma and being offered a layup for his teammates offering him a layup. He just needs to just get 1K and it's all over.
Yeah, 1K and over. How like what such a good position to be in. So you know what? Love your teammates. Take care of your hunters. But we cannot also look past RC. They've the survivors were definitely able to get on that momentum on the previous round. So Xiaoma has to play. It still can't take off his eyes. Can't take his eyes off the prize here. So he's trying to look for someone over at the shack area, just blocking off the window, but no one's here. So far, only one cipher is being worked on since they are transitioning away. But eventually, the wax artist will find someone and stick to them like wax. Wow, I like what you did there.
I was gonna say like glue, but like, all right, let's go with the wax artist.
I think Xiaoma kind of chose the wrong route in the beginning. He thought I was gonna find the Amalma towards the shack, but honestly, the only place you can go is either the Moon Gate or the Christmas tree, and unfortunately he made the wrong turn, and it's gonna cost him a lot, because right now it allows the survivor to actually go to the second floor. It allows the Amalma
set up.
It's set up. So are you gonna go and commit in the factory? Because that's what he's doing now, and things are not gonna look.
So far, it's going well for the survivors. He made 2 rounds going back and forth to the shack, so he's definitely bought enough time. Shota, Soba is actually not even gonna go for the window there, and it seems like we're already 1 minute 30 seconds in, and Xiaoma still has not gotten any presence at all. So again, it's not the best start, but you also have to look at objectives here. This constant rotation isn't doing well for Cypher Rush, but accelerated decoding is gonna happen anytime soon.
Yeah, Alpha's just gonna take the kite. He's like, yeah, you know what? No nonsense. Just chase me first, because you have to give a target to the hunter, right? If you want to allow your teammates to, do the ciphers in peace. So that's what he's gonna do. He's gonna take the first kite. But fortunately, his coffin is actually really far away. So I think the strategy is just reborn straight away. Rebirth straight away first time and let the first officer finish his cipher, and then yeah, he's gonna go for the second rescue. That's the point.
Okay, popping up the blink already, and Alfar has to get the basic attack. Choice is, yes, he's gonna wait for, oh, and also he blocks out the cipher from City. So now Alfar will sit on that rocket chair. Now he has a choice to either rebirth or stay on that rocket chair, since it's kind of a stone throws away for him to be able to walk on over, and it seems like he's gonna choose to stay.
Yo, I mean, if he reverse at this point, Wax Artist will have no choice but to go and chase him.
Right.
Like his office at the second floor, right? He will chase, and that will free up the cipher that the first officer was doing first. So he
gets the hit. Okay, Embalmer now gets rescued. Acrobat, yeah, has to move on away. He can't choose to support since there's not much in terms of resources to work with. Embalmer, that's a lot of wax now. And now he just needs a few more hits onto him for him to get that freeze going. And it seems like this is the strategy for Xiaoma. It's not the flashiest, but he just wants to focus on one survivor. And now he's able to get the drop, and this allows him to kind of recover from the freeze.
Yeah, he actually dropped at the correct side, so it's gonna buy him a little bit more time. Embalmer's gonna go down for the second time, but Posh, look at the ciphers. It's okay. I have to say, it's like the weirdest bar progress I've seen so far.
You'd think it's a clerk match or a hermit match. Like, wow, it's a lot. And again, it's the constant rotations, and now this opens up the opportunity for the Embalmer to rebirth, and Xiaoma back to the shack area. Is he gonna choose? It seems like he's switching targets to Ivory while he's kind of hinting to go towards the center. Again, he wants to just down Alfar here since he's already dead on chair, and that's gonna be the win condition. So ciphers 2, 3 are already primed, by the way, now.
Wow, it seems like it might not be possible for RC to get a 4-man here. Embalmer still has a coffin, mind you. So I like how Acrobat rescued, and he copied the survivor's appearance, so he can actually embalmer the Acrobat if he needs to.
True, and he's nowhere near the final cipher, so he can't pressure that. Acrobat is down. He has no coffin just yet. But mind you, you know what? The Prospector and First Officer, who has a tide, can go for the rescue. But this is Wax Artist we're talking about, and Soba. He's just crouching around the area. Oh, gets spotted out.
Yeah, Soba doesn't have tide as well. He has flywheel, but I think it's gonna work pretty fine. No, he has to make sure he doesn't get hit 100%. Yo,
flywheel away from it, and now he's trying to go for the hit. Viper's already primed, has to be very careful. This could be the opening, and they just pop it right away. And now Ivory has to last right the most, and the coffin needs to be used now.
Yeah, he cannot use. He definitely cannot use the blink here. Oh my god.
He teleports right away, chases out the First Officer, and now it seems like, yeah, the dungeon is at the Christmas Gate exit. So it seems like everyone is scrambling. This is a huge turnaround for RC. Xiaoma just needs to get 1, and normally he gets 2 with this Wax Artist, but it seems like he's kind of struggling just to down one of these survivors. Prospector not eating the magnet just yet, and Xiaoma trying to get the freeze. Oh, he's able to get it because he gets the stun, and now the Prospector falls down.
Yeah, Prospector's gonna fall down, but the good thing is, at least First Officer still has a Hypnosis Watch. Oh no, he's gonna put him all the way into the factory.
Yeah, this is tough. Even though the First Officer does have the watch and tide, it's gonna be a little tough to go for this rescue. They can try to wait out detention, but that's, I mean, less than 60 seconds. And considering Wax Artist is at full presence, he can go for that double hit tonight. Oh, he's gonna try to just monitor this area. We do see that Ivory is here. He's gonna try to go for the rescue.
Oh my god, Ivory's gonna manage it!
Wow.
Why? He just needs 1%.
He's gonna go for the drop down now. Ivory is gonna try to block as much as possible. Detention, less than 30 seconds left. And we see that, oh, he's not even gonna focus on Ivory. He's gonna try to go for Soba.
My goodness, Xiaoma playing with fire at this moment. He needs someone to help him. No one is there to tank.
Oh, you're right. And now he gets the push, and Soba just lasting this long. Detention is about to wear out, but someone needs the body block for the Prospector here because he can't afford just a basic hit. Now we see that Ivory is in the area.
Ivory needs to make this count. Shelma obviously cannot use normal attack. He has to use the wax to down both of them.
Yes. And now looking at it, he's only at 50% of his wax, so he needs to build that one up. He's going to try to go for the freeze here. Oh, he gets the down to the Prospector. And this is big. Yep. I think this is going to be it now. It seems like Prospector will be sitting on that rocket chair. The win condition for Xiaoma is to get at least one, and Xiaoma is just making sure that no one is going to interrupt his chairing here. And I think that's all she wrote. Oh, but he gets...
Both gates are open! Is he opening up a chance?
No, but the thing is, he's really... Oh my god, wait. He's going to try to OB, and now Asoba is actually getting a stun. Oh, wow. This is a turn of the events here, and now he gets the hit. Hot wax. Oh, and he silences him as well. They're trying to support him all the way now.
Holy crap. They're doing it. They're making all the way towards the Christmas tree. Oh, no.
But this is reality we're talking about. Can he get it, though? He's going to try to walk all the way. He's definitely a lot closer to that rocket chair. But they're just trying to survive as much as possible. He wants to go to the furthest one possible. City is here. They still have tied in City, so first officer can try and go for it. But the struggle, I think he's going to be able to get it. Oh my god, deja vu!
Oh my god, he would rather risk getting... Oh my god, this is so hard. This is so hard. He's gonna live through. Oh my god.
They don't want... They want to support all the way. The dungeon's already here, but they have to support as much as possible. They're trying to pull off a GG. This is definitely, I think, a rework of the first round, right? The tension is done, but you know what? They're not done. This is the battle here, and now it gets a push onto it.
Oh my god!
City and Ivory are trying to OB as much as possible. They don't have the dungeon. He has to go for Soba, and now Soba so close to actually falling down. The flywheel through, and the wax is able to freeze one of them. Soba is just trying his best to survive as much as possible, but with the support of two of the survivors, hot wax imminent here, and Prospector falls. He's gonna try to whack everyone.
Holy crap, this is so intense, boss.
He doesn't want them to use Tide. That's why he's trying to take him all the way back. Oh my goodness. He's gonna go dungeon now?
He is.
I'm sorry, basement.
He's gonna go basement. Yeah, he's forcing it. The Prospector's gonna struggle for sure. But
now
he's opened both gates.
The back exit for sure. And now he's gonna try to go for the Christmas exit. Oh my goodness.
I think he's just... Oh my god. He has to force everyone out after he downs the Prospector. Otherwise, everyone is at full health. Nothing can be done. Oh my goodness.
This is insane. This is the first time I'm seeing this type of match. This is the first match of the group stage, and holy smokes, the survivors really flexing that they want to get that 4-man escape. It's do or die for RC. Xiaoma, though, just needs one, and you're saying you need one survivor. It's like, yeah, sure, it should be easy, but up against RC, when they're at this state, it's tough for any hunter. And he's just trying to get as much wax as possible, but you can't, you know what, use up all the ammo right here. You need to conserve it, because he still needs to get that hot wax going on just to get the down without using a basic attack.
Yeah, I think what he can do is just keep spraying, injuring them in the process. Build up the wax first, and then activate the hot wax, injure everyone, because the moment someone's injured, they won't be able to body block anymore.
Note that Alfar does have a coffin, so that's just he can get rebirth if he gets down, since he's the only one that's injured. But note that Soba is I mean, he's building up these magnets. I mean, he has one magnet to use, right? And these magnets have been getting so much kiting, and now he's latched onto one. Watch out, teleports, and now he's gonna try to block off the gate. He has flywheel. He's just blocking the gate at this point. Is he gonna try to go for it?
He's not gonna stun. He cannot go. He cannot go, because if he comes closer, the stun will the stun will get him. Oh my god, Soba!
He's gonna try and body block with the first officers. He's gonna try and go for it. Oh, the flywheel through. Soba's frozen, and Soba falls. Oh my god, so close. He's gonna try. No, he's gonna pick up, and he's gonna try to drag him away. This game is gonna keep on going now.
Oh my god, he has to keep going. He has to keep going towards the basement there. Far away from the chair. He cannot afford to have.
Oh, he's gonna go for the chair here.
Yeah, first officer is half health. He can't.
This is intense. Are they gonna go for it? Ivory's gonna try and go for the rescue. This is the second time Prospector has sat on this rocket chair. He needs to get that tide going, but Ivory is going to try to risk it here.
No!
First officer. Oh, last effort popped, and he gets the tide turner now.
That's so weird. He should have just went straight for the first officer. Who cares if the acrobat save the prospector?
Oh, watch out. They're going to exit, and now he's going to get the pickup. Uh-oh. Can he get it in time? And unable to get the dungeon. What a game. Xiaoma able to get the 1K he was looking for, but my goodness, till the very end, RC was fighting.
That was so crazy. He almost lost there if Acrobat wasn't the one who got down. Acrobat should have just ran straight away, right?
Could have, but yeah, just looking at how Xiaoma was just kind of in his chair there, not necessarily celebrating, because that was a close one. That was a match he was supposed to get a tie-in, but RC, GG has won this round, but I think they were able to find a chink in the armor there. That's incredible. But yeah, let's try to recall that moment, because the first officer getting the rescue, that was great. Sobo was able to exit in the end, but yeah, he just decided to go for the first officer. Acrobat could have gotten a hit. I'm not sure. Recall us through your thoughts there, Nell.
Okay, here's what I thought. During that moment, he could have easily just downed the first officer, because tide turner is the key, right? So who cares if the acrobat saves the prospector, because there's no tide. So basically, it's just back to square one.
I'm yeah, I get what you're saying. I'm looking at the first officer. So the first officer actually had a pocket watch. So I think the pocket watch, right? Oh no, he used it all up already. So yeah, you're right. He could have just downed the first officer right away. So he's the only one with tide, and that could have heavily changed the events, because they couldn't force heal. There was no pop to bring up the first officer, and he had no the steel will or like any of the mercenary effect when he uses that. So yeah, I'm looking at it now. He gets the first officer was able to get a clean rescue, and prospector does fall. Wow.
Acrobat, and the weird thing was, Embaumer freaking left the gate. Look during the replay now, Embaumer just left straight away. They think he's giving him the dungeon, but no. If he stayed,
I think at that point already it was just too intense of a moment that maybe comms weren't at their best, because they could have tried to duplicate that same type of that same type of play. And now you see in the replay that Xiaoma's like, that was the game of my life. That was insane. And what a way to start off the group stage. I mean, it was action from bell to bell here, round to round. And I mean, now we got to conserve our voice. How many days do we have commentating this? And if the matches are going to be like this all the time?
I know.
Wow.
It's close to 3 and it's only the first matchup. But you know what? It's okay, because it's so exciting as well. And seeing this is not every day, you know. It's not it's not something you can witness every day like this. And I just have to say, it's just really, really next level supporting. Something that we don't really see enough of in normal games that we see. So I just have to say, RC definitely, GG was playing amazing, but they definitely awakened something in RC, because they came back stronger. And imagine winning by a sliver.
And if you think about it, and thank you, I'm looking at the chat with our casters, Eli. Acrobat actually had a coffin at the gate. So if Embalmer didn't leave right away, he could have resurrected at the gate. And this could have been the 4-person escape they're looking for. So again, it was so clutch. And I think also that maybe that's what Xiaoma was thinking about. So again, in these type of situations, it's just so intense that maybe there's a bit of so it's a little unfortunate. And RC, hopefully they'll bounce back from this, because that was a do or die moment, and Xiaoma just needed one, and he got that one, which was his win condition. But man, look at the time now. Like from the Cypher pop, and then exit gates are open, and look at that. That was more than 5 minutes of just back and forth. From 7 minutes to 12 minutes, no one escaped yet.
Yeah, I just have to say, very intense game. And I also applaud RC for making GG sweat a lot. And normally, like what you said, GG's Hunter Xiaoma is the one that's actually raking in the points, right? But here it seems like he's actually on the defensive, trying not to lose actually. So I feel like it says a lot because being in Chinese qualifiers and now on the green stage where you're facing teams from other regions, you cannot let out for an instant. You cannot say, okay, Survivor's gonna give an easier time for their teammate Hunter. Like, okay, we're just gonna give Xiaoma a good time. No such thing. Both factions have to carry their own weight. Otherwise, you're gonna end up in exactly this kind of situation.
Yeah, yeah. It was again pretty intense moment. Again, it's I wish we had like a play-by-play screen so we could kind of analyze the final seconds there because it was so intense. And I think everyone in chat is also chiming in on the discussion of how RC should have played that or could have played that. But then again, you know what? We're in this reality. Xiaoma was able to get the 1K. Our GG was able to move on with one win on their belt in the group stage. But like you said, they made them sweat. RC getting a moral victory, getting a lot of fans excited for what else they have to offer. So for me, I feel like RC is definitely a team that needs to warm up, and they get really terrifying at the second and third round. Now, I think just a little more refinement, they were able to get that 4-man escape, take it to overtime. That could change things up. But for now, I think they got to rest, they got to recover, and they got to analyze what worked and what didn't work in that match.
Okay, here's a thought. What if the Embalmer didn't leave? And even if they suspected that the Wax Artist has teleport, what if the Wax Artist teleported to where the Embalmer is, forces the Embalmer out? Does the coffin still activate, like in the middle of rebirth?
Oh, you're right. Like while it's rebirthing. Yeah, that's true. Because usually when the Embalmer's out, it doesn't rebirth. But that's interesting. Like in the middle, we'll workshop that now. But we have to give our flowers to none other than PP Shah. An excellent showing of Prospector, Seer. Average decoding at 60, but we're not looking at that number. We're looking at containment time. On average, now this man is pushing 200 plus seconds. Holy smokes. Hunters beware of PP Shah.
Exactly. Best player to have in your team if you want to rank up fast early season.
Just hit up PP Shah, guys. Of course, he just ranks with us.
Exactly. And he even does rescues as well, on average 1.3. You know what? We're gonna head to this Chinese mainland casters doing the interview. Oh, let's listen.
哦，第一场比赛很久没有打比赛了，而且今天还打得这么刺激，两位。
He's saying, "Oh, this is the first, just the first game was already so intense and so long."
本来就是有点压力，太久没打了嘛，手感有点生疏。
Yeah, I said long time no play, so there's a little bit of pressure going on. Definitely pressure.
你好说吗？
我以为是只有人类这边
So
就是打
not
得
very
惊心动魄，
easy
原来是整个
at all.
极限队都打得惊心动魄。本来心情挺
He
好
said
的，
it's
后来
so hard to
心
play.
脏他突然就不想跳了。
Actually, we were having a really good time. Like we were feeling really good, but then suddenly turned into a heartache straight away.
特别是看门战的时候，第一局的看门战，本来我们都以为是个平局了，觉得好可惜，前面节奏那么好，所以后面开门战的时候，大家有一个什么样的规划
MC
和
Lady
打
was
法？
saying at first he thought it was a draw.
其
And it
实
was
最后
supposed
的时
to
候，我倒在
be.
你
We
的
thought
面
it's
前
gonna be an easy
有
win.
点慌的，因为状态都不太好嘛。
But what happened at the end?
到最后还
Said,
好老
oh,
张那个
状
问
态
的就
means
是把我敲
don't
下
feel
来了。
very good. Didn't
老
play
张当时也
the
敲
best
没
of
了，就是
ability.
还是人类配合有点失误，因为隐士那个时候是不敢上电的，因为他没有一刀那个挽留。他如果说上电，我们两个一起吃，就是吃到那个电，他就一刀打不倒人。但是还多少就是第一局有点失误，包括后面有点失误。如果说后面就是我们再配合好一下，第一局和第二局应该是都有很大几会四跑的。
In a nutshell, they were just talking about how they were facing against Hermit, and they didn't. At the mid game, they didn't share the clarity enough. Otherwise, if they actually communicated a little better there, they would have
啊！
got
其
a
实
4-man
如果
escape.
是对面监管者抓到机会，他还真有可能说是把你们再留多一个。所以你们当时就这么拼的一个思路，那个时候是怎么沟通的呢？
其实，在理想状态下的话，应该是一个几乎是必4跑的吧，但是中间还是出现了一点差错。其实那一波是算好了，就是根据上一时间算好了。
They are expecting a 4-man escape.
挂飞之前，那个人是
at the end in a match, always there's something unexpected. Always something unexpected.
想去争一个4跑，
So they
然后
couldn't
中
get
间
the
包括
4-man escape.
救人的规划和卡点的规划都其实规划的很好。就是最后一波，我和188在那个火烈湖那边的椅子嘛，本来挺默契的，但是。结果因为太过默契，都想救人，导致那一波没晕到。那波如果晕到了，应该就是能拿了一个4跑。就是反正就是往4跑去争的，但是有点可惜。
最后就差那么一点点。到了第3局的时候，对方也是打了一个轮换嘛，上来是用到了聂西这个角色。我记得全场的观众可能当时都已经震惊了，包括解说也很震惊。大家在台上有想到他这手角色掏出来吗？然后是如何应对的呢？顾嫂。
当时拿到对面拿西的时候，我人都懵了，因为首先是这个角色太冷门了，就是谁知道对面突然来这么一手，就像我看到肖老师突然从后台走上来换了我的位置，然后套了个律师一样，
这是可以比的吗？
一样震惊！
不要霸凌我，你要霸凌皮皮虾，
就是很震惊。然后那个地图，然后也是对面选的，就是因为我们知道蜥蜴在这个图就是到处乱跳，就
I think they said they weren't expecting to have this map, and when they have this map, then suddenly Shota came in with Igor Reptilian, and then they were just facing the lead.
灵机一动，突然又回头决定收野，所以那个时候我们大家在场上是一个什么样的沟通状况呢？是知道他自己的一个状态的变化。
因为在开门战已经击倒了一个人的情况下，当时只有玩具商能够去贴那个月亮门嘛，所以说那一波其实只能靠我和心理去卡住那个蜥蜴的一个位置，然后通过了一波交流，就是因为他底牌已经切过插眼了嘛，所以通过一波交流去让心理去卡住大门的位置，然后我偷偷溜去小门，
然后
对，因为这样的话再不济也是个平局，我往小门溜，反正小门开了，他们也在点，最不济是个平局。如果说赌到了就3跑了，所以就赌狗的胜利。
还好3跑了，是不是？现在想起来会不会有一点后怕？
因为马
上就要问一下，最后下半场的时候太刺激了。我觉得现在很多屏幕前的粉丝可能还没有来到我们这个赛后采访的环节，因为大家还在场中嘛，所以现在就是要不要回想一下刚才的整个流程？大家在备战间看，我听到你备战间非常安静，场上没有声音了，是当时是什么情况？
我觉得你应该听错了，我那可能就是被消音了。
人均处于一个窒息状态，就每个人嘴巴都是这么看着屏幕的，
就是嘴速就是。
所以最后看到确实的留了一个的时候，大家的心情是怎么样的？
觉得他这一个，我都觉得他不应该留住的，你知道吗？就是看的一个人已经想死的心都有了。
那我们接下来就来采访一下粉丝，看看他的心情是怎么样好了。因为接下来就要进入到我们的粉丝环节，我们现场也有一位成都基地的粉丝来到了我们的舞台上，来，让我们有请他，欢迎这位幸运的粉丝，你好，来。2位选手已经非常激动了，那问一下我们的粉丝，现在心情还好吗？
我
感觉刚出 ICU 还没缓过来。
能感觉到，因为上一局打的实在是太惊险了，所以今天来到现场，这局
How are you feeling today?
有没有什么话想送给基地战队的队员们呢？
打得好呀，下次继续，
还要进 ICU 吗？你是这个意思？继续打得好 ，ICU 就不用了，对吧？
原地踏步可以，但是 ICU 尽量少点吧，
尽量少点，真的交不起的医药费了。那接下来就进入到我们的交换礼物的环节，来有请我们的成都基地的队员们把我们吉祥物手中的这一个玩偶来交到我们粉丝的手中，也是欢迎你们来到现场。
来 ，a gardener。
Wow,
你 got the lucky guy, right? 我们拿着一起看向前方，合影留念，好不好
？The maid outfit.
好的，谢谢大家，也是再次感谢粉丝来到现场，也是再次恭喜成都基地拿下了今天比赛的胜利。接下来即将进行的是我们今天的第2场比赛，我们稍事休息，马上回来。
And there you have it, folks. Again, thank you so much for tuning in. We're going to throw it to some highlights. We're going to be back with our next match. Again, signing off, Watch Spice and Nello Mello. We'll be right back.
OK。いいね。2枚タッチです。これ鬼没ね。オッケー。どうする？待って。
上げて。
オッケーオッケーオッケーオッケーもう一回狙おうもう一回狙おうオッケーもう一回オッケーオッケーオッケー一回入れて入る一回入れて入るいたいける狙える
狙う赤玉狙う当てた
ナイスいける走れいけるオッケー走れいける
自分固まるなこれ
瞬間
いや自分が
ノカ休憩8出るよあと何秒
あとボロ
And we're back, folks, with more Call of the Abyss action at the group stage. We saw an intense match between GG and RC, and GG was able to, get a win over RC. But we're moving on over to our next match. It's a Japan showcase between AXZ and FL. Pod Spice and Nello Mello at your service. Nell, how you feeling about this one? Because Japan region is a very interesting region, and we're going to see a showcase matchup between these two teams.
Yeah, I mean, if FL and AXZ have been watching these games closely, GG versus RC, I think that definitely sparked up their spirit as well. They're probably like, yeah, we're not gonna lose out as well. We're gonna give them the show of their lives. I feel like that's what we're gonna watch very soon. But you know what? Not to mention, I'm actually looking forward to seeing Atto and Lim actually in AXZ.
Yeah, AXZ being Lim being from Sun Sisters before moving on over to AXZ. FL also has PP Cha, and some known names as well. We'll go through that in just a bit. But just to note, AXZ's journey and FL's journey were actually kind of similar in paths, because in the Japan qualifiers, AXZ was the top of their group C, while FL top of the group D, and they just went straight for the victory here. So kind of unmatched. They have not made it to the playoffs of IJL, but they made a huge splash when it came to the qualifiers. So this could be an interesting matchup of survivors versus hunters. But between this match and the previous match, do you think it's going to be the survivors are going to make more of an impact, or the hunters? No.
I think because the teams are so well accustomed to each other, and because they are both from the same region, so I think the data that we have are gonna be more relevant to what's gonna happen, which means that it's gonna be pretty much AXZ is gonna be very survivor-sided. So that means the plays are gonna happen with Atto, Lim, Nian, Toki. The survivor side of AXZ is gonna make things happen. Whereas for FL, I feel like it's more balanced. Both of them are making things happen. PP Cha on the Silent Hunter, we know those names, right? Unp Rory on the Survivor, so we know those names. So I feel like if it drags towards the later games like BO2, BO3, I think FL might have the advantage because of how stable they are throughout the entire rounds.
True. The data doesn't lie, especially coming into the qualifiers. It was AXZ's bread and butter is more the survivor side, while unfortunately the hunters didn't do as well. So we're gonna meet our teams, ladies and gentlemen, starting off with FL, the team that we deem more well-rounded in this matchup, since their hunters can bring things up. And as we mentioned, AXZ, known survivors, known hunters, Rose and Deeming are the ones that will be doing the hunting. So it's also gonna matter who's gonna come in first, but rest assured, their survivors are very game to get like a 3 or 4 man escape.
Yeah, and don't let those smiles fool you, because they are one scary team to deal with. I mean, AXZ versus FL, I'm going to say it's going to be super intense because of how well these two teams know each other. Being playing in the same region in IJL, coming into this stage. Yeah. But we're definitely in for a treat. For all of you who know these players in these respective teams, AXZ and FL, do drop your supports as well, because you know what? We are gonna see, wow, girl boss, hashtag girl
Lim.
boss Lim's gonna make her appearance on the stage with the teammates.
And if you guys don't know Lim yet, we're still gonna showcase one of the most stable rescuers out there, and she has definitely been very stable in any team that she's been in. She's been highlighted in previous games in AXZ. She's one of the foundations of AXZ and how they've been getting a lot of points in. So we're going to meet the teams in just a bit. So this means that AXZ is going to be going first. FL, I wonder if it's going to be Hasha or PP Cha that will be hunting first.
I mean, the usual would be sending Hasha out first, right?
Yeah.
PP Cha coming in the later rounds because PP Cha has more hunter pools. And fun fact though, I am sure you still remember this, Posh. PP Cha being Mr. Worldwide. We've seen him at so many teams, Southeast Asia teams.
The best free agent. Yeah, he's been going around. He's been very traveled, I would say. But his main stay here is in the Japan region. and he's looking to get a victory for his team FL coming into this one. But like we said, I think AXZ, their survivor team, is definitely their calling card and the way they rack up the most points. So hopefully they can set up a good second half for either Rose or Deeming. But now they're gonna go up against the Hunter of FL. So we're just gonna have to see who's gonna. I'm not sure. Is this Pipicha or Hasha?
Hasha, it's Hasha.
Hasha, okay.
Yeah,
So yeah, Hasha comes in with a clerk usually, or the meta hunter as well. Pipicha, you know, sculptor, geisha, BQ, any of that.
Yeah, and mind you, though, stats don't lie. I like what you said, because survivor teams of AXZ, they have yet to lose a single match in best of one.
Right. Yeah.
That's crazy. That's crazy, and so we're looking forward to see if Hasha is looking to break that streak coming into this
Yeah,
match.
that's how strong they are, actually. Now that you pointed out in our stats, they have not lost round 1. And that says a lot because there's not much survivor bans, and you're facing the best possible hunter out there. So I guess when it comes to the picks, we're going to just announce, we're going to go over the team. Toki here usually also is relegated to the Merc if Lim is on the psychologist or entomologist. He is the one that's going the rescuing, and he also has a wildling, so that's a fun fact there. But yeah, very stable. And I think, did he win an MVP? No, he hasn't won an MVP just yet. That was relegated to Rose's Spider and Nyan's Psychologist.
Yeah, as you can see, the win rate and escape rate gotten from the previous tournaments, IGL, it's very high, 83%, 100%. It's very high because their win rate's really high. They haven't lost a game at all throughout the previous league. And looking at the second survivor as well, Lim, you can tell the same thing as well. 88% win rate. Escape rate, 77% win rate. She's just really crazy good with the supports. It's not the psychologist, the barmaid, but of course, we all know that we've seen her play entomologist, we've seen her play the dancer, and definitely from the previous time when we saw in SST, she also plays an amazing coordinator as well.
Yes.
The gun
So, yeah, rescuer, support, whatever you need, you just call on Lim to be able to do that. And like you mentioned, another player that we gotta give our praises to is Atto. Atto, you can see here, has Seer, he has Psychologist. He also brought out a Gardener, which is very interesting. So I wonder if they're gonna go, like, if GG is the Thief, then AXZ is the Gardener. That's gonna be super interesting to see, because I mean, some players, they believe in Gardener meta, and I'm excited to see how that's gonna happen. He's also brought out the Toy Merchant and the Batter, which we have not seen just yet now.
Yeah. I mean, he's the main Kaito of the team, right? We've seen him in action before, just amazing, force to be reckoned with, which is why he's usually the one getting sacrificed, because he all the way until the end game. Yeah, but speaking of another survivor in AXZ, Nyan, with the Antiquarian dedicated player. I would love to see Antiquarian. The rise of Antiquarian is real.
Yes.
And having a dedicated player is gonna make a huge difference in this matchup in terms of just support, kiting. You name it, they've done it. So Nyan,
I just want to add, right, you mentioned that they haven't lost in round number 1 yet. I believe that's because of Nyan's Antiquarian and him being able to bring out the Antiquarian this early. So Hasha has to be very careful for him not to be able to get that, because Nyan has got multiple MVPs. The recent one he got was up against RC in the finals, and when he used Psychologist. And the AXZ did beat RC for them to qualify, and RC actually made it in the wildcard stage. So we're going to introduce Hasha here. These are the only 2 hunters that he did bring out during the qualifiers over at Team FL, the Clerk and the BQ. And so far, I don't think we have seen like a 3K or 4K hunter just yet. It was just the Survivor show so far in the first match that we've witnessed. So will Hasha be the one to kind of change the tides for hunter mains out there?
Yeah, I mean, he's definitely gonna be facing a huge obstacle in the name of AXZ Survivor. They've never lost a best of 1, and Hasha never gotten a 4K. So that's the stats say that way, but I feel like everyone who comes to the offline stage, that when they're on the live stage itself, they just sort of powered up Ultra Instinct. Call it Ultra Instinct, might be.
Yes.
And that suddenly becomes obsolete when they just start performing out of their minds. So we saw that happen GG versus RC. So who's to say it's not gonna happen this time with Hasha against XZ?
So if I looked at that correctly, FL picked the map, and I believe that was Leo's memory. So we're gonna hit round one. Leo's memory is very interesting. So what's interesting to note, Clerk and Leo's memory kind of work. Yeah, it is Leo's memory. Holy smoke! So Hasha coming in hot.
Wow, Hasha. I would say though, the most how do you say, technical hunter such as Clark would play a very good role here in this map. But if he doesn't want to go too technical and he just wants to secure a draw, as in shoot for the moon but you land on the stars kind of situation, I would say BQ is still okay, get a 1k. Because Clark is sort of like, it's either you're doing really good or you're just doing good.
It's those two gears when you're Clark. There's no middle ground. It's either you're doing really well or you're not gonna win this one. So, and this the interesting going for the barmaid ban to start things off, allowing the Antiquarian and Merc to be picked up. Actually, there's supposed to be two that was supposed to be banned, so we're just gonna wait on the graphic to show us who it's the Seer. Okay, so yeah, he's gearing towards that Clerk or BQ, because single hit with the Seer, but I'm pretty sure he wants to bring out that Clerk.
Yeah, I mean Clark's afraid of doesn't want to deal with the owl as well. Like keep sucking the owl out of the hunter. So dancer, priestess, Seer, barmaid. Yeah, it looks like a really strong Clark gameplay, but I'm sure AXZ are already prepared. Look, they're just so ready with the mercenary and the Antiquarian. Everyone's so tanky. So they're just looking to prolong their kite with minimal support and Magician as well. So, wow.
Yeah, Magician also is being very favored, I would say, in Japan meta. And also the rise lately of Magician mains out there. Because again, it's interesting because I know Japan loves their perfumer, but I mean, Magician is also a great substitute, or even a better one at that, with his magic wands, and he's able to at least break some ankles if the hunter isn't paying attention too much on where he's gonna turn towards. So pretty solid lineup. Yeah, and Atto being the main kiter of the team, using the Magician, he knows what he's doing. He still has the support of the Antiquarian and the Psychologist, need be, and also the Mercenary just to go for that rescue. So Hasha, I think, he's just gonna have to go with his gut here and either pick between BQ or that Clerk.
No one's a safe target here.
Yeah, exactly. I wanted it.
Oh my god. Hasha, he goes against Lim. Lim's an amazing kiter as well. You go against Atto, well, you take away the Seer, he has a Magician, and the 3 magic sticks is equivalent to missing a normal attack. But Hasha not going for the Clark route this time.
Dream Witch also is pretty good, but like you said, no, it's still pretty hard. Dream Witch is still just a single hit hunter. She doesn't have cipher control, but depending on how she lands her leeches, she can have map pressure. So it's gonna be tough because based on our data, we have not seen Hasha use. Oh wait, let me check it real quick. Yeah, a Dream Witch. So we've seen how this can kind of bite you in the end. We've seen it with Xiaoma, who we have not seen him use Naiad, and that didn't work out well at all for him. So Hasha coming in here, this needs to work out. He's gonna need to gain respect out of AXZ on a Dream Witch, just so we can bring out the Clerk later on.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, man. It's sort of like a double-edged sword. Like you want to bring out the Clark first. You bring out the Dream Witch, but if your Dream Witch is not performing up to standard, then they'll be like, yeah, you know what? We're not even gonna bother banning Dream Witch. Play it again in game number 2 because we're gonna take out Clark game number 2.
That's true. That's a double-edged sword now that you mention it. But again, like we said before, Hasha comes in round number 1, tries to get as much points as possible. Then PP Cha comes in. So I guess that's their backup plan. But Dream Witch, man, you gotta we said the season of the witch is over. Hopefully that's not the case.
FL, purple hearts, and AXZ, let's go with yellow.
Yellow for, sorry, yellow for
AXZ.
who? AXZ.
It's the color up here. Yellow,
There.
AXZ, and purple for.
Let's go.
For FL. Let's go.
Okay, so here we go, chat. This is a lot of pressure on Hasha's side because we've built up AXZ to be a powerhouse when it comes to survivors. So Patroller Detention Trump card is the build on Hasha's side. So he's going to have to be very mindful of when he leeches these survivors and not spread his attention too far away from the objective of at least getting a tie.
Yo, this is what we've talked about as well. Lim, it doesn't matter if Lim's the first one getting chased. She's also not just an amazing supporter, she's also an amazing kiter. And not to mention, she's on the psychologist.
Whoa!
Oh, what?
Other side? Oh, okay. But at least she was able to eat the leech hit. So now he just has to worry about the Patroller bite. But not the best start for Lim so far. Psychologist can tank those 3 hits, and he's going to try to sandwich her here with a leech drop. So Lim has to have her wits about her.
That's actually pretty smart. She dropped it on the other side. We think that it's a mistake, but it's actually to force the leech hit. So actually rid of the leech hit. So even if she gets bitten by a patroller now, as you see, she gets the 1 hit from spawn follower. It's fine. I get hit. I go into the factory straight away. I can run the factory. I can rotate away, and Dreamwish will have to spend time waiting for the leech to happen now, which is about now. And mind you, even after she's down, she's gonna post another leech hit, and 3 ciphers are about to be done.
And note that her build also is built for actually containment because she brought broken windows and not a tide turner. So I think, they knew that she was gonna be the first target, forcing the drop down to happen onto the pallet and still buying enough time. Oh, jumps through, and now the leech hit connects. But Lim, I would say, doing her job here because they still have Tide Turner in the form of Mercenary. They have some OB support when it comes to the Antiquarian, and now another Cypher, well, 78% on 1 Cypher. So, so far, even start for both teams.
Yeah, I mean, pretty even, but I would say it's gearing a little bit towards AXE because, again, 3 ciphers have been done. It's just that they're leaving the last one, so they're already starting on the 4th and the 5th cipher. Mercenary's gonna rescue here. As long as he doesn't get hit the second time, he's fine. He can come back for the second rescue, or he can just finish the cipher, finish another cipher, and again, wow, beautiful play. Antiquarian can come for the support after he finishes the 50% cipher. So it all rotates really, really well for AXZ now. Lim just cannot fall near his teammate cipher, and
through the window. Yeah, she was doing pretty well, I would have to say, but I think all the pallets here have been used up. There's only this T-wall window that she can use, so now it's time for the Antiquarian to shine. Mercenary at least was able to pick up an anti-curse just so that he can remove that leech, and he still has 3 elbow pads to use. So Taki, being a victim of the blink hit, and now Mercenary will be falling down. He's gonna have to use an elbow pad before he falls down, while 3 ciphers still remain. So this is actually a tough spot for AXZ to pull themselves out of, since this is the last chair of Psychologist, and Mercenary will see that rocket chair.
Yeah, this is a little bit of a slip up. If Oki shouldn't have gotten hit there. If he doesn't get hit, he would have been able to prime that last cipher, and they would have been able to go and rescue. And one person would have already been waiting at the gate. So, but it's okay. I think it's still very minimal mistake. Toki's on the chat, it's fine. Nian is getting bothered a little bit, cannot finish us the cipher, but pallet slam again. Hasha's eating sandwiches left and right, bro.
I mean, AXZ is cooking them sandwiches. Unfortunately, Lim out of the game. 3 survivors remain. 1 is on a rocket chair. Luckily, it's the Mercenary, but Hasha knows what's up. He's on that main body, just waiting for the cooldown to happen. Now he's able to leech the Antiquarian. So you gotta admire the leech plays here. He's definitely pressuring the map, and in return, just pressuring. Wow, the survivors. A nice use of the magic wand for him to just go for that attack recovery. Mercenary is rescued. Last cipher not close to prime just yet, so they're gonna have to play this one kind of close to the chest now. Yeah,
close to the chest indeed. It's just, again, like what I mentioned, a slip up from the Mercenary getting hit there. But they're still not out of the game. As long as Atto is not injured, like what you saw, he can always go and start a new cipher. Antiquarian's gonna get hit right off the bat. Mercenary's just gonna try and remove the leeches. playing against Dreamwish, you have to really mind the leeches before you get out of control, before you get the leeches all over your team. So they're dragging it pretty. They're dragging it more. Starting a new cipher. Yeah, that's what's happening now, right? Already at 25%.
Wow.
Oh my god.
The prediction 2 is like on the money blink hits there for Hasha. And yeah, I think they need to really prepare for that end game and just get rid of the leeches that they have. Unfortunately, Magician does not have an anti-curse. So now it's just the switch between the main follower and the spawn follower of the Magician. So, and he's just camping this cipher to death while they try to open up another one. Magician has to be very careful. And now the Magician falls down. So Mercenary trying to prime that cipher. Is it going to be enough? Wow, they go for it now.
Wow. Such an amazing teamwork going on here. Atto still has 2 magic sticks to work with. Oh no, Atto knows what's going on, but he still has a magic stick. Will he be able to kite out of it? No!
Whoa!
Hasha!
Oh, he's unable to see where he's at. He's able to go up. I'm not quite sure. Oh, the Magician's already on the 2nd floor. So now Hasha losing sight of the Magician. And this allows them to open up the exit gate. He's going to try to cut him off here at the staircase and just try to go for a leech. Dungeon is actually all the way on the other side, so it seems like Atto is going to have to make a dash for it for the exit gate.
Oh, he didn't pay attention to where the leech was placed. Yeah, he has another magic stick. Yo! Okay, he's gonna go to the dungeon for sure. But the footprints left out. Oh, he's getting sandwiched at this moment. XZ. Oh my god, is Hasha gonna be able to get a draw out of the team that has never lost?
Wow, it seems like it's gonna happen now. Hasha has downed the Magician and gets a tie, so changes the story of AXZ getting a tie. I think surprising everyone, because I think based on the stats that we had and they had too, they were kind of expecting a Clerk to come out, but a Dreamwitch here, you have to be very, I mean, you would have to commit to certain plays when you go up against the Dreamwitch. And yes, he was not, I think the Mercenary was not ready for that blink hit, and it's just that one slip up that turned the tides in favor of Hasha.
Yeah, Hasha definitely has to be happy with that result. Like, going up against a Survivor team that has always won best of ones, that definitely has to be an achievement. He might not be smiling and showing it, but getting a draw is the best you can do for your team, because right now, in the next half, it's going to be the survivors of FL. And going up against Deeming first.
So Deeming and Rose don't have the best track record when it comes to Hunter wins. So this is actually a great spot for FL to be at now. Because if we looked at the qualifiers, again, nothing to write home about. But then again, once we get to this stage, you know, I'm sure the teams have prepared certain strategies. So this is how we're just setting up the stage. By no stretch of the imagination can we expect like Deeming to get he can definitely perform really well, but based on what we know, he does, or Rose, they do struggle in getting wins. They mostly get ties. So this is these numbers are definitely something that you would smile about if you're a supporter of FL. And FL, their survivor teams are really solid. So this is the best possible way for FL to jump in with.
Exactly. Like, if you look at the containment time, it's not really as fancy as the previous teams, like all triple digits and all. But AXE has done the bare minimum. Like, at least they got a draw and not a loss. So it's a first for AXE, but it's also a first for Hasha. So again, it just brings us back to the point where stats are important. It doesn't lie. But when you come to an online live, when you come into a live stage, everything just changed. Hasha powered up. AXE
felt that power. Yeah, felt the power of Hasha and his level up and his Dreamwitch. So now begs the question how Deeming will come in with this. How Rose will either Deeming or Rose will come into this, because their best bet is usually in round 1, while the survivors kind of have the strategy to win round 2, 3, and onwards. So it's a tough call, but like you said, leveling up, powering up, this is the time for Deeming or Rose to be able to do that. Yeah,
exactly. But whoever it is that they're sending out, I feel like as long as they can manage a draw, they should be fine. But that's definitely not, because let's not forget, as they go along the matches like BO2, BO3, FL's the ones that's actually, based on track record, they are the ones that are actually going to benefit more from it.
Yes.
Yeah. But if AXE plays this right, and gets a 3K, like Hasha has surprised us. So Deeming Rose, they might surprise us too with a power up of their own. But it's FL and Unp, Rory. I would just say that they just having these two names there is already as scary as having Atto and Lim in AXE, and that's just 2 out of the 4 members. That's
right. It's crazy. And if you think about it, Hasha, isn't it crazy? Hasha, out of the day that we've had so far, this was the best possible result we've gotten from a hunter, and it's Dream Witch, dude. The season of the witch is never over, folks. The Dream Witch, I don't know. Like, we've definitely been surprised in the past with how the meta has been shifting, but I guess Dream Witch is still pretty solid, especially to catch people off guard. We were expecting a Clerk to come out, we were expecting a BQ to come out, but leave it to Hasha to change things up and get a win, I would have to say, because Hunters now are kind of the goalkeepers, just to negate as much points as possible. But now we're going to introduce you guys to the new survivors that have graced the stage, that will grace the stage in Team FL.
Yo, FL looking in the zone. They're definitely looking very comfortable heading out. It's just nice to have your teammates playing together in real life as compared to just playing online. The atmosphere is different, the synergy, the energy, the motivation, everything plays a factor, and it looks like maybe that's part of the reason why everyone's powering up so far. But it's just amazing seeing all these players up on the stage at the same time, and we're here analyzing, commentating as professional fans, and going up against, is this Deeming? Or it looks like Deeming.
Yeah, if we're gonna go with I think it is. So Deeming usually is round 1 start, and he usually brings out Clerk, he brought out Geisha one time. So again, we kind of set these things up, but they could definitely change up the script and go for something else, like Hasha did last time when we were expecting a Clerk or a BQ. So the stage or the map still remains the same. We're still going back to Leo's memory, but we're going to change up the survivors and the hunters. We're going to introduce Yug first, young UGG. He has an amazing lineup of antiquarian as well as entomologist, but not to mention also that he has one MVP with his psychologist, I believe. Antiquarian. So round 1, you gotta ban the antiquarian, in my opinion, if ever we've seen excellent plays, and she's always a constant threat, especially if you're up against the survivor team like that wants to deal with things close quarters.
Exactly. But if you ban the antiquarian first, it leaves out the Seer, and it's just so annoying having Seer out. But you know what? We'll just move on to the next survivor, Raori, sporting the female dancer, toy merchant, and it seems like, Raori's just spending a lot of time containing the hunter on average. So definitely one survivor to look out for. Also plays a priestess and, of course, a thief, actually. So really excited to see if he's going to play as much as well.
Glad you brought up that priestess, because he has one MVP with that priestess. So let's see. I mean, it's a big map. Priestess not really known for coming out in Leos, but who knows? Maybe Raori might bring it out. Maiken here has a first officer, also has a mercenary, really just known for those two. Just the main rescuer. He has a forward as well if he's gonna bring that one out. But usually, in teams, it's usually you have, in this meta, there's a main rescuer and a main antiquarian. So it's either those two that you pick, and Maiken being a rescuer in the team.
Yeah, I mean, you definitely love a reliable rescuer in the team, right? Because no one can kite forever, especially in high tiers, and kiting well might not account to anything if not for the rescuers. So guys, love your rescuers. And coming up next, Unp, a very familiar name, pretending to cough. Like, who's your favorite duo Nail polish.
Oh, sorry. We gotta drink some water there. No, sorry about that cough. Yeah, nail polish.
Yeah, I know, right?
Unp, yes, he has been known for his excellent kiting. He's seen the Kola stage before. It's a name that has been known. He does share the spotlight with UGG, with Antiquarian as well. But he mainly draws his inspiration from that seer, 5-2 in terms of his picks. He also has an entomologist and prospector. So I think if the bullets start flying, you rely on Unp and UGG to give you that support to prolong that kite. But now we're going to shift things over to AXZ. This is going to be, I think, Deeming. Here we go. Lurk and Geisha.
Yeah, Deeming is the name that you have to pay attention.
Yeah, nice one.
Because Deeming plays the Clark, plays the Geisha. Yeah, it's in our stats, but again, Deeming might surprise us, like how Pasha surprised us with the unexpected Dream Witch instead of the Clark that he usually goes for. So Deeming, we know he plays the Clark, we know he plays the Geisha, but he might pull out a secret character. Just talking to the coach here.
Lucino.
Oh, Lucino.
In a map like this. Yeah, that was pretty exciting, I have to say. So, again, chat, I want to see those hearts, and I want to see any support that you have for these two teams, because we started out the day pretty hot and heavy with an amazing match with GG and RC. And also, any shout-outs you want to give out now while we prepare for this next match?
Hey, shout-outs to our usual people, lovely people in the chat. Manny, Ayana MP4, and Kayana as well. Vanilla Kinda, Hanako.
Let's go.
Theo, Aliso, Corey, Pastor was here. Chantel's just left. Oh no.
Oh dang. Okay. I want to give also shout out to Razy. Ray, she did repost our chat commentary in her Instagram. So again, guys, nothing's gonna stop us from missing day number 1 of the group stage. So let's go. Yeah. So big shout outs to everyone. A lot of energy in the chat. Again, we want to keep that energy till the end of the day. Again, we got 2 other matches lined up after this. This is me and Nell's last match of the day. But you got to welcome Chocho and Eli to the mic as well. They will be covering the final 2 matches of the day. And I want to see also some hearts on the chat. Purple hearts for FL, and yellow hearts for AXZ. So let's go.
Let's go indeed. It's only gonna get intense, more and more intense from here on. So definitely stay until the very end. But for now, we are gonna be seeing how AXZ's Deeming come into this game against AFL Survivor, because AXZ Survivor, who's supposed, again, repeating myself like a broken record, getting the continuous wins in best of ones, finally succumbed to a tie.
Yeah, the streak was broken, right?
Streak was broken. At least it was not a loss, but I'm pretty sure it caught AXZ off guard a little. So how is Deeming going to respond this time? Because if he gets a draw, he definitely needs to get the bare minimum, right? A draw,
right?
If he wants to bring it up. But against FL, I would just have to agree that a draw is sadly the standard that he has to settle for here. Yo.
A draw, so that's gonna take to round number 3, but we're gonna see how we're gonna cross that bridge as we get there, because based on our stats, AXZ hunters don't necessarily get as much as a tie, and that's definitely in FL's favor. So now prioritizing the barmaid and the antiquarian, kind of gearing towards that clerk pick, or at least maybe getting ready for that geisha. At least having that support of the antiquarian can still spell doom for any hunter out there. So let's see what else. Actually, we're still gonna wait on who else he banned. Probably Merc or Dance. I'm not sure, because usually it's 2 bans at the start. Then there's gonna be a 1 more ban, and then before the picks. So we're just gonna wait and see the graphic. It's the Merc that gets banned, as well as the entomologist.
I mean, if he's not afraid of Dancer, if he's playing Geisha, he definitely has to ban the Dancer, or if he plays Clark as well, because Dancer, it just slows Geisha, and Geisha, is
super
a single
annoying.
yeah, like super annoying. But if he gets slowed down by the box, the dashes are gonna mess up. The slower dashes are gonna mess up the hits. it might even result in not being able to dash over to the other side, which you always see a lot of geishas do. So he's taken away the toy merchant. So I don't think he's gonna play geisha. I have a very strong feeling it's just gonna be something about geisha. It's gonna be a Clark possibly, because toy merchant, geisha's not afraid of toy merchant.
Yeah, she could definitely just go for the butterfly just to close out the distance. So yeah, the fact that he banned that as his last ban, this does allow the dancer to come through though. But again, it depends on the first chase if he brings out that clerk, if he's able to negate the boxes being set up, and he's gonna have to use the blink wisely. I think he's got to bring blink if he's gonna bring that clerk coming in.
Yeah.
Can bring the excitement, but we've seen in the previous games and some games where it didn't work out quite well, and they just bait it out of you because Clerk heavily relies on her blink just to get the first down early in the game.
Yeah, he definitely needs to bring a blink, but oh my god, he's gonna suffer so much. Whatever hunter he plays, be it Geisha or Clark, Antiquarian's gonna smack him down. That's just how scary Antiquarian is, considering how Antiquarian is just sort of counter towards single hit hunters, and that's exactly what Deeming doesn't want to face. But we'll see. Maybe he'll surprise us with something that's not Geisha, not Clark. Yeah, it can work.
It could. Sculptor too, if he's hanging out with Rose. Who else of the hunters does Rose use? Bon, Naiad, Spider, Wax.
Speaking of
okay.
Bro.
Still technically, well, she's not technically single hit, right? Because she has the areas, but this does kind of counter Dancer just to flush her out of those areas. It's kind of now making sense why, just getting rid of the toy merchant because an entomologist, because she does the entomologist bees counter the swim, and having a toy merchant could just like transition you completely away for the things. But I haven't seen his Naiad just yet. Maybe brought it out in IJL, but yeah, stakes are definitely high here. He needs to tie for his team.
Yeah, needs to tie, or who knows, take in the victory, get a win. Whereas for FL, I'm pretty sure they are not looking for a tie, but history dictates that it can be anything, honestly. So getting a draw might be their minimum requirement, but
Now, I want to bring up the point that you mentioned. Naiad in the factory area, the 2-story factory. Oh my goodness, that's gonna be so tough.
It is. He's not gonna be able to catch anyone. Yeah. The one thing about Naiad that's really she's cool. She makes people. she pops people with humidity.
Yes.
Sorry, the water level.
Yeah.
She's able to travel fast, but the thing is, it's a transition between when she has the harpoon and when she keeps it back, retracts it. It's like a breaking wheel form, human form. You can't injure anyone when you can't hit anyone when you're swimming. So that's the best line for an antiquarian to actually hit you and not suffer for anything. So I feel like he might have a good time, but unless if he's chasing Unp first, and Unp's on antiquarian, so not gonna happen. It's gonna be a hard time.
Oof. So best bet is UGG or Rowdy. But I mean, they could just transition towards the factory area and just negate the swim, especially if she's not in full presence just yet. But pure speculation is going to end now as we head into the match, folks. And we see that she's going to try to make a rotation around the factory to see if anyone is spotted outside of it. And it seems like Unp might be the first one to take this, and it's the antiquarian, though. He's looking down just so that he'll have a faster swim. And we see he's going to commit to the antiquarian.
Yeah, he's like, I don't take nonsense from you, but Unp says, I don't take nonsense from you too. So, so the nonsense continues, and Unp rotates away. He's not actually gonna let Unp go. There's another survivor decoding at the same area, and he's like, no, I'm gonna chase the the stick girl, the bamboo
Oh,
girl.
a little too far for her to get a sandwich situation on that shove with the stick. But as you said, you know, once he gets the hit, let's head on over to the factory. And now look at the boxes here, fast and slow box. And this allows look at Unpi. He's just miles away at this point. But the swim is definitely going to make him catch up towards the hunter. He's going to use the 5% boost on spinning that bamboo for him to rotate to the other side of this factory.
Yeah, he's gonna die here because there's the blink. Oh, but he has to be really good. Unfi should know that he has a blink, but yeah, he's not gonna be able to do anything. Even with the flywheel, it's so hard to anticipate when the Naiad's just waiting, right, to blink you. It's just really hard to anticipate. And that's the good thing about having Naiad with a blink. Like, she's just like, you know, some hunters, like, you actually start swinging first before you blink.
Yes.
She's like no nonsense, blink, instant hit.
Naiad, no nonsense hunter, man. That's I like the way you build that up. And she has like a really fast swing animation too, so it's hard to do that. But we see the first officer, he's already, oh wow, tries to get the rescue, but oh my goodness, gets the down. The water humidity, no terror shock, and deeming leveling up right in front of our eyes. Antiquarian is way past the halfway mark, and first officer is the only one with a tide turner.
Oh my god, and Posh, only 2 ciphers have been done. Oh my god, is this like the power up of the century?
Oh my god, Barmaid! Oh, flywheels, but able to get the gets the rescue, but still, you hear the round of applause. Barmaid gets the drink off, and unfortunately, the Antiquarian is going to be seated onto her last chair. He can head on over to the first officer and chair him, but my goodness, the work that Deeming put in.
Oh, yeah. Deeming's that terror shock was so important. Remember when I said first officers most of the time they can guarantee a hit, guarantee a rescue? Well, Macon just showed the loophole of getting terror shocked.
Yeah, that just shows how, yeah, I had no nonsense. Either rescue or don't. You know what? The clock is ticking if you're going to be drowning in. First officer falls down again. He spent his self-heal, so he's going to pick him up. And now 3 ciphers still remain. They're not close to being completed just yet.
Yeah, and no more tide turner as well. And even... Oh my god. And Unpi actually did an amazing job. He kited for like, I mean, at least 2 minutes before going down. But
yeah, and this is, yeah, just actually like swatting away and cutting off the dancer from committing, because look at the water levels here. Once he steps onto the pole, oh wow, just uses the flywheel just to negate that damage. But now the water levels are rising for the dancer. The first officer falls and the dancer gets hit and is injured. First officer back onto the rocket chair.
My god. First officer has nothing to escape, to do a rebound kite. Deeming obviously doesn't care about the slow music box because humidity, he's gonna stop it. And even after the Dublin towards the female dancer, yes, female dancer can finish that 4th cipher, but it's still 5 ciphers. There's still the 5th cipher waiting to be decoded. Barmaid can try and go rescue, still has a...
Oh, she's, yeah, gonna make her way to the rescue. We do see that there's humidity able to get it. And now we see that the Maiken now has to be the one to survive. They have to body block here, but 2 ciphers still remain. Is gonna be a little tough. First officer is gonna have to avoid the hit, but unfortunately for the first officer, he falls down. So Nell, AXZ's hunter, leveling up in front of our eyes. Deeming can actually get a 3 to 4 man kill.
Oh my god, Posh, I don't know why I'm looking at AXZ's hunter, who's never really won game best of ones, like losing most of the time, and then versusing.
The thing is, the same factor here is that they use a hunter that they have not used just yet or in our stats. So again, I think it's maybe just throwing people off guard. And this Naiad, Deeming is going to be the most successful hunter to this, well, in this day alone. We're going to still see more matches, but this is just shades of previous COAs where the hunters were reigning supreme. And now it's the survivors that are proven to have a hard time keeping up with the pressure of this Naiad.
Yeah, no one can touch the cipher. The only thing Rory can do here is just provide Tonitas, but Deeming knows that's what FL's Rory is doing. So he's rolling away, trying to find the Barmit instead. And no surprise there. Tinnitus triggered. He's gonna know the Barmit's here. No use hiding. Oh my god, he's just like
He is, and now he can circle this area easy because full presence. UGG has to be careful. Avoid the swim, but that's gonna add more percentage. He has a flywheel. He flywheels a little too early. He's just gonna try to go for it, but a pallet drop is gonna allow him to transition away. That Cypher is close to popping. They do have to manage their resources wisely because the tension is still gonna be in the air at the end game. Wow!
Oh, Cypher pop.
There you go.
GG. Like the blink was used as well, so Deeming has to chase by foot. Actually, sorry, pardon me. Chase by swimming.
Swimming.
Barmit. Yeah, Barmit has no flywheel. It's gonna be a 3-man kill, or is it?
At the very least, because the dancer has to be very careful and he has to escape. Just avoid the 5-point game. That's the most that FL can do.
But Rauri's just tiptoeing away. Deeming, I don't think it's a wise idea to just stay there, because Tinnitus is gonna be triggered. Deeming is gonna be like, okay, maybe somewhere here. The moment he leaves this area, okay, Tinnitus gone, go back.
Go back.
And once Tinnitus is back, he knows, oh, near. It's gonna be near the Christmas tree, and that's exactly where it's going. My God.
I think he's gonna spawn if he's able to turn this corner. Does he find it? Oh, he was so close, Deeming. If he turns this corner, he's gonna find the dancer. He's tiptoeing. He's able to find him.
My God. Oh my God. Throw down. Oh my God. That's a 4K.
Deeming getting the 4K, the 5-point game. Holy smokes. AXZ surprising everyone. They weren't able to get the survivor win that we're known for, but holy smokes, look at that. The team is so happy that their hunter, Deeming, their point hunter, the one that goes in first, was able to get a 5-point game, and now AXZ leads the charge.
Yeah. AXZ survivors were like, yeah, we know you got this. It's like, okay, that's why we just got the draw. We know you
this is part of the plan, right? Part of the plan.
All part of the plan. And that's exactly what Deeming did. Played something out of the meta, and boom! It just freaking 4K. So
yeah, Nell using his blink. Like, let's see that blink again. The blink prediction, and boom! The blink. The blink, folks. You gotta be careful. Now we're on cooldown. We're on cooldown for the blink.
Yeah, self used up. Yeah. I just have to say, very amazing use. This is the first. This is the second time we see a Nayat today. And this is actually the successful one with the 6-9 blink. Remember Xiaoma using this, trying to get a draw?
Bug strategy didn't quite work out well. Like, he tried to play musical chairs with all the survivors and just making them rotate around. Didn't work out, but Deeming, he was on fire here. He played it very conservatively when he had to, and he was just really good at camping and making sure that he hits the right survivor at the time. And God, can we just his amazing I would say stuffing of the rescue of the first officer was just crazy.
Yeah, the Terra Shock played a huge role because everyone was so spread out away. Like, everyone was just like far away, and by the time a secondary support came, which was UGG, it was too late. Second chair, Unp just goes down without a fight. If the rescue was successful, Unp would have been able to rotate even further. But you know what? Deeming has gotten the best of them in that half. GG well played. I can only say this. First successful 4K Nayat of the COA group stages, and hoping to see more surprises after this as well.
Yeah, I mean, no, like, just looking at, wow, I'm just looking how happy Deeming is going backstage to get the approval of his team. Yeah, this was the first like 5-point game we've seen in the group stage, right? We didn't see anything at all in the match between GG versus RC because that's how close they were. But this is a big shocker, especially coming from a team like AXZ, which in the qualifiers they don't really shine necessarily on the hunter side. So again, yes, we do. If you guys did follow the qualifiers, then you're seeing kind of the same leveling up as we are. But again, we're just telling the story as we see it, since this is COAVI season and we're just basing the stats off the qualifiers. And now all bets are off here. We did say that if the game keeps going, it could be in FL's advantage, but now AXZ can make a huge claim for them to end it in round number 2 because of a big point differential.
Exactly. Like whoever's betting apples.
He saw that too in the chat.
You gotta be careful with your apples. Your golden apples. Yeah, we're heading into a highlight moment. Let's just have a look at what happened in the first game. Yeah, I think that blink was essential.
いけるいけるいける。うわごめん。そこで使って。オッケー使った。頑張れ頑張れ頑張れ頑張れ。やってるやってるやってる。無理へんでよよく。入れ替わってもいい入れ替わってもいいね。入れ替わろう入れ替わろう入れ替わろう入れ替わろう。頑張れ。あいけるいける。コース走れコース走れコース走れ。一回かみしな一回かみしな。として使った俺に。あ、おしおしおし。大丈夫大丈夫。あと3割よ。ナイスナイスナイスナイス。大丈夫大丈夫。気もさ気もさ。あ、つけるつけるつける。ゴーゴーゴーゴーゴー。ナイスナイス。
Happy faces on AXZ's side, and happy faces to those that bet their apples on AXZ because they're proven really well. But again, you know, this day is full of surprises. We can't call it just yet. Okay, like FL can make a claim to bounce back since they're really good at prolonging these games. However, AXZ, we have to give them their congratulations because they had a solid round 1, especially on the Hunter side. So now all bets are off. I'm excited to see how they're gonna play this next one. And also, we were talking about like the comms, right? You could hear the excitement in the Japan studio, like the round of applause and the cheering of the crowds. We can only imagine. So, I mean, we were there in Thailand, so yeah, they get pretty intense.
Exactly. Not to mention, this is like a bigger stadium as well, full-fledged, both centers, one in Guangzhou, China, as you can see, where all the Chinese teams are, and the other one is in Tokyo, Japan, where all the non-Chinese teams are. So it's just really big scale. It's just upgrading, getting better and better every year. So you know what, COA 7, I'm really looking forward to COA 7.
We don't even know the winner of this one, but yeah,
know,
me too.
right?
I wonder what the theme is gonna be because, I mean, the intro of Call of the Abyss 6 was just so, I would say, constant leveling up from the film studio to staring into the abyss of space and how ethereal everything is. So beautiful stuff. I mean, one of my favorite ones was the race in Call of the Abyss 4. 5 was really good too because we were able to share the stage there. But each and every time, dude, Call of the Abyss has been killing it with their themes, with the audience, with the group stages. So I'm also looking forward to COA 7, but for now, we're still only at day 1 of group stage, man. We got a lot more matches to go. So we're gonna head round number 2.
Round number 2, here they come, because AXZ has gotten the first win over FL with an amazing score of 7-2. So FL not only needs to win the next round, they have to win it convincingly, because I'm pretty sure they were caught off guard by the Nayat, but honestly, getting caught off guard by a Nayat is one thing, but getting 4K is a whole other emotional damage that they have. Emotional damage that they have to recuperate from.
Yes.
The feeling is almost like getting 4K'd by a Hell Ember, or you know, like.
I get the feeling because again the pressure is there, right? And this is not, I guess I would say in our terms that but for in this tournament when survivors are kings, it's hard. It's a tough pill to swallow, but yeah, that's the reality that they have to live in. But you know, FL, they could definitely try to bounce back from this if they're able to swallow that reality and try and come back from it. It can happen, but considering, I want to see where the map is going to be at, and also, are they going to switch out the hunters? Because that begs the question, though, what do you think? Because Deeming had a great round number 1. He usually switched out by Rose. Do you think he should roll the dice again coming into this one and use Deeming again?
I think the elements of surprise is gone. He should just take the victory. He's happy, take the victory and said, yes, I contributed to the 4K.
I'm done with the group project. All right, cool.
I'm done. Rose, you take over. And if you don't get a 4K, I'm going to laugh at you. Just kidding. But yeah, I think the element of surprise is already over. Deeming was the element of surprise in best of 1. So I would say Rose would probably just come in the second game, solidify it with a more meta character. Because I don't think FL will fall for the same, like, they're not playing their main kind of thing anymore, so they won't get caught off guard anymore. But
if they have nothing left up their sleeve, I agree. They should just stick to what they're known for. But hey, if Deeming has another hunter up his sleeve, if he has Geisha and Clerk, right? If he has a Wax Artist or anything else, he could bring that out to kind of throw them off tempo. But I guess the same goes for PP Cha. Is he gonna come in now, or are we gonna see like a sort of a redemption of Hasha here? Because PP Cha is another hunter that has been seasoned and he has done really well in late stages. So do you bring him out now or kind of save him for later on? So that is the question that will be answered in just a bit as we wait on to where we're gonna be settling this.
Yeah, I mean, it's totally fine. I think both hunters from both teams can totally switch to the next hunter. Like, because there's a lot of team that does this. Like they have a dedicated best of one hunter and then they move on to the next hunter in the later rounds. A lot of them does this, so it's totally fine. So the key factor is, I think, would be the survivors making an impact now, because FL has just been one-upped. They were caught off guard by the 4K. So I think it's more about the survivors mentality more than anything now, and how they bounce back from it. Because AXZ, if you don't bounce back right now, they're just gonna catch you off guard again. Second game doesn't have to be 7-2. And it can just be a 3. It can just be a 5-3. Like,
and then boom, they win, right? Yeah, that's true. The odds are kind of stacked against FL. But guys, do chime in. Let us know what you think. Because Jochi Mochi said mellow spice and everything nice. Thank you for the rhymes. And also, thank you. Yeah, happy holidays and also happy Ramadan. Also, some people are saying that in the chat. Again, it's you know what? Again, this is a celebration. If you guys are spending your day with us, again, big shout outs to you guys that are here with us. Stay hydrated for those of you that are kind of screaming. I know Chocho is screaming at the back. Oh, UGG is going to be switched out for Maka coming in. So FL is still going to grace the Survivor stage. And now we're going to see if Rose is going to be coming in.
Wow. I mean, the new rule dictates that they can change it twice now, right?
Yeah.
Both veterans can change it twice now. So we'll just have to see later on. But right now, Maka, sporting the mechanic psychologist combo, we know that he's like he also plays actually
those two, they got our notes right.
I'm like, oh, okay, because he's the sub, right?
He's the sub. Oh, no, Rose is it. That's Rose. Yeah. So just this, which is interesting for me. Let's talk about the Maka situation here. So they replaced UGG, who was the Antiquarian. So Unp might want to play that Antiquarian, and then he's just gonna probably sub in for Cycler Mech. But Mech we haven't seen much of, especially if you're a team that wants to get a 4-man escape. But Rose, the stable hunter on their side. Again, you could just get the tie and AXZ try to get the win here and call it a day.
Yeah, exactly. I think the reason why they just swapped out UGG is because they want to make use of the mechanic, mechanic player. Because I think, without a doubt, I'm really sure that Rose is gonna ban out the Antiquarian. So if you take out UGG, who's playing Antiquarian all this while, hey, at least you have to deal with the mind games going on. Wait, so UGG is out. Are we supposed to still ban? Am I supposed to ban the Antiquarian? Or if I leave it open, will FL Survivor swap it under my nose? So that's they're playing now.
Yeah, honestly. Pretty intense scenario here. And I guess, you know what, as we say, mechanic has been kind of changed and nerfed, but she's still very tough to go against, especially if you're going against a team like Hyder, that's so good. And I'm just gonna point this out. Rini in chat was like, I was playing IDV while watching and I got distracted, then I got chaired, lol. So please, when the game loads, concentrate, leave us in the background, but hopefully you guys have good games. I think ranked is about to happen in 2 hours, I believe.
Yeah, and happy Pasta as well.
Hey, let's go.
Happy Pasta, Kaifa, Luki. So, of course, just back to the game. I'm just saying that Rose. What does Rose have?
Rose, Bonbon, yeah, he's got some pretty. And the thing is, he chose this map, Chinatown. So I would say like whenever teams pick, they really just want to help their hunters. So yeah, Bonbon, Nayad, Spider, Wax Artist. Yeah, you could bring out Spider, Bonbon. All right, what's up?
Spider-Man's good. Spider, yeah, Soul Weaver is good in this game too, especially if you just want to get a draw. But they have to be really careful. AXZ has to get the advantage right here, because if they would never know what's gonna happen once the survivors of AXZ goes up against Pipicha, if they swap it with Pipicha. So it's gonna be one risky move, or it could be the other way around. Rose is the one that they go to right now at this point.
Oh, Demon has to watch out. There's a clown behind him. Sorry, you were saying you got to draw.
I mean, it could be the total opposite. Could be they're trying to go for a draw now with Rose.
Right.
And the survivors now are like, oh, yeah, we woke up. and then AXZ survivors are gonna give hell to Pipicha. There might be the other way around too.
It could be that way. Oh, Pierce.
Yo, they're like, yo, don't take the picture of me.
Hide.
Yeah, I'm too handsome.
I can't wait for the other regions to like focus on the locker room shots, because now we can do that because everyone's in the same venue.
Exactly.
So the Japanese player are very humble, very like shy when it comes to cameras. I'm pretty sure. Oh my goodness, the guns are coming out. Let's go. Oh. This was Mako was the one at the start, the one that was screaming. That was him. Remember the intros? Let's go.
Super Saiyan.
Dude, the guns are real, man. Oh my goodness.
Yeah,
he's feeling it.
Yeah, he's feeling it for sure. He's like, oh yeah, too hot to handle. Hashtag big guns. But yeah, he definitely looks like he's like, yeah, who needs jackets?
Bro, yeah, you're right, dude. Eli, oh, dude, I know you've been going to the gym. If you're seeing the guns here, you gotta show up and show out.
Oh my god. Yo, but okay, so here we are at it. First half, very important for FL to get the advantage here, because, this is do or die. If they don't get anything better than a draw, it's going to create so much pressure for Pipicha to get the score in second half. But... Pipicha has a reputation for getting 4K with a sculptor. If it's not banned.
Yeah, let's just find out and see. So Priestess and Seer ban. Dream Witch actually is the band that they're going to choose for. So yeah, Spider-Man can come out if ever Rose chooses. But he also has other hunters that he can bring out. So, man, it's insane because, right, whenever it's the picks and bans, the crowd is silent, right? They're just like waiting. But once the match on goes, dude, they go unhinged, they go crazy, they get all hype. To be part of that crowd, I'm so excited.
I'm just glad this game, the fans are not like football fans where they'll be like, no, my team is better, and then
you're right. But I think, yeah, I know, I think I've heard from, I think it was Cats or something, like the NAU players that went to Japan. They cheered for anyone, so they're really a great crowd to have. So, we digress. We talk about that just a little bit, but yeah, it seems like they will play to that mechanic.
Yeah, Antiquarian. That's so weird. That's where the mind game comes in, right? We've talked about this just a moment ago. Like, if you don't have UGG, are you gonna ban the Antiquarian? Rose didn't ban it, so well, Maka's not gonna be. I mean, FL's gonna pick it up straight away. He's probably gonna be playing Mechanic, and Unp gonna go back to playing the Antiquarian again. So Rose, if he's planning to play the Spider, this might not be the best lineup against.
True, I couldn't agree more, especially since I know, like we say, like Spider in Chinatown is really good. But yeah, the factors that you mentioned, the Cypher Rush, the harassment, the support that he can get, Yeah, it depends on how confident he is, really, right? Because we're known for, if you want to get ties, go for Wax Artist, go for something a little more stable. Here, though, it's really up in the air. He can even go Bonbon if he wants to.
Yeah.
Because Bonbon could definitely counter out, like, I mean, he could do trade-offs with the Antiquarian if he times the bombs right and avoids the stick hits.
But if he goes, here's the danger though. They know Rose is a dedicated Bonbon main, which is why they brought out the mechanic. So Maka hopped in, and you know, like Bonbon's not exactly the best Cypher control hunter. He's gonna get Cypher Rush. No one's gonna die in less than 60 seconds. By the time he gets someone down, it's gonna be like, what, 3 Cyphers done? And if he doesn't go and rescue, if no one comes and rescue the survivor, it's gonna be Prime before he finds the other one. So it's just really, really hard to play as a Bonbon at this point. If he brings Blink, yes, that's good. He gets one person down, but if he camps with the Blink being used up, Cypher's still gonna be rushed, and he has nothing that he can do. If he brings Teleport, it's gonna be even harder to chase. So...
Yeah, the stars are definitely gonna have to align for Bonbon. I know I mentioned it because that is his go-to, one of his go-tos, but the fact that the mechanic is in there and they have options, if the mechanic is on the rocket chair, she could just, depending on how the first seconds go, if she's able to plant that bot wherever he can't see it, that's great. But if he's able to down the mechanic and the bot, then that's definitely going to play into Rose's favor. So it seems like there's a lot more powers that have to be at work for Rose to get the best game possible. So we're just going to have to wait and see how Rose will be cooking with this Bonbon. And my goodness, Maka, put those guns away, sir. It's incredible how these players are so fit. And we're going to head towards the match, folks. Again, we're going to see those hearts in the chat. Yellow hearts for AXZ, while purple hearts for FL.
Let's go. And Rose is going to be sandwiched in the corner. Macon, Rory is going to be the one sandwiching. Maka, interesting spot, to be honest. I think he's trying to force Bonbon to chase him, leave the bot here. If he destroys the bot, it's totally fine, because Maka is able to run away even further. And if he decides to chase even further, well, there are 3 very well-abled survivors decoding. So I think the play here would be just rotate away. Don't drop the bot yet. Just rotate away and just communicate first.
Yes.
See who he chases first. But Rose is bringing teleport, so 6-9 teleport. So.
Wow, he definitely wants that presence built up. He uses the teleport. Has also brought that detention for endgame. Wants to go for that tie. So now, yeah, they cannot touch. They cannot touch Cyphers just yet, and just make sure to frustrate Rose into chasing someone that he does not want to chase. So now he's already at the center here with the tree, and he's gonna try to look if anyone's at the hotel area. Still no one for Rose to chase just yet, but he can't wait too long. He needs to find a survivor and find it quick because a mechanic is loose.
Exactly. Mechanic has still not released the robot. Yes, he's just released it in the hotel, I think. Was it the cafe? So he's gonna find his first target pretty soon, and he's not gonna like it because it's a merc. So instead of 3 armor pants, he's gonna rotate again.
Whoa.
Oh.
It teleports right straight towards the entomologist. Not the best find, but I feel like he's gonna have to commit because he already used the teleport. So now, wow, 2 chain bombs able to connect. He's got the control bomb, and this could be the hit. And now entomologist, the crowd goes wild for this first down of Rose.
Fastest down ever. That's the only thing I can say.
Yeah, true.
He spent 60 seconds rotating around, trying to look for survivors to find. And the moment he teleports, he gets Rory down in less than 10 seconds. Rose is upping his game, not just teaming.
Yeah, I think he got inspired, man. Our rising tide raises all boats, and Rose here. Imagine that. He spent the whole game rotating around, finds the entomologist with full bees, and able to down him right away with no presence. So now it's going to be a tough rescue for anyone. And this is where the camping game is going to count. So now Maiken is in the area. I'm not sure if it's safe to even try to go for this rescue because he knows where the rescue is going to happen.
Yeah. I mean, he definitely knows that the other 2 is decoding. Wait, no.
Oh, he knows now. He knows that 2 people are not prioritizing decoding, so he can buy some time here to just camp it out. Antiquarian here, he's gonna have to stay away. Oh, gets the stun onto the chair. Now the support is coming in, but the bombs are gonna start dropping here. And we see he's able to get a little bit of distance. Entomologist riding those bees, and as well as the Tide Turner is gonna try and bring him away towards that spot. But now, regular hit gets the last effort and full presence Bonbon.
Wow, AXZ is on a roll right here. Getting the Entomologist down, and Entomologist is on his way to saying goodbye. Unpi's around trying to make something happen, but I think what Rose is trying to do is just basically make him waste the bamboos.
Yeah, he knows that the ciphers aren't at its best just yet. Unpi, he's in the area, able to get the hit, and he drops it down. Uh-oh. Oh, Terror Shock too, but that doesn't matter. Unpi, yeah, he's really adamant about the support here, but like you said, the bamboo, there's not much to be used anymore.
Yeah, he has the balloon trait, where even if the survivors are hit out of the stun, the survivors take quite a long time to stand up. So that's a really good trait to have, and
he was prepared for that. And now he's got teleport up. He's still got detention. So Rose on his way to get a tie. And now teleports straight away towards this cipher that has been worked on. And now he is being tunneling into for the mercenary. Yeah. Oh my goodness, it's the bot. Sorry. Tiny screen.
Yeah, but 2 ciphers remaining. Rose is doing good so far. Like Rory's down, and honestly, there's no more Tide to work with, so they have to be really careful. Bonbon has detention as well, but no Blink, so that's a saving grace. He can chase out Mercenary, but it doesn't really matter because they are probably starting a new cipher now. Yes, Antiquarian doing the last cipher, and there's still the mechanic.
Yeah, so Mercenary has 3 elbow pads. His goal is to just not get hit, but yeah, gets 1 chip damage in and equates that to 1 elbow pad. So this is where you feel the weakness of the Bonbon. Mobility isn't his best friend. Oh my god, these bombs though have been connecting. 1 more hit. Oh wow, just 1 more bomb hit now. Mercenary will be falling down. A basic hit will drop him. Oh.
Yo, he just used the pad and fly away. That's kind of... He could have just packed in between the pallets. Maybe he knows he's dying. But now that you use it again, point.
Yeah, and now he's gonna fall down. They popped the last cipher. That is why. And now they're still on cooldown for the teleport. So now AXZ Rose has to commit to 1 exit gate. It seems like he's gonna try to go for Unpi's gate, while Maka is gonna try to exit the other way. Oh my goodness, that gate is it's halted at 50%.
Yeah, the game plan is to just find out where 1 survivor is, try and force them, because right now they know that he has teleport ready, so they try not to go near the gate first. So it's like a mind game, waiting for them to actually commit towards a gate before teleporting. So he's running, he's chasing with blind faith now.
Yeah.
He doesn't know where the others are.
And the thing is, yeah, he still has that constant threat of that teleport. It seems like if he just focuses on 1, and Unpi can be an excellent target since he has not much bamboo left to use. He's going down the fire escape and trying to set up a trap here. But can he be able to get... Wow, 2 hits!
Wow. And the gate not even being touched at this point. Yo!
Ooh, flywheel control bomb though. Unpi has to be very careful. He's gonna try to catch out this Antiquarian. Detention is still at 40 seconds, so you know what? Doesn't even matter. Just a regular hit and she will be falling bound. But as I say that, the other exit gate is being worked on.
Yeah. It's looking like a very strong draw at this point. But the pallet has not been broken yet. So, my god, premature drop.
Yeah, and now, I mean...
he can run! He can run for the dungeon if he actually can.
He could probably do so, but he's still making the rotations towards that pallet. So, again, he's just 1 chip damage from falling down. Is he going to get it? Not quite. Watch out. He's going to be forced to break this pallet and go down. So now detention is going to run out. Unpi, he's going to try to moonwalk his way. Oh, wow. But Unpi now, he's aware.
So good, Unpi. And now maybe Yeah, it's definitely gonna be a draw. I mean, you can see Macon coming, trying to body block, I think, but
Whoa! Able to jump, and that's the last of the bamboos. And now he's gonna fall to a basic, well, bomb there. And this could be a tie game. I don't know if they want to risk it.
Yeah.
They have no tie. That exit gate is not open, and
I think
no, I don't think so. But wow, Rose, folks, getting a tie with that type of lineup, and how we built this up was this is a tough matchup for a Bonbon, but he was able to manage what 10-second down. No, I was gonna say the entomologist. Holy smokes, what a fast down of that entomologist and a draw. So this is gonna like kind of lob up a serve for the survivors for them to be able to get at least a 3-man, and they're able to call it a GG.
Yeah. I think Rory was just caught off guard at that moment when the teleport happened. Like, oh, I wasn't expecting this at all. And the constant barrages. You know, sometimes you just know, you just think you know how to kite Bonbon, and you really know how to kite Bonbon, but there are just times when you're like, not supposed to happen. Why am I getting every single bomb?
Let's not take anything away from Rose, because his bombs were on point. Like the way he was able to snipe out those bombs and predict the movements, because you see how he drops 2 and then he's able to predict where the next one's gonna come in. Yeah, just for him to be able to get that out of Rory, an entomologist who. It was all that she wrote. Now you just need to focus on Unpi.
Yeah. I mean, Unpi is just amazing kiter as well. Even with the bamboos, right? The understanding of the structure, how to rotate, and even not falling for the moonwalk, baiting the red light, right? Like the hunter was. So I would say Rose, not looking like he's celebrating, but actually he should, because it is a pretty tough lineup to go up against. Cypher Rush, right? By the mechanic, right? But ultimately, a draw is not too bad. So I guess it's really up to the FL's Hunter to make a comeback in the next game with PP Cha. So AXE survivors, they have to watch out.
Yeah, they do, and they have to perform to what they're known for, which is getting at least that win or that 3K. And like you said, it's only a matter of time, because I think Rose didn't really celebrate. He knows that he could have done better, but I think, you know, you gotta know when you're able to perform at your best, and if your best is that's good enough, because in this meta, ties are wins for hunters.
Exactly, ties are wins for hunters. Maybe he's just like, yeah, you know what, Deeming could have done it. Why couldn't I? Some kind of like
healthy competition, I guess, like between the two of them. If he wants to be able to live up to what Deeming has set up for them. Again, it's pretty good though. But yeah, chat is going kind of wild for how well. And I think they're also saying like that Cypher Rush was insane, because I mean, you have to admit, like Rose did a pretty good job, but then Cyphers were just prime before he knew it.
Yeah, I mean, the pad at the end was actually pretty good. We just caught in the heat of the moment. We just didn't realize it was prime, because he wanted to gain the distance before he fall, so that when Cypher's prime, Bonbon wouldn't be able to hit in time, or you know, like pick him up in time. So that was pretty good play in the end. It's just that if he used the pad much earlier, he would have gotten even more health.
Right, yeah, because we were wondering, why did he choose to drop the pallet instead of just use the pad just to avoid the bombs? And yeah, he did get a stun, which was good, but I mean, the Bonbon just wants to down you right away, so he'd gladly take a stun for you to get down with the bomb. So yeah, a lot of shoulda, woulda, couldas again, especially with how fast-paced Rose was, even though it was a slow 1 minute. But once he was able to get the down onto Rory, yeah, that's when Rose kind of exacted his game plan to go for that tie.
I mean, right now the fate of AXZ falls onto the hands of the survivors, and FL PP Cha is gonna shoulder FL's hope to continue on. Okay, so he's looking left and right. He's like
Mr. Worldwide, as he said. Like the has been represented in different regions: Southeast Asia, Japan, the Hong Kong, Macau region, So I'm super excited to see what PP Cha has to offer, because he does come in late rounds. Yes, with that sculptor. Yes, with the BQ, but he can go meta. Like, we've seen him perform with so many other hunters as well.
Yeah, exactly. But I'm pretty sure AXZ knows what they're up against. Like, it is PP Cha, right? Like, they've seen him, they played against him a lot, and I would say they know what he's gonna go for. If he decides to place meta, I'm fairly certain that AXZ has already prepared against his meta go-to hunter. But you know, PP Cha might surprise us again, like how Hasha surprised us, or how the Ming surprised us.
For you, what would be a surprise hunter of PP Cha? Because we've seen him, like, we followed his career since last year, and even in the previous COAs, and he just plays everyone. So, what hunter would surprise you that PP Cha plays?
I'll be surprised if he plays Mad Eyes or Lizard, or
that's true. Shout out to you, bring out the Mad Eyes last year and also in other tournaments as well. Yeah, that'd be a big surprise. But yeah, for now it just seems like, yeah, if he just sticks to conventional, AXZ might find a way to get at least a 3-person escape for them to get that win. So he's gotta like tweak certain things up, not necessarily maybe bring a certain trait, bring something different. Who knows? Just catch them off guard, right?
Exactly. Catch them off guard with the smiley face.
Who knows? I mean, smiley face in Chinatown can happen. But you see now the locker room of FL, they're a little somber because they know what's at stake here. They need to rely everything onto PP Cha for him to be able to carry this to round number 3. Is that push-ups? Maka's doing push-ups, folks. Let's go. One-handed. On the other hand. Dude, this man is built different, folks.
Eli better be watching this.
Eli, guys, ask Eli to do 1-arm push-ups. Yeah. Look at that.
He's like, they call me batter made for a reason. I'm just kidding.
Let's go. He's all about the well.
Strength.
We thought prospector names, like their guns are thick, but batter mains are mechanic mains, Maka.
Yeah, he has to carry the bot, so makes sense. Holy shit! But that was really, really entertaining. But I would have to say they're probably, like, you know, being somber in the locker room. They're thinking, PP Cha, you're a whole. Whether or not we eat tofu or sushi or you know, unagi, it's up to you tonight. Whether we eat salmon or tofu, it's up to you tonight. Because, you know, you win, we get to eat something better. I don't know, something like that.
They'll treat him out to something for sure. So we're gonna wait and see. PP Cha, a lot of pressure on his shoulders here, folks, because he will have to carry his team to round number 3. AXZ, though, you know what? I'd say equal amounts of pressure, because we've seen how this was in GG's favor, but they couldn't get that win in round number 2 for them to call it a 2-0. And mind you, this is an excellent placing of AXZ. If they're able to win this 2-0, shoots them up in the group stage.
Exactly. 2-0 is no easy feat to do. But yes, again, it is the first game, but it will leave a really lasting impression for the rest of the team. They're like, yeah, the team has definitely powered up. We definitely can't underestimate them anymore. We definitely can't look lightly at them anymore. So maybe that's what they want to be perceived as, not to be treated lightly. And that's exactly what they're doing now, because AXZ, they have to manage a 3-man escape in order to win 2-0. Whereas PP Cha, yeah, I would say get a draw, bring it to game 3. But again, do you really want to get a draw? Because the point difference in game 1 is so huge. It's 7-2. You get a draw here, if you get another draw in game 3, is that what you really want? So I feel like go big or go home. That's
true. And if you think about it, you're prolonging the inevitable because you have to face the point differentials eventually. So I get what you mean, that PP Cha needs to shoot for the stars at this point, do or die, right? Even if he wants to prolong to game number 3, that's fine, well and good, but yeah, you're gonna have to answer to the debt here. And now, hang on, we have an Enchantress coming in. I think this is probably to negate Pipicha's Sculptor, just because she gets, a stack when she gets hit by the chip, maybe. But yeah, JP, the region loves their Enchantresses, but we've not seen her that much in competitive, to be honest.
Yeah, for good reason as well, right? Like, you're talking about the Sculptor landing statues when without presence. It's almost impossible to do it unless you really trap the survivors in a really tight corner. But Pipicha's done it before. We'll see what happens. But Chinatown again, it's such a huge map, so I don't see a lot of openings. Unless you're like going through between pallets or through the windows. Otherwise, I don't really see you getting sandwiched by a statue right off the bat.
Even in a lot of open areas, it's gonna be tough for him to sandwich anyone. So did they technically shadow ban him? The Sculptor? We're just gonna find out and see, since I think in previous tournaments that we've called with Pipicha, he does go to that Sculptor when push comes to shove. So he's definitely thinking about it. The timer is about to hit the 15-second mark, so he's gonna have to decide sooner than later, and we're gonna go with a Naiad. So Nell, I mean, there's a lot of elevation here, a lot of windowed areas as well. So how are you feeling about Naiad here in the Chinatown?
I feel like she's really good in Chinatown in terms of mobility. Secondly, I feel like she's the reason why everyone's choosing Naiad is to show that they're the better fish lady. I don't know. Is this a competition to see who can get the most kills with Naiad? Because Rise of Naiad, Posh?
Could be, because Naiad was. I mean, I think this is Pipicha saying to Deeming, like, yo, I could play this. Watch me get the 5-point game. Watch me get the 4K. We'll see, but this is a different map we're talking about, and based on the Survivor lineup, I think it's kind of doable for him to get at least a tie. But you want to get more than that, Pipicha. You want to get the 5-point game here. So we're just gonna have to see. Nyan did get MVP as a kiter here. He has the Enchantress, so this is a little tough because Enchantress has got to get close to get that stack going on, but that's what Naiad wants. She wants to drown you in her area.
Exactly. And but the thing is, you will still be able to build a stack more successfully because it does take a period of time before Naiad stops swimming.
Right. True. Yeah. That makes sense. Especially early game when she doesn't have the dash or the swim, so she can't put more humidity on you. Oof, you're right. So now we're gonna see how this match goes. Chinatown, second half of round number 2, folks.
Two of them has flywheel. Only the Mercenary has the Titana, and Pipicha, not to mention Pipicha, 6-9 blink. That's a very aggressive build, which means that he's looking for some action early game, hoping for a Terra Shock like Deeming. But honestly, how often does that happen? He's looking down the floor, activating the hunt.
The hunt. But yeah, you can lose track of the footsteps, especially. Well, good thing it's no entomologist here, but this is an acrobat, so he's gonna get close to this area here. There is a gate for him to jump through. Is he gonna use it though? Oh, he's gonna move on away because the dancer did set up her box there, so I think just trying to get to a better spot in this area. Double backing, and wow! Able to get a hit instead of a trade-off. And that was an excellent kite for Toki.
Exactly, beautifully done. And Toki has a red bomb ready to use. As soon as Pipicha retracts the weapon, he's just gonna bounce away. And with the red bomb, it also helps to remove the blink. The blink!
Ooh, thank God that wasn't a Terror Shock for Toki. Able to at least bait out the blink hit. He's still doing pretty well here. He's got a white bomb for him to transition away. He's gonna move on to this area where there's a window.
Yeah, he's buying so much time. Gosh, like, look at the ciphers. They're moving at a fairly fast rate. And if he gets to the second floor, it's gonna be even worse. Put out the pallet, it's gonna be even worse.
forcing him to break the pallet down, and he's gonna get the drop down. And mind you, he has another bomb to use, and he's actually running around where they're decoding, and he's still like PP just still focusing on Toki. Let's see if he can go a full 180 here. Oh my god. He's gonna try to transition, and now he gets to the pallet.
Oh my god, he's gonna pallet slam again, PP. Second time being pallet slam by Toki. I don't know, man. He's playing like the god Loki right now. I'm not sure.
The trickster god, man. Look at this. He's just breaking ankles at this point, but now he's gonna get moved out of this area. He has no bomb to use, and now eventually through the pallet, PP with the no Naiad nonsense. He doesn't want to deal with it anymore. Able to get the down, but Nell, 2 ciphers remain, and you know the last cipher has been worked on already.
Yeah, damage has been done. I don't know, Posh. It feels like it's a very strong 3 escape because he has no more blink to catch up with. If the successful comes, rescue successfully by Merc, rescue, and then just don't get time. Yep, it's pretty good. Go back to doing Nyan Cypher, and Nyan comes to support.
Acrobat. He's hanging around this area here, but he can't stay for too long, and now he gets popped. Yeah, he didn't really have flywheel to kind of negate the humidity, but this actually buys time for the rotation to happen for the second rescue. That second to the last cipher is going to be done in just a bit. We're still working on that last cipher, which is around 70%. So it's still going to be tough. PP has to stay on top of things here.
Yeah. Lim has to come for the second rescue, right? Because Dancer's just too far away, so Dancer's probably gonna rotate towards the gate. So it's a pretty safe rescue, I have to say, because Cypher's prime. So PP, if he doesn't camp and he gets hit by Lim, oh, that's gonna be so hard.
Yeah, Lim actually, oh wow, getting the burst here, able to get the rescue, and Lim is still up. So now Toki has to be very careful. He does not have a bomb to use just yet. They're gonna have to time this pop very well. Oh, they just go for it, and now Toki has to keep him in this area.
Yeah, he has to, but that's the blink to make it work. Oh,
but now look at the gate now. It's way past the 50% mark. So if they play this right, and now we see that Lim is already here. The exit gate is open.
No.
And it is going to be a 3-person escape, folks. The crowd goes wild for AXZ.
Yeah, AXZ has to be really happy with the achievement that they've gotten. Not only, they've always been the survivor, all about survivors, right? Like winning in IGL. But now with the Hunter stepping up as well, AXZ has risen into a very formidable opponent in this group itself.
Yes, so, I would say they transcended, right? There we go, look at that. It's Rose, he's finally smiling. Look at that, awesome.
Yeah, it's Rose. He's like, I hope I did okay with the draw. But now that you've gotten the 3 escape, yeah, I'm fine.
All part of the plan, that's what he's saying now. But beautiful performance.
7 tonight, bro, 7 tonight.
On you guys. Because you guys got the victory, but I mean, we still got to give our kudos to FL. I mean, they played really well. Again, we want to find the best of the best in this group stage, and it's not the last we'll see of them. But we can mark down AXZ as being the first in the group stages to get a 2-0, so that solidifies them at the top of their placing as of this moment.
Exactly. And if any one of you has placed golden apples on this AXZ, well, AXZ fans, you gotta be very happy. Closer towards the prediction as well. So congratulations, AXZ 2-0. So that's a really convincing win as well. It's not like half-ass win.
It's definitely not. It's very convincing, and I think that just brings them all the more confidence. And what did we tell you, Lim? My goodness, 2 excellent rescues. Especially with a Naiad. We've seen how rescuing from a Naiad can go sideways for you, but she was able to do that. I mean, if we'd ask for an MVP, Nell, who would it be? If we're gonna go survivors first, who would you pick?
Survivors, I feel like it's really hard to pick an MVP, but in the sense of AXZ, I would say, okay, let me just have a look.
While you're still looking, okay, yeah. So who would you pick? Lim?
I would say Nyan.
Nian.
Lim has done really good, but it's just I wouldn't pick her for MVP just yet because in the first game she actually got down by the Dream Witch pretty fast.
True. I forgot who she was using. She wasn't the rescuer. For me, I would go Toki. That was an excellent kite for Nayad, even though like he was acrobat again. Because Toki again, he was I don't know, he was kind of shy in the camera, and I think he was supposed to be the dedicated rescuer. That just shows he's got some surviving prowess and ankle breaking prowess with that acrobat, so that's something you got to worry about. But to be honest, if we're gonna go with MVP, I feel like it should be Deeming.
Yeah,
right? With a Nayad. Come on, you got to give it to him. I think maybe just recency bias because we just saw how well the survivors were, but you can't. The house that was built on the foundation of that Nayad, so you got to give it to that Nayad, the Deeming of Team AXZ.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we see Deeming as the MVP as well because 4K and playing that to perfection as well against FL. I've seen a lot of the predictions right from the commentators as well, where FL's like they're supposed to top the list. Maybe it's too soon to say, so who knows? But AXZ is going really
potential, right? Especially now that they've kind of rounded their game with having stable hunters and their survivors are still performing to a T. Still very good. So we're going to take a look at the match stats here because I want to see how well my boy Toki did. 152.9 seconds on that acrobat. Again, like the only hit that PPCHA was able to land was that blink hit. And I lost count. How many stuns did we see on Toki's side? Just the pallet slams. Twice. Incredible.
Yeah, almost 3. Yeah, but it was just beautifully played. I totally agree with you. I think I would change my vote as well. If it comes to Rock, I think Toki has done it without much of a support by anyone. So MVP there. But again, congratulations, EXZ. And of course, FL, they're not out of the game yet. They still have 3 more games to play just to get to the final results. So all is not lost. And
there we go.
Right, you got it right, Tosh.
I think everyone had their sights set on him getting MVP. So like he said, he's gonna get a really good dinner tonight, get some sushi or whatever choice he wants, because he deserves it for average. He's the point hunter, and he went above and beyond that. He went the first 5-point hunter game of the group stage.
Yeah, wonderfully done as well. It actually surprised. I think it not only surprised me and you, it also surprised a lot of fans as well. I'm pretty sure they're going wild. Like Deeming 4K, the AXZ hunters getting 4K right off the bat. That's unheard of, but he made history.
Yeah, with Nayad, dude. The rise of the Nayad, not the Dream Witch, not anyone else, but Nayad, the swimming. All that. So beautiful performance. Congratulations. We're giving you your flowers, Deeming, because you performed really well. AXZ at the top of the list of the group stage.
I think the interview is going to be done here.
I think she's gonna translate it, hopefully.
That's here. Oh, they're inviting Toki. Are they inviting Toki? Yeah, it's Toki.
おめでとうございます。
ありがとうございます。ありがとうございます。
They all look so shy, man.
はい、勝利おめでとうございます。今日が開幕ということでいいスタートダッシュが切れたと思います。ブロックの中でも特に意識していたフェンネルチームだと思いますが、この初戦終えられての気持ちをトキさんからお願いします。
すごいこの日のために結構練習してきたんで、勝ててめっちゃ嬉しいです。
はい、ありがとうございます。ドラミンゴ選手もお願いいたします。
今シーズンずっとグレイス練習してて、戦隊練習でもずっとやってたんで、4つできたときは嬉しかったです。
ありがとうございます。さあ続いて試合の方なんですけれども、ドラミンゴ選手、アクシズレーベの新メンバー、ニュー選手としてですね、今回世界大会に挑戦ということでグループ戦初戦でしたが、見事に華麗な4釣りを見せてくれました。笑顔いっぱいでね、改めてその時の試合の心境や振り返ってみてお気持ちお聞かせください。
そうですね、まあ4釣りが確定した時は本当に嬉しかったですね。メンバーにも ちゃくちゃ喜んでもらえて本当にアクシズウェーブに入れてよかったなって思いました。
わあ、これにはもうトキさんもニコニコになりますね。
そんなに
はい、控え室からもですね、メンバーの仲間の声がすごい聞こえたんですけれども、トキ選手から仲間から見てですね、ドラミンゴ選手のハンター力いかがですか？
いや、今シーズンというか結構この大会に向けてグレイス頑張ってたんで、それで成果出たんで、すごい自分としても嬉しいです。はい、
そうですね、おめでとうございます。まあね、裏には涙苦しい努力もあったということで、見事に本当に華麗なプレーを見せていただきありがとうございます。さあ、そしてトキ選手、グレイス戦ではですね、曲芸師でファーストチェイスを見事に伸ばし、サバイバー3逃げの結果となりましたが、トキ選手が曲芸師をピックするときはどんな時なんでしょうか？
そうですね、いろいろ選択肢あったんですけど、患者か曲芸師で迷ってて、でちょっと芸者が患者ちょっと弱いかなってことで曲芸師選んだんですけど、グレイスにも悪くない相性だったんで、結果的に良かったなと思います。
はい、ありがとうございます。グレイスを使われるドラミンゴ選手から見て、最後の試合のトキ選手の曲芸師いかがでしたか？
いや本当にもう完璧でしたね。読み合いとか球の使い方が本当にプロだなって思いました。
はい、板もバッチリ当てていて、
本当にうまかったです。
あの時のトキ選手、意外と冷静にプレーされていたんですか？
そうですね、設定ミスって円盤チャットが打てなくてチャット打てねえチャット打てねえって
そうだったんですね。じゃあ会場の皆様にはそんなお茶目な声が聞こえてたかもしれませんが、本当に見事勝利されたということでおめでとうございます。改めて大きな拍手をお願いします。さあ、ということでですね、本日がグループ戦初日ということで、この COA 世界の頂点へ向けて挑戦していくわけですが、あちらのカメラに向かってですね、ぜひお一人ずつこのグループ戦の意気込みお聞かせ願えますでしょうか。ではあちらカメラに向かってお願いいたします。トキ選手から。
グループ1位通過して、トーナメントでも、てっぺんに行きたいと思います。はい、頑張ります。
はい、頑張ってください。ありがとうございます。続いて MVP ドラミンゴ選手お願いいたします。
そうですね、B ブロックまだ他のチームもいっぱいあるんで、精一杯努力して頑張りたいと思っています。ありがとうございます。
はい、頑張ってください。ありがとうございます。ということでアクシズウェーブのお二人に大きな拍手をよろしくお願いします。それではまだまだ試合の方頑張ってください。ありがとうございました。
ありがとうございました。
インタビューは以上となります。ハイライトをご覧ください。どうぞ。
All right, folks, we're going to throw it to some highlights. That was me and Nell. Stay tuned for GR versus MS, and Eli O and Chocho will be taking over the mic. See you guys.
See you guys. Bye bye.
いや、俺じゃない。8でもいいよ、4P 瞬間あるから。真ん中に置いて。無理。うわ、無理か。うまい。ナイス。さ、円盤チャットじゃないからチャットが打てねえんだよ。
チャット打たんで。
キボスさん、キボス取る。ラストどこにするみたい。俺最果て。
ニャンさんホテル。
オッケー、持ってくね。
うわ、すごい。
トキさん飛んでる。
レストラン8、4に行きましょう、トキさん。
いや、ナイス。
踊り子1位も機能してない。
ナイス、トキさん。
I'm a boomer.
Hello, fellow executives. Welcome back to the Identity 5 Call of the Abyss 6 Group Stage Day 1. I'm your fellow caster Chocho, and over next to me we have Eli O. So, Eli, we have the match between RC versus GG, FL versus AXC. GG and AXC ultimately winning in their group, in specific groups. So, any specific gameplays you want to mention?
I would like to say before we begin, actually, I was thinking about this, and I was thinking of some very professional, drawn-out intro that we would always particularly do. But I would like everyone to acknowledge that we're currently watching COA. This is the biggest event of the year, okay? This is very exciting. As I tell everybody, okay, everybody looks forward to Christmas season and summer holidays and whatever. I don't care about any of that. I care about what's in front of us right now, COA season. This is the best season of the year. But anyways, back to your question. I just had to do that little intro. I'm sorry. Anyways, back to your question, as you were saying. We did see, already two very nice matchups before us. I really liked the first match of the day, RC versus GG. That was, of course, very exciting, very close. And typically, going into a matchup like that, we'd think GG would be extremely favored. But no, RC made it very close, almost able to get a 4 escape at the end. Just fell a little bit short. And then our second matchup, AXC versus FL. AXC very dominant. Bit of a surprise there. Typically, AXC has been one of the Japanese teams that typically struggles a little bit, but this time they were prepared to play. So definitely very exciting. But yeah, I can't wait to see how the rest of these matches will go.
That's right. I think there were a lot of interesting Hunter picks as well. Evo Reptilian from RC Shota. Very cute face from the Hunter, but he played it really fiercely. But unfortunately, G Survivors really played it very well. The fight between them, it was really worth watching. And yeah, and RC nearly making it. I mean, the Mbama escaping was such a close call. It could have been 4 escape, but unfortunately, had to settle with a 3 escape. Yeah, and yeah, I mean, it was a really intense match. It was a 12-minute Wax Artist match. Usually we don't see 12 minutes, especially a 7-minute late game kind of match, but we did see it. So really excited to see how the next 2 matches, which is the last 2 matches of the day, between GR and versus MS, as well as Day1 versus ACT. I mean, we've seen these teams before, especially Doe and ACT, but the upcoming one will be GR versus MS. Any expectations that you're having, Eli?
Well, definitely going into this, of course, GR will have the advantage being a mainland China team up against a sort of an amateur level Korea team. Obviously, Korea doesn't have a professional league over in the Korea region for IDV. So I think that obviously on paper, GR will have the advantage here. Another thing to consider as well is that the MS team has been forced to change up a little bit. As you've seen during this COA, the rules have changed. So you used to be able to have 3 players from outside of your region beyond that particular team. And a lot of these Korea teams, especially, actually, we'll get back to that question in a minute, but let's watch this.
到时候会去针对他们，去有一些打法，到时候再去比赛上再去看吧，现在就不好说啊。球生的话，他们的监管者的话就是好像是打女巫的啊，然后我们也去针对的去练习了也。
그동안은 이제 저희 팀 생존자들의 각자의 역량을 믿고 이제 좀 알아서 게임을 진행하게 냈었는데 이번 COA 대회에서는 저희 팀의 단점을 보완해 나가고 상대 팀의 플레이 스타일을 정확하게 파악한 뒤에 더욱더 우승에 가까워지기 위해 많은 노력이랑 모니터링을 통해서
Having that short interview with GR C Zai, and yeah, really interested to see how these 2 teams would play out. So a little background info for this year, GR actually did make it at the 3rd place for the 2022 AVL. And also for MS, they actually did not too much, but they did get the championship for 2nd place for IVT 2022 Korea. So but they did have a lot of characters, I mean survivors changing coming in and out of the team. So we do have some stats for that. MS Mistake, Mitake, not mistake, Mitake actually does pretty well, usually get the advantage for the survivor team. So we have Xian, Mori, Baron, as well as Amso, OVO, as well as CC. So I'm really excited to see how this would really play out against a Chinese mainland team.
Yeah, so anyways, going back to what we were talking about before, because the rules have changed, you have to have 6 out of 7 of your members. So you can only have 1 player from outside your region be on your team. So the Korea team MS is forced to change up a lot of their roster. I believe in the past they've had 3 Japanese players on their team, if I'm not mistaken. So now it might be 2 or 3. So now they're forced to go down to 1. And it's like that for all regions. So we've seen some adjustments for some of these teams. And we will also, I'd imagine, see that from RD, the Hong Kong, Macau, Taiwan team. But yeah, so I think going into this matchup, you have a lot of players from, your entire team from GR is a completely professional level. They play every day. They're able to play at a league level every day, whereas MS doesn't have that advantage to work with. So they're forced, pretty much the entire team of MS, they're forced to just play with their practices, with their rank, and they do have 1 IVT, I believe, every year in Korea. So going to this matchup, definitely GR will be favored, but we have seen some pretty good things from MS in the most recent Call of Abyss last year. So it's definitely possible that they'll come out and put up a nice performance today.
Mm-hmm. And for GR side, we do see a Hunter shift already. I mean, last time we used to see a lot of PPX, but this time around we're seeing a lot more of Super Rich, and he is actually appearing more often comparing to PPX already, especially in this Chinese mainland qualifiers. Super Rich pretty much hard carried the entire team all the way and managed to perform under great pressure, although his results may not be the best. Usually 1 to 2 kills, but performance-wise, he's actually pretty consistent, and looking forward to see if we'll be able to see PPX, because right now he is the sub-hunter for the team. As for the survivor-wise, they are leaning more towards getting the advantage for the team. 2 to 3 escapes on average. And yeah, survivors teams is probably getting trying to, I mean, they did play quite a long time in the Chinese mainland qualifiers. I mean, they actually did play 7 matches, and it's the longest. And the team comp selections, they don't really have a specific pattern to it, and I'm quite excited to see more of the Antiquarian by AK actually.
Right. Yeah, I mean, obviously characters like that we'll see be used quite often as they are currently in the sort of the standard meta characters. We've seen a lot of characters such as Ford sort of fallen down and get overtaken by Antiquarian, but it's kind of a surprise considering that a character like that has been one of the strongest for a while, and then Antiquarian just comes out and really starts to take over. But yeah, I mean, looking into this matchup as well, I think the key for GR is that, again, statistically speaking, they're going to have a huge advantage here. They really just need to go out and just kind of play for max consistency. There's no need to take any extra risks or anything. Whereas MX is going to have to be more aggressive. They're going to have to go a little bit more of a unique sort of strategy. We have seen in the previous rounds, we've seen Leo's Memory be a map which is very rare. We never see Leo's Memory get utilized hardly ever in a tournament setting. So I was a bit surprised to see that getting used earlier today. But I think that if MS wants to come out and take this matchup by surprise, they're going to need to have some sort of strategy that GR isn't necessarily expecting. So that you could go something like Leo's Memory, you could go something like Sacred Heart Hospital as well. But it really just depends. Are you favoring your Hunter, or are you trying to favor your survivors? What do you think is going to give you the best advantage?
That's right, definitely. I mean, definitely sometimes survivors do perform better, sometimes Hunter do perform better. And yeah, a question that we really have to bag is that whether they want to move towards a more survivor-sided kind of map, or more towards their Hunter, where the Hunter can have a better ground instead of choosing a map such as a Sacred Heart Hospital, like you've mentioned, which is very survivor-sided. And Hunter may not have a lot of cipher control in terms of that. And yeah, chasing wise might be very difficult. So we might not be able to see Sacred Hospital usually for B1 because of the lack of bans on the Hunter side. It's very unfavorable for Hunters. So we do see a lot of meta characters upcoming. I mean, we've seen it very often. Female Dancer and Antiquarian. I mean, it used to be like Patient, like a bit more fighting characters, but now support wise is seen as very crucial in the survivor teams. So any comments on the current meta, right?
Not really. I mean, basically it's just kind of the same sort of meta we've seen throughout the qualifiers as well. So for the most part, I think we're just going to continue to see a lot of the same sort of characters. As you mentioned, Antiquarian is quite strong. And this is actually something I wanted to bring up as well. The reason why we've seen characters such as Dreamwitch sort of fall off the table a little bit is because Antiquarian is such a strong counter. You know, when Flywheel came out, Dreamwitch already got knocked down a little bit, but it was still a strong character, right? But now that you have Antiquarian, another counter to this particular hunter, it's just so difficult for a lot of these teams to deal with. So I think in terms of the hunter meta, at least, we're probably going to see a little bit less of that, and that's what we've seen thus far. We did see Hasha play it in the last round, but you know, looking into this, Super Rich, if Super Rich is going to be leading on the hunter side for GR, we're not going to see Dreamwitch there. And then as for MS, again, this team is a little bit, we don't have as much information on them previously. You know, we've seen them in previous events. Of course, we've seen them in their qualifiers, but between now and then, it's hard to predict because we don't see them play enough. It's hard to predict how they've adjusted for this sort of event. So in terms of meta, I think they'll most likely be sticking pretty standard to the meta as well. But I would also expect them to have some sort of surprise, whether that's a map pick, whether that's a hunter pick or a survivor pick, because they are going into a matchup where they're heavily disadvantaged, and they need to have some sort of extra out option that GR isn't expecting if they're prepared to win here.
And yeah, I mean, recent qualifiers that we are watching, I mean, we do see a lot of first officer picks. I mean, Mercenary used to be known as one of the most stable and consistent characters to actually do rescues, but right now we're seeing more of the first officer picks compared to Mercenary, and it's not priority to pick a Mercenary anymore. So what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, actually, very good question. So with first officer, we've seen officer sort of taken over as the guaranteed rescue character, because there's no way that a first officer can get stuffed if you use that pocket watch, right? You can take the tide turner effect and get the rescue. So if characters like Bon, characters like Sculptor, Knight, anything with good camp that has potential to stuff the rescuer, first officer is going to be very good in that sort of situation. Now Mercenary is more stable against something like a Dreamwitch, obviously, because any sort of single hit hunter that doesn't rely on camping, Mercenary is going to be a lot more successful. But as these sort of consistent tie hunters with good camping abilities have sort of started to take over the meta, again, such as Bon, Sculptor, Naiad, things like that, first officer becomes a lot more valuable. First officer also can actually be very good against Clerk as well. Kind of does the exact same thing that a Mercenary does, is that you can rescue twice. Except first officer can rescue under detention as well, which can also be quite useful. So that's another reason why I've seen this character sort of just come into the meta. And again, this is really good for survivors because you don't have to worry about picking the rescuer early on. You can go officer or Mercenary later. We are going to see the lineups here for GR. Jojo, why don't you take us through GR's lineup here?
Right, sure, no problem. So we have the survivors of GR Heart. We just skipped past it, but it's okay. We'll see them again. For the MS side, we have I'm so OVO, Sion, Oni, CC, and for their hunters, they have Mitake. So they only have 5 members, so they gotta make full use of it. There is no slaps, so all the best to them. And just before we get into that, maybe we should give a little bit of shout out. So I see Chu Chippy. I think someone just said something as well, Yongla, I think. Yeah, shout out to you. And any shout outs you want to give, Eli? All right.
I haven't really been looking through the
All right, so we also have Apple. I see Apple. Yeah, Chu. Celestial, Maney, and Venus Will. So this couple of shout outs we'll give more later on. So do stay in chat and keep on and just comment. All right. And we'll be moving right into the match now. We'll be seeing Super Rich. GR's Hunter will be up first, so that means MS survivors will be coming for the first half of the event.
Yep. We are going to see Super Rich. He's going to go ahead and take the stage here. Of course, the Korean team of MS is competing over in Japan, whereas Super Rich is currently in mainland China. Something else I wanted to point out as well, after looking through the MS roster, we did see Mitaki as well. I believe that is a Japanese hunter. So I think how this lineup, if I'm not mistaken, how this lineup has turned out is that we have 4 Korean survivors and then the 1 Japanese hunter on that team. And it looks like, yeah, as you mentioned, GR is going to be on the hunter side first versus MS, which does beg the question, of course, who was able to pick map? We should see that up on the screen in a moment. But yeah, I think map pick in a matchup like this is going to be quite crucial, depending on what type of hunters we see come to the table here. Super Rich, as we talked about before, not big on the Dream, which is more of that consistent sort of TIE Hunter player. Characters such as Naiad will be more common from him. And we are going to look into the MS survivors here. We do see the first survivor of MS, CC.
Right, so we have CC over here. CC is one of the more of a stable character, I would say. We don't really see a lot of him fighting, but we get to see it today. CC usually plays the Priestess, Barmaid, Psychologist, as well as Toy Merchant. More of the support characters with the portals, the catapult placements, so that's really important. Unfortunately, she couldn't come to offline stages, so right now we'll be moving on to Sheehan, the only female player in MS, and also a very popular player as well. For Sheehan, she usually means the rescuer role. Mercenary, Gravekeeper, and First Officer are some of the picks that she's chosen during the Korea's qualifiers. Performance-wise, she is a very stable rescuer. Regardless, I mean, she always makes use of her tools to get the very safe rescue and prevents a double down. If I remember correctly, she shouldn't have doubled down in any scenarios where it requires her to rescue. So, which means that she could go immediately back into decoding. Next member we would have would be Amso OVO. Did I get this correct? They have two other members only. Yes, Amso OVO. So Amso OVO, if I remember correctly, he should be the member which is Amso Sexy. And he usually plays the novelist and entomologist as well as female dancer, so very support heavy. The bees usually do come right at the start of the fight, and the female boxers plays right at the start of the match as well. So support-wise, it's definitely there, and I would say very consistent in terms of fighting as well.
Yeah, absolutely. One of the strongest kiters in not just Korea, but all of Asia. We've seen this player be quite strong with characters, as you mentioned, such as female dancers, such as entomologists. We've seen him be very strong in the past Call of Abyss tournaments. We're going to look at the last player. We do have MS Oni, which is a bit of a newer name to MS, if I'm not mistaken. We have seen them use characters such as Batter, being a support and harassment type player, which I'm actually very excited to see. Notably, something that when I look at a lot of these teams, you always like to look out for any specific players that are just kind of outshine with their kiting abilities or with their support abilities. And, Amso OVO has always been a player on MS that's really surprised me. But when I watched Oni play, I was very surprised. You could tell how strong this player is on the survivor side. So MS getting a very strong pickup there. I think that's going to be very crucial for them going forward into this event. We are going to see Super Rich on the Hunter side here. Of course, Bonbon, Axeboy, Naiad as well. A very high, sort of consistent TIE Hunter, likes to play those type of hunters. Not really going to be going for the big aggressive Dream Witch sort of plays. So, but I mean, that's perfectly fine. GR survivors, if they're able to continue to play successfully, 3 survivor escapes are kind of how, because the main game is so survivor-sided, it's become quite easy for 3 survivor escapes, and it's really the hunter side that has the most pressure in this sort of event.
That's right, and I think more of the non-meta picks that he has is the Bloody Queen as well as X-Boy, which I was very pleasantly surprised when I watched the qualifiers to see him perform that well with those non-meta characters. For his Bloody Queen, if I remember correctly, I believe it was a 3 or 4 elimination. And for X-Boy as well, he has managed to reach a 4 elimination before in a BO3 Red Church match. And it seems to be that Red Church is his map to perform very well with those non-meta characters. So we might be able to see that later on. And I'm quite excited to see if there's other non-meta characters that he'd have that we might not know about. But if you're talking about more of the mainstream meta characters, he does have it, and it's the Naiad, Bex Artist, as well as, I would say, Geisha.
Yeah, typically speaking, we don't see a lot of these mainland China teams stray too far from the sort of standard meta. We've seen this more commonly from other regions such as Korea or maybe even Japan, Southeast Asian, NAU possibly as well. But for the most part, China is that one region that typically stays very consistent, playing the same characters over and over, and sort of creating the meta as new characters come out. But yeah, as you mentioned, Super Rich sometimes will go a little bit off course and play characters such as Axeboy. And that might actually be a factor here, so you definitely have to consider that. But again, considering that, as we talked about before, GR being a team that is statistically advantaged in this matchup, it would make the most sense for Super Rich to just play very standard characters and just sort of just at the bare minimum try to tie things out through each of these rounds.
And right now we're seeing MS survivors on the stage itself trying to prep themselves with their hands, and also Super Rich getting ready. You know, I mean, the pressure is definitely there. I wouldn't say, I mean, even if you're as confident as you can be, you got to, you know, still be stable and get as many kills as you can. And against one of the best teams in Korea, definitely there is a certain level of pressure, even though it's a foreign team. So I think we can see if whether Super Rich might be able to play a flop, because he does have many B1 characters. He doesn't really stick to one, and I think that's something that is really special. I mean, talking about versatility, what do you call it? Being versatile, yeah, being versatile is really important. And in BO1, definitely having that would be very crucial. We need to see, because if servers know BO1 hunter you have, then they're just gonna use characters that's just gonna target you consistently, and you're just gonna get, it makes it difficult for hunters. So having certain hunters such as Nayet, Artist, something different, something very different from each other, and playing according to what survivors do pick is something that Super Rich has an upper hand for.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we are just gonna wait for the matchup here in a moment. Still waiting on the map selection, I believe. Sorry, a little bit of a technical difficulty there, but it should be. I think we're good. Yeah. So again, just waiting for the matchup. Sorry, can you repeat what you were saying, Jojo? I was fixing technical things.
I was saying how
being a boomer,
Super Rich has amazing character selection for BO1. He doesn't really stick to one. So regardless of what characters pick, he can look at the team form and see, right, so this hunter character, for example, Wax Artist, Nayet, is a better character to go against. So it doesn't really stick to one. Servers can really target one hunter to really make it harder for them.
Yeah, absolutely. And also, you know, actually, let's talk about Wax Artist a little bit. Thank you for bringing that up. That's a topic that I really enjoyed to go on about. It looks like, we actually do have the map here. It looks like it is going to be Ever Slipping Town, and this is actually perfect. I was going to say, Wax Artist is a very map-oriented hunter. It's really not quite as strong on certain maps. So if MS had map selection, that would have put them at a huge advantage. They could easily pick something that Wax Artist would struggle on, such as Arms Factory, such as Red Church, because of a lot of walls, a lot of windows, a lot of difficult pallets for Wax Artist to deal with, a lot of ways to break line of sight. But on a map like Ever Sleeping, the alleyways are so long and open, it's very easy for Wax Artist to take advantage of that and get a lot of wax on survivors. So the Ever Sleeping Town map selection will, of course, be quite advantageous here for GR. Looks like we're going to see Priestess ban on the hunter side first here. This works quite well for a lot of Super Rich's hunters, depending on if you're trying to play Bon, if you're trying to play something like a Wax Artist, Priestess on Ever Slipping Town will be strong against all of those. We also, of course, will have Mercenary and Dancer immediately locked in. We talked about Dancer from I'm So OVO is going to be quite a strong character for them, especially on a map like Ever Slipping Town, where you're able to set up boxes in the center of the map, allow your kiters to transition to those areas and create a lot of distance utilizing those slow boxes. It looks like we're going to have Antiquarian, Seer, and Batter banned here from Super Rich. So he definitely did his homework in preparation of Oni potentially selecting the Batter. As we previously mentioned, it is a character that he has quite some skill with, and it looks like we're going to see Acrobat as the final lock-in for MS.
And right now we're seeing the cut collection. Amazing collection right over there. FL win. So yeah, we do actually see Ever Sleeping Town being played by GR in the qualifiers. So Wax Artist, Nayet, and also were one of the first few selections that he has. But I would say picking Bon in first BO1 might not be the most ideal choice. I mean, he does have other selections, and Bon kind of limits him to almost a tie situation. Again, seeing this team, I do feel that Bon might be a good choice. Eli, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely possible. I don't think Wax Artist is very strong here. Wax Artist has no problem chasing against something like an Acrobat, but Entomologist and Dancer less so. Bon would be more effective against something like an Entomologist. You can easily chip the bees once. Bon doesn't really mind Entomologist in most instances because you can easily eliminate the bees with the bombs. So I think that Bon would be pretty good here. Of course, Acrobat is versatile against every hunter, so there's really not any sort of hunter you're going to pick to counter Acrobat directly. That's just sort of the the versatile survivor pick that everyone goes with. Looks like we're actually going to see Naiad here. I have to say I'm a little bit surprised. Naiad against Entomologist and Dancer can be quite difficult, but with the lack of harassment support, I guess I'm trying to think about how this will play out exactly. Entomologist can be strong against Naiad in that once the Naiad gets close, you can get off your bees. Maybe the Naiad will get stuck as she pulls back the Trident, and you're able to create some distance that way. Acrobat's a very good kiter against Naiad. We saw that previously in one of our previous matchups. As soon as you pull back the Trident, you just charge your bomb and release it, create the distance that way. And then as for female Dancer, of course, very, very strong with the slow boxes against pretty much every hunter in the meta. So Naiad, we've seen sort of take over as just a very consistent round 1 or round 2 option. However, going into this sort of team comp, I think MS has a slight advantage with the sort of characters they have been able to pick against this type of hunter.
Yeah, that's right. And against Team GW in qualifiers, we did see Super Rich pick Deny It against them and did get a tie situation. So I'm just thinking maybe Super Rich, maybe the team GR right now is thinking that, all right, so we have our Hunter just tie and then the survivors get the win. So maybe that's their strategy. I'm not too sure, but we have to see how the conditions of both survivor side and Hunter side of both teams are right now today, because I mean, condition is their own condition-wise on that day itself really affects their gameplay, especially Hunter-wise is just gonna affect the team a lot. And right now we're seeing the spawn locations. Hunter will be spawning at the S pellet area, while Entomologist will be in front of him as well as the Acro. So looking at the spawn location, Eli, who do you think Hunter should be chasing first?
We should probably go straight to Entomologist. There's a chance you go for Acrobat, but the problem with going Acrobat is you can easily rotate to Graveyard. Graveyard's a very difficult area for Naiad. If you're able to get to that Graveyard window, it can be quite a challenge for the Naiad to sort of deal with that, to loop off that, to cover up that area. We actually see the Dancer, interestingly enough, spotting over near the corner house area. Instead of utilizing those boxes towards the middle of the map, we're going to see her off to the side. I guess in this situation, probably being used as more of a kiter rather than a supporter. But you typically want to have a situation where you're able to put slow boxes towards center map. I guess the main idea as well is that you can put up slow boxes over near the Geisha Gate area. Acrobat can rotate towards the Graveyard after taking a hit, can potentially then transition towards the slow boxes at Geisha Gate. But then you're working with Geisha Gate area, not quite as strong of a kiting position. So I don't know. It's interesting, this spawn. It looks like we are going to see loading into the match here is going to go straight for the Entomologist. It looks actually it's going to go towards middle here. Finding the... He's going to go away for the Mercenary. Actually does go for the Entomologist, sort of taking a longer route to get there. Trying to loop off of this area as much as possible. And we'll see how Entomologist is able to play around this.
And also we do see female Dancer really set up boxes at the shack area, also waiting for the Hunter, but Hunter is not interested in the female Dancer. We'll be chasing the Entomologist at the Fake Gate area, trying to pull this area and prevent Entomologist from escaping, and in fact trying to pull her, but unfortunately still at 0% water. And yeah, the bees will be used here and trying to buy out more time, but the basic hit should be registered over here. No, missing that hit, and we'll be getting that hit still. Yes, the T will be registered, and the Hunter has brought Blink and Insolence into this match, so we'll be having Blink throughout the entire match. The female boxes is already set up at 3 pellet, and unfortunately unable to transition over there. Blink hit, and we'll be downing the Entomologist over here.
Yeah, interestingly enough, Entomologists did have Flywheel. When they were over near that bad corner area with the 2 pallets, they could have Flywheel towards those pallets, potentially avoided a hit there. The Flywheel was up right as the Naiad was catching up there. They would have been able to pull it off, but it looks like instead just taking the hit, transitioning away, and they were able to go down to the Blink here. Keep in mind, as you mentioned, those slow boxes and a fast box as well, still set up towards the middle area of the map here. So if Entomologist is able to transition over there, that could definitely be a strong kiting position. We're going to see Sayon come for the rest. Terror Shock onto the Mercenary. That's going to allow a double hit, forcing the Entomologist as well away. Because this area was watered off so far, Entomologist is not able to go towards any of those slow boxes and is forced to transition towards middle here. Super Rich able to get some water there. One more hit onto the Entomologist. Flywheel is available, but nowhere to Flywheel to. Is going to have to hold on to it here, and is going to go down a double down of the Mercenary, and Super Rich has now put himself in a very strong position.
I mean, initially it was a 2-cipher kite, but that terror shock turned the game entirely around. Right now it's a double down situation where female dancer and acrobat are both decoding. I'm not too sure whether acrobat will want to rescue after that cipher pop at the double story area, but we'll have to see about that. Mercenary would most likely have to be forced to use this self heal, or if not, it's just gonna waste a lot of time to just run to Mercenary and heal him up. It seems to be that Acrobat might be selling the jump down, so entomologists will be rescued. Eli, do you think it's a great choice for survivors to take this rescue?
I don't think so. They don't have anywhere near enough Cypher Parks. Looks like Acrobat's going to feed Tenais, but Acrobat very close in feeding Tenais. Actually looks like he's not even going to go for the Acrobat at all. Yeah, you don't want to go for... When you don't have Cypher progress, there's really no point in going for that rescue. They still need 2 Cyphers to go, and there's really no chance of Entomologist having any sort of rebound kite there. Did have Flywheel and some bees, so it was technically possible, but with full presence Naiad, it is quite difficult. We are going to see him go after I'm So OVO, the dancer here over at Corner House. This is what I was looking forward to. This player kite here, we see that slow box does get dropped down here. Super Rich is going to just ignore the box completely, sort of loop off this area and try to force the dancer away here, but she does still have a spin to work with. She's back into the slow box here, does get the spin off, and is able to get out of range of the swing there, and that's exactly what I was talking about. I'm really looking forward to seeing this female dancer kite. We do see the hit, though, unfortunately, through the pallet. Trying to play a little bit too aggressive with the mind games there, and that is going to be a free hit onto the female dancer.
That vaulting rate in front of the hunt and getting that hit down immediately, and yes, that was probably about 40 seconds. We'll be checked at one of the code ciphers, which is where Acrobat will be at. So I might be getting this rescue since it's the only person that is full health right now. Cipher-wise is looking okay, but Acrobat doesn't have any tight turner for female dancer to rotate away after this rescue, so this will definitely have to happen, but there is a possibility of a field rescue, especially when it's against a second skill hit.
Yeah, and he was able to get out of range of the water there, all the way up to 80% there. Does get the swing, and is it going to farm the dancer here? But it's actually not bad. Acrobat is able to get around uninjured. The question is, can Acrobat avoid taking hit? No! Does get watered down there, which means Acrobat cannot save here. And that last Cypher machine is still in the area. I believe it's that one near the Naiad here. We did see an Insolence build, so I believe that there is no option to use Trump card into an abnormal play here. So it's really just going to come down to can he potentially farm this dancer. That last Cypher machine, 50% over at Corner House. The 80% Cypher is the one they are chaired on, so they are forced to do that extra Cypher machine instead.
I mean, this rescue definitely have to happen. We'll see whether it will be another tower shot. The mind game is on. Will it be able to get this tower shot? Wait, Mercenary decides to not get this rescue anymore. Can't get this rescue, in fact, and will be feeling rescue. Cypher is at 70% by Acrobat. Panther will be continuing his chase onto Mercenary that will be down in a few more seconds.
Yeah,
Mercenary primed by that.
Mercenary just left the chair. I don't really know. No, Mercenary's going to go down here. The Cypher Machine's not primed. He's able to get the pickup here. And now he has Blink. All he has to do is find this Acrobat, blink him for the kill. And this will be a 4-survivor elimination. Yeah, Mercenary went in for the rescue and just left. Maybe a misclick there. I didn't realize that he didn't get the rescue off. I'm not really sure, but it looks like now it's just down to eliminating this Acrobat. Still has a few bombs to work with, but keep in mind there is Blink available for the Naiad. He's going to take that speed boost there with the water, and now it's really just a matter of time before this Naiad is able to get that last kill.
Definitely. And just looking at the amazing water pulls by this hunter himself, Super Rich, very amazingly done. He knows exactly what he needs to do, and the dash is being very accurate as well. And Acrobat does have quite a number of balls to work with, but I doubt that it will help him survive through this ordeal. I don't think a dungeon escape would be possible, but getting onto the tram will be able to... Yes, getting onto the tram successfully, and do have a number of balls to work with. Dungeon is at gate, which is extremely far. Hunter does have Blink, like you mentioned, so this would most likely just be a 4 elimination. Yeah, we'll be seeing this down immediately.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. Naiad can easily just catch up there, is able to get the down there, and that is going to be a 4-survivor elimination with Naiad. This is not even a trump card build. This is just an insolence and detention, so this is more of a consistent draw build rather than an aggressive 4-kill build, and he's still able to get the job done against a team composition that typically would be strong against Naiad. So yeah, I'm not really... I think the big gameplay there the big game changer is that Mercenary was just unable to get that rescue off. Looking back on it now, I think Mercenary had an elbow pad, and I think he just forgot to, I see, Mercenary forgot to turn off the elbow pad, and elbow padded off the chair instead of getting that rescue. So that's actually what happened.
Right?
Yeah, that's actually what happened. We weren't able to see that, but yeah, that was, sometimes that happens when you play Mercenary. You go to press the elbow pad, and you don't look to see if it turns off. You just assume it does, and it sometimes doesn't. And unfortunately, that did cost MS the game there.
Definitely, and the pressure on the survivors can definitely be seen on that Mercenaries field rescue. I mean, not field rescue, but that Terror Shock rescue. I've never seen Sheehan field rescue in any at all, in fact, and Double Down was something very rare when I was watching the Korea qualifiers, but it seems to be that the pressure Super Rich has placed onto Sheehan was very, very big, in fact. And it just gave the Terror Shock, and then, like you said, the elbow pads didn't close, so it got it away from the chair, which was something that we wouldn't really see very often in such a stage where, you know, survivors tend to. I mean, this is a qualifiers already, where this is the global stage, where, you know, we expect to see very top gameplays, but yeah, pressure can sometimes really affect someone, and yeah, the Mercenary closed elbow pad changed the game entirely. Because I was thinking, right, if Sheehan doesn't make this rescue and it becomes a field rescue, it would have been a 4-kill. The only thing she could have betted almost to get that rescue and possibly 3-man detention period and hopefully get that tie in, or if not, a 1 escape. It was something that she needed to bet on, and then yeah, the elbow pad that was on, very unfortunately. But right now we're looking at the stats. Seems to getting the first entomologist with 61 seconds kite. Actually not too bad, but it was actually a very fast down, and then alongside with the double down, affected the team a lot, and then not much prolonged fight from the female dancers at the same time. So yeah, 5-0 to MS.
Yeah, so this is definitely going to put MS on the back foot. They're going to have to, you know, come back from the situation. Of course, this was GR's map selection, so it's not too bad. I want to also talk about the ideas. If you had a first officer here instead of mercenary, we talked about how first officer sort of taken over in the meta. First officer most likely doesn't get terror shocked on the rescue because first of all, you can't see where he is. So a lot of hunters will usually just wait for the rescue. Sometimes they'll swing at the air. If you swing at the air, you're going to get a basic hit. It's not going to be a terror shock. You can get the save successfully. Or they're going to wait for the rescue and then go for a hit, or maybe go for a farm. But either way, you get the rescue down a terror shock and there's no double down. And additionally, if first officer has a pocket watch on the second rescue, there's no reason to, you can just go for the save. Obviously, you don't want to farm the survivor, but there's no risk of a terror shock or a stuffed rescue because you still have your 5 seconds of tide turner even at half health. So that's why first officer has been, we've seen, becomes quite strong in the meta. MS kind of sticking to mercenary here did backfire a little bit, unfortunately, and it worked right into GR's favor. And now things definitely get interesting here as GR does have a 5-0 lead, and we are going to see the GR survivors take the stage.
I mean, pressure right now definitely will be on the hunter side of MS. Me take it. And yeah, me take it. The survivors of GR will be walking downstairs onto their seats. Same team that we've seen, which is AK, CZai, as well as Shadow. So let me just take a look. Yeah, it seems to be that it's the exact same survivor team comp that we've seen in the qualifiers. So not much of a change, and we should be able to see very consistent performance, such as a tie and above situations for the survivor side. So GR at this point in time has an extremely big advantage and much lesser pressure compared to MS, and there might be a possibility of a 2-0 today.
Yep, it's definitely possible. We're going to see Mitaki take the stage here. We'll see how he goes into this matchup. We've seen this player play a lot of Dream Witch in the past, although we have, as we mentioned, Dream Witch has sort of fallen down from grace a little bit. Still a very strong hunter, still one of the best hunters in the game, but a lot of these round 1 hunters have opted a little bit away from Dream Witch and started to go for a little bit more of a consistent tie hunters, as we saw in the first round with the Naiad. Naiad's come out as a very strong round 1 hunter because Naiad's very consistent, very good at securing 2 kills at least, and you can sort of play more aggressively and maybe get some more as the game progresses. Whereas with Dream Witch, it's nothing is obviously nothing's guaranteed with any hunter, but Dreamwitch is more aggressive, has more chances of getting a high kill, but also there's a good chance that Dreamwitch could potentially lose because there's so many counters, there's so many options to go against Dreamwitch. You have Flywheel, you have Antiquarian, you have direct counters such as Barmaid, Psychologist. There's so many ways to deal with a Dreamwitch, whereas there's less ways to deal with something like a Naiad. So we've sort of seen that be a common theme here. But in a situation where MS is down 5-0, I think Mitaki definitely needs to come in aggressive here and try to play aggressive hunter, such as Dreamwitch.
Definitely. And right now we'll be seeing the introductions of the survivors. We have firstly JR Shadow. Shadow, he has the biggest character pool, I would say, in the entire team. And the most common characters that he's playing right now is more of the support kind of roles. And also the most consistent player in the entire team. I would say because of his character pool, he has so much flexibility. Weeping Clown, Psychologist, Postman, Embalmer, Time Regent, and Priestess, Female Dancer are one of the most common picks that he has. And it's actually not too common because he actually plays different characters each round, and it just surprises me how flexible he can be. And moving on to Cizai, which is more of the harasser role in the entire team, he's taking the forward as well as anti-Aquarian picks and harasser hunter throughout, and he's leaning more towards consistent, I would say, one of the most stable characters. But one interesting pick that he has made in the qualifiers would be Professor, and next player was GR Hart, I believe, and GR Hart is more of the rescuer role, taking on the rescuer role for his team. Interesting piece, I would say. Wilding as well as Weeping Clown from his side. He's pretty stable in his rescues, so we shouldn't be seeing too much of a burden on him. And the last member was AK, which is also playing harasser, but also more of the Kaita. I would say one of the more least consistent players, I would say. A lot of risky plays observed during the qualifiers. But also moving on to MSM Mitake. Mitake generally getting more of the 4 elimination stats straight up. A fiercest, I would say, and the best performing hunter in Korea. And also solo taking for his entire team as the Soul Hunter. Character pool is leaning a lot closely to the current meta, which is the Dreamwitch, Geisha, Club, Naiad.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm really interested to see how these ban picks will actually play out here. Again, considering that there's just so many Dreamwitch counters in the game, and GR is going to assume that Dreamwitch is going to come out here because they, again, there has to be a 4 survivor elimination here to tie up this first round. So there's a good chance we're going to see some sort of anti-Dreamwitch style of strategy here to play against Mitaki. But yeah, we are just going to get into our match in a second here. Yeah.
That's right, and like we do see the audience with the Chinese audience, especially with the very funny stickers, I would say. Yeah, but everybody who understands Chinese will understand what I'm talking about. The audience and Japanese audiences, I like to say Japanese audiences, when there is an amazing play, you realize just now that they would just be clapping, very calm and very. And and then for the Chinese mainland audiences, they will just be shouting and just cheering for their teams and also showing very ugly photos of their teams that they're supporting as well. So it's really interesting. There is a vast differences between two different country supporters, and yeah, really excited to see how this would play out. But I think group survivors, I was actually expecting them to. Rather than performing too badly, they actually do get a lot of 3 escapes in the Everest Living Town map. It's actually one of the maps to consider. We do see a shadow sticker, shadow gif over there. Very cute. And yeah, just players right now are just getting ready, calming themselves, checking that everything is paper, and also putting some. Actually, Eli, what's the thing they're putting on your hands? Do you know?
I don't know. Probably some sort of making your hands not like.
Wait, I'm not too sure.
Like lotion or something, maybe. I
Lotion? No, it's actually something like.
No, I don't put things on my hands when I play IGV. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I guess it's something to make it less slippery, I guess. So,
possibly. Yeah.
Yeah,
like
and right now survivors.
Stuff.
Oh, yeah, powder. Yeah, some powder.
Something like that.
That's right.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't really. I often don't put things on my hands when I play IDV because I feel like I'll just. I don't know. It feels I don't know. They have their whole strategy. Such as Dong Xuan, when he finishes a match, he always cleans off the hands very
Oh
clean,
yeah, very
yeah, definitely taking care of himself. That's very good to see. Something that I don't do, but I should probably start doing because that's very smart. Anyways, looking into our band picks here, we are going to see, again, Mitake on the Hunter side versus the GR Survivors. What will be the first band here? Actually, Priestess up first here. We typically would see something like Seer first for a Dream Witch, but of course Priestess has been quite strong. Obviously, it has been strong in the meta for quite some time. It looks like we're going to see Mercenary and Antiquarian. So right away, Mercenary getting taken first. Typically, we wouldn't see this. We would see the Rescuer be picked last, because you could easily just go something like First Officer. But because the Survivors are in preparation of a potential Dream Witch incoming, Mercenary does make a lot more sense. We're going to see Barman and Psychologist direct Dream Witch counters immediately being eliminated here.
Right, yeah, it seems to be leaning more towards a Dream Witch pick. Yeah, and right now, AK has picked the Mercenary, Antiquarian, and Seer picks have been made. The last band is the Prospector, so picking an Embalmer, leaning more towards a tight situation for the Survivor side. Against Team Com, Eli, what do you think Mitake should be bringing into the match?
Well, I mean, considering that you have to go for a 4-kill, we'll probably just see Dream Witch. I mean, there's really not, like, anything else you can go with here. This team comp is very difficult for Dream Witch to deal with. Of course, Antiquarian is a direct counter. If you ever get trapped between leeches, you can just stun one of the leeches and make your escape that way. You can cancel Patroller bites with the flip. You can cancel a Spawn Follower Patroller by stunning the Spawn Follower. Embalmer is going to be very consistent Survivor against a Dream Witch in that you can self-rescue, which means that you're not going to give a free injury as someone comes in for the rescue, and it forces you to die to your leeches. The leech will follow you across the map instead of the main body, or the main body at least will take longer. And it doesn't disrupt Cypher progress. And then Seer in general is just very good against Dream Witch. You're able to use that owl to potentially help yourself or a teammate kite out a Patroller bite, and that can be very crucial. If you're able to last longer than 2 Patrollers, that's the difference maker in a Dream Witch matchup. Dream Witch is very consistent. When you're able to get a double Patroller down, if you're forced to use an extra Patroller to get a kill, that's when it goes from a tie or winning situation to the Dream Witch to potentially losing one.
That's right. So right now, Mitake will be picking the Bonbon. Very interesting pick. I mean, if you're aiming for a full elimination, Bonbon wouldn't be the first thing that you think about, especially on a map with Ever Sleeping Town. It's not favorable for Bonbon at all. So I was thinking, this team form against a Bonbon, I would say Survivor might have the higher ground and getting a tie and above situation. I mean, they can just decide to sell. And then for Embalmer's Coffin, they can decide to, alright, so for now, we just have the Embalmer's Coffin first, and then save the rescue for later, and keep the decoding progress onwards. So, interesting pick on Mitake's side. Not sure how this game plan is gonna go about. I mean, he definitely has one in his mind, and hopefully it goes to his side. So, Survivors will be picking their spawn locations now. Antiquarian at the Geisha spawn, and Seer Hunter spawning at the S pellet, between S pellet as well as Fate Gate, I believe. So, Eli, where do you think Hunter should be chasing first? I mean, the Embalmer's on the right, Seer's on the left. Which one do you think is a better pick?
It's hard to say. I mean, if you eliminate Embalmer first, that's good because there's no... I mean, Embalmer and Seer obviously will be the best chase targets here, so either one is technically okay. Again, Bonbon here, as you mentioned, like, it makes sense in that Bonbon's better against Antiquarian and Seer than a Dream Witch is. This is a very difficult comp for Dream Witch. However, considering that you have to 4-kill, Bonbon has almost no chance to 4-kill on a large map like Ever Sleeping, especially because there's an Embalmer. Embalmer is actually a strong counter to Bonbon because you self-rescue, you play around the camping ability that Bonbon's so known for. So Bonbon into this team comp, in my opinion, still is unfortunately not quite as good as playing Dream Witch. There's really no win potential here, but again, I think maybe the idea for MS is that they're just going to try to tie this round out, minimize the damage, and try to win in the later round. So I think Seer and Embalmer both are fine targets. The biggest problem here is that Seer is going to rotate immediately towards Corner House. So if you're forced to chase Corner House, that's never ideal. So it might make sense to go for Embalmer first, since you do have him towards the middle of the map, which is a little bit easier to deal with than the Corner House area.
I mean, yeah, definitely. I mean, Mitake did play Bonbon in the qualifiers, but it's in the Arms Factory match. It's completely different. He didn't have a full elimination, but we'll be heading right into the match. We'll see how this plays out. He's heading straight towards Seer, and it seems to be that Seer will be the target, and Seer is rotating already towards the shack area. Yeah, Hunter seems that he'll be focusing on the Seer, but yeah, rotating successfully into Shack, so he's actually in a very safe location. He can do the up-down dropping, but then again, this is where the basement is. So we'll see how this rotation does really work out.
Yeah, again, it is corner house, as you mentioned. This is such a hard area for a hunter like Bonbon to deal with. The AK is going to rotate around here, not trying to get mind game. Just going to try to break line of sight as long as possible. Is able to finally catch up here, able to avoid all those bombs there, and should be able to get at least one here. Is able to get that first chip on to the Seer here. He actually did bring teleport, I guess, in preparation of the Embalmer, and it looks like we're going to see the 5-second bomb here. AK not getting phased by that at all, though. Beautiful job understanding that the 5-second bomb is going to take a little bit longer to blow up there. Goes for the swing there. Is not able to get the hit, able to avoid the bomb as well. Still has Seer Owl to work with, and already this is a good start, especially for a character like Seer against the Bonbon.
That's right. And Hunter brought teleport and seems to be very confident in his chasing abilities. The beat has been forced out. Flying Wheel has been forced out. So we'll see how this really plays out. The pellet is down, pulling distance between the Hunter. Venom the Bird has already expired. Hunter does have bombs to use, but unable to really, this bomb hit onto AK. AK is waiting this, like, is really easy. It's second in fact. So you can see how this is gonna play out very well for the Survivor side. I mean, it's not ready just yet, but Seer will be down. It's a 3 Cypher kite on for Survivor side, and it seems to look pretty good. Mercenary is the only salty turner of the team, so most likely he'll be coming for the rescue. And just to note also, the 3 other survivors are bringing Flying Wheel into this match.
Yeah, and you really see why Bonbon here is so difficult. The Seer just rotates towards corner house. You have a free chase at corner house, or free kite at corner house. And now it looks like we're going to see Mercenary come in probably for an after half rescue. You have 2 Cypher machines already with a lot of progress. Not going to be in prime in time for the rescue, so there's a chance of a stuffed save here. But you might as well attempt at least one save. If you're able to get the rescue off, it's going to be a winning position for the survivors. If you're not able to get the rescue off, it's still going to be a drawn one. So I would imagine Mercenary comes in for 1 save here, and this would allow the survivors to push for a 3 survivor save. It looks like Hart is getting closer to the chair as this chair moves along here. The last Cypher is 70% and higher here. Elbow pad to the chair, goes for the save here. Can he get the stuff? Does not get the stuffed rescue here. Is going to get the hit onto the Seer, but that last Cypher machine, 85% of the way done here. Dungeon is in the vicinity as well here for AK. Does have Owl and will have Flywheel to work with here, so this should
he's moving towards the Antiquarian. He's moving towards the Antiquarian, where Antiquarian can give the support and can prime it in time, but actually no, except for immediately the tension is on, and Antiquarian and Seer is kind of stuck at this graveyard area, kiting together. So Time Bomb has been used. Seer does have 1 more bird to use, so we'll see how this bird will come together, and Fireball has been utilized. It is almost popped, and 3 other people are already outside. Seer is fighting for his life. Dungeon is right around him. Seer has the bird, so...
Oh, he gets hit by the trim! He gets hit by the trim, and he's unable to get out the dungeon there. He went for the blink onto the Seer there, was able to predict that with so many things just happened at one time. He was able to get the hit onto the Owl there, predicting that blink, and the tram came in and actually knocked him down and prevented him from getting to the dungeon. And the 4 escape gets removed because of the tram. The tram claims another victim today. That's a common theme we've seen from this Ever Sleeping Town map. There was so much happening, Chocho just instantly stopped talking. He was just talking about, like, oh my god, all this is happening, and then, oh, what just happened? And then, yeah, that was actually, that was crazy. That was pretty exciting. What a way to end that, what a way to end that first round, wow.
That was absolutely crazy. Like, if I didn't see the trim that was incoming, and then everything was working perfectly, Seer had his bird, Flying Wheel was used perfectly, onto the bird, and then the tram came and hit him and stunned him, and I was able to recover from the attack recovery and hit Seer, downing him from his dungeon. Amazing play. As you know, 3 escape on GR Survivor side, still at 3-1, and it's ultimately BO1 8-1, and GR having the upper hand advantage of a 7-point advantage to that. So, what a sequence of events, Eli.
Yeah, what a sequence of events. That was really an interesting way to end that round. But it looked like it was going to be, based off of that positioning, it looked like it was going to be a potential 10-0 there for GR. But yeah, the tram did give MS a slight a slight boost there to make it an 8-1. So it's just one of those situations where there's nothing you can do as a survivor side there. I mean, you did everything perfectly. Your match gets decided by a game mechanic that's out of your control. And it worked out, in this case, it worked out in MS's favor. But doesn't matter. GR still has an 8-1 lead for this first round. We see a 3-1. They're just a very impressive game overall. Again, I would have loved to see Dreamwitch. I think in a situation where you have to 4-kill, even against a difficult comp like this, Bonbon here still, it's not great. Dealing with the Embalmer, dealing with Corner House, even for a Seer, which is a good chase for a Bonbon, Corner House is so difficult. And we saw that come to fruition in this matchup.
Finally. Really, yeah, it's a really intense match. I really liked it. I mean, there was a lot of ups and downs. Ultimately, yeah, like you said, the game mechanics, something that we cannot control, survivors cannot control, hunters cannot control. And just getting that one elimination thanks to the tram. So, yeah, it's really difficult decisions on the hunter side. I mean, picking a Bonbon in this Ever-Slipping Town against such a strong survivor team, on average getting a 3 escape. So, I mean, like you said, they've done everything perfectly. AK with that perfect kiting route, perfect rescue on mercenary side, Cypher priming by Dan as well. And yeah, survivors were just being very cautious at the same time. I mean, running towards Antiquarian just in case Cyphers couldn't be primed. At least Antiquarian is there to give their support, and OB for a while just for Cyphers to be popped. So everything has worked out perfectly, and I was thinking for BO2 right now, it is, if I'm correct, MS is picking their map.
In second round.
Okay. Alright, so MS, once I look at their maps, it seems to be that they do perform better at Sacred Hospital for both their survivor side as well as Hunter. But then again, Sacred Hospital is a extremely survivor-sided map. They need their Hunter to get the advantage, and maybe Lakeside Village might be a possible one. I mean, it's a very unexpected pick. It's not one of the popular map selections, other than the Weibo Gaming though. That's their favorite map. But other teams-wise, Lakeside Village may not be a map that they are very prepared for. But then the survivor side of GR, I would say that they have so much, they're so versatile with their character picks, especially with Shadow. He can pick a Toy Merchant and everything will just work out fine. So I'm not too sure how this map picks will really go about.
Yeah, I mean, I think Sacred Heart Hospital, it's just one of those maps where a lot of teams almost never pick Sacred just because not only, as you mentioned, it's very good for survivors. Simply how the idea of kiting with Sacred is that you can be anywhere on the map. And you take a hit and use that speed boost and run straight into Hospital, and that's it. We're going to look at the quick highlights here for this most previous round.
아예 묘지 쪽으로 빠지거나 해야 될 듯. 아, 오케이.
아, 이거 온스캔이 돌리고. 몇 퍼예요?
95%. 강퇴해야 될 것 같아.
개구 팽문.
나 너무 긴.
那么现在，中国大陆赛区的晋级名额已经全部确定了。
想创造新的辉煌吗？
那就来吧。
来挑战我们吧。
Right, so we've seen how that really played about, and yeah, I did see a lot of comments saying how the Trem is like the 6th member of MS, and also Trem should run for president 2025. Yeah, it was just a great amount of events that happened, and also just a quick shout out to whoever I'm seeing as a season 11, Apple especially. Apple was so concerned about the Trem being president for 2025, and yeah, Venus. Whose wife, Apple again, yeah. So, any shout outs you want to give Eli? I mean, just now you didn't manage to give any.
Sorry, I don't have the chat.
Right, it's okay, all right. So, yeah, I mean, from a 4-man to a 3-man, definitely, I mean, even though it's a very slight difference, it's still better than a 10-0. It will be more difficult for MS to really bounce back from this. Especially when it's a 8-1, which means that either side got to at least get a 4 escape or 4 kill. And pressure is on MS side now, greatly. GR wise, not too much. They just need to get a 3 kill or 3 escape and then just tie the second half, and they can just bring this to a 2-0, ending the match immediately. And we definitely do see the differences between a Chinese mainland team versus a Republic of Korea team.
Yeah, definitely. You know, you see just how GR has so much more. They have so much more time to prepare for this. They have so much more time to prepare to play on a big stage. What happens a lot of in this global event is, I believe Nell and Potch were talking about this earlier as well, is when you come to the big stage and you play in COA, anything can happen. It's so different rather than when you play online against other teams in your region, teams you're prepared to play against. Everything works out nicely in your favor for the most. I mean, obviously not always, but you're able to play under less stress than you typically would be. When you get on a big stage here, especially teams that come from regions that aren't used to playing offline, such as Korea, such as NAAU, such as Southeast Asia, such as Hong Kong, Macau, Taiwan, it's a lot more stressful. It's a lot more difficult for them to keep the nerves down and play the same way that they do in their practices. Whereas with Japan and China, they're able to play on this every day, right? In their IVL and their IJL, they're able to be adjusted to this sort of environment. So for MS, it's really going to be, you know, they've been here before, but it's only once a year. They're only here once a year. They only get to play on this big stage once a year. So let's see, you know, again, if they're able to turn this around and shift the momentum back into their favor. But yeah, GR obviously just definitely has the edge as they're able to take a very convincing round number 1.
That's right. Yeah, it's very different. I mean, sitting in front, playing in a different country and then sitting in front of a few hundreds, if not thousands of people, and knowing that there is almost 1 million people from all social sites watching this COA, it's just very pressuring, and it's just a completely different set. You used to be, you know, alone at home playing this by yourself, but then right now you're playing with your team members. It's very different. And right now we're seeing the map selection of Chinatown, if I saw that correctly, from MS site. Wow, Chinatown. It's one of their best maps, I would say. Let me just check my stats. They played at Chinatown. Fun fact, they haven't played at Chinatown at all during the qualifiers, so this will be the first time that they will play. Maybe they have a system that we don't really know of, but then again, it's something that we can expect.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, as you mentioned, again, going back to just playing at home and then coming onto the big stage playing here, you know, it's like all these players, they just, especially the ones who are, again, from these non-competitive regions, they just come from just probably just picking up the game just for fun, and then eventually you rank up and then you realize, oh, you know, I can go somewhere with this, and then eventually all of a sudden you find yourself here in front of all these people, and as you mentioned, in front of throughout the worldwide, probably around 1 million people. It's just so much pressure, so much stress. But yeah, talking about the map selection here, Chinatown, I'm actually surprised. I would have liked to see MS. I'm not really surprised, but I would have liked to see MS try to pick something a little bit more non-traditional, sort of a unique map that maybe GR isn't quite as prepared for. Going Chinatown is obviously something that a team such as GR is going to be, you know, very prepared to play on. It's a very standard meta map. So you're kind of in a situation where, you know, you might be picking a map that you're, as a Survivor team, comfortable to play on, but it also works out perfectly for the opposing team.
Facing like a veteran team like GR, going with the Chinatown pick is definitely not the best one, but maybe they have something that some team, some strategy that we don't really see. And yeah, we're seeing, I think that's LPZ in the coordinator costume. Yeah, focusing back on this, and also fans with pride collections as well. So yeah, that's really interesting. Yeah, and right now we're seeing Mitake preparing for this. If Mitake is coming up first, I would say he needs to at least get a 3 escape or 3 kill, or if not 4 kill. Getting that tie would definitely put a lot of pressure on your survivors, and against Super Rich, which we have seen his performance in BO1 first half, it's definitely might not be easy for the survivor side of MS. So if Mitake could get the advantage for his team in this first half, there is a possibility that MS will play more and make it to BO3 today. So okay, so we'll be waiting for the bets and picks that will be upcoming, and yeah, we see the very colorful characters that GR survivors as well as Hunter do have. Super Rich with the silver, Seaside with the pink hair, and yellow from AK. Very interesting. Just realized that GR survivors as well as Hunters tend to dye their hair very often in multiple different colors. Previously we've seen our Super Rich with pink hair and pink as well, and then right now they're just like, you know, sharing colors, you know, and every time coming up with a different color each time. Very interesting. They do have a lot of time for that. And yeah, going right back into the match. I'm sorry, Eli, maybe you're gonna continue.
Oh yeah, no problem. Yeah, going back, we are going to see, as you mentioned, some of the. We're going to look into some of the crowd here. They have their little clips of all their players. A lot of these players, of course, they do stream. They do play. Yeah, there's a hell number. We do see a lot of these players. They often stream, and of course, they do play on the big stage a lot. So there's a lot of opportunities to take clips of different particular faces of people and turn them into sort of like a fan sort of thing.
Piecing them together.
Yeah, I think it's really cool. It's pretty funny. We see that quite a lot in especially in China here. We see it a lot in NAU as well. I'm not really going to go into details on that because that's a little bit interesting. But anyways, yeah. So again, just waiting for the ban picks here, and I think for this matchup, the question is, are we going to see the Bonbon actually get banned? Most likely no. I think the survivors of GR will probably just eliminate the Dream Witch because we know that Mitake does like to go to that character. In a situation where you have round 2, you can ban 2 survivors first right away. This gives an extra ban for a Dream Witch to work with. I think it's safe to say we're not going to see the Dream Witch be available here, especially considering how strong they were against that Bonbon in the first round. And Bonbon in Chinatown isn't necessarily, though, it's a very open map. It's very big. It's very hard for Bonbon to pressure Cypher machines. So Dream Witch should be the immediate ban, I would imagine, from the GR Survivor side.
But right, I wanted to ask you, you know, I mean, because you're FCN coach, right? I mean, I've seen Mushin played the geisha at Chinatown, so Mitake also have a geisha, and I just want to ask, is there any like particular places where geisha actually performs better at Chinatown? Because I do see quite a lot of geisha mains in the Chinese mainland qualifiers as well, and I don't really understand why is there so much geisha picks at Chinatown map.
Well, a map like Chinatown is very strong for certain areas, right? You look at certain areas of the map, such as hotel, or any of the other 2-story area. Both those areas are good for geisha because you can close distance. Hunters that you can constantly create distance and create looping areas. Those are hunters that are bad against those type of areas usually struggle on a map like Chinatown. But a character like Geisha can easily close the distance and play around those corner house loop areas, the hotel loop areas, whatever it may be. So that's why Geisha can be particularly strong. It's also very open. There's not a lot of walls to block Geisha dashes. She can close distance. There's not even a lot of strong pallets for survivors to work with. So Geisha can just be very good in a lot of positions here. Looks like we are going to see Seer was actually not banned here. We saw Priestess and Antiquarian first Dream, which of course immediately getting taken out as we predicted. And then this team comp here, pretty good for Bonbon. First Officer is a very, very good rescuer against a Bonbon. Can get that rescue without getting stuffed. Toy Merchant, if found in a 2-story area, is very difficult for Bonbon to deal with. Prospector is a very good kiter against Bonbon in that Prospector can utilize those magnets quite effectively without the Bonbon, because the Bonbon's hitbox is too small. Prospector doesn't have a problem kiting Bonbon and can be a very good double rescue character against a Bonbon, allowing a survivor to rebound kite. Seer, of course, would be the easiest target. So I actually don't think Bonbon would really make sense here. We see Mitaki definitely considering his options. Bonbon here just, in my opinion, similar to last round, wouldn't really make as much sense, especially on a map like this too. So I'm very curious to see what he actually opts to pull out.
Mitake has Nayet, Cluck, as well as Geisha. I think looking at the bans, right, all 3 could be possible, but if he's aiming for something like a 4 elimination, he needs something that has more 4 elimination potential, which is definitely not a Hell Ember, but we are seeing the Hell Ember pick over here. I was thinking maybe like a Clerk, but I'm guessing that he might have bought up too much time to decide what character he wants to pick, so there is this Hell Ember pick that we're seeing right in front of us, ladies and gentlemen. Not too sure whether this is a confirmed pick, but Eli, what are your thoughts about this Hell Ember against this team comp? If it does really happen, though.
He changed the skin, so maybe he is actually playing Hell Ember. I mean, typically we're getting into the spawn picks here. I mean, typically when you see a Hell Ember, it's usually because they didn't select their character in time, but it could be that I don't know. I don't know what I was going to say. I mean, the only thing I consider at this point is that, as you mentioned, maybe he didn't select the character in time and they're not allowing a restart, or he wants to play Hell Ember. It could be that MS maybe has already, I don't want to say it, but maybe they've already sort of conceded the matchup and they're just trying to have fun in this one, but I don't think that really makes sense. It's only been 1 round, so maybe this is...
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe this is just a character that Mitaki plays that nobody knows about. This could be the surprise pick. We talked about a surprise pick. Maybe
That's right.
I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, Korea, Japan, they have many interesting picks, and maybe just Hell Ember is just one of them. And yeah, we've never seen Mitake play the Hell Ember, unfortunately. Maybe it's something that we don't know at all about. So yeah, really interested to see how this would play out. Surprisingly, I mean, he really does get a full elimination because, I mean, Hell Ember-wise, his chair camping is actually pretty strong as well. I mean, chasing ability-wise might not be the best. We might be seeing Insolence into this match for a better chase at the start. I'm not too sure how this is gonna play out. I'm just surprised with this Mitake pick. I mean, Eli as well. So, I'm not too sure how Jira servers are reacting to this. So, spawning at the connected double story area, and we'll be heading towards the gate right in front. And at the moment, no target specifically. But when this team comp, yeah, he's heading towards where the direction the Seer is, which is heading towards hotel. So, but surprisingly, the Hunter did not bring Insolence. Am I right, Eli?
I think that there is Insolence, I believe.
Oh, there is. Okay.
Yeah, it looks like it is Insolence. I'd imagine Insolence attention with a Blink build here. And it looks like he is going to go, considering what target he wants to go for here. Prospector is actually good. Every time Prospector goes for a stun, you do get an extra flame off of that, or you get more energy towards your flames. Looks like he has now found the Officer. This is not a character he's going to chase here. Going to change targets again, looking for another chase target, but it's a Toy Merchant. And Toy Merchant in the 2-story area is just quite... it's very difficult. It's very strong. He can easily just jump off this this building here and glide away. So, you know, you're going to see really why Hell Ember is just... It just struggles so much. These survivors, you can constantly make distance. You can easily just spam pallets. You can do anything against Hell Ember pretty much and get away with it. I mean, there's just... And on top of that, even the AI control with the bots it's very easy to juke their hits. So, I don't know. This is going to be interesting. Looks like he's just going to get on the glider. Oh, actually, no, he doesn't have a glider. He's going to get on the catapult, fly away, make even more distance. And Hell Ember, again, just hasn't even caught up to a target yet.
Yeah, I mean, the distance that Shadow as Toy Merchant's establishing between this Hunter is just so far. He's not giving any chance for even blinking. So, and it rotated all around the map and just back to the connected double story where he was first found. So, what can I say? I mean, Toy Merchant against a Hell Ember, it's not the best one. And right now we see that the glide jump, like you mentioned just now, would happen right again, because Just now when she jumped, she didn't use the glide, but oh no, not trying to give that blink hit at the same time. So we'll be gliding right now after getting that one basic hit. Insolence has been popped. First skill is also popped. The blink is available, so we'll see how this doll this doll will be affecting First Officer Cypher right over there. And Prospector is here for the OB already.
Yeah, it looks like, yeah, he is able to switch there before the officer was able to tap the pup, and he did actually get a watch out of him in the process. But the problem here, you know, Chojo hasn't talked about is you have an officer. It's a stable rescue character. One watch is down, so he's only gonna have one more to work with. But he still has Seer Owl. There's still a watch to work with. There's still a free rescue here, and the Cypher Machines will be primed in time for the second rescue. So I really don't see how Mitaki can work his way out of this one.
Yeah, it should be a stable rescue, like you've mentioned. First officer using his watch once again, his second watch in fact. And very support also coming in, so preventing that double down, giving the hunter potential possibility of getting the full elimination closer. Shadow trying to fight this out. He still has one more character to utilize, so we'll see whether he'll be using it anytime soon. Not anytime soon. And we might be getting this hit.
Oh.
Yeah, so this is one of the tricks for Hell Ember, where you throw your puppet, as long as it's in front of the survivor and you're like directly towards the survivor as well. If you use that hit, it will be a direct hit onto survivors regardless of the distance. So yeah, carrying the toy merchant over there, Fate will be coming for the second rescue. This will be the third watch that he has because of the toy merchant giving it to him. And Lost Cypher is already at almost prime at 90%. Seer coming for the double rescue at the same time, so seems to be that it will be a 4-man detention.
Yeah, goes for the red puppet trick. Does he get the hit? He does actually get the hit with the red puppet trick there, but it was not onto the Seer. And Seer is just going to try to, onto the toy merchant rather. He is going to get the hit on the Seer, but Cypher Machine is now primed. Seer trying to farm out as much as possible. This is risky. He has blink. Oh, he could have just blinked the Seer there, but it looks like no, he's not gonna go for that. He's gonna go ahead and leave here, just trying to find the merchant, but it doesn't matter. Merchant has a catapult. She can easily just fly away here, and we're gonna see. It looks like that is the case. And just gonna keep making distance.
Yeah,
here.
and both.
We really see why Hell Ember is just really struggles in this chase.
Yeah, I mean, it's really off meta, and you're picking characters that may not be the meta picks at the moment, but it's still very strong to getting characters. But Seer, and able to fly with all of that, so we'll be cheering Seer, and this might be a 3 escape. First off, is still running to the gate though. Oh,
yeah, he is able. He's going to teleport to the gate here, but he is able to get out here. Looks like is going to get the stun onto the Prospector. Prospector's going to stay in the game. He does have flywheel to work with. He does have the catapult. Goes for the flywheel, able to avoid that there. This is a really risky play from the Prospector. Going to go for the swing onto the first officer here. First officer will be able to make it out. Of course, with that tide turner effect, looks like he's going to go back to the Seer there. And I'd imagine they're just going to take 3 out the gate here. You really can't go for a detention rescue against an Ember here. He does still have full chair, but yeah, they're just going to go out the gate here. Still has Phantoms, he still has detention, and there is no tide turner on the officer, so just going to get that safe that safe 3 escape here. And yeah, GR just continuing to hold on to this very wide lead.
That's right, and yeah, 3-1, so 3 points to GR as well as 1 point to MS. Amazing play on the survivor side, I would say. I mean, it wasn't really meta picks, but these characters do really excel in this kind of maps, as well as support there is given from the Prospector that, I mean, it's not much there just now, as you can see. And, I mean, very stable rescues from the first officer side. Seer's support was very, very crucial to prevent a double down. And then after that, the double rescue. So, everything worked out perfectly for GR. There isn't really a part where there is, like, miscommunications. So, on Sarah's side, good job. And for M's side, Hunter getting that one elimination when it's a 4-man detention period was actually commendable already. It could have been a 4-man for escape, but yeah, just securing that 1 kill and not being too greedy with that as well. I think that AK got out of the gate because he wanted the first officer to get into the gate. But I think there wasn't too much of a need because first officer still does have a watch. And maybe I was just thinking that AK was trying to buy out time for Seer to stand up so that Seer could possibly jump dungeon and that would be a 4 escape immediately. So that could have been possible. And then Yeah, we're now be moving on to the second half of this match with GR Panther Super Rich versus MS Survivors. Just needing a fight to bring this game to a 2-0 and ending the match immediately.
Yeah, again, Hellember, very interesting there. You really saw, as we talked about, just constantly, all Merchant had to do was just make distance over and over. You're able to get the two-story, fly away on the glider, you're able to get a catapult set up, jump there, make distance, get a broken window speed boost, and just constant making distance. There's nothing Hellember can do to catch up there, and that's just kind of how that sort of matchup plays out. It's just like similar to Clerk, right? As long as you're able to keep making distance, you put yourself in a very good position. Same with Ember. If you don't have puppets available, even with Insolence, it still takes a long time to unlock your first presence with Insolence. By that time, there's already going to be a lot of Cypher progress, and if you don't get a hit early on, then you're not able to get to that first presence. You're not able to get to that puppet, and the survivor just keeps making distance, and it stays that way the entire game. And excellent job from Shadow to utilize that there. So yeah, just like that, it's going to be 3-1 in favor of GR here. All they need at this point, the Hunter just needs to get a draw, and they will win this. And even if there is a 3-survivor escape here, it's still going to be 8-1 going into the last round, which means that MS would be at a huge disadvantage. And that it's sort of like this sort of situation for MS is they want to try to 4-escape. If they're able to 4-escape, they can win this round, and then they can just win the last round. If they don't 4-escape here and they only get a 3-escape or less, they're going to lose if they get less than a 3-escape. If they get a 3-escape, they're going to the last round down 8-1, which is a very difficult situation to come back from. Very, very unlikely that will happen. So really the goal for MS is, in my opinion, should just be a do-or-die 4-escape and try to go into the third round with the rounds tied up.
That's right, definitely. I mean, that's the only possible solution that it would be easier for them, in fact, for getting that 4-escape. But yeah, just going a little bit back to Shadow. Yeah, Shadow did an amazing fight. Catapult placements were excellent. Rotating to around the map as well, not interrupting too much of the teammate Cypher at the same time. Fighting to his best of his own ability without much support. So usually in Chinese mainland qualifiers, when we see the matches, there's a lot of support going on right from the first fight, into Korean just coming in to give the support. But then, I mean, we're not really seeing that over here because there's not a need to. Survivors of Chinese mainlands one are just so good at fighting, they don't need any support from their OB characters as much as when they're up against a Chinese mainland team. Maybe next round where we are seeing Do5 as well as ACT, we might be able to see a lot of inter-Korean support, but not yet. So right now we'll be seeing the MS Survivors just getting ready, and we'll see how this is gonna play out. Yeah, definitely. I mean, definitely MS team is not weak. I mean, for them to always be the Korea team that qualifies and also winning every single match in the Korea qualifiers at the same time is not something that is very easily done. I mean, if they were to go up against a no-name team, I'm pretty sure they would win. But I mean, against a Chinese mainland team where AVLs are just like something that goes wrong the year. I mean, they are competing every single time, so they are familiar with all kinds of situations and how tough Hunter can be, and they are prepared for that. So maybe that's the reason why GR is performing much better compared to MS performing against them. So yeah, definitely do just give your support to your teams that you're supporting and not give feed between any teams, because definitely they're all trying their best. And I'm excited to see how MS would progress further in their own groupings.
Yeah, absolutely. I do have to say, I really like how they in the audience they have these sort of where you use your phone or your iPad or your device, your mobile device, to sort of show your the face of the player that you're rooting for. You don't really see this in a lot. I think this is sort of like an esports related thing, you know. So I really enjoy watching a lot of like professional like sports stuff, like baseball, basketball. You never see that in that sort of thing. This is sort of an esports unique thing, which I think is very cool, and I'm very glad that there's this sort of thing happening. So, but yeah, looking at how this match is going to play out. MS has to get, as you mentioned, we have to see at least a 3-survivor escape. They should be going for 4 here, though. And the question is, what Hunter are you going to ban? We're probably going to see Naiad ban, considering that they had a very difficult time against it in the last round. But you also have to try to get a team comp that's going to get you a potential 4-escape sort of situation. So characters such as Bomber are going to be very good here. And Bomber does a few things. Bomber is very good for securing draws, but it's also very good for securing an extra survivor out the exit gate. And in a situation where you have 4 up at the exit gates, you can get that extra escape if you cough in that survivor to the gate. So I think Involver is going to be a very good selection here. And the question is, does MS actually have a specific team comp for a situation where they have to get 4 out? A lot of teams practice this. When you go into a team practice and you practice for an event, you do situations, right? You practice situations. You tell your team, okay, you need to get 2 survivors out in this situation, and you build a team comp around that, and you practice for getting a draw. Or you do a situation where, oh, we have to 4 escape. What kind of team comp are we going to build, and how are we going to play that? That's how you practice. A lot of these teams will practice for these events. So the question is, did MS spend a lot of time practicing for survivor escapes? And if so, what sort of team comp do they have prepared to play against in this sort of map, such as Chinatown? It looks like we're going to see Wax Artist ban. I think that's actually fine as well. Wax Artist is very strong on Chinatown, and it's a very good, consistent character for getting at least 1 kill. And it does actually open up Batter from MS here, so I think we're going to see Oni on the Batter. Wax Artist is very strong against Batter, so if you eliminate Wax Artist, you open up Batter, a very good support character, and that could potentially help survivors kite to the exit gate and get that extra escape, which would be the game changer here for MS if they're able to get 4 out.
And I mean, we did notice just now as well in BO1 first half, we did see Super Rich ban the Better, and right now we're seeing MS side picking the Better. So I'm thinking that Better is one of those characters that it's like MS strategy, and that's one of their best playing characters at the same time to really harass the hunter very well during a kite, or just when the survivors is in balloon state. So think that this might be interesting because I haven't really seen any better picks during the career qualifiers. So maybe there's something extraordinary that's going to happen with this beta pick. At the same time, just looking at the first 2 picks, Mercenary and Beta, it's a very slow decoding team comp. Not even mentioning that this Beta is just gonna go out and OB quite a lot of the time. So Cypher Poker is just gonna be so slow. But at the same time, they're compensating with a mechanic, which is leaning more towards a tie compared to a 4 escape that they should be aiming for. So I'm just feeling that MS is just trying to go for a tie situation with this mechanic pick and trying to compensate for the OB part from Better with the mechanic spot decoding. So we're just gonna wait for I'm So OVO's last pick. I'm feeling that it's gonna be a support character more than a kiter or decoder. If not, I'm not too sure how this is really gonna Composer. Eli, what are your thoughts on this picks?
Yeah, Composer, I don't really know. Like, Composer's like, in a situation where you need a 4 survivor escape, a character like Composer is actually not bad in theory, considering that a Composer has a recharging ability, that you get back after a certain amount of time. So Composer does technically have endgame kiting potential, and is also a good decoder, but I don't know how it necessarily pairs with this team comp. Like, I understand the idea of double decoder. Double decoder is very consistent for getting ties and can also have win potential if you're able to, even if the first kites, even if it's not that long, you're still able to push for wins because of how fast the Cypher Rush is. But you really want a 4 escape here. So Composer, double decoder with mechanic doesn't really make sense in my opinion, but I do like the idea of Composer, and that is a fast decoder and also has late game kiting potential. The idea with Composer versus Naiad as well is what we're going to see is that Composer's going to hold their speed ability, and they're going to wait around the time till Naiad pulls the Trident back and then try to use that speed to create enough distance, but it's very difficult timing, so we'll see how it actually plays out. Yeah, I'm not really sure. This is the first time we've seen Composer in a competitive setting, so yeah, let's see how it works for MS here.
That's right. And yeah, I mean, it's really interesting pick. We don't see a lot of Composer like you've mentioned, but also we don't see a lot of Beta picks anymore because of how much nerf Beta has already received seasons ago. So Naiad pick in the Chinatown map, according to statistics, he has played Naiad on Chinatown before, but results-wise it's not too favorable. It's leaning more towards a 1 elimination during the Chinese mainland qualifiers. So we'll see how he's gonna play out against a team like MS. And spawning, I can't really visualize this, not gonna lie. Eli, can you visualize this?
So we have I believe the Composer is at Hotel. We have that Umbrella Gate. The mechanic middle is the Batter, and I think at the other 2-story area is the the mercenary, if I'm not mistaken. So I think that's what it was. We saw 2 batters there, but I imagine the composer's not spawning middle. I imagine that's the batter. Oh, composer did spawn middle. Okay, I don't know. I mean, typically we would see batter spawn middle because you could support. The kiter can go towards the middle of the map. The batter can support.
That's right.
But then a character like composer, like the main one of the main decoders, you never really want to spawn middle. You want to put them in a strong kiting area such as hotel. So, yeah, Chocho, any additions to this?
I mean, I thought I saw Better spawn at center at the same time, but seems like Composer will be spawning at the center. I mean, Composer is a character that I just want to say when I first saw it, it feels like it's playing piano tiles. It's that kind of vibe. So,
Yeah.
if Composer is going to be chased, I would say that, I guess there is a slight kiting potential with that speed boost if he does do the, what do you call it, the calibrations correctly when he's kiting. So, we'll see how that turns out. Yeah, seems to be that Hunter is heading not towards Composer. In fact, it will be heading straight towards Mechanic, which is one of the fastest decoder before anybody's injured, but the slowest decoder when someone's injured. So, not too sure whether the bot has been placed outside, getting that pallet down hit, and we'll be transitioning up to the 2nd floor of Hotel.
Yeah, very fast hit onto the Mechanic here. Looks like we do have a trump card build, so no insolence. And Mechanic is just standing there. He's actually going to wait, I guess, until the Knight pulls back the Trident, then goes for the drop time, tries to go for this Paladin time, goes for the swing, unable to get there. Batter is here for the harass, it looks like. And it looks like he's going to wait. No, he's actually going to hit now, but it doesn't really matter. She's still in swimming form. She can still catch up pretty quickly. And it's really just a matter of time until this Mechanic goes down. Batter is still in the area to continue to support here. Tries to go for the swing, cancels the attack recovery, and this allows another injury for the Naya. Does have Blink available, can't go for that. Trying to get this down without having to use the trade, it looks like, but this Mechanic really trying to make them bat the Blink. Goes for the swing, gets it down onto the Batter. The Batter just playing, unfortunately, way too aggressive here. Unable to use Flywheel as well, and all of a sudden, Super Rich has just pulled out a really great position here.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, playing way too aggressively, getting that 2 free hits onto Better without Blink being forced out. And yeah, I mean, I guess it was a great hit at the first when she was in swimming form, but after that, it just went down here from there. Better came, and then right now Mercenary will be coming for the rescue in fact, and Better will be getting the immediate down. Also camping out that cipher that Mercenary was initially decoding. So, Better will be getting his down over here. And also giving second skill at the same time. This is quite interesting, I would say. Yeah, chairing at the corner of this flower area. Cipher is looking absolutely not enough. It's not even 2.5 ciphers after this second chair, and they should be aiming for at least a 3 escape. So, Mercenary coming for the 2nd rescue over here.
And that's with a gets the hit through the Mercenary. There's no body block, no flywheel, and Batter's just dead on chair. So the 4 escape no longer is a possibility. Now they have to get 3 out with this positioning. Not a lot of Cypher progress, even with double decoder. MS is just so far behind on Cypher progress. Unfortunately, this is really just not their day so far. Goes for the swing to the pallet, is not able to get that there. But yeah, Mercenary out of elbow pads, Blink now available. Gets the hit onto the Mercenary, doesn't even need to use the Blink. 1 Cypher machine will go down, another one about 75, but they still haven't even really started the last one. And Mercenary will be placed on the chair here. Full presence Naiad. Mechanic is injured, no longer can rescue. Composer's the only one that can save, no Tide Turner available, and Mechanic's going to be decoding a little bit slower anyways because the Survivor's injured.
And yeah, like you mentioned, also Composer will be coming for this rescue for sure. They need this 3 escape. I don't see why they wouldn't want to rescue this Mercenary. I don't think the bot... Mechanic's using the bot right now to probably bring this... Oh, it's actually decoding the 6 cipher, which is the 20% cipher right at the bottom. So, I really doubt that the bot will be able to decode this to 100%. And also, for Mercenary to sit throughout the entire period where the decoding would be happening all the way until 100% as well. So, Composer has to do is to get this rescue, body block, and see whether. Oh no, the hunter changed him to teleport immediately, chasing the ball, but the mechanic is not over here. So, getting the free rescue on the mercenary, they might be healing up. Not too sure. And they might be healing up, and right now going straight for mechanic, which is half health and with flying wheel.
Yeah, absolutely. This is still a drawn position. But this is again one of those problems of picking mechanic here. In a situation where you need kiters for endgame that have good endgame kiting potential, mechanic is not one of those characters. She has no endgame kiting potential at all. Of course, unless she's able to get something like an elbow pad from a chest. But besides that, mechanic has nothing. She has. It's just really difficult. Looks like the survivors are going to stop to heal up here. We're going to see Super Rich try to find the location of the composer here. And most likely is going to be able to do so here. Mechanic and Mercenary just going to get back up to full health here and just position themselves for a potentially strong endgame. I would imagine Mercenary and Mechanic will try to search a chest and try to give themselves items for that endgame to work with here. And it looks like Super Rich is trying to force the composer out of two-story, but no, very good patience there. He's not going to let that happen, and Super Rich is forced to change targets. So beautiful job from the composer here.
That's right, and Mechanic and Mercenary healing each other up. And right now, 3 person are all full health. Composer might be hitting this water damage, I believe. Yes, that's right. And we'll be heading towards the hotel area. Over at the stairs area, over behind and near to the gate, in fact. So, I could see how this would become an instant down. The mind game that Super Rich has. Oh, but faster than Super Rich during that attack. So, successfully kiting that out, and Super Rich just being really careful right now. He does have a teleport in hand, so as long as somebody touches a cipher or the cipher at hotel, it's gonna be a straight teleport. And fortunately for Hunter, the last 3 ciphers are all over at this area, this half of the map. So it's actually quite easy for Nayat to actually cipher control over here.
Yeah, absolutely. This is another downside of playing. When you play double decoder, sometimes you can cipher a cipher so fast you don't really realize that you're putting yourself into a 3 cipher position. So you have to be very careful to pay attention to that. Also with Mechanic as well, you have to pay attention where the bot is. Mercenary was able to pick up an elbow pad from the chest there, but Mechanic does not have an item. And yeah, Super Rich can really just patrol these ciphers. A fast moving hunter like Nayat can easily just go back and forth between all of these cipher machines. Mechanic does have flywheel. We do have 3 full health survivors, but it's going to be very difficult for them to pop this last cipher machine. And once they finally do, they still have to make sure all 3 of these survivors get out the exit gate.
Right, and right now, both decoders are actually stuck at this area together, but Super Rich not really extending too far out there, and didn't see them. Mercenary is putting pressure onto the hotel cipher, and knowing that Hunter will be coming back, rotating early away, but at the same time, like you've mentioned, fast mobility, high mobility Hunter like Nayat, it's easy to catch up to survivors, and yeah, it seems to be that they're decoding the 7th cipher, if I'm seeing that correct. Yeah, so yeah, it's progressing quickly with I'm so OBO decoding the cipher. Mechanic is also in this vicinity, but Super Rich didn't really quite catch Mechanic, I believe. So yeah, we'll be putting pressure onto 2 ciphers just with 1 single heart wound.
Yeah, they have to. They're forced to open up an extra cipher because again, 3 ciphers here lined up. They really have to do whatever they can, whatever is available. And Mechanic with a lot of water here has to be careful, doesn't get dashed here. Is trying to pop the Mechanic with the water here, goes for that pullback, is not able to get that water onto the Mechanic though, and is able to conserve the flywheel as well. It looks like Super Rich is going to continue chasing Mechanic. This is actually really smart. You want to chase Mechanic now, let them prime the cipher machine, because Super Rich only needs to get 1 more survivor eliminated to secure the win here. So if you're able to chase the Mechanic, this prevents her from actually getting an item from a chest. So she will have nothing to work with. Super Rich knows she has no items. So if you hard tunnel Mechanic right now, put her on the rocket chair, let that cipher machine get primed. Once you get to the end game, he knows that she has nothing to work with besides a single flywheel. And once that's gone, that's going to be that last kill that he needs to secure the win for GR.
I'm getting the terror count though, and down from the water pool. So yeah, Cypher is prime right now. 3-man detention period, but Hunter will be chasing the mercenary. Will she be able to get this water pool successfully? Yes, and getting that water pool successfully will be carrying the mercenary, and that's game over for Survivor side of MS, and also the entire round for GR as well as MS. So just need to carry this mercenary and it will be it. But we see someone sneakily around the center area. Is that mechanic?
I believe so. If I'm not mistaken, I think it is. Yeah, but keep in mind,
Mechanic is rotating away.
Mercenary's dead on chair anyway, so it doesn't really matter. I think that Mechanic's just hiding over at the dungeon area. And Mechanic is able to make it out the gate, but does not matter. Super Rich was able to get 2 survivors eliminated there. That is going to secure the win for GR here, and they will go on to be 1-2-0 in their group with a 2-0 victory over MS.
Yeah, like you just needed 2-0 is a great start for GR, and unfortunate start for MS, facing such a strong opponent at the start. But same time, yeah, picking a double decoder, like we mentioned, is leaning more towards a tie situation already. And then Mechanic especially, I mean, once she finishes using her bot, she only has a main body decode, which has a lot of debuff because of all the injured survivors around the map. So, and also like something very important that you've mentioned also, targeting the Mechanic late game when she has absolutely nothing, but then at the Hunter saw chance with Mercenary and decided to chase Mercenary instead. An excellent water pull from Super Rich side. But Eli, was there any like highlights or MVP, potential MVP that you like to mention?
Yeah, I mean, overall, I think just Super Rich Naiad was very strong overall in this matchup. Very consistent. I mean, we talk about how Naiad's been kind of found her way into a round 1, round 2 situation. In the first round, a 4-survivor elimination with a tie build. I mean, no trump card, just blink and detention, and insolence, of course, but was able to get a 4-survivor elimination there, and then as well, just securing a draw here was all that was needed for GR to win here. And then yeah, overall, I mean, overall, GR just played very well. The survivors, additionally, just Seer utilizing that corner house very effectively. A character like Bonbon that relies on seeing the survivor. If you're able to break line of sight, like an area like corner house is just so strong. And then in the second round, a character like Hellumber, I mean, you don't even have to break line of sight. You just have to run and you'll kite Hellumber. It's kind of that simple. And we saw that was the case. Toy Merchant just kept running and she kited for 4.5 ciphers. So yeah, that's just overall very fundamental gameplay from GR, and that's what we talked about. They have to be consistent. They have to be they have to play fundamentally strong, and it worked out perfectly for them.
Right, and yeah, I'm talking about potential MVP over here. I would say definitely Super Rich. He really just set the ground immediately from the get-go with that 4 elimination right at the start at Ever Stepping Town. And then afterwards, everything just went uphill from there. Yeah. So he had a 4 elimination and then a 3 elimination. I don't see why Super Rich wouldn't be able to get this MVP later on. So other than that, kiting wise, yeah, from Survivor's side, AK did a great job. Shadow did a great job, and yeah, there's not much mistakes observed, and catapults placements, everything is perfect. Yeah, I mean the thing is that like, for Toy Merchants wise, Shadow, he did a great job. Why? Because he was establishing so much distance, not even giving Hunter the chance to blink hit. But the distance to blink hit is really quite far, but he's not even giving the potential for that. So, and also doing like a preventive measure from a blink drop hit over at the connected double story area and just getting that basic hit, then flying. I thought that was very detailed on Shadow's side. All of them did a great job. I would say MS really will struggle in this groupings brackets. I would say it's extremely difficult for them, and also really unfortunate since all of these brackets were all based off of luck. So hopefully they still do try their best throughout the matches. And right now, going back to the stats, we're seeing Sheehan, Mercenary, with 156 seconds, better with the aggressive harassing, getting the 36 seconds, and unable to get the rebound at the same time. Really unfortunate. And then, yeah, Composer as well as Mechanic did a really great job. It's just that Super Rich with his ability to really take the chances that Survivor gives. And also, the Water Pool Man, Like the 3 ciphers were connected together, and with one harpoon, he could actually lock back 2 ciphers already, because of how close the ciphers were. Yeah, it was just amazing gameplay on Super Rich side. Hope to see more of him in the next few group stages, brackets in fact. So we might be ending this matchup, GR versus MS, with a clean 2-0. Congratulations, GR, and all the best for MS in their next matchup. But right after this, we'll be seeing ACT as well as Sto5. Quite exciting matchups, I would say. But we'll talk more about that later on, since right now we're still on GR versus MS.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. If you look into the stats for that last matchup, the 2 characters that were eliminated were the 2 rescue-style characters. The 2 decoders were the ones that escaped. That almost never happens. Typically, you see the decoders get chased first. Those are the ones they eliminated, and the rescuers are the ones that are more likely to escape out the gate. But no, not in that last game. Both rescuers eliminated, both decoders making it out. We do see the final score here, 13-4 in favor of GR, an 8-1 and a 5-3 for them. And yeah, 2-0 victory here. The first round was very convincing. It was looking like it was going to be a 10-0, but we did see the Tram gave an extra point to MS there just to make it 8-1. So shout out to the Tram for that one. But yeah, in the second one, the second game, just the Hellember, unfortunately for Mataki, did not quite work out. Constant transition kiting from the Toy Merchant was all you really needed. Toy Merchant, you see how strong it is on a map with multiple 2-story areas such as Chinatown. Overall, just GR, consistent Hunter side as well, did not drop a single game there. And that is going to be a 5-3 in the second half, which means they are going on to 2-0. So GR is going to be the third team for today that is going to be moving onto a 1-0 record. And it looks like we're going to, as you predicted, Chocho Super Rich is going to be the MVP here.
Yeah, GR Super Rich Hunter having the best deduction. Important thing we look at, I guess, it would be the average eliminations of 3. He did get a 4, and then after that a 3. So, and also that Terror Shock though, very crucial, just turn the game immediately around. I mean, it was favorable for him already, but that Terror Shock was clearly just telling survivors that, yo, your ciphers is not enough, it shall not be enough, and then a mistake from the mercenary side with the not unclosed that whole pack. So, yeah, I mean, Super Rich did play very well today. He just denied it today. He has many characters, and Bloody Queen and X-Boy especially would like to see it more. And I hope that he'll be playing in this qualifiers, probably in VO3 or something. But hope to see GR Super Rich more after this, definitely. And yeah, I mean, just really exciting matchups today. We do have one more later on, and yeah, and also to everyone, just when I was mentioning OB, I'm so sorry if nobody understood what OB was. It actually means harassing. So like OB character means like a harassing character. So not too sure why how OB came about. If anybody knows in the comments, do tell me. But we're not really into the GR interview, and the interviewees will be okay.
大家好，我是 GR 的卡梦。
Super Rich.
大家好，
So
我是 GR
we'll
的
see.
张发
I'll be doing the translation. So
欢迎两位
give me a second.
今天非常漂亮，2-0赢下了比赛的胜利。所以先问一下，觉得今天大家的表现怎么样，卡总？
They asked who's asking what's today's their performance today. And AK said they're doing pretty well.
都发挥了
And that Super Rich also agreed that they did it pretty well.
电车滑掉。问一下今天第一局好了，因为今天第一局发财就是拿到了一个4抓，要不要先来分析一下那一局整体的一个思路？在震慑了佣兵之后，后面你是怎么规划后续的一个追击节奏的呢？
就是
节奏比较顺嘛，
然后震慑到了佣兵这个点，就慢慢滚雪球扩大优势就拿下了。
今天打得非常
Mercenary Terror
稳。
Shock, and then after he took advantage of that, and then after that got that full elimination,
就问一下卡梦，今
respectively.
天163台前期非常帅。当时那波
And
牵
then
制思路
not
会是什么
asking
样的？
AK for the first match, he kited with Sia,
第一局因
3
为发
cipher
财拿
guy,
下了
very well,
很大的优
personally.
势，所以我们打得比较轻松嘛。就
And
问着
that's
保
been
平
pretty
往上打
spots.
就行了，就自己单溜能溜多久溜多久，就这样。
那就要问一下，
just
最后
respectfully, I
距
mean,
离地窖一步之遥的时候，心情
if
又
can
或许
try
有
and
一
try
些
and above,
沉
they just
重
go
吧。
for it. I think I missed a little bit over there.
对，最后 最后有点错愕了。
已经是愣在那儿了，对不对？因为很多粉丝他就是特别想听一下你们当时对面语音是个什么样子的，能不能来给我们复盘一下当时大家都是个什么反应？
当时啊。
The reaction between I think at the last point AK did a mistake or something. He got scolded about once or twice
现场只有
after he made a
粉丝把那
mistake.
个表情包给做好了，就是一个电车，然后有画了一个哭哭那个表情，你怎么评价这个表情包呢？
Mistake.
做得很好，
做得很好，继续努力。
They did very well.
那今天第1局拿下了比赛的胜利之后，第2局对方也给我们来了一波不小的震撼，是直接选到了厂长。当时求生者包括发财在备战间看到后面觉得哇塞，怎么还有这种大招？当时大家是怎么调整一下战术的呢？看吗？
What was the team's reaction basically because it was a very unexpected pick?
比较出乎意料嘛，没想到。但是
Yeah, the
厂
team
长这个角
didn't
色
expect it as well.
他的机制就那样，就是跟他跑一跑，然后跑一跑，休息就差不多就
They just fight normally lah, like against a hunter, a hell ember hunter, and it all worked out perfectly.
次元斩咒当时场上密码机是还有40%，那当时大家在场上可以看到打得非常的稳健嘛，基本上救人都是2个人去救。是怎么规划后面的一些看门战的？因为我看到你看门战好大的，你甚至还走出去，当时是怎么考虑的
？So she's asking about their late game afterwards lah.
是想的他不挂的，就看他贪不贪。就那如果贪一点的话。
AK is trying to see whether the hunter wants to be greedy or not. That's why he was around the center area and then
非常帅气。那下半场发财上场的时候，感觉会不会其实压力就蛮小？因为当时那把是保平嘛，最后对面也是修了一个3连击，所以那一局整体的一个思路会是什么样子？开局也是慢慢的滚雪球。
Triangle kind of cipher, which is
就是因为他
all at one side.
跑得比较快嘛，就看能不能拿到击球手这个角色的节奏，因为击球手倒了之后，机械的秀击速度会降低，就可以不用管它了。然后之后就慢慢滚雪球嘛，然后守着
so he decided to chase the batter instead because he knows that once he injures batter, mechanics is slow decoding, and then then there is the free chance, and then he just share the batter and ignore the mechanic completely.
希望之后也会拿到很多的最佳演绎。
一定满足你这个愿望。
he hopes that he'll get a lot of MVPs in the future.
要不要后面考虑一下与电车和解？还是和解不了了？
后面就尽量不选永明胜这个图吧。
直接把这张搬掉了。
也是hopefully at the back we won't really choose a lot of
因为今天呢，我们还是有一个非常非常开心的环节，就是给我们现场的粉丝准备的。我们有一个粉丝来到我们现场，跟我们的选手互动的这个过程。来有请今天的幸运观众。
They'll be asking a fan to come on stage, and then a fan of GR basically, and then I think asking for their
等着大家。我觉得来到现场的各位真的是值回票价。来，有请来到我们的舞台中央。
And then she's gonna get a free gift, which is the garden, as you can see from the
今天有没有觉得很惊喜啊？来到现场，觉得看的最值的一波操作是什么？
就是卡梦在最后要跳地窖的时候被电车撞
飞
的那一波。
seeing AK, I think at the second the BO2 where he got that free hit during detention period.
什么反应？来，你看着卡子哥说。
大家就是尖叫的声音，我已经叫的耳朵已经听不见了。
卡子哥有什么要回应的吗？
就是相当于看笑话呢。
啊，怎么可能？啊，还是很帅的好吗？但是我们笑是因为我们忍不住想起高兴的事情，对吧？那今天来到现场也是来到舞台上嘛，有没有什么话想送给基亚战队的队员呢？
就稳步扎实，一步一步的朝着那个深渊冠军努力冲击。
继续努力，今年剑指冠军，对不对？好的，那也是感谢你来到现场为基亚战队加油，也是再次恭喜基亚战队拿下了今天比赛的胜利。来，我们来交换一下玩偶吧，好不好？来，两位帅气的队员们，请把我们吉祥物手中的玩偶递到我们粉丝手上。好，来，我们一起看看前方那个面。
Real cute.
好的，再次感谢大家，也是再次恭喜基亚战队。那么接下来即将进行的是我们今天的最后一场比赛，我们休息，马上回来。
Team GR. Right, so we'll be heading right into a short break. Don't go just yet because we have the 4th match upcoming. We'll see you guys very soon.
나 짝꿍 잡고 있어.
아 오케이. 너무 빨리 왔어. 아씨 쿨타임 때문에.
있다 그럼 상작강하고 구출 한 번 더. 아, 네 있긴 한데.
Guarda, vou...
Hi, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Identity 5 Call of the Abyss Group Stage Day 1. last match of the day, we have ACT versus Dou. I'm your caster, Jojo. Next to me, we have Eli O. So, I mean, it's really exciting to be casting with Eli O, though. I mean, this is actually... I realized something, though. This is the first time ever that we are casting in the same time zone.
No way.
Is that right?
Oh, wait, yeah, you're right.
Right.
True. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, so yeah, Eli is currently in Thailand, no longer in California. So we're casting in the exact same time zone, so yeah. So we are closer in distance currently, so hopefully yeah, everything works out fine today. There shouldn't be any too interesting because anyways, right now we'll be having ACT versus Dou, but I just want to ask for your opinion, Eli. Do you think it's gonna be a 2-0, or do you think it's gonna prolong all the way to BO3?
Well, typically, a lot of these mainland China teams, you know, you always have one team that's going to be slightly better than the other based off of past performance or skill-wise or whatever it may be. So in this matchup, Dou should theoretically be slightly advantaged over ACT, but both these teams are very even. Any team can technically win. A lot of these matches go best of 3. When you see the mainland China team versus another mainland China team, they're both very strong. And a lot of them go to a best of 3, and we see one team usually coming out on top, whichever team is stronger. But, you know, compared to the last round we saw, you know, we saw MS go down 2-0, and that's just because, again, it's an amateur team against a professional team, right? That's kind of what happens, unfortunately. We could definitely see MS bounce back as this tournament progresses. However, I think that definitely 2 mainland China teams going against each other, 2 IVL teams, 2 of the stronger ones as well. Both teams are very hunter-sided as well. Dou relies heavily on Dongxuan, whereas ACT relies heavily on Yue. So I think that both of them are going to be, as this game may be very survivor-sided in the current meta, I think hunter is going to be a huge factor here, and I think we are going to see a best of 3 ultimately.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, just for a quick recap in the Chinese mainland qualifiers, both teams were actually the first 2 teams that qualified first for the COA Globals. So both of them just finished their matches in 3 matches in fact. And yeah, for Dou, they won the Group B backgrounds, and then they advanced immediately. And then for ACT, they were in Group A, and they also advanced immediately after playing 3 matches and winning all 3 of them. So both teams-wise have very similar situations where they both finish in 3 matches in qualifiers. So data-wise for that is much lesser compared to other teams such as GR with 7 matches. So yeah, we'll see how this really plays out. And right now we're doing the introductions for the team. Right now they have the Hunter, only Hunter in fact, Dongxuan, and then we have Bobo, Silver Zhinan, ZYJ, Yihua, Chen as survivors. And for Hunter side of ACT, they have Yue as well as Qing, and ACT, Fox, Zen, Zibi, Liz as well as Moon. So I guess we do see a very familiar face here, Eli, right?
Yeah, oh yeah, sorry, I was trying to figure out what you meant by that. Yeah, yeah, Qing is a familiar face from the NEU region. Qinghua has moved over to China and is currently competing for the team ACT. We're going to see the survivors, it looks like, of Dou taking the stage first, which means ACT will be on the hunter side. Yeah, this is going to be a very intense matchup. One of the best we're going to see today. One of the best we're going to see for sure in this tournament. 2 very strong mainland China teams going at it here. So again, Dou on the survivor side versus ACT on the hunter side. Which again begs the question, who was able to select map here? I'd imagine with the survivors of Dou going first, I think there's a pretty good chance that, you know, typically we see the survivors go first when the other team picks the map, but in a matchup where both these teams are heavily reliant on their hunters being very strong, it could actually be the other way around. We'll have to see.
You walking the wrong way? Okay, yeah, he walked the right way. So we have Yue from the hunter side that will be playing first. So very unfortunately, we don't see Qinghua from ACT hunter side play anytime during the Chinese mainland qualifiers. Maybe we might be seeing him in these globals, not too sure, but we can anticipate it, just like how D-Mink appeared in his match and used Nayet and just eliminated the opponent. So right now we're seeing those survivors coming up against introductions coming up first. So we have Yihua, with mostly rescuer roles, 1.57 rescuing rates, and Yihua, I would say he really improved tremendously throughout the past few seasons, past few years, and right now has become one of the, if not the best, consistent, stable rescuers among all the rescuers in Chinese mainland qualifiers. Yeah, mercenary roles are mercenary, first officer, gravekeeper. All those rescuer roles are just his common picks lah. And then moving on to ZYJ, or people who know him as Zhang Yujian. More of the kiter role, I would say. He performs very well, especially like characters that he is very familiar with, such as the Patient as well as Acrobat. Fighting routes are very clear.
Absolutely. And yeah, overall you see only about 60 seconds of containment time, which is slightly lower than what we'd see, which means that maybe there's a little bit less kiting done from them overall, but I don't know, we'll have to see. Looks like we also have Silver G as well here, who's kind of been recently joined Do, I believe, before the last IV. I'm not really sure. I think they're fairly recent, right? So
yeah, I think it was a bit of back and forth with him.
Yeah. And we are also gonna have the so we've seen them come in and play a little bit bit of a rocky start overall when they first began playing competitive, but has sort of fit well into this Do team and sort of become one of the main players overall.
And for Nan, he's more of the kiter support role given. Pretty versatile with his character pool, quite flexible. And ultimately, in the entire Do, I would say the most consistent player has to be Silver G. I mean, he does play the anti-Korean, has very good EV skills as well as kiting. So yeah, moving a bit on to Yue, we'll get back to Survivor side later on. Yue with the 2.67 survivors eliminated, so leaning more towards a 2 to 3 elimination kind of performance. And what can I say? He's pretty consistent during the qualifiers, especially when he only had 3 matches to play. So I think we can expect quite a lot from him. Yue, his character pool-wise is actually leaning more towards the non-meta one. He does have a wax characters, which is pretty meta at the moment, but the non-meta picks I'm talking about is leaning more towards like a Spider. He did play Spider once, and performance-wise, I think he got a 3 elimination for eliminations during the qualifiers. So that's very well done. And the skill level for each hunter on his side, it's actually pretty solid, I would say. We see the ACT mascot, which is a rabbit, really cute, and it's moving on back to Tohu Survivor side. I would say they have very good mid-game as well as late-game potential. Why I would say that was because of this one performance that they had, which was Nan playing Vomit, instant down against a Dream Wish against MRC Xiaocheng, and then it was a basement hotel pairing. They decided to sell it completely. They didn't rescue. 3-person instant down, and the results of that was still a 3 escape. So what can I say? Their mid game and late game is just really good. And who was the kiter in between that? Silver G with the with the Priestess. So I would say I have terrible memory, but if I managed to remember that match must have been really exciting, really good, and I'm just absolutely impressed with those survivors at this point in time. Usually last time when we see those survivors, it's usually leaning more towards of Feng getting the advantage and the survivors just one escape, if not tie. Like leaning more towards a weaker side. But then right now we're seeing survivor side of Tohu being stronger than ever. 2 to 3 escapes on average, and we can expect a lot from this two side survivor as well as hunters.
Right. I have a very important question, Chocho.
Let's go.
What exactly is the Do mascot?
It's a TV.
Oh, really? Okay.
It's a TV, right? Like it's always like a TV, and then like there's 2 things on the head, and then on the face. But it's not an animal, unlike the other teams. Like GG was like a panda, and then ECT is a rabbit. Like I don't know what concept they were going for with Do, but their mascot is a TV.
Okay, got it. Yeah, because I was kind of confused. Like I saw a dude dancing with a box on his head, and I was kind of just like, well, I'm not really sure what that is, but we'll have to get a second opinion. Anyways, getting into our map selection here. It looks like Do did have map selection Lakeside Village actually to lead here. This is a very surprising map. We don't really see Lakeside get utilized early on. It's not an early round map, and you know, especially in a matchup between two IVL teams, they really play standard meta, very consistent strategies. Lakeside Village is not a very common map for them. So interesting choice here. I'm not really sure the main idea here. It could be that they're trying to force Yue onto a weaker Dream Witch map, as Dream Witch is a character that he could potentially bring out Clerk. You force on a weak Clerk map, and maybe we're going to see Dong Chuan lead with Naiad, because Naiad would not really mind Lakeside Village. Looks like we're going to see Seer banned first here. Antiquarian and Mercenary immediately getting locked in here. And this is a theme we've seen so far in this tournament, is Mercenary get taken first, which is not typically as standard, but it's usually there. It's usually there when you're in preparation of something like a Dream Witch. You don't want to have to play First Officer into Patroller Dream Witch. Barmaid as well. They're really just going anti-Dream Witch, anti-Clerk here. Maybe trying to force you onto a different type of Hunter. The only downside to this sort of strategy is that Wax Artist now becomes very strong against this sort of team comp.
Right, and I believe that those taking this map because they are kind of expecting Yue to pick a Dream Witch. And Dream Witch at Lakeside Village may not be the best because it's such a huge map. And Hunter has to travel from one end to the other. Creating wise, right? I mean, if the Hunter's main body is at the big boat, and you decide to leave the big boat and kite into another area, the whole main body got to like travel together with you. If not, like after the lead shit, you won't be able to find the survivor. So yeah, we're seeing the confirmed picks on the survivor side. Silverchair as usual playing the Antiquarian, Equal with the Rescuer role, Mercenary, Nen with the Embalmer, as well as ZYJ with the Barmaid. So right now Yue has to decide whether he'll be picking the Dream Witch or if not a Geisha in this map. So Eli, what are your thoughts on what pick Yue should have?
Yeah, I think definitely it's really tough. I think Wax Artist or Geisha works fine here. Wax Artist usually doesn't mind Antiquarian. If you stun his Antiquarian, you build up Wax anyway, which allows an early freeze. Barmaid is also very good for Wax Artist if you're able to get a hit onto the Barmaid while she already has Wax on her, then she uses the drink. The Wax will stay on, and you can just get the instant freeze after that and get a kill that way. Embalmer is there because not only Embalmer is very good in Lakeside against any Hunter that you could potentially bring out here, besides maybe Geisha. It can be very good against Wax Artists, as we see here, which you can self-rescue against a Wax Artist, as Wax Artist does have very good camping abilities and limited map mobility. Considering that the rest of the team comp is very difficult to play against a Wax Artist. Geisha also, I think, would have been okay, but Geisha does get countered by Antiquarian, so you also have to consider that too. So I think Wax Artist definitely is the best option here. Wax Artist is quite strong against Antiquarian and Barmaid if utilized properly, and then the Embalmer, of course, can be dealt with if you have that teleport available as well.
Definitely. I have to agree with you wholeheartedly. This team comp against a Wax Artist, I would say, I do still feel there's leaning more towards the side, especially because with the Embalmer pick. But at the same time, like you've mentioned, if he does get the chase from Barmaid, but I don't see that happening anytime soon. Embalmer will be spawning at Big Boat. Hunter is spawning at the front gate area. Barmaid is at the shack. So unless Hunter just really wants to target on the Barmaid and just get that wax and then that hit while she's drinking Dolphin, then I think that, yeah, he might make the extra effort to travel from the front gate to the back gate just to chase Barmaid. But, I mean, if the Embalmer is in front or the Mercenary as well, I guess that could be possible chases as well. Antiquarian, what are your thoughts on Antiquarian against a Wax Artist, actually?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it's one of the Hunters that Antiquarian does struggle against a little bit. However, Antiquarian is just so strong. Even Wax Artists can struggle against Antiquarian sometimes. The goal with Antiquarian, you want to hit the Wax Artist when you have 75 Wax or more, so that way you stun the Wax Artist and then freeze yourself. That way the Wax resets and the Wax Artist isn't able to hit you, because he's been stunned with the stick. And then you're not able to, and there's gonna be a few seconds of cooldown where you're not gonna be able to get waxed at all. So then you can use that time to transition away. So that's kind of the idea. That's how you have to play against Wax. If you're stunning the Wax Artist when you have 0 Wax on you, or 25 or 50, that's not really ideal, because during that time, you're just adding wax to yourself, which makes it easier for yourself to get frozen. If you actually have 50, you can stun twice in a row and let yourself get frozen. So you want to try to freeze yourself while stunning the Wax Artist, so that way he can't hit you, because he is then unable to swing for a few seconds. We're gonna see. It looks like Yue is gonna go towards the middle of the map here, immediately rotating towards the Crab Shack or the short area, looking for ZYJ. The Barmaid. This is actually one of the best chase targets that Wax Artist could potentially have here. So this is looking like a very nice position here for this ACT Hunter.
And like you've mentioned just now as well, ZYG does not have the best containment time, and this might potentially become one of the matches that you mentioned, because right now Barmaid has 88. No, getting her on 100% wax, getting that basic hit, drinking that Dolphin, flying wheels in the next 10 seconds. Not too sure how this would really play out. There is no influence on the Hunter as well. Hunter brought Blink, I believe, so Blink will be ready in about a few more seconds. There might be a Blink potential hit. We'll see how that goes about.
It looks like he does have... He's going to go for the Blink there, and this is why Blink can be such a strong combination with Wax Artist, because now the Wax doesn't disappear. And yeah, he can just instantly freeze the Barmaid. She wasn't able to fly well the Wax off as well. That's why Blink is so strong with Wax Artist. The Wax, again, it does not disappear when you go for the hit there, and he's able to instantly get a double hit there and a fast down for the Wax Artist, able to wax off the Bomber Cypher as well, which means he can't decode that. So 2 survivors not decoding because Mercenary has to come in for the rescue here, and this is just really good positioning here, and you really see why Wax Artist has found itself into into the spot of being one of the best hunters in this game.
Yeah, and the 2 Cypher Kai right now, Mercenary will be coming for the rescue. Not a free rescue though, a stable rescue, and Mercenary just running away, not giving that double down chance. Barmaid just rotating away from this decoded Cypher, which is Embalmer Cypher at the big boat area. Flying Wheel to get into the pelleted area, but Hunter doing that gloop and will be downing the Barmaid. But at the same time, we do see that Barmaid is different.
Yeah, it does have Coffin, so he's gonna be able to Coffin on the big boat, but it doesn't really matter. Like, she's getting shared near big boat anyway, so you can easily just walk upstairs here and go for that Barmaid. He doesn't have his straight back yet, still on cooldown, but he can just walk up these stairs, go straight for the Barmaid here, and he's going to be able to have another free chase here, and they don't have a last Cypher machine yet. And this is another way Wax Artist can be good against the Embalmer. You can actually just go for the freeze here. You can actually hot wax through the bubble. So we're going to see that be the case here. It's just, again, this team comp is just such a struggle for going against Wax Artist, and you really see why this character is really just taking over this game here. This is going to be the last share here for the Barmaid. Still 3 Cypher machines remaining, another one about to get popped here, and they do have progress on the last 2. But this is where things can really get scary. The Cypher pressure is really going to come into play here by waxing off these Cypher machines, and full presence means that Wax Artist does have instant down potential if utilized properly.
That's right. And scary thing about second skill Wax Artist as well is that the camping of the chair. A lot of Chinese mainland teams like to go for double rescue against a second skill Wax Artist, and because of this team comp right now, we only have 3 men potentially to reach for detention period, and even detention here seems to be quite difficult at this point in time, because right now Hunter will be chasing Nan, which is the Embalmer, with absolutely no tools to utilize. Experian is pushing one of the Cyphers alongside with Mercenary, probably trying to run to the first Cypher. And will it be Winston down?
Wasn't able to get that. Did have Flywheel just to avoid the second follow-up hit. So he was not able to get the double down play. There is going to go for the blink. This is going to get the down. And is there basement here is the big question. There is basement in the area, but he's not actually going to go for it. Looks like he's just actually going to he's going to share over here. I think he wants to do this. Oh, I see. They lined up all 3 Cyphers. This is really bad against a Wax Artist. Wax Artist can easily pressure all of these Cyphers. Can actually do it better than most Hunters because he can just wax them off. It's not even about going to these Cyphers and constantly pressuring off. He can just wax bomb the Cypher machines over and over. But it looks like he's actually going to go ahead and pressure... he's actually just going to allow them to decode here and just go straight for the Antiquarian instead. Mercenary could easily make a backdoor rescue, but it looks like going to push the Cypher machine instead. Yeah, he's just allowing them to decode the last Cypher machine. I'm not sure I really understand this, but we'll see how this plays out.
Definitely, and yeah, I mean, Mercenary's pushing for the Cypher like you've mentioned. Not sure how this is going to play out because Mercenary keep trying for the rescue right now because the Cypher has stopped decoding. Hunter doesn't have teleport, so he got to walk all the way back. And Embalmer right now will be last chair, and something to note is that, I mean, it doesn't really matter at this point in time because I doubt Embalmer is gonna survive until late game. Because, I mean, we do see that Embalmer does not have any 3. He brought 9-12. So, he can... I'm not sure whether the coffin will be any use anymore, and right now, Nan is just running away from all those 3 Cyphers. Not gonna let Hunter get each side of him, and there's nothing he can do basically unless Antiquarian goes to him and heal him up, and he can actually come out. If not, there is possibly no chance for Nan to actually try to come out because he has a potential instant down situation where it will just be a two-man potential already. Eva will be taking this kite over here and potentially. Yeah.
He's gonna teleport. He's gonna teleport to the last cyber machine. It's not ready. Antiquarian goes for the stun here. Is gonna get, but it does build up wax. This is the problem here. Antiquarian is just gonna build up wax in this process, trying to get more wax onto the Antiquarian, and unfortunately we do have. Okay, it sounds like it looks like there is gonna be a down there. Mercenary is going to get self-rescued, which means that he can come in for the rescue. And Bomber's gonna push the last cypher machine. This is really just sort of just a back and forth endgame here, but it looks like they might be able to prime the last cypher machine. The question is, can he cut off the Mercenary from far enough away? Mercenary does have an elbow pad to work with, so Yihua needs to utilize his elbow pad perfectly, or else this could potentially be a stuffed rescue from a distance, which is not ideal. It looks like we're going to see that elbow pad come into play.
That's right, and Antiquarian still has a lot to stick to utilize. If Yue is thinking the same as all of us do, he should be chasing the Mercenary in the late game, because Mercenary has no choice to utilize and is half health and Hunter has detention. So, and yeah, chasing this means that Antiquarian might have to open the front gate cipher, and Antiquarian has a debuff while opening it. And then after that, right now, Savage is also at the dungeon area. Hunter is looking towards the front gate though. Will he be teleporting? No, he decides not to, and will be rotating around this area, trying to catch sight of survivors that might potentially come out in that far view over there. Unable to spot out Savage, unfortunately, and the back gate cipher will be opened by the Embalmer, so this could potentially be a tight situation. Mercenary will be expiring soon.
Yeah, but the thing is, teleport's going to be back online in about 4 seconds here, so if he's able to teleport to the gate, prevent the Antiquarian from getting out here, that could be the difference in the game here. Is going to teleport ahead of the Antiquarian, so, yeah, but it looks like Antiquarian has too much distance. She can actually just make it all the way to the dungeon area, and there's really no way that Yue can catch up in time. But this still is going to be a tied position here, almost a 3-survivor elimination, but this is still quite strong. This is quite a strong round 1 situation here for ACT.
Yeah, and this is exactly what I'm talking about COAVI having such strong mid game as well as late game. It seemed to be that it was a potential for 3 and not 4 elimination, especially when the 3 ciphers would just all line up together, and then afterwards a Hunter could have just use that wax gloop to just prevent ciphers from being decoded. But I mean, Eli, you being a wax artist main, correct? I just want to ask, what do you think you could have done better there, or was anything that he did wrongly?
I think the biggest problem at the end is he had a winning position when all 3 ciphers are lined up, but he didn't pressure the last cipher. He just let them do the last cipher. The reason why Wax Artist is so good in the late game is because you can constantly just wax off the last cipher over and over and over and over. And there's only, I think it's like a 2 or 3 second difference between your wax bomb coming back and the cipher being opened up again. So they can really only decode the cipher every like 2 seconds if you keep wax bombing it. But the thing is, he just left the cipher. He left the. It is hard to wax off the shack cipher because it's inside shack. You have to actually go over to shack and wax it through the window. But the thing is, he just let them do that cipher for free. And when you have 3 ciphers lined up as a wax artist, you can constantly just wax off all those ciphers over and over. You can literally wax bomb the shore cipher from like halfway across the map, or the crab shack cipher. But the problem is he went to go chase the Antiquarian. He let them get that last cipher in shack just too far along, and that was enough for them to finish it. As soon as I saw those 3 ciphers lined up, I thought he had a win there. But he played extremely conservatively. He didn't play aggressively, and he just made sure he got a tie, which is fine. He was able to get a tie, but I think it would have been okay if he tried to play more aggressive and go for a win there.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, and also, I mean, a very interesting place on COAVI's side, because, I mean, when we thought the Antiquarian was going to get chased, Mercenary is going to just, stop decoding and just go for the rescue. But then Mercenary will just continue decoding. I think it was a battle of mind game between survivors as well as hunters. So basically, Hunter was probably trying to just mind game with the Antiquarian, saying that, like, you know what, I'm just going to fake face this Antiquarian, and I'm just going to force the Mercenary to come and rescue and stop decoding. Then the ciphers will all be on a standstill situation. But then Mercenary didn't bait it until like Antiquarian and Hunter was actually on the big boat area, inside in fact. then Mercenary says go for the rescue, and by the time Hunter reacts by then Mercenary's got the free rescue ready. And Bama was very patient also. He only appeared at the moment when ciphers need to be decoded at check, and Hunter does not have any teleport. So that was very great decision making on the survivor side. And also Ihua being the mercenary, not being too conservative with his elbow pads, also using the last one even though it's the last one, and getting that rescue. Even if he was down when before Cypher was popped, at least he was near the chair for that rescue. So excellently played by those survivors.
Yeah, you really see why if the Cypher Machine wasn't primed, that would have been really big if you cut off the mercenary and stuff the mercenary that way. That's how strong that late game camping ability is for Wax Artist when you have that full presence available. But because the Cypher Machine was still primed, Wax Artist does have a slow attack recovery, and that was able to allow the mercenary to get the rescue off and with the Cypher pop. And going into the second half of this first round, we are going to have the ACT survivors going to go ahead and take the stage here against Dongshuan. This is going to be very exciting here. We saw one Hunter side able to get a tie in the first round, and now the other Hunter side, ACT and Dou they're like the two teams that are known for their Hunters. Most of these teams are known for having very strong survivor sides, right? And the survivor sides really take over in these matches. But Dou, ACT are the two teams, especially out of this mainland China region, that are really known for their Hunters, and that's Dongshuan and Yue. And we are going to see Dongshuan take the stage here for, again, the second half of this first round.
That's right. Dongshuan. More Dongshuan's fan, please. Comment section, please. All right, so for Dongshuan-wise, really excited to see him. I mean, he's really cute, really adorable. There's many and thousands of fans, in fact, for just cheering for Dongshuan. But right now, going for ACT Survivor's introduction, we have this, a very cute Survivor main over here. Of ACT, in fact. She smells really cutely. Even I'm falling for her. But anyways, Liz actually does perform pretty okay, I would say. Liz usually plays the rescuer role, such as the similar to she, like rescuers, first officer, mercenary, and standard rescues. But I would say the kiting routes at times might be a bit confusing. We might see it a bit later on, but sometimes she's not like that. She tends to kite not as well in areas. Yeah. And then from here we have Zen. I would say he didn't really stood up for me during the qualifiers, but he's mainly given like the kiter roles, and then pretty standard and safe kiting patterns observed. And I would say his mind game is weak, one of the weaker ones amongst all the ACT members, especially if you're comparing against Fox. Yeah, Fox, this guy, he kites really well in this ACT team, and right now we're seeing him right now. You can see that his containment time 113 seconds, 0.2. So he mainly plays the anti-Korean as well as first officer, but he is very well versed in both kiting, harass, as well as rescue aspect. I would say he's the all-rounder. And usually when he's the first kiter, it's like set on 3 ciphers.
Yeah, absolutely. If I'm not mistaken, I think okay, we're gonna have TV as well as the last survivor here. Only 26 seconds of containment time, which obviously is a bit low, but the escape probability of 86%. So I'm not really sure how that makes sense.
All right.
You want to explain that? Yeah.
Yeah, I'll do it. So, yeah, Zippy usually plays the support characters such as the entomologists and female dancers, but you don't have to be physically there to give that support. That's why it kind of explains why he only has a low containment time of only 26 seconds, because he's not usually the fighter, and he just gives the supports and just leaves. Yeah, so there you go.
There we go. Yeah, thank you for that explanation. And yeah, I think if I'm not mistaken as well, Liz, the first survivor we saw on ACT, has previously been a substitute survivor, right? So now getting the start here, this is kind of a big moment for her. So we're going to see exactly what she's able to do. And again, Dongshuan on the Hunter side, listed as Wax Artist, Naiad, Geisha, Sculptor, Dream Witch, Clerk, pretty much every Hunter ever. So yeah, and very proficient with all of them. It's not one of those things where sometimes you see a lot of Hunters, they come out and they try to play every single meta Hunter, and certain ones they'll be better with some, and others they won't. But Dongshuan is just very consistent with everything. and this is why he's arguably one of the best hunters in the world, if not the best. So we're going to see what he opts to lead with here. We've seen him lead with Naiad quite a few times, which some of these other teams have done as well. And in a situation where you only need to go for a draw, I think Naiad would definitely make sense here.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. Like, he has such a meta character pool. He's keeping up with the meta all the time, and he has very detailed gameplay, and each time he comes up with the Hunter, there's always things for us to learn, even for Survivor side, to know that it's actually possible for Hunters to actually do this kind of stunts. So, yeah, really excited to see how Dongchuan is going to play out today. He's just really incredible. I'm excited to see if there's anything, but we see a KFC. Like, Fox, right? If I'm correct, that should be Fox from ACT, and just planted his face on the KFC logo. Yeah, and yeah, a lot of supporters for Do5 as well as Dongxuan. You can see that little Mickey Mouse headband over there. And yeah, ACT servers is just preparing their all the setups and everything against Dongxuan. Yeah, anyways, yeah, we see Dongxuan's Polaroid over there. Yeah, and him just smiling very proudly with that medal over there. Just really cute. Yeah, a lot of support from the Chinese audience side, and we'll really have to see how this plays out. Chinese mainland teams versus Chinese mainland team. We'll see. It's exciting to see. I'm not too sure how this is gonna play. Like you've mentioned also, this might be a potential BO3. It might last till BO3 because of how similar these teams are, how strong they are against each other at the same time. And right now we'll be looking back into this second half of this.
Is that what?
Lakeside Village, and that's Do5's coach.
Right. Okay. Yeah. I figured. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Billy looks like that one guy. Billy looks like one of my friends from high school. I don't know why.
Billy's been in the scene though. Like, he used to be an extra, and then after that he became a coach. Yeah, but yeah, it's just Billy looks like a friend from high school.
Looks like my friend from high school. Yeah, I used to play baseball with him. Oh yeah, we were on the same baseball team. Okay. Anyways, yeah, we're gonna see. Yeah, we're gonna get our picks and bans in a moment here. I just realized that why we say dou, because isn't 5 like that's how you say 5 in Chinese?
Yeah, so yeah.
You know, I've been saying that for like I just realized that this is how slow I am at realizing things. Okay,
you're fine.
I just figured that out. That took way too long. Okay, anyways, yeah, we see, we're just gonna look through some of the fans here. We got the cat drawing, pretty impressive. I don't know how to draw, so that's nice job from the fan there. And looking at how this is gonna play out, again, we talked about a little bit of what hunters Dongchuan has available. Lakeside Village was most likely chosen in favor of that Naiad. Naiad's pretty strong in Lakeside Village. You force Yuya off of using the Dream Witch, and he was forced into Wax Artist, which ended up being fine. So I think Naiad most likely will be the most logical option from Dongchuan here, considering that you just have to tie this first round. And, you know, Naiad, we typically see Insolence, Blink, and Detention. Naiad is very good in Lakeside, and it's a very consistent hunter for round number 1 when you need to at least secure a draw. We could see him try to play a little more aggressive, and play something like Clerk or Dream Witch, but then again, they wouldn't have picked Lakeside Village if Dongchuan wanted to play Clerk or Dream Witch. It's not a good map for either of those hunters. So I think realistically, we're going to see Naiad here.
Yeah, I think you might be right, because Dongchuan also played Naiad in this Lakeside Village maps during the Chinese mainland qualifiers, and he did get a 3 elimination. Based off their stats, right? I mean, Dongchuan would potentially be this chase. And yeah, I mean, speaking of which, Nightmare Spectres and Naiad is actually one of Dongchuan's better playing characters, in fact. Surprisingly not Club or Dream Witch, and we don't really see a lot of Club gameplays on Dongchuan's side. Maybe that's not his forte. Maybe Best Arts and Night is. So yeah, putting that over there, and you're saying Dongchuan also getting ready for this. He just needs a tie at least, but then it'll be confirmed BO3. But if he's aiming for winning this BO1, and because it's a map that they picked, 3 kill and 4 eliminations would be the preferred ideal situations for Dongchuan.
Yeah, definitely 4 elimination would be put them in a huge advantage, and especially considering that Do did select this map. They want to try to win on this first map. I stress this a lot, but it's really important that you're able to get wins. If you ever tie on the map that you selected, or you lose on the map that you selected, you're already at a disadvantage. You want to win the round. You want to win the round where you have that sort of home field advantage, right?
That's right.
That's really crucial. So this is the fact that the ACT Hunter was already able to secure a draw. That already puts Duo at a sort of a negative position. You want to be able to get a 3 survivor escape. You're forcing them to play on a map they don't like, which was Lakeside Village. Yue was still able to get a draw, and then now Dongchuan's going to come in here, and we'll see what he's able to do. But Lakeside Village is a difficult map for Hunters to actually get heavy kills. Big maps are harder for Hunters to win on. Smaller maps are easy. Because smaller maps, it's easy to pressure Cypher machines, it's easier to control the map, slow down the game, and slowly shift it into your favor. So smaller maps are usually better for Hunters when they need to get high amounts of kills, whereas larger maps are a little bit weaker for higher amounts of kills because you can't control the Cyphers as well. So Lakeside Village, in a situation where Dongchuan really wants to try to win and try to take this round number 1 because they did select that map, Lakeside Village isn't exactly the most ideal map for that sort of situation. But looks like we're going to see Seer ban first, and again, Mercenary Antiquarian. This is how this entire day, every single round, I think we've seen this. Seer Priestess ban first and Mercenary Antiquarian right after that.
Yeah, I think on our certain like extent, right? Like picking a mercenary first may not be like the most ideal choice at this point in time, really, because First Officer is a really strong strong rescuer at the same time. But then we see again, this is a very big map. Talking about mobility wise, mercenary might be the ideal choice. That's why they're picking that as well. I mean, not only is it a stable rescuer, but it has high mobility. So that could have been the thought process that ACT survivors are thinking. And right now, confirming their picks Antiquarian, Mercenary, Toy Merchant, as well as Echo. So looking at this, looking at just this team comp, right? What do you think it will fare against Naiad, Eli?
Well, if he does go Naiad here, I think the idea with this is we're going to see Toy Merchant spot Big Boat, Antiquarian at Mini Boat, and then Acrobat at Shack. And then for Naiad, I think this is a bit difficult. You don't want to chase Big Boat because Toy Merchant's very strong on Big Boat. Antiquarian's a good kiter against Naiad. So is Acrobat. They're kind of going anti-Naiad. Like, this entire comp is going to be strong against Naiad, so I actually don't think it's a good idea for Dongchuan to play Naiad here. I think it'd be a little bit more logical to play... it's hard to say. You really don't want to play Clerk anymore because it's... Oh, he's going to go Dream Witch. Yeah, I was going to say, you don't want to play Clerk here because it's Lakeside. You don't want to play Naiad because this comp counters. So he's actually playing Dream Witch. So what's kind of interesting is Do selected this map because they wanted to force Yue off of Dream Witch and give Dongchuan a good Naiad map. And it ended up being the opposite. Yue picked a hunter that was actually good for Lakeside. He didn't play Dream Witch. He picked a hunter that was good for Lakeside. And Dongchuan ended up being the one to play Dream Witch. And we'll see if this actually ultimately works out here. This comp is still difficult. I mean, Toy Merchant, very strong kiter on Big Boat. It looks like Toy Merchant is spawning Big Boat. Acrobat and Antiquarian, very strong kiters against the Dream Witch. And Mercenary, a very stable rescuer. So overall, even Dream Witch here is not that strong.
Definitely. And yeah, okay, so spawning at the toilet area right next to Acrobat. In your perspective, Eli, do you think it's better to chase the Acrobat on the Shack area, or just go for Antiquarian and eliminate the OB factor over here?
It's hard to say. I think Antiquarian's probably your most difficult chase target. So I think it makes more sense to go for Acrobat, maybe even go for Merchant. Obviously, Merchant has Big Boat Loop, but Dream Witch can play around it a little bit. If you're able to position your leeches where one's pressuring an area that the Merchant wants to fly to, and the other one forces her to sort of like vault a window or something, or take a catapult, then you can sort of trap the Merchant that way. So I think Merchant's not actually is actually not that bad of a chase. But I think it makes the most sense for him to actually just go for Acrobat at Shack and just commit to that chase. Antiquarian is just so strong against Dream Witch. Antiquarian everyone has Flywheel as well, so they were in preparation of this Dream Witch and of Naiad as well, of course. But I think obviously Antiquarian's not a good chase. I think Acrobat is just the most logical. Very close target nearby, and that's... Oh, actually, he brings Blink. Oh, I actually really like this. We actually didn't see this before, but Blink is really good here against Acrobat. Acrobat, the reason why Acrobat's good against Dreamwitch is because it directly counters Patroller. You can use the bombs to cancel the Patroller bites. Flywheel is going to be very good against that as well. But because Dongchuan actually brings Blink, he plays around that Acrobat Patroller play. Now, Blink is a less consistent chase option than Patroller because you can't double Patroller. You have to rely on Blink, which is you have to get a trap a survivor and get a free hit, then go for a Blink. But it is going to be a better option for chasing a character like an Acrobat.
Agree. And I just want to say how ACT Survivors team comp here is just so well picked. Like against multiple hunters, whether it be Nayet, Geisha, all these characters are just extremely difficult to chase. And yeah, it's just like they just go around it and they pick this team comp that is so well against most of the hunters that Dongchuan plays. And yeah, picking up Blink like you've mentioned, very interesting. And getting into the match, getting that Blink. Wait, sorry, was it a Blink hit?
It's just a basic leech hit, it looks like. And yeah, he's gonna continue after the acro. Does he have insolence?
Yes, he has insolence. I was seeing it just now. I was confused. Like detention and insolence.
Oh.
Blink. And usually we don't see this kind of sauna with Dreamwitch, and especially Dongchuan. Very experienced. I doubt that he'll even need this insolence, but I guess he was just playing it safe and...
Oh, Miss Blink!
Yeah, it just seems...
Miss Blink onto the Acrobat, that's really big. He was able to bomb away from that Blink there, able to stay alive, Antiquated able to get the stun there, and keep this this kite alive for the Acrobat. Gonna go for Fox here, still has Flywheel to work with though. Is gonna go for the swing and is able to Flywheel to get out of range of that follower. And yeah, I don't understand insolence. I've never seen that before.
It could be planned, I guess. I mean, it might eventually work out, but I really doubt an Insolence Dreamwitch is gonna change the game. Like, you could bring a trump card, it could be teleport afterwards. Like, it's a very interesting persona that Dongchuan has picked here, and just cornering Zen over here at this 11 area, and we're getting this potential down. Flywheel, and we'll be using the Red Ball to get through the pellet. It's so exciting and mind game over here from Zen, and yeah, prolonging the kite going to the corner of 11 and not interrupting any of the ciphers. Ciphers at 3 ciphers already, and Blink hit, downing the Acrobat with the leech hit.
Yeah, and you really see why Dreamwitch on Lakeside, not only is it just difficult in general, it's such a strong counter comp for going against Dreamwitch here. Acrobat is going to be chaired for the first time, but he did die to his leech. Cypher Machine already 50% of the way done. They don't have progress in the last one, but it's already been a 3.5 cipher kite here. And again, we're going to see why Insolence, it doesn't do much here. Like, you have no option to trump card. You can't switch to Abnormal now. You can't switch to anything like Patroller. You can't switch to Teleport. You have no late game options. You have Blink. You're stuck on Blink the entire game. And I guess with Insolence, you can build up your full presence so you get your leech up faster. This could be like a sort of like a secret strategy that Dongchuan is just trying to pull out here, but realistically, it doesn't seem like it would really make a difference. But we'll have to see.
Yeah, it could be. And right now, getting a stable rescue by Liz over here, and it seems to be that regardless of this instant down or not, right now getting the pellet down hit, tight turner, and in fact, yeah, like regardless of a double down in this situation, I do feel that it's still gonna be a 4-man detention period, and Dongchuan clearly knows about that. Right now, going straight for the toilet cipher, which is the last cipher at 70%, as well as Zippy is forcing the cipher and leeching onto Fox over there. I mean, Fox won't be scared of because of this. I mean, if you do hit me with the leech, what can you do, right? And yeah, Cypher is at 90% already. Zen is still on the floor. Hunter will be chairing the Acrobat. And who will be coming for the rescue?
He goes down.
It's not that situation.
Yeah, the Antiquarian went down there. And it looks like he actually he can actually just pick up the Antiquarian. I think it's actually still going to be okay. He's going to pick up the Antiquarian most likely. No, he's going to leech. Okay, he's going to leech Antiquarian, pick her up here. But can she get the pop-off here? They're going to go for the forced leech. This is a really good play. This forces the hit. This allows him to pop the Cypher Machine, push for the endgame. But Dongchuan blocks in the Merchant between the 2 followers. And he's going to be able to get an instant down in the endgame here. And 2 leeches are still in play, which means it's still possible for him to pressure down at least 1 more survivor and maybe get a draw here.
seemed that attack could have been possible, but that 2 leeches blocking Toy Merchant, getting the free hit, and right now Zen in front of this area, able to get that hit though using the red bomb, and both gates are not being open at this point in time.
Yeah, absolutely. We're gonna see Antiquarian is gonna go for the stun there just to avoid that. This is why Antiquarian's so good against Streamer. She can just stun if there's just one follower there and there's nobody else nearby. She can just stun the follower, and it's completely useless. Just a single hit hunter like Dream, which has no counterplay. And it looks like we're gonna see Mercenary is pressuring the rescue here. Detention, of course, still online, but Mercenary 2 elbow pads available, could potentially get in a sneaky rescue here, or just feed Tinnitus. So there's no way to force Dongshuan to constantly pressure this chair. Looks like I'm gonna start the front gate, sorry, the Big Boat Cypher, Big Boat exit gate, and you see why Dreamwitch struggles on Lakeside. Look at how big this map is. It's going to take him a long time to get to that gate, but it is an Acrobat opening the gate, so I don't know if it's actually going to be open in time. It looks like no, because it's an Acrobat, he might actually be a little bit short here. Leech still on cooldown though. Can he get the gate open in time? 10% to go, and I think he's going to make it.
Yeah, he'll make it. Acrobat will be getting out of this gate. Antiquarian and Mercenary still in the vicinity though, but Mercenary using the is probably trying to rush towards the gate. Dongshuan is trying to find the last survivor, but I doubt he'll be able to find it. Yeah, it's going towards the small boat area, trying to bet this out, but it seems to be that it will be a dungeon escape on Antiquarian's side, securing the 3 escape and winning the first BO, and ACT getting the advantage in a this chosen map. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we're seeing a bit of some kind of upset victories here today. I mean, not really upset. A lot of these teams are, they're in reality, they're pretty even, being from the same region, being from the same sort of level of competition. But typically, Do is going to be a team that's outperforms ACT in events like IVL. And similar to FL versus AXE earlier on, we see FL usually outperforms a team like AXE in IJL. But AXE was able to win earlier today, and we see Do winning, falling behind ACT here, and so statistically, the teams that aren't as favored are actually the ones who are pulling ahead right now.
That's right, and yeah, I mean, after all that, a lot of sequence of events, I think we just have to go back right into why Dongshuan decided to bring Insolence Dreamwitch. If brought the trumpet, right, and had teleport, I felt that there could have been at least a tie. Even if there isn't, the leech was still on cooldown. The main body's leech could have been able to rush all the way to the front gate with that teleport and get that hit onto Acrobat and just stopping that gate from being opened. I mean, in that late game, right, 3-man, Antiquarian and Acrobat has slow gate decoding, and still able to drag out throughout detention. I mean, open the gate when there's still detention, and it's just really incredible play on ACT's side. The mind game with the Hunter eventually all worked out. Pretty sure ACT was pretty shocked about the Insolence build as well.
Yeah.
But I mean, capitalizing on Hunter's inability to change to trump card and then getting that 3 escape, I think ACT did a really good job getting an advantage at a Do's map.
Yeah, and just to put it bluntly, I mean, Insolence, it did nothing. It didn't do anything that match. Like, I that's why I don't really understand, like, and I'm trying to, you know, I'm just trying to understand the idea of Insolence. I mean, the only thing it really does, I guess the idea is, like, when you hit someone with your leech, you instantly get the leech back. So, because then you reach your first presence, so you unlock your leech again. So, you know, when you get to the first presence, you unlock your leech cooldowns up and you get to leech again. So I guess maybe the idea is, like, if you leech hit someone, you can leech them again right away. And then your chase is a little bit better. And then that pairs better with Blink because you don't have Patroller, so your chase is less consistent. Maybe? Like, I like, that's really the only idea I can think of. And then also you get to full presence quicker, so you can leech people with a shorter cooldown, which doesn't really make a difference and didn't make a difference in that game at all. So, like, that's why I don't really understand, like, that's what I'm trying to figure out, like...
You're trying to reason it out, but it's not reasoning out.
Yeah, it's not reasoning out.
It's the case, right, that Blink is because of the long cooldown, 150 seconds each time. Then, wouldn't it be better to just bring the Patroller, 30 seconds cooldown right when you get into the match, and then after that, just pick the trump card? Like, that would have been completely better, and then possibly training to Blink. and then getting a faster chase during the mid game, because the mid game was just so difficult for him to even clear it out. And it was a choice for Dongxuan to actually just pull out all the way to the toilet, trying to cypher camp, and Cerberus to give that chance. And Securian give that chance. But unfortunately though, and also that Toy Merchant being... Sorry, not Toy Merchant. Who's Cerberus again? Who's Toy Merchant? Being cornered. It was Toy Merchant, right? Toy Merchant with the 2 leech and then cornered, couldn't come out at detention period.
Yeah.
That was really, really unfortunate. As we have seen right now in the highlights right now, just really unfortunate for the Survivor side.
大家好，我是中国大陆赛区 ACT 俱乐部的求生者医生。我们俱乐部成立了3年，有打过 COA 4、COA 5和 IVL 等赛事。然后我们有求生者自闭、丽珊、领月、狐狸和我医生，以及监管者曲月和清欢。我们求生者 的打法是偏稳重一点的，然后监管者就激进一点去拿分。我们是有备而来的，希望你们都悠着点吧。
大家好，我是中国大陆赛区斗舞竞技俱乐部的监管者东璇。我们队伍已经成立3年了，有打过 IBL， 还有 IBS 和深渊。我们队伍有我。 D 叉，然后还有一坚、陈某人、白子、一花、南。然后我们队伍的打法是纵容越怪，赢得越快。正元赛我们会竭尽全力直奔冠军，加油！
Right, so just now we just saw that short interview with ACT Zen as well as the Zhou 5 Dong X. And yeah, a bit of translation of what was said was that Dongshan said that yeah, basically to just get the advantage throughout, and yeah, it was just really cute. But anyways, for ACT side, then he said that they definitely came prepared. Survivor side is usually the ones getting the advantage, whereas the Hunter side is more stable. Get the tie situation, and then yeah, that's how the team really goes about with their strategy, and seems to be that it is working out. Yeah, so I already get a 3-1, and then the Hunter they get 2-2. So ACT seems to be standing on a higher ground right now, 5-3 with the 2 points difference, and someone ACT will be picking their maps. So if they pick their maps, there is a possibility that ACT will get the advantage one more time in BO2 and cleanly ending this match again with 2-0, just like GR did. So we'll see ACT Survivors sitting there first. So first half, ACT Survivors versus Sing, Dou, Dongxuan, Hunter right now, and another funny face from the these Chinese audiences. And yeah, Dongxuan seems to be quite chill, not too stressed on, in fact, still laughing, still smiling, and yeah, we're excited to see what map will be picked here. There's a lot of selection, but in your perspective, Eli, if they're talking about ACT servers getting the advantage and a map that ACT can perform very well and though maybe not so well, is there a possible map that you're thinking of? Thinking of the correct types also.
I mean, it's very difficult to pick a map that's going to be weak for Dongxuan, especially considering its hunter pool. But you know, you also want to pick something that's. It's really tough. I think the idea here is because it's going to be difficult to pick a map that's weak for Dongxuan. You have to just pick a map that's good for your hunter. And based off of what we've seen, there's a good chance Dreamwitch will probably get banned. Which means you guys are probably going to opt to go into something such as Clerk, Wax Artist, and probably Geisha are like the most likely options here. Maybe Soul Weaver as well. I feel like Chinatown would probably be the best option then, considering those things. Chinatown's very good for Soul Weaver, very good for Wax Artist, very good for Geisha. So I think that would definitely make the most sense. And then depending on what you ban from Dongxuan, Chinatown can be a very big map, which I guess it's still good for all of his hunters, but you're gonna have a very difficult time picking a map that's weak for him. So I think the idea is just pick a map that's gonna be good for you and just go from there.
Yeah, I think agreeing with you. I think a Chinatown pick from ACT's side might be a smart choice. Talking about statistics-wise, Dongshan doesn't really perform well in Chinatown map, and that's when he played Nayed, and he only got a 1 elimination. So if they're thinking of targeting Dongshan, which is something that is one of those hard carries, Dongshan being one of the carries of the team, targeting him would be the best choice, and picking not Chinatown, but Everest Dipping Town over here. ACT picking Everest Dipping Town, I'm not too sure whether that would be a good pick because Dou survivors as well as hunters do strive very well and did very well in the qualifiers when they were playing Everest Dipping Town. Not sure whether this would be a smart choice because both sides are equally good at this map, and this is we would consider more of a Survivor-sided map. Like you mentioned again, Mercenary, Antiquarian being picked first, and then proceeding further with the Barmaid as well as Psychologist pick. But Jimmy's already been banned, so what do you think Dongshan might be picking or thinking about this one?
Definitely Clerk. That would be the other option for banning these sort of characters. Clerk, Barmaid's a very strong counter for Clerk because it's very easy to just take a hit, use your drink, and get your heal off in time. Similar to Psychologist as well. Psychologist can just take 3 hits against a Clerk, which is very good. Acrobat's a very good counter. Patient is open. So this comp, though, this comp is really good against Clerk. Even though Dongshan still banned characters, trying to eliminate good Clerk counters, this is still a really difficult comp. Mercenary is a very stable rescuer. Antiquarian's very good against Clerk, not only for supporting, but also for kiting yourself, because Clerk's a single-hit hunter, has no abilities to play around Antiquarian's abilities. Entomologist is just very good at supporting Clerk kite. It's also good at constantly just making distance and using broken windows, create a lot of distance, ride your bees to keep the speed up, and just keep distance between yourself and the Clerk. And then Patient. Transition kiting is super crucial against a Clerk, and Patient is a very good transition kiter, actually probably the best transition kiter in the game.
Yeah, I would say I totally agree with what you say. They did let the female dancer out, but Dongshan, ACT decided not to pick it and pick, like you've said, initially I might not agree. I feel like female dancer would be better because of how, like, the boxers can not only aid her kiting, but also aid the teammates in kiting, whereas patient-wise, can only support himself with the hooks, and we're talking about a support meta at this point in time. But then again, you said that it was a high mobility character, and I cannot disagree with you with that because but a geisha over here, I wasn't really expecting that. Like I was thinking like a Nayed or Clerk, like you've mentioned, but geisha. What do you think about the geisha about this thing called?
Yeah, I think Geisha, the problem with Nayed and Clerk, it's hard counter by this comp. So Clerk has no good chase targets. Nayed's only decent chase target is kind of Entomologist, but even then that's not a great chase target. With Patient, you just pull back the Trident, you just hook away every time you pull back the Trident. So Geisha kind of makes sense in that Geisha's good at chasing Patient, but Geisha's not very strong at chasing Entomologist or Antiquarian. So it's still an uphill battle for Dongshan, and considering that these survivors probably... the question is, did they bring Flywheel or Broken? They could have brought Broken Windows in preparation of Wax Artist or Clerk, but then you also bring Flywheel in preparation of Geisha or Nayed, so it's really kind of interesting to see which they opted to go with here.
Yeah, and spawning at... changing his spawn to the Geisha area, but Antiquarian is right next to Geisha. I'm not too sure. I don't think Dongshan should be chasing the Antiquarian, especially in tight corners, tight areas. Yeah, I think Dongshan might be going for the person that's at the center. We'll see the spawn locations once again after this handshake. So, yeah, we're seeing Billy as well as the coaches of ACT.
Yep.
Yeah, showing respect to each other and leaving the stage while we prepare for this match. So Dongshan, yeah, it seems to be that either Zibi or Zen will be taking this fight instead of the Antiquarian.
Yeah, Antiquarian does, Entomologist spawning in the middle of the map. Sometimes we see this, so Entomologist can instantly just have the beast set up. towards center map. Looks like double flywheel and one broken, so Entomologist broken in preparation of Clerk. I actually really like this. Flywheel is good on Patient because Patient can naturally kite Clerk by constantly transitioning with the hooks. There's no need for broken. And Flywheel also is going to help Patient kite something like a Naiad or a Geisha, which in this case is happening here. And Entomologist is kind of a difficult chase target for a Geisha. If you're able to, you kind of just ride your bees in a tight kiting area. You get off the bees when she goes for a dash, and she gets stuck in the bees. But Geisha is a fast swing hunter, which means she is going to burn through the bees quite quickly. It looks like she's actually going to go going straight for Antiquarian.
Interesting.
Instead of the Entomologist here. So curious choice here.
Yeah, and I mean, yeah, and we can definitely choose the Antiquarian, I would say. Eliminating that harassing OB character and missing that swing over there, missing that burst over there, and getting that basic hit. Dongshan seems to be having a really good early game and able to use that butterfly over that window though, but still has one more butterfly to utilize. I can definitely see how this would really play out. Unless was missed this time around. Kind of missed it a little bit. Wasn't a stun. We'll see how this plays out. Stunning the hunter. The beast support is coming.
Yep. The bees are going to come in here and try to keep this Antiquarian alive a little bit longer. Blink going to land in about 3 seconds here. And even if you can blink this Antiquarian. Oh, goes for the flip there, able to avoid that, but does get the blink kill here. Is going to secure the down under the Antiquarian.
Yeah, this is...
But here's the problem. Is that even though you down this Antiquarian, Antiquarian can still rebound kite. Antiquarian is still a strong kiter against a Geisha. He's going to try to drag the basement, which is honestly not too bad considering that Geisha's basement game is not that good. So Antiquarian still has flywheel, still has some stick to work with. So Antiquarian still has plenty of rebound kite potential here.
And we see that Liz, the mercenary, is already rotating from behind check and might be coming for this backdoor rescue. This is one of the shortest guys I've ever seen from ACT side. One Cypher kite in fact, and right now Cyphers have already progressed to 2 Cyphers. So, like you've mentioned, there is a possibility of a rebound kite. Antiquarian still has flying wheel. But it really depends on whether ACT decides to rescue this Antiquarian or not. But has spots out Mercenary, so Mercenary is forced to get this rescue that has just ran over path. So, yeah, quite a fast rescue, I would say, and hopefully no double down. Oh, unable to really get the rebound kite, getting that tight turner effect on, and Hunter baiting out Liz over here. This will be a double down situation, but will Antiquarian be able to disappear from this map and just get it out? Because that's the only possibility I would say that would help ACT gain the better advantage, but we have to see how this goes.
Yeah, I don't know if this was split out. Oh no, he actually does see the oh, Entomologist is here as well, and she almost gives a free hit there, but we see 2 hit onto the bees right away, so I'm not really sure Entomologist being in this area. Mercenary is going to get double down, as you mentioned, and it's not the end of the world. There's still a possibility for Antiquarian to rebound here. Oh no, it was after half.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's really bad then. Unfortunately for ACT here, Mercenary on share for the first time as well. No Cypher progress on the last 2 Cyphers as well. And this is going to be basement as well. This is not really looking good for ACT survivors. Dongshuan, considering that this comp is not particularly strong for Geisha, this is actually working out quite nice for him.
That's right, and the snowballing effect is definitely can be seen right now. The last 2 Cyphers, last one hasn't been touched, the other one is being decoded by Patient, and Entomologist is forced to get this rescue, but Entomologist does not have any turner to help Mercenary prolong this fight. If not, he might be taking the chair after this if it do be a situation where it's a double down. But yeah, both of them getting out of the basement, putting the bees should be putting the bees, yeah, right at the entrance to prevent Hunter, yeah, from getting too close to the Entomologist. But Hunter is going straight for Entomologist over here, and it seems to be that he wants to down this Entomologist and cherry at the basement once again, forcing Patient to come and possibly resulting in a field rescue.
Oh, missed over there. That's a huge miss there. Now that means that the Antiquarian or the Entomologist can potentially kite away from basement. Is going to go down and is not going to die basement. If Entomologist dies at that window, she gets basement. Mercenary has just started self-healing. They have no progress in the last Cypher. But the fact that she's able to last an extra about 10 or 15 seconds here and get away from basement gives a slight opening. The biggest problem here is Mercenary is still on the ground here. They don't have progress in the last Cypher, and Teleport is available. Still has his trait. So Darshua needs to pressure down this Mercenary. He doesn't know where the patient is. So he's just going to go back to chair just in case this patient makes it back to rescue. But he's not. He's actually just going to decode. Oh, he's going to go for a drop-down hit as Mercenary gets out of the tram here, which means he's going to have no attack recovery.
Yeah, but would this be the exact location that Mercenary be down from the tram?
It is.
Seems to be.
Perfectly timed. He gets the Terror Shock. He stuffs the rescue. I don't even know how that hit. What?
Yeah, getting that hit registered and happening and denying that rescue from a hardcore Mercenary. Patient is still decoding that Cypher bus, and right now will be coming for this. I don't know. Is he coming? Where's he coming from?
No, he's not gonna be able to make the rescue. He's just leaving the Cypher machine so he won't get teleported on. Wow, that was such a
wow.
I mean, he knew his. Well, I mean that's the sign of a well-seasoned hunter, a strong hunter. He knows where exactly. He knows exactly where the tram's gonna end and where he's getting off of the tram, and so he's able to get the drop down hit, and somehow I still don't. I'm gonna have to look back at how that hit the Mercenary. I don't
I
don't even know what was going on
amazing.
there. That's some crazy stuff.
Yeah, and because Mercenary did use his self-healing already. Right now, Asia's not gonna care, man. He's just gonna go straight for this full elimination. Find patient, down patient, and then chair patient. Then go back to Mercenary if they don't surrender. So it's a definite full elimination match. There is going back to this already.
Yeah, it's really just a matter of time here. Just gonna get down the patient here, and this really is exactly what Do needs. This is exactly what they need to come back. They're already down after the first round here. We're gonna see flywheel is available. Beautiful flywheel from the patient here, but still able to get the hit. And now just one more hit onto this patient here. This will secure the 4 elimination and put Do back on top here.
Yeah, patient is fighting for his life, but it's a definite for elimination. Sir is surrendering, ACT losing the first half of BO2 to Dou Dongxuan, and Dongxuan getting the 5-0 incredible point difference. It's just really strange. In Dou's selection map, they didn't get the advantage, but when ACT made their selection map, they picked Ever Slipping Town, and yet Dongxuan, as the hunter, got the advantage instead. So really, what can I say? I mean, Dongxuan really does perform very well on Ever Slipping Town map. I'm not too sure whether how Yue is gonna come back from this, because right now the survivors of Dou, they have only one thing in mind: one escape to get the BO2. That's it. Right. So interesting play over there. Do you manage to catch how the Terror Shock happened?
So it looks like, well, I kind of understand. I'm looking at it now. Like when you save from the left side of the chair. So what technically what happened is that the Mercenary touched the chair. So when he swung, it clipped the Mercenary on the left side of the chair, which was the side closest to him. If Mercenary continued and ran past the chair instead of touching the chair, it wouldn't have hit the Mercenary. It might have actually hit the chair instead. But the problem was the Mercenary touched the chair, and during that split second when Mercenary was touching the chair, it pulled the Mercenary to the left side of the chair, which is the side that the hunter was on, and then that's how it hit him. Because the Mercenary actually ran past the chair to the right side, but because she pressed the rescue button, even for a split second, it pulls you back to the left side. And then because of that, it was able to clip him. It was able to clip the Mercenary and result in a Terror Shock.
Yeah, very amazingly played. I think it was still a battle of mind game though, because I believe Lee's was kind of betting that Hunter wouldn't swing right after that drop down hit, and Dongxuan just swing and it just resulted in a Terror Shock. A battle of mind games over there, and Dongxuan ultimately winning. It's not really unfortunate though, like 2 basement rescues, and yeah, entomologists tried to buy out more time and get it away from basement. I would say Zippy did an amazing job, but really unfortunate. Right now we're looking at the statistics, and Zippy with the 50 seconds kite though, not too long, and then Mercenary with the double down, 51 seconds. What can I say? I mean, Dongxuan was the one who actually spotted a Mercenary that was hiding behind the graveyard area and forcing Mercenary to get that rescue when it just went over half. So amazingly played, and also Dongxuan having that hunter mind game sense, and also just sniffing out survivors from all corners successfully and then just forcing that rescue. So yeah, very well seasoned hunter, and yeah, I didn't expect a geisha to be picked over at Ever Slipping Town against such a team comp. It's shocking, like for Dangshan to actually go against a Antiquarian, which is a direct counter to geisha, and still able to get the full elimination, instant down, basement chair, Antiquarian, and just missing that swing ultimately, getting that fast hit at the start of the match. I think it was just game over from there.
Quite shocking, as you said. Yeah, just especially a Blink Geisha as well. I mean, trump card detention. I mean, it's really, you know, Blink Geisha is typically more of a draw build with win potential. This is why Geisha is so good, is because Geisha technically can win in some of those situations. You know, this is very standard for tournament Geishas. What you do is you go trump card, you go detentions, you bring a right down build, and you start with Blink or excitement, depending on the type of team comp it was. But the biggest issue was that Antiquarian, it was the first hit of the game was actually a big game changer. The reason why Antiquarian counters Geisha is every time she dashes, you can just stun her right away with the stick. But the problem is the Antiquarian didn't do that. She used the stick too late. So the first dash, Dangshan was able to get a hit before the Antiquarian got the stun with the stick. And that was the problem, because then you can just blink. And as soon as you're able to get the first hit before it blinks up, you just blink for the second kill. And there's nothing you can do about it as a survivor. So that first hit was really crucial. Antiquarian needed to time that stick better, and unfortunately missed that. And that was the big difference maker for that first kite. And as soon as you get that first down in basement, then it just spirals out of control.
Yeah, definitely. Absolutely true. And also, to everyone that's watching the live stream right now, it is, if you are in my time zone, GMT +8, please, it's at 8 p.m. right now. If you haven't eaten dinner, please do eat it. I don't want, yeah, I see some people saying about passing out in the chat already. Don't pass out. Remember to eat and drink water. Hydrate yourselves.
Or you could do what I do and eat dinner at like 11 p.m. or 1 in the morning or something.
Eli,
and
you
then
function
stay up all
differently.
night. And then
No,
stay up all
Eli,
night
you
and then
go
sleep
gym
half
at
the
night.
day. Yeah, I go to the gym at like 11 p.m. or something. I don't know. It's crazy.
Yeah, exactly. And you eat at weird timings, okay? And you drink milk tea with 0% sugar, so...
What? It's because it's better for you. I'm not trying to can't get too much.
No, if you're gonna
too much
drink all
sugar.
the healthy things, you're gonna be healthy throughout. Let's talk about this.
What? No, milk tea was no.
About this before.
This way, I can get my milk tea without having an excessive amount of sugar and calories, and it's that way slightly less unhealthy for you. See? It's like a cheat thing, but you're not actually cheating because you're not actually having that much sugar. You know what I'm saying? Like, okay. Anyways, yeah. So, oh, and I do go to the gym at night because there's less people there and it's more peaceful. Okay. Yeah. So we are gonna see a 5-0 for Dangshan here, which means that ACT now all of a sudden is on the back foot. A single survivor gets out the exit gate here. Not only does ACT go up in points, they do tie things up in rounds. So that means that if there's not a 4 survivor elimination here, if even 1 survivor gets out the gate right now, that means that that ACT has to win the 3rd round. They have to win the 3rd round if there's able to get 1 survivor out the gate here. That's how big a 5-0 is. That extra point from getting a 4 elimination or a 4 escape, that's so crucial. The fact that it's 5-0 instead of 4-0 is such a huge difference maker, and we're going to see that in the points here.
Yep, that's right. And right now, moving on to the band picks phase for both Day1 survivor side as well as ACT Hunter. 1 goal in mind for survivor side is 1 escape, and for ACT, yeah, this is the map. Definitely, the goal is to get a 4 elimination. If not, just bring the. There's no point in bringing the close very closely together because, in BO3, Day1 is just gonna keep tying the match and. That's it for ACT. So if Yue is aiming this correctly, 4 elimination should be the goal in mind for sure. And right now, I'm just straight up banning US Dream Witch and going with the Seer as well as Mercenary bans. Priestess as well as Antiquarian is being picked over here. So Rescuer might be picked over here, and First Officer as well as Psychologist ban this time around. So those survivor side have quite a selections for Rescuers. Still have Wilding. They do have a Wilding. A Gravekeeper also. So best two selections that they have. If they're quite flexible with it, they can just pick a support character at this point in time. So a character supporter character has been picked, a Vomit. And the last ban for your side, banning the Gravekeeper. So I guess though it's just kind of like no choice. The Valding might be the last pick for the last rescuer role as well. Unless they're just gonna go for a straight up fighter support decoding kind of team comp because they just need a one escape, then they can just forgo this rescuer, don't need a Wilding. So yeah, a Wilding will be picked over here. And team comp, first this Antiquarian, Vomit, and Wilding against what kind of hunter do you think you guys should be picking over at Ever Slipping Town, Eli?
I think that it makes the most sense for him to go. It's really hard to say here. I think Wax Artist is actually really good here. Wax Artist can deal with Wildling, get Hot Wax Wildling off a board. He can deal with Antiquarian quite easily. Can deal with Barmaid. Priestess will be a bit of a problem, but for the most part, I think Wax Artist will be okay. And I just have to say real quick, for Assassin who said that you're not supposed to eat before you sleep, I actually don't eat before I sleep. I eat at 11 p.m. and then I sleep at like 2 a.m. because I have a messed up sleep schedule. But anyways, yeah. But I think that Wax Artist definitely would make the most sense here. And yeah, I mean, it just works really well against 3 of these survivors. And, you know, we saw it be very strong in the first round. And Wax Artist is very strong in Ever Sleeping Town. And I'm not saying this because I'm biased towards Wax Artist. I'm saying this because it actually does logically make the most sense in this sort of situation.
Wax Artist. Yeah, I mean, he can definitely go for that, but he also do have a geisha. I mean, if he wants a showdown between who has a stronger geisha, I guess you can definitely go for that. But aiming for a 4 elimination, definitely not geisha. But we see the Wax Artist, like you've mentioned, Eli, what you've predicted, a Wax Artist being picked over here. 4 elimination against this team com. I mean, you can actually target ZYJ, which is the Barmaid, and try to get that. But at the same time, there is the Priestess. So even if Barmaid does get that hit by the Wax Artist, from the Wax Artist, there is still the Priestess support portals that can be found at the center. Antiquarian also available to give that OB, give that harass. So facing Barmaid at the same time might not be the most optimal choice. And yeah, this team com, they have definitely thought through it a lot, and they know that there is a system that they can go about to prevent an instant down situation. So we'll be seeing the spawn locations very soon, right after this respect meet over here with the coaches. And yeah, it will be a match between those survivors needing a 1 escape at least, and ACT Yue as the hunter playing the Wax Artist. So looking at the spawn locations, who do you think he should be chasing first, Eli?
I think that it's really tough. I would say Barman obviously is the best chase target because he spawns so far away. It's going to be very difficult. And then chasing at Corner House is really not ideal, considering that... Oh, he actually goes Excitement. So this is actually fine, I think. Like, basically with Excitement, you can play around the Antiquarian play where you go for the stun. And you get the instant freeze where you stun him so you freeze yourself, and then you can avoid getting a hit that way. You can also Excitement through a Priestess Portal to get a free hit. You can Excitement Wildling's Boar if they ever try to harass. So I actually think Excitement's probably fine here. But yeah, it looks like he's actually going to go for Priestess, which is actually probably his hardest chase target.
Yeah, chasing Silverchair, one of the actually better kiting priestesses I was ever seen though, because like, he takes very well with the priestess portals. He knows how to use it efficiently to gather a lot of distance between the hunter, not giving any freeze at the same time. So yeah, Silverchair will be rotating towards the fake gate area and not interrupting any of his teammates' cipher. So this kite seems to be at least 60 seconds already. Priestess only still have 1 portal to use, but she knows her kiting routes. She's just rotating around this area. Don't really want to affect his decrease the decoding progress by the teammates. So yeah, Cypher is just moving quickly. Priestess doesn't have any portals to utilize already, so not too sure how this Excitement will be really playing out unless Antiquarian does come, but seems to be we'll be getting this first hit after this 100% wax. And because no blink, he can't really just Bling hit this Priestess, and Priestess also keeping its distance between the Hunter as well.
Oh, portal tricks! Priestess portal tricks the Wax Artist here. That's a big play. She would not have had much rebound, much cutting potential after that last portal, so that portal trick is really important here. And all of a sudden, Priestess actually positioned quite nicely here, able to vault this window, get a speed boost as well, transition away here. And he does have excitement, no blink, so he can excitement through a portal here if necessary. But yeah, Priestess just constantly creating distance, and all of a sudden it's turned into most likely a quick down into a potential 3-cypher kite.
That's right, and yeah, Priestess is just keeping close with this. Yeah, trying to break like a line of sight from the Hunter to prevent that Wax from hitting her immediately. So yeah, it seems to be that it'll be 100 Wax when this Palace is down, downing that Priestess over here, and it'll be a full 3-cypher kite. Excitement still available, so Walden coming for this rescue, Antiquarian not coming for the support at the same time. I think Sir's either betting on a teleport or if not excitement already, because if it's a blink, Hunter would have pretty much done it way before that already. And yeah, it seems to be that Sir's kind of know it's a teleport, if not excitement already. And Walden coming for this rescue. Oh, first reaction coming up on the pick and getting the basic hit so that there isn't much presence given to the Hunter. Very detailed on Yihua's side. So we're just trying to play this out with this portal. Excitement used. Will we be able to get the instant down?
Yeah, so it looks like he's gonna get the down onto the Priestess here, and I mean there is enough Cypher progress for a potential win here. The question is, let's see, where the last Cyphers is. This is actually really crucial. I was gonna say, if he chairs near any Cypher machine, he can wax it off, but it looks like not chairing near any Cyphers. And again, Day1 needs a single survivor out the gate here, and considering that they already have created a winning position here, that one portal trick from the Priestess literally changed this entire game. Wildling is even able to get the heal off as well, which means he can come in for a second rescue here. And Day1 is positioning themselves very nicely. Even if they just tie this round, they'll still be in the lead.
That's right, and yeah, Walden coming for the second rescue this time around, especially with the help of the Barmy's Dolphin. And yeah, opening second skill, that's very crucial. This might be able to deny rescue, but no, still able to get that simple rescue. Walden got that body block. Cypher is at 80% and will be primed in about 20 seconds. So if Walden can hold those wags and body block for this Priestess one last time, Cypher will be primed. Cypher will be primed in about 5 seconds. And distance between the Hunter and Priestess is so far away, and Priestess has one more portal to utilize during the late game. Yeah, seems to be we'll be waiting out for the next hit, or if not the next portal, before the Cypher will be primed and popped.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to go for the pop there. And him losing sight of Priestess is actually a bit unfortunate. Because if you're able to, you can actually instant down endgame with Wax Artist, where you freeze someone and then you instant hot wax them and they pop the Cypher and then you just down them.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah, but he wasn't able to do that because he lost sight of the Priestess, so they were just able to pop right away, and that was actually really important. And you see, he only has about 150 wax available, so he's not gonna have. He's going to run out there. Every time it hits 60, you can't use it. But he is able to still get the down anyway. He's able to get one kill, but this is fine for Day1. It's perfectly fine. 3 survivors out the gate here. Even against the team comp, this comp is not very good for playing against Wax Artists. And this is even a better map for Wax Artists in Lakeside Village. But still, 3 survivors down. That one port, you saw, he had a good start. He had a quick hit onto the Priestess. If he doesn't get portal trick there, the Priestess goes down fast, and that's a really good position for the Wax Artist. But because of that one portal trick, that was the entire game changer that turned into a 3-cypher kite because of that one single play. And that's why Priestess is such a strong character. And I'm surprised Priestess wasn't banned originally, but yeah, that one play was a big difference maker in this match. And 8-1 for Day1 for this round, which means that they're going to have a huge lead going into this last round. Tied, of course, up on rounds, but ACT is going to have to win this 3rd round now.
Yeah, definitely, and totally agree with you. But looking at the big picture right now there is a big point difference between Day1 as well as ACT. Combining both BO1 and 2, BO1 ACT winning, BO2 Day1 won, and right now the point difference is 5 exactly, because of that 4 elimination thanks to Dongxuan in the first BO2 first half. So amazing play over there. It seems to be that Survivor side, Day1 side like to have their hunters up first so that Dongxuan performs stress-free. and then afterwards they get a great result, and then Survivor side they have lesser stress to actually think about, and then just perform normally, and getting a 3 escape is their norm. So yeah, next round we'll be seeing Do picking their maps, and right now Do has the advantage, so it seems that luck is leaning more towards Do right now to possibly win this to a 2-1.
Yeah, and you really see that. You know, you really see why Do is one of the strongest IVL teams, and why, you know, we talked about in this matchup how, of course, it's going to be even. 2 IVL mainland China teams going at it here, but Do is advantaged. Statistically speaking, they are advantaged against ACT. They've been more successful than ACT in the past, and you see why they're in this round. The first round, ACT was able to take the win for that round, but here now Do is really just shooting really far ahead here, and again, statistically speaking, they should be advantaged, and you're going to see that right now. Now, because they have map selection as well, Do has map selection as well, it's really difficult for ACT. I mean, you get to pick a map. You can put on any map you want it to your survivors to play against them with, and Dongshuan's really versatile for pretty much everything. So I don't really know how ACT can turn this around. This is going to be a big uphill battle. They have to win this, right? It's a do or die round win for them.
Yeah, and actually mentioning at the start of this when we were doing the players introduction, I was saying how Silverchi is one of the best performing members in the entire team, and we can definitely see why. That Priestess kite itself, after 64 seconds, it was a solo kite. There was no wilding support, there was no anti-current flute support. It was just solely on Priestess herself. And we could see from that long kite in BO2 against a Wax artist to know that, yeah, he is definitely one of the better kiters in the team, and also one of the better performing, one of the most consistent ones also, and knows a lot of tricks. I mean, he just entered the Priestess portal and able to time it perfectly when the Hunter was entering to go right back into the portal. That's not an easy trick that all Priestess mains can do. So right now, going on to the highlights.
那么现在，中国大陆赛区的晋级名额已经全部确定了。
想创造新的辉煌吗？
那就来吧，
来挑战我们吧。
All right, here we go. Oh, I got it. Don't worry, I got it covered. All right, welcome to the last match of wait. Third round of the last match of the day. We have Dou versus ACT. Currently in the lead here is Dou with an 8-1 victory in the last round. It looks like it's going to be Leo's Memory. Chocho, what do you think about Leo's Memory? How do you think it'll
Leo's Memory, it's not the best map for dozers to perform in. Like I've mentioned, I don't know why they're picking maps that they're not really the best in and might be favorable to their opponents. So regardless though, I believe the ACT do have a system in mind. They did have previously a toy merchant system where there is like the patient being chased and then the toy merchant kind of all set up right outside the factory area, jumping up and then up to the double story area. So that could have been the possible strategy that they're probably going to go for, a toy merchant and then a patient, because once the patient goes up the double story, then he's just going to use the hook to go against and then jump further from the second floor stairs, and then after that land down, go outside, run to the catapult again, jump again, and it's just going to be a cycle repeated over and over again. So this might be the system that we'll be seeing later on. But for Dongshin's side, he has quite a number of characters to pick, but I don't know. I'm not sure about you, but I personally feel that Nayet is a great character to be picked over at Leo's Memory, mainly because the ability to really just water pool the entire factory area and forcing Survivor out of that area. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, Leo's Memory is just one of those maps where there's really not a lot of hunters that are very strong there. And I think maybe the idea is that maybe, I guess Nayet makes sense, but even Nayet in factories can be a little bit difficult. I guess it kind of makes sense. Geisha can also be very good in factory for closing distance and preventing loop. Any characters that are good at preventing looping areas will be good in Leo's Memory. But any other hunter is really just going to struggle. So I think maybe Nayet or Geisha, I think that's kind of the idea there. But they could actually just ban both of them. I think that would also be fine. Dreamwitch isn't particularly strong in Leo's Memory, and so we saw Dongshin not very effective with it in the first round. But then he also opens up Clerk, so you probably have to ban. Now I guess you got to ban Clerk and Geisha here, and maybe take the Nayad. It's really tough to be honest to think about, but yeah, I'm not really sure what the idea with Leo's Memory is, but we'll have to see.
Yeah, so the team comp that the Survivor team of Dou has gone for at Leo's Memory the last time was Psychologist, First Officer, Toy Merchant, and Patient. So First Officer as the rescuer, and then Toy Merchant with the support, and then a Psycho and Patient kind of team comp. So we might be seeing something similar to this, and looking at the Hunter's band, we see the Seer, Antiquarian, as well as Prospector band. All these three characters might not even be what Dou wants to pick in this situation, where they are having the upper advantage and might not even need a harassing character. They just need to tie this round, get the decoding done. That's their main goal, and then escape. So yeah, picking the Toy Merchant right from the get-go, and maybe a mercenary pick to just stabilize. Oh no, picking the Patient. So the Toy Merchant and Patient strategy that they're going for, it seems to be that it will be what we'll be seeing right now. Going back to Yue, for Survivor, they did ban the Dreamwitch as well as Geisha. So Nayet is out, Red Status is out, Spider is out. Not too sure whether Yue wants to go with the Spider pick this time around. But yep, going back to the bans from Yue's side, Mercenary and Psychologist banned. I think they might go for a First Officer pick to just secure that rescuer role pick first for Iwa. Yeah, it seems to be so. And for Yue, last band, you gotta make this count. What else is there? At Leo's Barmaid.
Entomologist is still open here. I think that would be fine. Acrobat as well. So I think the idea here with Merchant and Patient right away is that both those characters have easy access to Factory. So Merchant can use the catapult to jump onto the ramp and then run inside Factory.
Right.
Patient can also hook inside Factory very easily. So both these characters have immediate access to Factory. So I'm guessing, my guess is we'll actually see Merchant spawn middle, Patient spawn Shack. So Patient Shack, Merchant middle, Acro Factory, and then Officer doesn't really matter because it's a rescuer. That way, Patient can easily kite Shack, vault the Shack window, transition towards factory, then hook into factory. Merchant can set up a catapult at middle, which can allow her to jump immediately into factory, and then Acrobat already starts in factory, which is a great kiting area. The idea with Leo's memory, similar to Sacred Heart Hospital, get your kiter into factory. That's how you win the game. And then Officer, of course, isn't going to get chased, most likely because he's a rescuer. So I think that's going to be the lineup, is Patient Shack, Merchant middle, and Acrobat factory. And it looks like we're going to see Nayad here from UA.
That's right. And yeah, I think someone asked in the chat whether is ACT a Japan team. ACT is not a Japan team. ACT is actually a Chinese mainland team alongside with Dou, who is also a Chinese mainland team. So right now it's just a battle between two Chinese mainland teams. It's like a similar IVL kind of situation. But yeah, there's a bit of yeah, right now we're going right into the match. We'll be seeing us. So
yeah, no.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the picks itself, we can definitely see how this is gonna go about. First rescuer, first officer definitely not gonna get the first chase. Toy merchant, like you've mentioned, toy placements, catapult placements, patient as well as what was the patient as well as acrobat. Both are very good kiters. So, against Anaya, I don't see how this can be a possible instant down, even if the patient fills his hook. I really don't think it's still gonna be an instant down. Yeah, I can't really visualize this, but what do you think I mean, okay, I feel that Toy Merchant definitely should be spawning at center so that the catapult placements will be available.
Yeah, so yeah, definitely I think we'll see. Okay, looks like we already get into the match here. Let's see who spawned where. It looks like Merchant did spawn middle. Who spawned at Shack? Was it? It was Patient. Where did Acrobat spawn? I don't know. We'll have to see. So I think I had 2 of those right at least. But it looks like we're gonna see. Yeah, he's just gonna stay around here, go on the catapult. Yeah, Acrobat did spawn at factory. Wow, I'm proud of myself. Okay, and we're gonna see. Yeah, it's gonna get into factory. Can he get to this window in time? Able to get the vault off? Does not get the hit in time there. And he is able to transition away here, and just continue to kite inside this factory. Looks like we're having.
Right.
Yeah, back to us.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know.
Yeah, we're seeing us again. Right. So
Yay.
yeah, that hit though, like it didn't manage to register. I was, Naya is one of those characters with those crazy hitbox alongside geishas, but unfortunately unable to get that hit onto Toy Merchant. Okay, we're seeing us getting right into the match. Toy Merchant using another toy to fly away, and we've already gotten that basic hit from Hunter. So so need to get away from this water-pooled area though. It's not just gonna die from the water damage, but because of that, Hunter will be getting this basic hit and dying right at this corner. Toy Merchant has nothing to offer at this point in time. There's no catapults on hand anymore, except for a magic wand that she can't use. So we'll see whether first officer wants to go for the rescue. Cypher is about 2.5 at this point in time.
Yeah, relatively quick down here for this Nayad. Looks like we're going to see just pressuring off the Acrobat Cypher, so he's unable to decode it here. Gonna head back to the chair. Officer is coming in for the rescue. You're going to see why Officer is such a consistent rescuer. There's no way for Officer to get stuffed here. He is able to get that save off in time. Immediate hit onto the Toy Merchant. She's just going to use this Tide Turner to get away from the Cypher. Both these Cyphers have progress, the God Cutting Cypher as well as the factory one. So Toy Merchant needs to get away here, and she is not going to give full presence. She's actually just going to break the catapult instead, and then go ahead and go for the chair here. But it looks like already a pretty decent position for this Hunter. 2 Cypher machines are about to be done. 1 Cypher already popped. They still have a lot of progress on the last 2, and no one has Tide Turner left available, so they most likely will not even go for this rescue at all. Again, you have to consider ACT has to win this round, so a tie for survivors might not necessarily be a bad thing, but it looks like First Officer may pressure the rescue, but I doubt he's actually going to go for it here.
Yeah, and because of the very fast down Cyphers right now, it's just not enough. Getting this rescue wouldn't be the most optimal choice. Selling Toy Merchant, and then not sure if anybody's healing First Officer, maybe later. And maybe following this might be chasing Patient? No, destroying the catapult first to prevent this to, get him in the back later on when Patient does to kite towards this area. So might be potentially chasing the patient at the shack area, trying to water pull him out, and yeah, patient just getting away from the area to prevent any chance of being pulled. But finding out that the camper was no longer in this area, patient using the second hook already, but getting hit still after using the hook, so that wasn't a very efficient hook being used and hit registered. So yeah, the last two ciphers, as we are seeing, is being decoded, but still not enough. Patient needs to prolong this kite, but does not have anything else to work with.
He's gonna use that blink there just to secure the down onto the patient as well, and is gonna get into the basement too here. This is actually a potentially winning position. I mean, one cipher is about to be popped here, but they still have a lot of progress on the last one. Officer does have pocket watch to work with, so it is definitely going to be. It looks like it's actually gonna be Acrobat. I think Officer's not even on a. Oh no, Officer is on a cipher. Looks like Acrobat's gonna be the one trying to pressure this rescue here, but no flywheel available and no tide turner, so it's gonna be a really difficult rescue for him. And the cipher machine, it's not anywhere near done, still 50% of the way to go here. So we'll see if Acrobat can even get this rescue off. It's gonna be very close.
That's right. And Acrobat will be going down to the basement. The water pool is not affecting me anymore. This will be a pretty safe rescue. Blink has already been utilized. So safe rescue on Acrobat side, but there is a need to turner. So able to body block a patient though. So right now the person that will be checked will be Acrobat, but at the same time there is no tech turner. Everybody's just health. First officer is just far away decoding the cipher, so they gotta rely on patient to get this rescue. So
it's not primed yet though. It's not primed yet. They're able to get the pop up, but he's gonna go down. No, he misses the swing there. Acrobat takes the hit there. Patient's able to make it out of basement. He's just gonna go ahead and share the Acrobat here, and maybe just go for the patient now. If you can get a 3 kill here, this would be really big. That forces Dungshun to actually go for 3 elimination himself here. He's gonna try to find a chase target here. Looks like ZYJ patient is gonna pressure the save here, and first officer's gonna push the exit gate.
That's right, and yeah, first officer does have the watch to utilize, so he can't be instant down. There is this delay effect, and Hunter teleporting to the wrong gate in fact, and YJ with just patient will be able to run towards the back gate, but would it be enough?
I think he's just gonna be able to make it. Yeah, beautiful setup there from Doe at the end there, not to allow a 3 elimination here. And that is going to be a drawn game. Yeah, that looked like it was going to be a winning position for you there. He missed a hit. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, the patient was dead on shared basement. So if he hits patient instead of Acrobat, he doesn't have to camp out that chair. He can immediately go to the exit gate and chase first officer or chase the other survivor. And you can usually get a 3 elimination from there. So just little things there. Body block in basement, and then also the Acrobat going down after the pop instead of the patient. Those were the differences between a 3 elimination and a chai.
That's right. And yeah, a bit of a misstep over there with the rescue by patient. Terror shocking and Cypher not being primed. But fortunately, like you've mentioned, patient, even though it was the last chair, Acrobat managed to body block that hit so that Hunter has to camp it out. And great late game on Touwoo's side. Like I mentioned, Touwoo, they have amazing mid as well as late game. Like, it seemed like Cypher wasn't enough. Like 3 ciphers after the Toy Merchant actually sent back to the mana. There was still 2 full ciphers left, and yet ciphers could be popped. Could be decoded and popped as well as primed. So I wouldn't say that you gave chance or anything, but it was just really unfortunate that those hits that were registered was on the person that Touwoo wanted that person to. So yeah, ending with a tie situation, 2 points for ACT and 2 points for Touwoo. Right now, there is still a 5 points difference between Touwoo as well as ACT. Touwoo having the advantage. So ACT survivors, by all means, have to get a 3 escape to get this 2-1 situation. So situations are very close to each other. Dongxuan has to get 3. Dongxuan just need to get a tie, in fact, and survivors of ACT need to get a 3 escape.
Yeah, it's actually interesting. If ACT survivors get a 3 escape, ACT actually wins because they win on rounds, but they actually would still lose on points. But of course, it's based off of rounds, not points. So ACT would still win ultimately, but they'd still be low. They'd still have less points, which rarely ever happens. That usually never happens, but it is technically possible here. So yeah, the win condition for ACT is 3 survivors or more out the gate here, and the win condition for Dou is 2 survivors eliminated. And considering that, you know, this is a it's really hard to say with Leo's memory. It's like, okay, Leo's memory, you pick it, so maybe it's good for your survivors. But then it's also, like, not good for your survivors because if you're caught outside a factory, there's not a whole lot of great kiting areas. But then if you're inside factory, that's a really great kiting area. So it's kind of like, that's why no team really picks Leo's for the most part, because it's like, it's not always good for survivors, but then it's not always good for hunters either, and it's kind of bad for both, and it's also good for both depending on where you are on the map. Like, it's really weird. So so that's why it's really interesting. So but yeah, I don't know. What are we gonna see? What are we seeing at band here? I think we'll probably see, considering that they have to get a 3 escape. See, the 3 best hunters for this map that Dongxuan has are Clerk, Naiad, and Geisha. All 3 of those are very good tie hunters. I think realistically, you don't want to give a 3rd round Clerk because Clerk is obviously one of the best hunters of the game. In a 3rd round situation, it's really hard to deal with. So you have to give Geisha or Naiad. So, you know, if you're ACT survivors here, Chocho, are you giving Naiad or are you giving Geisha? What hunter would you rather play against for getting a 3 escape?
It's really difficult now you're asking, because both have very high mobility. Late game wise, they do have a lot of potential, but then again, if you're talking about early game wise and we're seeing how fiercely Dongxuan does plays with the Geisha, I would say that Geisha might be better. Yeah, and looking at the possible team comp that ACT survivors might pick, which is what they had last time, which was the Mercenary, Antiquarian, Embalmer, as well as Patient. I think picking, I don't know, man. I think it's like Naiad and Geisha. I would lean more towards Geisha, but Naiad is actually not a bad pick at the same time.
Yeah, it's hard to say. I think they'll probably ban, now that I'm thinking about it, it's really tough. I think they'll probably give Naiad and ban Clerk and Geisha, just because Geisha was, obviously we saw Geisha being so strong in the last round. Blink Geisha is a very consistent tie hunter for the most part. And then additionally, Clerk is just so strong. A triple ban Clerk, right away you have triple bans in round 3. Triple ban Clerk is just too hard for survivors to deal with. So I think they'll most likely ban Clerk. They're going to ban Clerk and Geisha. You give Dreamwitch because Dreamwitch isn't very strong on this map. And then you sort of just play Flywheel because Flywheel counters Clerk. Flywheel counters Naiad and Dreamwitch. And you kind of just play a comp that's going to be good against both those hunters and just bring Flywheel. And that's sort of the strategy. I think that makes the most sense here.
That could be. And right now, moving on to the ban picks from ACT survivors as well as Sto 5's Hunter. We can see the Seer Mercenary as well as Toy Merchant being picked, so just cancelling out a possible Toy Merchant strategy over there. For the survivor side of ACT, they only have 2 choices. They will be banning the Dream Witch as well as Wax Artist, so yeah, you're Naiad and Geisha already. Pretty Naiad, Geisha, if not Clerk, in fact. So Barmaid as well as Antiquarian picked over here, so
I think
that's
I think they're gonna play anti-Clerk, so they're not gonna ban Clerk and they're gonna play anti-Clerk. The problem is, like, Wax Artist is not that good on Leo's memory, so I don't really understand the Wax Artist pick. And then on top of this, like, Antiquarian Barmaid, if you pick that first, like, this is really weird because if you're gonna play Antiquarian Barmaid, that directly counters Dreamwitch. So you don't have to ban Dreamwitch if you're playing Antiquarian Barmaid, because he's not gonna play Dreamwitch against Antiquarian Barmaid. Like, that's so weak for a Dreamwitch to play into that. And then Wax Artist is not very strong on Leo's memory. So these hunter bans to me don't really make sense, but you kind of just give Dongxuan every tie hunter possible available, and he only needs to tie. So it kind of is like, it's a little bit confusing, but I guess we'll have to see. I guess the idea is they're just trying to counter every other hunter he has available. And it sort of makes sense. Patient, Antiquarian, Barmaid all counter Clerk. Antiquarian, Patient good against Naiad. Antiquarian good against Geisha. But the problem is Patient and Barmaid are not that good against Geisha. So yeah, this comp actually struggles heavily against Geisha besides the Antiquarian. So I'm really struggling to understand why Geisha wasn't banned here.
Yeah, I was thinking like Dongjuan banning the Gravekeeper, it could highly be Naiad, because how Gravekeeper Shovel can just, you know, just go into the ground and then you wouldn't get any water damage. For Geisha against this team comp, Geisha,
I think it's good.
I'm not too sure. Like, he has many picks.
Geisha's strong against Patient. Because you can easily, Patient's good transition kiter, but Geisha counters transition kiting. And then a Blink Geisha against a Barmaid. Geisha's one of those hunters that can get 2 hits within a short period of time because her dash cooldown is so short. So she can deal with the Barmaid quite effectively, especially if you bring Blink. Antiquarian's the only counter here. But besides that, the other 2 chase targets, Patient and Barmaid, struggle against Geisha. And Wax Artist is not strong on this map. And Dreamwitch was not strong against this team comp. So, yeah, so giving Geisha, I feel like it would have made more sense to ban it. I don't think he'll play Clerk. Clerk is hard countered like by this comp. Oh, he's going to play Ann. On Leo's memory, that's...
Interesting.
I don't know.
We didn't even discuss Ann.
Yeah, we didn't discuss Ann, but... Like, yeah, I forgot he plays Ann too.
Yeah.
He plays everything. What am I saying? Yeah, but the thing is, like, Ann struggles. Ann might be good against this comp in theory, but Ann struggles on Leo's memory. Factory is such a hard counter to Ann, so I don't know. It's gonna be interesting.
Right. So yeah, it could be a counter to Ann, but maybe not to Dongjuan because according to the stats, though, he has placed Leo's memory for 2 times. Played Ann actually, and he got 2 kills and then 3 kills, respectively. So I don't know. Maybe for a tie, this could be potentially the hunter, and also his chasing ability with the Ann and also camping ability is just very much stronger than other Ann mains that we've ever seen. So we'll be able to see how this is gonna work out. Yeah, both coaches are just gonna show each other respect for each other and then just leave the stage right now. So this, ladies and gentlemen, will be the last match of the day. Last match, ultimately, for the day, and it will be exciting matchups between ACT survivors as well as Douwoo's Hunter. Looking at the spawn locations, Eli, definitely it seems to be that Hunter will be going towards the Barmaid for this chase instead of this Antiquarian. So yeah, it's really hard because there really isn't much of a support, I would say. Only person that can come to help out is the Antiquarian, which is all the way at factory.
But they all brought broken windows, so this was in preparation of Ann, so they saw this coming. I was gonna say they most likely will all bring Flywheel because that counters Flywheel's gonna counter Geisha's gonna counter Naiad, but they all brought broken, so they actually countered Ann pretty well with their builds at least. And the problem with this being Leo's memory, like typically you pick Ann when you need like a 1 kill or a tie, or if you're trying to surprise a team comp, that typically would bring Flywheel because Ann direct hard counters Flywheel. But broken windows is hard for Ann to deal with, so they have triple broken. So this entire comp, build-wise, is going to be good against Ann. He actually didn't also see where the actually he did see where the Barmaid went, but he wanted to take down the pallet first. It looks like, and you see this is one of those areas where it's very weak for survivors to kite in. If he's able to get the factory, that's going to be very strong. But yeah, outside of factory is just so hard for survivors.
Yeah, and yeah, like we predicted, chasing the Barmaid to be placing on the pallet but getting that stun. So this hit will be registered. Dolphin drinking immediately, getting that broken windows speed boost as well as drink speed boost. So Patient is in this area, but Dongjuan does. He does know that someone is over here, and will be changing targets to the Patient instead. So yeah, Cypher's is looking pretty okay, and cancelling out the hook after the hook has been used, so there really isn't much use over there. Zen is at this area 3 pallet, which is not the best kiting area for survivor side. But the mind games is on, placing that cat, hooks being used, jumping for patient, canceling that pallet burst, destroying the pallet burst, and then putting that hit onto patient, rotating straight to its factory area where the anti-current.
Yeah, he can just hook into. It doesn't matter. He can just hook into factory as long as he gets the stock up before the blink. Yeah, he's into factory, and that might be completely game changing because now you just lost your chase target. Now you're chasing the first officer. You don't want to chase that. Now what do? I mean, you go back into factory and maybe try to find the patient, but patient has so much distance here. He's gonna go to this window. He's gonna keep creating distance. You don't blink available, but yeah, this is looking really good here for ACT, and you really see why Anda struggles so much on this Leo Memories map. Is he gonna blink through? He's gonna blink through the wall just to close the distance. He's gonna be able to jump still and close even more distance, but blink is now expended. Antiquarian, I believe, might be in the area, maybe not, but he still has his God Palette to work with. This kite's just gonna be drawn out even longer.
Yeah, definitely. This is just going to be brought up, bring more time, and kiting towards the bar mid area though, where the ciphers is being decoded. Might be downing at one of the decoded ciphers from the survivor side. Yeah, being chat at the 2 pallet 1 window area. Yeah, and preventing the cipher from being decoded. This cipher will be at around 85%. Yeah, so first officer will be coming for this rescue. They need this tree escape. So yeah, patient getting this rescue afterwards just need to rotate away. First officer decode the cipher.
Yeah, looks like
that seems to be the game plan. But stunning first officer.
Oh, he doesn't get to save.
Denying the rescue.
He doesn't get it in time. He only has 5 seconds of that tide turner. He's able to prevent that rescue here. That is going to be the difference maker. That looked like a winning position here for the survivors. That was going to be the win for ACT, but now no longer is going to be the case here. That one single stuff of the rescue there, I think is going to be the difference in this entire match.
Yeah, changing the game completely around. The last cipher is still being decoded. The other 2 ciphers is almost primed though. But will she be able to rescue? Won't be able to rescue? It has been caught though. This is the battle of mind games. Will Barmaid be able to rescue?
Yeah,
this is the last chance.
Well, the thing is, Barmaid, she needs to wait for the cat to disappear. Yeah, because if you don't, then they both just get stunned. That's why she wasn't saving. You have to wait for the cats to disappear, or both survivors get stunned there, and she actually doesn't rescue the officer. Oh, it looks like it's going to be the Antiquarian coming for the save. But now here's the problem: is Officer's now dead on chair. Officer was saved after half, so if Officer goes down, oh, but Antiquarian does get the stun there. There's the recovery, gets it down onto the Officer. Antiquarian has to be able to harass. If this Officer's dead on chair, it's gonna be over. That's gonna be the 2 survivor elimination. Here comes, no, Antiquarian doesn't have a stick available. It's over. Just like that, Dowu is gonna actually win somehow. Wow. That was insane.
Amazing matchups. The track campaign by Dongxuan, excellently done. Sometimes I also know what Hunter was trying to do also. And then that overhug rescue by Antiquarian in front of the Hunter and getting the hit just like the first officer and just getting that 2 eliminations and just confirming the victory for Dowu already. Right now it's just gonna be a battle of performance over here. Barmaid as well as Antiquarian. Cypher is completely not enough. Last Cypher is less than 50%. So yeah, just a hit. Congratulations Dowu, but we still have to finish this match first.
Yeah, it looks like yeah, he's able to get the hit there. But I mean, again, it's all he needed was 2 survivors eliminated. He was able to do it. I mean, it's really. Actually, we'll talk about this a little bit after the match. But at this point, it's really just a matter of time here. Goes for the swing there. Barmaid able to mind game. Gets the hit, but somehow gets the pallet stun, but also goes down all at the same time. IDV physics makes a lot of sense.
IDV physics.
Yeah, IDV physics.
I forgot it was physics, but anyways, putting on the Barmaid, trying to secure this for elimination. Last Cypher is primed already, surprisingly, and Antiquarian just got away from the Cypher and was trying to plan for this one escape, but Dongxuan is not going to give this chance. He's going to get this for elimination confirmed. So Antiquarian stunned over here, getting that basic hit, and Cat in less than 5 seconds, teleporting to the Cypher so prevent that Dongshan now know this Cypher is primed.
Ooh, this is actually close. And Aquari gets the stun. This actually allows her to pop. Is able to get the pop there. Gets the stun there. She's still stunned, though. She can't use the swing just yet. And now does get the down. For those of you who are wondering why Dongshan's pushing for a 4-kill here, the points matter. Because if you go into a situation where you're tied up in the group stage for placement in going into the playoffs, you then go based off of points. So extra points always matter in case there is a tiebreaker. Now he's going to try to go for the Barmaid. Can Barmaid actually get out here? Of course, Do has already secured a victory here, but if Dongshan can get an extra kill here, I don't think she's going to make it. Yeah, that's it.
Oh. I'm so sorry, but you still have to be down. This is my point. Doing the full elimination, 2 straight full eliminations from BO2 and BO3 by Dongshan. Amazingly done, and getting to 10 points difference right from the get-go. Congratulations to Do for making it, and also Eli, you were trying to talk about something, right?
Oh yeah. I was gonna say it's really amazing to see how, you know, we talked about before how Anne is not very good in Leo's memory, and you saw why. Like Dongshan got kited so long. That first kite, forcing to change target, or not forcing to change targets, but patient getting into factory, changing targets from the Barmaid. That comp, the comp wasn't, Anne's pretty good against, but Leo's memory is so hard, and you saw why. The first down was so late into the game, it was already a winning position for the survivors. But the stuffed rescue, Anne's like the one hunter that can actually stuff a first officer, because if you can stun them longer than 5 seconds, then they can't make the rescue, because the tide turner runs out after 5 seconds, and that was the difference maker. That one stuffed rescue onto the officer. If officer gets that rescue off, survivors win. ACT probably wins, most likely. And that one stuffed rescue was the difference between ACT winning and a 4 survivor elimination.
That's right. And like it's just really incredible. Like you see that how N isn't really like a favorable map in Leo's memory. You know, it's probably gonna be like a 10 and below situation. And then there's Dongshan with the N. Yeah, and just getting 3 eliminations, 4 eliminations, like, is the easiest thing. His chasing ability is really good. I just want to say how ACT servers did a great job countering the first part of the chase. The distance established was just amazing. Amazing hook utilization by Zen as well. And everything just was working well. Just that first officer rescue. Can't be the first officer though, because that camping by Dongshan was amazingly done. That take placement that came back just in time for that stun. Yeah. So first officer was just ended right then and there also. So really unfortunate for AC server side. They did a great fight against Dongshan. They needed that 3 escape. They knew that. And they really tried at the first kite, and it worked out. 3 Cypher kite for sure. Yeah, 3 Cypher kite in fact. And that one stuff rescue pretty much ended that match already. Yeah, and afterwards, Dongshan getting that hit onto first officer, preventing that second kite. Also, the uses of the second watch changed the game immediately.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's just that one stuff rescue just is it's like again, like I would have loved to see Geisha get utilized there. Obviously, think about it. You know, if Geisha spawns in, you chase Barmaid first. You catch Barmaid outside of the 3-paw area. It would have still been a great position, but that's another thing you have to consider is while Anne's chase and camp is both very good, on a map like Leo's Memory, Anne's chase is not going to be as good. But you can still win off of camping. You're still able to win off of camping. And again, first officer, the one character that shouldn't be able to get stuffed, still ends up getting stuffed, and that changes the whole game. So yeah, so Do is going to be winning this, which means my golden apples are still on point for now, for the time being. We'll see how that ultimately continues, but for now, the predictions are good, I think.
Eli, so I mean, right now we have ended the 4th match of the day, between ACT versus Do 5. So right now, looking at the stats while we're waiting for that, you know, we're pretty obvious, but you know, your potential MVP for this match.
Yeah, definitely Dongshan will be the MVP. I mean, the survivors of Do played fine. But 2-4 eliminations, I mean, that's in this Survivor meta, with how Survivor sided this game is currently, there's no way the MVP goes to anyone except for Dongchuan here. It's impossible. Just 2-4 eliminations in a row is just so difficult to do. I mean, so many characters in this meta that are just so strong against a lot of the meta. Antiquarian, Barmaid, actually, I'm not going to list all the meta characters. That's a waste of time. But
yeah,
it's just so difficult for hunters these days, and especially on a map like Leo's Memory, a 4 elimination here, a 4 elimination walled down a certain amount of points in the last run was so crucial. Using Geisha, which is typically more of a tie hunter than anything, is just very impressive.
And yeah, Dongchuan in BO1, even though he got a 3 escape, he really did pick himself really fast up and just like got 4 eliminations consecutive for BO2 and 3. And usually he performed better in BO1 and BO2, then BO3 is like the weakest one. But Dongchuan is just built different. He can do really well in both BO2 and 3 because of how strong his meta characters are and also his own skills itself. It really comes to show personal skills, training, and all the efforts made by Dongchuan. But at the same time, Survivor side of Togu did really, really well. They didn't go below a tie situation. It's always a tie and above situation. So very well played on Survivor side of Togu also. ACT wise, very nicely done. I just want to say that it was just really unfortunate the first match had to go against Togu. And fortunately enough though, it's a group stage, so they can still fight for their positions right after this. Groupings wise, yeah, they can still fight. Even though their groupings is also very difficult. So yeah, just looking at the match itself, 18-8, a 10 points difference between Togu as well as ACT. Very perfectly done in their first match for Togu. Very wonderfully ended this match as well. So congratulations to Togu for, you know, being placed slightly higher than ACT right now, and the rest of the team still unable to compete as of yet. So yeah, we still have 4 more matches tomorrow, still ongoing with this speed, this pace. Yeah, day 2 of the group stages will be tomorrow, so stay tuned for that. We have many other casters coming on tomorrow, so we will still see you soon. So, I mean, right after this, we'll be having a Chinese interview. Yeah, yeah, I mean, York's pretty confident this time around. I mean, he's been studying Chinese quite often, so yeah, we'll have Eli. Yeah, but anyways, yeah, Eli was pretty proud of himself for getting proud of the translations right just now when I was translating stuff. But yeah, it's okay. I'll still do it, and yeah, one day Eli will. One day.
Maybe next COA. Maybe next COA. We'll see. I still have to learn all of like the IDV terms in Chinese. I don't know all the IDV terms like characters and like ciphers and stuff like that.
Right. The most basic one. What is identity 5 in Chinese?
第五人格.
Oh gosh.
Right?
Oh gosh, you didn't know it?
Is that right?
It's correct. 第五人格. Yeah, correct.
Period.
Yeah, not bad. Honestly, yeah, today's match was just really nicely done. First 2 matches, it was RC versus, RC versus GG ultimately winning. And also FL versus AXZ ultimately, it's like AXZ symbol or something. This way.
Something like that.
This. Yeah, like it's their logo or symbol or their hand signature or something. AXZ. I just realized it today.
Okay. And then Do is a guy with a box on his head. That's their
TV. It's not a box. TV.
Okay.
Yeah, and really cute mascots from all of these teams. Yeah, and like a character at the same time, Dongchuan being the best deduction MVP player of all time. I think he has the most MVP, right? Am I right?
I would imagine so. Yeah, I mean, again, this is why he's the best. One of the best hunters in the world, if not the best. You know, just coming from behind, a 4 elimination to put his team to put Dou back in the lead. 4 elimination to secure the win. Very impressive. You see the 4 sign for, I don't know if that means 4 kill or I don't know what it. I think it's 4 kill, but I'm not really sure.
I think it's 4 kill. Alright, so moving on to the Chinese interview between Dongchuan as well as Yihua from Togu.
首场比赛的胜利拿下，今天还是一个小翻盘，而且今天东选最佳演绎拿下了好多把的4抓，先来分享一下心情吧。
Multiple 4 kills and asking for how Dongxuan's feeling, and I didn't catch what he said.
非常开心，非常开心。我觉得
okay, but Yihui said he's really happy though with the results.
Oh, it's dancing TV.
比赛的时候就一个人在那偷笑了很久。那先问一下一花，就今天觉得最满意的一波操作和配合，在求生者这边
the most satisfying play that he had today.
印象比较深刻的。
Which match is it?
打得都非常好。
第二局的那个
The second match where everybody performed really well.
今天这几波操作
What about
最细节
he's asking about what about Dongxuan? What's his most satisfying play today?
古董上的博弈吧，就第一刀拿到的话，没想到拼刀拼赢了嘛。然后后面就为了求稳，就等他技能交的差不多，然后再闪现。
哦。那正好还是
something about mind game. Not too sure which member he's referring to from ACT.
对方是拿到了优势，但是第二局我发现你上场之后打得特别果敢，这个是当时在场上先抓住了一波秒人的节奏之后，开始越来越自信，还是
Okay, first match they didn't get disadvantage. They got a disadvantage, and then in BO2 and 3, Dongxuan came in really fiercely. And Dongxuan saying that he's really confident. And although first match he lost and it kind of affected his feelings, he still managed to recover from it. After downing the antiquarian, what was his what was he thinking? Getting a tie is not bad, and then afterwards getting a win.
那就要问一下一花，因为下半场的时候，求生者也表现非常棒，看到你们的沟通配合都很有操作，而且
Survivors did very well.
战的时候
Teamwork, cooperation did very well.
看门战运营的很完美，所以当时是在做一些什么样的战术上的布置呢？
Their mid game was really good.
保技师让他纯点动，让他无敌。
Oh, okay. So during the BO2 where the priest was being chased, right? And then, what was their thought process for priestess to stay longer was for her to gather more portals by distracting the hunter.
然后最后看门战的时候也是抓住了对方的一波小失误，所以想问一下，从地下室那波再到看门战那波，大家对那个沟通会是什么样子
？When the basement chair, and then after that the detention period, right?
你这个回答好官方啊！那张玉健当时他蹲在那里的时候，他在想什么呢？
I'll let Acrobat stay at the center.
我尽量走一下吧。
他可能已经没在想自己走不走了，还是想着尽量让。
Yeah, Acrobat was the one staying at center, while the first officer was the one that was opening gate, which was Iwa.
有没有机会再让他自己也走？
Yeah, and then see, and then what was the thought process basically was for Acrobat to see got chance then leave, but ZYJ wasn't really thinking of leaving at the point in time. Really.
我也能走了，这下可以考虑一下自己的后路了。那下半场的时候，东选也是选到了鞍马，那一波手椅太关键了，是在你的计划之中。
Talking about the BO3 and the camping of the chair, very crucial.
救不下来了呢，但是这个
Oh yeah, when was he realized that he couldn't rescue?
然后就打得有点上头嘛，然后后面就突然就反应过来了，我这么打肯定要输呀，然后所以。
Oh yeah, but he was quite focused at the start lah. Like he was just wanting to chase down the patient and not thinking about anything else. But then afterwards he realized that if I continue doing this, I can't really win. So he changed his play style and it worked out ultimately.
就毕竟调流师走了，然后那个古董商在角落机子，然后就等到先把大符挂上。 然后等古董商靠近影子了，给他放包，然后打个针对，然后他也是一直扯，但是毕竟血线不。
Yeah. So basically, the Antiquarian was not rescuing the first officer immediately and was just holding pull, just not rescuing lah, just rescue then let go, rescue then let go. So like, Dongxuan capitalized on that and then yeah, got the advantage eventually.
好，我们现在花总现在是越来越会说了。那接下来也是感谢两位，让我们来听听粉丝怎么讲。
Yeah, and just thanking the players right now and saying how Yihui is really good at talking.
幸运的观众来到我们的舞台上，欢迎欢迎。
And then right now is the fans period where the fan will come up and then talk and then be asked of how they're feeling.
还是非常开心的，来到我的旁边。
Another female fan.
此时
Oh my god, I'm cute.
有没有什么感受吗？今天这个翻盘。
How is she feeling?
现在好像很淡定哦。
是很精彩。
Saying that she's
然后我觉得大家都看得很爽，特别是选美她3个非常出色的角色，我们都看得很开心。
Oh, very satisfying play to watch.
非常出色的角色，那必须要评选一个呢？
And seeing Dongxuan picking 3 of his very seeing him playing 3 of his best characters, and her favorite playing character is the Geisha.
I understood that one.
Yeah, and just do their best, and then a bit goes a long way, so yeah, telling them to do their best basically. Encouragement. And another Gardener plushie being given to the 3rd fan of the day that will be that's over here. Yeah, taking a photo and thanking the fan, and also Do and congratulating Do for winning today's match. Yeah, and we'll be back to us now. Yo, so
was good.
Eli, do you get any of them correct, Rob?
No, I got some of it. Yeah, like I understood the part like where she was asking like something about like his character, and then she was like, oh yeah, like Geisha, like favorite character Geisha or something, and then some other random stuff. I don't know. I have to go back and look at it. But anyways, like I understand like little parts of it, but it's kind of difficult. I'm getting there though. Next year, I got you with the translate.
Next year, yeah. Next year, I trust you.
I got you.
Right. Okay.
I'll practice.
And yeah, I'm so really sorry if I couldn't really catch a lot of the Chinese one, because how it's really going is that like it's happening and then like I'm listening, and sometimes when I'm speaking I can't hear what the Chinese response are. So yeah, I'm really apologize for the lack of translation if it's not enough. Yeah, whoever understands Chinese,
it's good.
My bad.
Don't worry.
Yeah. So ultimately, today was just a really good match. I mean, for the first day, I mean, it was really intense. It was the first match of RC versus GG with that Hermit pick. So, really excited to see how this is gonna play out. GG and RC though, I think it was really surprising that RC had a really good fight against GG. I was not expecting such a close fight. Not gonna lie, but it was. And yeah, ultimately it's just satisfying, and right now I think we'll be going on to today's results. So Eli, you want to go with this?
Yeah, so looking at our final results for today, we do have GG, of course, over RC. Very, very intense, very close matchup. GG just barely holding on to that victory in the first round. RC almost able to turn that one around. FL versus AXC, big upset. FL and AXC is actually a very close matchup, but FL definitely would have the advantage, but AXC really dominating in that one. And then Do, of course, with the victory over ACT, and GR over MS. And we are going to see the overall groups, how they're going to play out. We will have more of these matches from each of these teams tomorrow. So, yeah, don't forget to come by and watch those. But, yeah. Oh, here's our matches for tomorrow. Just perfect timing. We have Wolves versus Zeta Division for the first match for tomorrow. That's a very close one. Very anticipated matchup. Wolves and Zeta Division are arguably the 2 best teams in the world currently. So that should be a very good matchup. B4U versus GW. I think that'll be definitely very exciting. That NAU region team against GW. On paper, GW, of course, will be advantaged there, but B4U definitely will have a shot at that one. And of course, CT versus OM. And then I didn't say the last one, unfortunately, but...
yeah, unfortunately, I did not catch that one as well, but it's okay. I mean, it will definitely be updated on INT 5 socials, so do keep a look at that. And also, our commentators will also be will probably be posting posts as well, so do take note of that. Yeah, and yeah, that's it for today's matches. I hope everyone enjoyed themselves. Remember to hydrate yourself. Everybody who haven't eaten, please go eat. At my time zone, it's like 9:10 right now, so 10 p.m. So yeah, whoever haven't eaten, please go eat, especially Eli.
Oh, I didn't eat.
Yeah, so so please go and eat, have your dinner, have your lunch, have your breakfast, whichever time zone you're in, and hope today was a satisfying matchup between all 4 teams. Currently, but any last words that you have, Eli?
No, just thank you everybody for joining us today. Very exciting matchup. Thank you everyone for kept positivity in the chat. We love to see that as always. We will have 9 more days of group stage before the playoffs, so don't forget to watch that. Thank you guys so much for watching. Peace out for now. We will see you all back here tomorrow. Hope you guys have a great night.
Bye.
was made to be the match. It strikes and starts to catch.